I was publicly humiliated and dumped by the department's belle. Life hits rock bottom. In the depths of despair, two adorable little girls who claimed to be my daughters suddenly appeared to stand up for me. Soon, the life comeback system, which was supposed to activate 20 years later, arrived early. The system actually displayed the tragic ending of my future family torn apart in debts totaling 10 billion yuan. Just as I was stunned, the school's most admired campus belle actually confessed to me. And the system mission was simultaneously issued: hug your campus belle wife, and you'll get a Rolls Royce and a villa. My decisive embrace instantly brought rewards. Thus began a life of counterattack with the school beauty as my wife and adorable twins by my side. However, the looming future crisis warned by the system and the watchful wealthy rival never disappeared. This path of reversal has only just begun. Chapter 1: The Life Reversal System. Qin Feng, I'm with Zhao Qian now. You know it too, he's a top-tier rich second generation. Though I'm the department flower, I normally wouldn't even have a chance to interact with him. Luckily, you share a dorm with him. So, I have no choice but to dump you. The department flower wore a pure yet seductive pink spaghetti strap mini dress. As she slightly tilted her waist, her bunny nearly bounced out. She lazily flashed Qin Feng a sweet smile. It didn't sound like she was bringing up a breakup, more like she was acting coquettish. Qin Feng raised his hand to adjust his glasses. The lenses reflected light, obscuring his expression. He responded indifferently with a faint sound. Oh, what do you mean by that? The campus belle was slightly annoyed. Damn it! Why does he always act so cold whenever I talk to him? If you have anything to say, wait until I get back from my part-time job. Qin Feng pushed Bai Ruru away and walked off, carrying his steamed buns. Part-time job, 20 per hour, 100 for 5 hours, being 10 minutes late will deduct half. It's such a loss. The campus belle clenched her fists in anger, unable to hold back any longer, and shouted out loud. Qin Feng! I'm telling you, you got dumped. You got dumped. Each word seemed magnified 100-fold, crashing down toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng shuddered, shook off the words, and kept walking. The department beauty was so furious she nearly fainted on the spot. Two childish voices spoke up. Big sister, my daddy already has a wife and daughter. What you're doing isn't breaking up, it's home wrecking. That's right, miss. It's not my daddy who got dumped, it's you who got cheated on. Bai Ruru froze for a moment, then turned to locate the source of the voice. Two little girls, about 4 or 5 years old, were dressed in peach pink cupcake dresses, their soft, slightly wavy flaxen hair tied into little buns with lace hairbands. At this moment, he was explaining to her with a solemn expression. Bai Ruru was nearly melted by the cuteness in an instant. After a while, she came back to her senses. What did they mean by what they said? Are they saying that Qin Feng is their father? How is this possible? Bai Ruru froze in place, just about to ask the two little ones for clarification. The two little girls, their cake-like dresses bouncing and tiny ponytails swaying, ran toward Qin Feng and promptly hugged his legs, one on each side. Frowning and puffing their cheeks in anger, they glared at Qin Feng with adorable fierceness and spoke in their tiny, indignant voices. Daddy! You're out fooling around again. Humph. Daddy! You clearly promised us that you'd keep your distance from other girls. You're going back on your word. Qin Feng initially thought it was some mischievous child who had taken the wrong path and mistaken him for someone else. He lowered his head and froze in place. These eyebrows and eyes may not share half his resemblance, but they bear at least a third of his likeness. The key point is, the remaining 7 parts strikingly resembled another person, so much so that it was practically a miniature version of her. Qin Feng froze, the 2 bags of steamed buns slipping from his hands. You've got the wrong person, haven't you? The 2 little girls froze in shock. Tears as big as beans instantly welled up in their eyes, clinging to their long, thick eyelashes, poised to fall but not yet dropping. Their lips trembled slightly as they stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. Daddy, you don't recognize us anymore? We've become children without a daddy? Qin Feng panicked instantly, quickly crouching down and gently coaxing them. Don't cry yet. Let me think. What on earth is going on? A line of scrolling subtitles appeared before Qin Feng's eyes, accompanied by a mechanical voice reading them aloud. 20 years ago, you were dumped by the campus belle, then confessed to by the school beauty. 15 years ago, you became an executive at a major corporation and proposed to the school beauty. 10 years ago, the school beauty gave birth to your twin daughters. 8 years ago, your true identity as the young master was exposed, and you switched places with the fake young master Zhao Qian. You took the campus belle and your twin daughters back to your roots, stepping into the circle of top-tier elite society. 5 years ago, you lost yourself in the allure of power and pleasure. You stopped coming home, ignored calls, and left messages unanswered. Your wife, heartbroken, took your twin daughters and left the mansion, returning to the humble home you once shared. 3 years ago, when your twin daughters were poisoned and on the verge of death, your wife called you. You were at the negotiation table and hung up on her. The girls died as a result, and your wife, in utter despair, slit her wrists. When you left the negotiation table, the police informed you of the deaths. In a panic, you rushed home only to find your wife collapsed by the bed, blood pooling around her, and your two daughters lying lifeless and cold on the bed. At that moment, you finally woke up, but regret was already too late. At this moment, you are 40 years old. Your body, ruined by indulgence in alcohol and lust, finally collapses under prolonged depression, leaving you bedridden with illness. Meanwhile, the Zhao family empire crumbles, and your father flees with his illegitimate child, embezzling funds, leaving you burdened with 10 billion in debt. Your life has reached a dead end. Would you like to activate the life comeback system and start your comeback? 20 years ago? Broke up with the department beauty? Then got confessed to by the campus belle? Isn't that happening right now? So you're saying this so-called life turnaround system arrived 20 years early? Then all these things mentioned later, are they about his future life? This is some real-life rich heir versus fake heir novel material. In other novels, when the real heir's identity is exposed, they always ascend to the peak of life. How come he's instead heading straight for the abyss? Whatever, never mind. Let the future take care of itself. For now, the immediate matter must be dealt with first. Xin Feng looked down at the two little ones clinging to his legs. They, at this moment, blinked their big, glistening eyes with tears hanging on them, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Are these two little ones really his daughters? The campus belle, by Ro, watched for a while and finally figured out what was going on. She quickly walked towards Xin Feng. Xin Feng, you've really gone too far. Just to pretend you're not heartbroken after I dumped you, you actually hired two child actors to play your daughters and save face. Have you no shame? The two little ones raised their heads, pouting their tiny faces, and glared fiercely at Bairuru with a mix of childish anger and defiance. Don't you dare talk about daddy like that. We are daddy's little girls. You acted quite convincingly. Alright, out with it, Xin Feng. Where did you hire this professional child actor? Must have cost you a fortune, didn't it? Bairuru continued presumptuously. From the corner of his eye, Xin Feng caught sight of a familiar figure. Her ink black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her back straight as a rod, limbs slender, dressed in a white sundress and canvas shoes as she approached from afar. The surrounding air seemed to freshen simply because of her presence. The onlookers who were watching for entertainment were instantly drawn to this figure. Xin Feng's eyelashes trembled slightly as he said with certainty. No, they are my daughters. Then where's their mother? Don't tell me you alone can create babies. Bairuru gritted her teeth and whispered sharply. Xin Feng slowly raised his hand and pointed into the distance. Her mom is here, over there. Chapter 2. School Beauty's Love Confession? Bairuru curiously followed the direction of Xin Feng's pointing finger, initially stunned, then found it amusing. What kind of joke is this? Xin Feng, just because I was the one who pursued you initially, did that give you some illusion of unlimited charm? And now you're claiming the campus belle is the mother of your child? Why don't you just say it's Dil Raba? Bairuru's voice grew softer and softer. Because campus belle Chu Yue was walking closer and closer toward them, until finally she stopped right in front of them. All around them erupted in gasps and murmurs. 3 months ago, the news of the finance department's campus belle pursuing the poor but academically brilliant student from the electronic engineering department had already blown up the school forum. Today, the campus belle of the finance department broke up with the poor academic genius, and the school beauty came running over. It's bound to cause another uproar. No one wanted to miss out, eagerly raising their phones to snap pictures with excited clicks. The two little ones' eyes suddenly lit up, calling out sweetly, Grandma! Mama Bairuru froze. The onlookers erupted in astonishment once more. What did those two kids just call Chu Yue? Mom? No way. Say what you will, but those two little girls really do resemble the campus belle quite a bit. Could it be that these two children are really Chu Yue and Xin Feng's? In that case, Chu Yue and Xin Feng were already together in high school and even had a child. Hiss. Xin Feng and Chu Yue do seem to have attended the same high school. Xin Feng stared fixedly at Chu Yue. According to what the system said, Chu Yue will confess to me next. If she really confesses, then it means everything the system said is true. Chu Yue was stunned. She looked at the two little ones hiding behind Xin Feng, peeking with small heads. They really do resemble her. This Xin Feng is really willing to go all out to save face. She was playing truth or dare with her roommates in the dorm, and she lost. Those jerks actually made her go to the playground and confess her feelings to Xin Feng. Damn it! They don't care how big the drama gets. Do they have any idea how much Bairuru hates her? She is seriously afraid Bairuru might send someone to assassinate her after today. Bairuru's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she pursed her lips. Chu Yue, what are you doing here? Back during the campus belle competition, Bairuru had lost to Chu Yue by just 1 vote. This made her dislike Chu Yue intensely, so much so that just seeing Chu Yue would trigger her. You're not going to play along with Xin Feng's act too, are you? Chu Yue lifted her hand to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, took a deep breath, completely ignored Bairuru, and turned her gaze directly toward Xin Feng. No, I'm not here to act. I'm here to confess my feelings. Qinfeng, I like you. Please be with me. I beg you. Qinfeng's eyelashes trembled slightly. The lens flashed with a glint of light. It's a match. Ding, congratulations, host, the life reversal system has been activated. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the primary mission calming your wife's mood. Analysis, on this day, you were at a drinking gathering, and your wife, feeling insecure, called over a dozen times, only for you to hang up each time. Her sense of security hit rock bottom. Afraid her negative emotions would be seen by the child, she locked herself in the bathroom, hugged her knees, and silently cried. A real man would never let his wife be sad. Step forward and give her a hug, saying, honey, I'm sorry. These years, you've worked hard taking care of the kids alone, to comfort her. Qinfeng. This doesn't seem right. Although according to the system, the school beauty is destined to be his wife, right now, this is genuinely their first meeting. First meeting, and just go for a hug? Just kidding, do I look like that kind of? Upon completion, you will receive the following rewards: a Rolls-Royce Phantom, 1 unit. 1 Purple Cloud Gold Villa. Qinfeng, it's me, by Ruru was startled. It exploded all around. The campus belle is confessing her love? The campus belle actually confessed to Qinfeng. Wait, then what's the deal with these two kids? If the campus belle is only confessing now, then these two kids aren't hers. Campus belle, if you're being forced, just blink your eyes. I just don't believe that the campus belle and Qinfeng are together. Acting, who can't do that? Unless they have physical contact. Seeing things escalate out of control. Chu Yue was so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole and hide. She should have just admitted defeat and volunteered to buy breakfast for the whole dorm for a month. Why did she have to go and confess her feelings? Well, now I'm in a fix. Never mind, I'd better make a quick getaway. Chu Yue raised her hand to cover her face, ready to make a quick escape. Qinfeng suddenly stepped forward, spread his arms, and embraced Chu Yue tightly. Wife, I'm sorry. You've worked hard taking care of our child alone all these years. Chu Yue was taken aback. The two little ones were equally stunned. After a long while, the two little ones snapped back to their senses and pounced toward Qinfeng and Chu Yue. Great! Daddy finally changed his mind. Hooray! Daddy's back to being that gentle daddy again. Chu Yue. Chu Yue's cheeks instantly turned even redder, and her brain, due to the sustained high temperature, completely shut down, leaving her petrified in place. A peculiar emotion slowly rose and spread within Chu Yue's heart. How strange, I was clearly supposed to push Qinfeng away. But why does it feel so happy, just like a husband who hasn't come home for a long time finally returns, making me want to hold him tighter. His embrace is so warm, I just want to linger in it forever. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully soothing your wife's emotions. Reward obtained, 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom and 1 Purple Cloud Gold Villa. Ding! Host has comforted daughter's emotions, additionally, receiving an extra reward of 5 million. Qinfeng, huh? So the mission is completed just like that? But where's the reward? Why can't I see it? The onlookers around, witnessing this heartwarming scene, couldn't help but put down their phones, their eyes twinkling with affection. They look so happy. This is practically the ideal life, having a wife and a daughter. You're living the dream. What should I do? Suddenly, I really want to find someone to marry. By now, Ruru, who had been standing by like a clown, could no longer hold back. Qinfeng. Chu Yue. You've gone too far. You're deliberately trying to humiliate me, aren't you? At that very moment, a Porsche Cayenne coupe pulled up in front of them, having driven over from the distance. Zhao Qian pulled open the car door and stepped out. What's wrong, honey? You look really upset. Ruru saw it was Zhao Qian and threw herself into his arms, feeling wronged. My dear, you've finally come. Of course, I'm here to take you out for Japanese cuisine. So, have you missed me? Zhao Qian reached out and gently pinched Ruru's cheek. Ruru instinctively wanted to dodge, then remembered she wasn't in this for love but for money, so she leaned her face back towards him. Really? Is it that 800 per person Japanese cuisine? Darling, you're so good to me. Unlike someone who only ever took me to 280 all-you-can-eat Japanese buffets every day when we were together. Ruru gave Qinfeng a look of disdain, then mockingly said to Chu Yue, I should remind you, he's very poor. Being with a poor man will make your beauty fade, you know. Chapter 3, yes, they are our children. The two little ones gritted their teeth in anger. Don't you dare talk about mom and dad like that. That's right. You bad woman. This whole thing had been a farce from start to finish, and Chu Yue hadn't taken it to heart. But seeing these two little ones she'd never met before defending her so fiercely, a wave of warmth washed over her heart. She shielded the two children behind her and addressed Ruru. Thanks for the warning, but that's our family business from now on. No need for an outsider like you to judge. You. Ruru gritted her teeth. Just keep talking tough. You won't last 3 months before you want to break up with him. Ruru, why waste words on them? $800 a head for Japanese cuisine. If we're late, it won't be fresh anymore. Zhao Qian wrapped his arm around Bai Ruru's shoulder. The two were about to turn and leave. Suddenly, a mechanical female voice chimed from Qin Feng's phone. Alipay payment received, 5 million yuan. Bai Ruru and Zhao Qian froze in their tracks. Xu Yue blinked in surprise. The two little ones lifted their heads. Wow, 5 yuan could buy one sugar-coated hawthorn on a stick. Could 5 million yuan buy lots and lots of them? A new wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. 5 million? Is Qin Feng some kind of hidden big shot? Could this be a prank call? Real or fake? Qin Feng's combo left the campus beauty green with envy. Yeah, this is so humiliating. She thought she ditched the nerd, only for him to get confessed to by the campus beauty right after. What a feel-good story turned into reality. Bai Ruru snorted coldly. Qin Feng, I never expected you to be so fake. Setting up an Alipay deposit ringtone? Do you really think that makes you rich? Putting on such a big show now will only make you look more ridiculous when it all blows up in your face. A Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up from the distance and stopped by the roadside. Qin Feng pushed his glasses up with a finger, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Reward. Received. He ignored Bai Ruru completely. One hand grabbed Xu Yue, the other pulled one of his daughters. The other daughter instinctively took Xu Yue's hand. Let's go home. Qin Feng smiled faintly, leading them toward the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The Rolls-Royce Phantom's door slid open. The female butler, dressed in a black business skirt and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, stepped down from the vehicle and bowed slightly to Qin Feng, Xu Yue, and the other two. Esteemed owner and madam, I am your butler, Xiao Ai. I am here to escort you back to the Ziyun Gold Villa. Xu Yue stared at Qin Feng in astonishment, her lips twitching. In a voice only the two of them could hear, she asked. Wait, is this the full package? Renting a Rolls-Royce Phantom and the Ziyun Gold Villa must cost a fortune. Could he have saved up that much money just by working part-time jobs since high school? Let's go home first. Qin Feng smiled faintly, meeting Xu Yue's gaze. The system matter needed to be reviewed somewhere private. This noisy place wasn't suitable for conversation. Okay. Xu Yue nodded. Qin Feng guided the mother and her two daughters to sit in the back seat. This Rolls-Royce Phantom was a custom business edition, boasting not only luxurious interiors but also a bar counter and calfskin seats extremely comfortable. Xiao Ai thoughtfully poured 2 glasses of red wine for Qin Feng and Xu Yue. She poured 2 cups of Wangzi milk for the two little ones. While Xu Yue was still in a daze, the two little ones were already clutching their Wangzi cartons, cheeks puffed out as they sipped through straws. The doors closed. Xiao Ai took her seat in the driver's compartment and slowly drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom Business Custom Edition away. Bai Ruru's lips trembled. What on earth was going on? Could Qin Feng really be a top-tier hidden heir? Zhao Qian stood frozen in shock, taking a long moment to process it. Buying a Ziyun Gold Villa requires capital verification. Only those with assets exceeding 10 billion yuan qualify for purchase. Which means, Qin Feng has at least 10 billion yuan in assets. This can't be an act, right? Forget renting the Purple Cloud Gold Villa, just renting that Rolls-Royce Phantom alone costs a fortune per day. Yeah, and it looks like a custom edition. You couldn't rent that even if you had the money. Whoa! Qin Feng is seriously loaded. So the campus beauty dumped Qin Feng only for the school flower to snatch up the bargain? Everyone looked at Bai Ruru with pity. Bai Ruru stood frozen in place, her heart twisting with pain after a long moment. Ugh! Bai Ruru coughed up blood. In the car. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Though the back seat was spacious, the two little ones, whether intentionally or not, squeezed Qin Feng and Xu Yue tightly together, one on each side. A faint, indescribable fragrance emanated from Xu Yue, drifting into Qin Feng's nostrils and inexplicably stirring a wave of heat within him. He had actually known Xu Yue for quite some time. Back then, she was already a prominent figure at school, surrounded by admirers. Even when he had the chance to run into her, he would put on a cold face, walk quickly past her, and avoid any eye contact. Xu Yue glanced curiously at Qin Feng, then looked at the two children. How strange, these two children really did resemble her and Qin Feng's child. But they hadn't had much contact at all. Never mind. The charade is over now. Better to get this out in the open sooner rather than later. Actually. Qin Feng and Xu Yue spoke at the same time, then paused simultaneously. You go first. The two spoke again at the same time. Qin Feng pressed his fist to his lips and cleared his throat. Actually, they are our children. Xu Yue, cough. Xu Yue choked on her wine and quickly set her glass down. Qin Feng thoughtfully handed her a napkin. Xu Yue wiped her mouth while coughing. Qin Feng, cough. I understand you want to save face after being dumped, but those people are gone. There's no need to keep up the charade. Besides, we're only freshmen, just 18 years old. How could we possibly have a child this big? I know this sounds unbelievable, but... Qin Feng gently tugged a strand of Xu Yue's hair. Science doesn't lie. Let's get a paternity test to find out. Xiao Ai, head to the Municipal People's Hospital. Xin Feng called out ahead. Yes. Xiao Ai responded, turning the car around and heading toward the Municipal People's Hospital. Hospital corridor. Xin Feng went to retrieve the paternity test results. The two little ones sat on the seats, idly swinging their legs. Xu Yue paced back and forth, arms crossed. I must be out of my mind to believe Qin Feng's nonsense and come here for a paternity test. Those two kids are adorable, but there's no way they're mine. Qin Feng emerged from the testing center holding a manila envelope. Got the results. Xu Yue hurried over. So? Did you open it up? Qin Feng shook his head slightly, smiling faintly. No, I wanted to open it with you. Chapter 4, the appraisal results are in. Xu Yue nodded. MHM. Qin Feng sat down beside Xu Yue with ease. The pleasant scent of mint drifted to Xu Yue's nose, stirring an indescribable feeling within her. Her earlobes flushed slightly. She stole a glance at Qin Feng. He was actually quite handsome, especially his eyes deep and luminous. She remembered back in middle school when he was the school heartthrob. Unfortunately, after entering high school, the pressure of studies had forced him to wear glasses, effectively hiding his good looks. But she still remembered the face behind those glasses. For some reason, she found herself strangely attached to the time they spent together. But the appraisal results were about to be revealed. They would have to part ways. The thought made Xu Yue's heart ache. Qin Feng was tugging on the rope of the leather bag, winding it round and round. Just as he was about to complete the final loop, and Xu Yue's heart was in her throat. The two little ones' wiggling feet suddenly froze, and their tummies began to rumble loudly. Daddy, Mommy, we're so hungry. Xu Yue's spirits lifted. She reached out and grabbed Qin Feng's wrist. I heard that when kids get hungry, they're prone to low blood sugar, which isn't good for their health. Let's take the two little ones to eat first. After all, the appraisal results are already in. There's no rush. Qin Feng thought for a moment. True. Truthfully, the children's appearance already proved they were his and Xu Yue's. He'd only requested the test for a more scientific confirmation. All right. Qin Feng walked over to his two daughters and crouched beside them. He seemed unaware of their names. He patiently asked them. Daddy has a bit of a memory problem. Could you tell me your names? Sure, we can. Both nodded in unison. My name is Qin Iyu. I'm the older sister. My name is Qin Iwei. I'm the younger sister. Xu Yue's face instantly flushed bright red, her heart skipping a beat. This Qin Feng truly lived up to his reputation as a top student. Even in acting, he paid such attention to detail, naming them as a testament to their love. If anyone else had done this, Xu Yue would have been furious. But at this moment, not only was Xu Yue not angry, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Ahem. Qin Feng cleared his throat awkwardly. Would their love ever grow so intense? So intense that their names became a testament to their love? Then Daddy will call you both Yu and Weiwei, okay? Okay. The two nodded obediently. Then let's leave this place for now. Qin Feng gently reached out his hand toward the two little ones. Xu Yue watched from behind, her long lashes fluttering. If she truly married Qin Feng and had children, with how patient he was with them, he'd surely be a wonderful father and husband. Would she be truly happy? Ah! What am I thinking? Xu Yue's face flushed as red as a steam engine. She gasped softly and covered her face with her hands. Qin Feng, Yu, and Weiwei all turned to look at Xu Yue in unison. Xu Yue cleared her throat awkwardly. Ahem. I think we should hurry up and eat. I'm starving too. I'm so hungry I can barely walk. Daddy, pick us up. The two little ones reached out their hands toward Qin Feng. Daddy, how could one person possibly carry both of you? Let Mommy carry one. After saying that, Xu Yue paused, startled by her own words. What was that? Calling herself Mom, how had it come so naturally? No way. Daddy's always carried both of us by himself. Yu and Weiwei kept stretching their arms toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng eyed Yu and Weiwei. They were about 1.1 meters tall. Though they looked chubby, their frames were delicate, probably under 30 pounds. Back when he worked part-time at the gym, lifting a 30-pound dumbbell with one hand was a breeze. So carrying both of them at once should be no problem. All right. Qin Feng bent down, wrapping one arm around each daughter's croup, then lifted them gently as he stood up. Xu Yue's pupils contracted slightly. Wow, incredible arm strength. Let's go home. Qin Feng turned to address Xu Yue. Xu Yue nodded blankly. Oh, okay. The four of them walked through the long corridor and past the main hall, drawing numerous stairs along the way due to their exceptional looks. Is this a family of four? The parents look way too young. They must be older siblings, right? They look so alike, must be the older brother and sister with two younger sisters. What parents are so blessed to have 4 children? Not necessarily. Wealthy people take good care of themselves these days, so looking younger is quite normal. What rich family wears Adidas? The 4 reached the entrance. Xiao Ai pulled up in a Rolls-Royce Phantom Business Custom Edition. She then respectfully opened the doors for them. "Esteemed owners, madam, please step in. Everyone. This is seriously loaded." The four of them settled into the back seats. Xiao Ai respectfully inquired, "May I ask, sir and madam, where would you like to go now?" Xin Feng looked at Yu Yu and Wei Wei. "Is there anything you'd like to eat?" "I want to eat Papa's Kung Pao chicken." Yu Yu raised her hand. "I want Daddy's pineapple pork belly." Wei Wei raised her hand. When Xin Feng had worked part-time as a delivery rider, he often had to wait for orders. While waiting, he'd watch the cooking process. When the boss got too busy, he'd step in and stir-fry himself. These two dishes were actually his signature stir-fries. "All right. Daddy will make them for you when we get home." Xin Feng reached up to ruffle their little heads and said to Xiao Ai, "Let's go home." Home. He was an orphan, raised in an orphanage since childhood. He had no home, but now, it seemed he did. Though it had come 20 years too soon. Xu Yue frowned slightly. The Ziyunji villa was rumored to require 100 billion yuan in verified assets to purchase and was not available for rent. Wait a minute, this charade is about to unravel, isn't it? But she really wanted to eat Xin Feng's cooking two Kung Pao chicken, pineapple pork belly. They sounded so delicious. "Xin Feng, why don't we go to my place first?" Xu Yue mustered her courage and spoke to Xin Feng. Xin Feng looked at Xu Yue. Since they already had a child together, he really should find an opportunity to pay his respects to his father-in-law. But he needed to be fully prepared first. Now wasn't the right time. Xin Feng said, "Don't worry, I will pay my respects to your parents. But for now, the child is hungry. Let's head back to Ziyunji first." Xu Yue twitched her lips. This Xin Feng really was quite the actor. She was about to say something else. The Rolls-Royce Phantom Business Edition drove directly into Ziyunji, coming to a stop in front of the A8 standalone villa. Xiao Ai opened the door and smiled politely. "Esteemed owner, Madam Owner, we have arrived. Please step out." Xu Yue's pupils contracted slightly as she gasped softly. "It really is Ziyunji. Xin Feng, how much did this rental cost? You must have blown through all your savings from 10 years of side gigs, right?" Chapter 5, If Only He Were My Boyfriend. Xin Feng pushed his glasses up with a finger and replied earnestly. "I didn't rent this place." Xu Yue paused, then chuckled. "Not yours? Then did you buy it?" Strictly speaking, Xin Feng hadn't bought it either. But the system's workings were profoundly mysterious. Though Xu Yue was his future wife, he still couldn't explain it directly to her. Xin Feng nodded. "I suppose so. Sort of?" Xu Yue smiled. Fine. Still playing games, huh? I'll see just how long you plan to keep this up." She mimicked Xiao Ai's mannerisms and gestured please toward Xin Feng. "Then please our dear homeowner to come home and cook us 2 delicious dishes." "All right." Xin Feng nodded and strode forward. The automatic facial recognition system at the gate detected him the moment he approached, unlocking with a ding. Xin Feng stepped inside. Simultaneously, the whole house fresh air system and epoxy central air conditioning activated automatically. Xu Yue pulled Xiaoyu with her left hand and Xiao Wei with her right as they followed inside. Though aware of the Ziyun villa's opulence, Xin Feng and Xu Yue were still stunned the moment they stepped inside. The entire style seamlessly blended Western opulence with Chinese elegance, creating a harmonious fusion. The house was vast. Yet it felt neither desolate nor cold, radiating a warm and welcoming atmosphere. It was immediately apparent that the layout had been designed with feng shui principles in mind. Otherwise, such a vast space could easily overwhelm its occupants. Yet Ziyunji felt like a house nurturing its inhabitants. Add to that Ziyunji's prime location at the very heart of Beijing's elite circles. Xin Feng couldn't help but marvel. Being wealthy does have its perks. Xu Yue had been captivated by the furnishings for a while. Hearing Xin Feng's words, she snapped back to reality. She glanced at Xin Feng, inwardly rolling her eyes. He said the house wasn't rented? If it weren't rented, what decent person would come home and sigh about how expensive their place is? Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's stomachs growled again. Both of them rubbed their tummies, pouting their little lips. Daddy Xiao Yu is so hungry. Me too, Xiao Wei. So hungry. Alright, those 2 dishes won't take long. They'll be ready soon. Xin Feng snapped back to attention and ruffled Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's hair. Ding! Congratulations on activating a random quest. Prepare a delicious meal for your wife and daughters. Today, your 2 daughters came home from school hungry. However, your wife has developed tendinitis in her wrists from constantly carrying and caring for the children alone. Her tendinitis flared up, leaving her unable to wield a spatula. Now that you're home, to win back your wife's affection, please cook them a delicious meal, something you haven't done in ages. Hint, your wife dislikes scallions. Upon completing the task, you will receive a reward. Xian de Plaza in Chaoyang District. Xin Feng was taken aback. Xian de Plaza in Chaoyang District? Isn't that the plaza where I work part-time at the halal hot pot restaurant? Sure, the Wang family who owns Xian de Plaza has racked up over 60 billion yuan in debt from the financial crisis over the years, but surely they wouldn't sell off the Xian de Plaza in Chaoyang District. After all, Chenda Plaza in Chaoyang District alone brings in billions in annual rent. With all those Wanda Plazas nationwide, the Wang family could easily weather the storm for 5 or 6 years. Why would they need to sell? Never mind. That wasn't his concern. Xin Feng headed toward the kitchen. The kitchen alone was twice the size of his dorm room. It was even larger than the back kitchen at Hot Pot Base. The frying zone, baking zone, electric stir-fry zone, and high heat zone were all clearly separated. Beyond that, 2 aquariums stood on the left, teeming with ingredients both familiar and exotic. Trout, turbot, pufferfish, dolphin fish, king crab, snow crab, hairy crab, geoduck, abalone, the list went on and on. On the right, a row of refrigerators lined the wall, clearly labeled, fruits, vegetables, meats. Xin Feng walked toward the vegetable refrigerator, pulled open the door, and found everything from melons and fruits to leafy greens and root vegetables all perfectly stocked. For someone who loved cooking, this was pure ecstasy. If only these food and drink supplies could be replenished immediately after being taken, he even thought he could happily spend the rest of his life holed up in this house without working. He pulled out carrots, potatoes, and peanuts. The moment he took them out, the empty spaces were actually replenished. Xin Feng blinked in astonishment, glancing at the ingredients in his hands and then back at the refrigerator. Suppressing his inner excitement, he calmly closed the vegetable compartment and opened the fruit drawer, pulling out a pineapple. The empty spot was once again filled with another pineapple. The refrigerator could truly replenish itself instantly. "Daddy, can we watch you cook?" Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei pressed their little heads together at the doorway, peering out. Shu Yue followed suit, peeking over their heads. "I wanted to." Xin Feng was warmed by the scene and smiled faintly. "Sure." Shu Yue pulled the 2 little ones along and quickly stepped inside. Xin Feng gathered his focus, retrieved meat from the refrigerator. He tied on an apron. First, he retrieved the Dongbei rice flour fragrance number 2, rinsed it, added water, and placed it in the wood-fired stove rice cooker to steam. Then he washed the ingredients. After washing each ingredient separately, Xin Feng placed them on the cutting board. The sound of thump 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 filled the air. The meat and vegetables were sliced into various shapes and sizes, each placed into separate bowls. Xin Feng then grabbed some scallions, tied 2 knots in them, and set them aside. He heated the pots. He lit both stoves simultaneously. Once hot, he added oil and poured in the ingredients. Sizzle! The flames leapt up fiercely as Xin Feng juggled a pot in one hand, ingredients dancing wildly inside. The firelight reflected off the gold-rimmed lenses of his glasses, refracting into glints of light. Shu Yue stood transfixed, her heart rippling with emotion, beating wildly. Little Yu and Little Wei let out a wow. Their round eyes lit up, and they cooed softly. "Daddy, you're so amazing. Mama was absolutely right. Daddy cooking is so handsome." Halfway through stir-frying, Xin Feng tossed in the tied bunch of scallions and continued stir-frying. Seeing it was nearly done, Xin Feng used chopsticks to lift out the scallions and plate them. From start to finish, both dishes took no more than 15 minutes. That's the professionalism of a part-time delivery driver. Xin Feng untied his apron and carried the dishes to the dining table. He pulled out 3 pairs of chopsticks and handed them to Chu Yue, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Wei respectively. "You guys eat first. I'll go check if the rice is ready." Shu Yue's eyes sparkled as she watched Xin Feng's retreating figure and softly called out, "Xin Feng." Xin Feng paused, turning his head. Why do you add so much scallion when you cook?" Shu Yue asked. Xin Feng replied casually, "Didn't you say you don't eat scallions? Using that much adds fragrance without the sharpness of raw scallions." "Anything else?" Shu Yue shook her head. Xin Feng continued serving rice. Shu Yue's fists clenched involuntarily as ripples of emotion began to stir within her heart. He actually knew I don't eat scallions. And he even thought to adjust the recipe while cooking. Xin Feng is such a thoughtful man. If only he were my boyfriend. Chapter 6, You have arrived at Chaoyang District's Chenda Plaza. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei picked up their chopsticks and each took a piece of sweet and sour pork. This is so delicious. So delicious, even better than restaurant food. So delicious that both of them squinted their eyes, their little mouths puckered and puffing up. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission successfully completed. Reward, 1 building in Chaoyang District's Chenda Plaza. As Xin Feng was serving rice, his phone buzzed with an incoming text message. He set down the spatula and picked up his phone to read it. Chenda Plaza Equity Transfer Notice. Congratulations, esteemed Mr. Xin Feng, you now hold 100% ownership of Chenda Plaza. Xin Feng smiled faintly. It seemed they were quite satisfied with the taste of the dishes. He tucked his phone away, ladled out 4 bowls of rice, and returned to the dining room, setting them on the table. The rice grains were plump and translucent, nestled together without sticking. They appeared neither dry nor hard, yet full of elasticity. The aroma instantly filled the entire dining room. Shu Yue was slender, standing at 5 feet 6 inches and weighing less than 196 pounds, largely because she didn't eat much rice. Now, as the aroma reached her, her stomach churned with hunger. She could practically devour 2 huge bowls of this rice, washed down with just a bit of soup. Seeing Chu Yue frozen in place, Xin Feng couldn't help but frown. Was it because, as the school beauty, she needed to maintain her figure? If he remembered correctly, beauties were always strict about controlling their carbohydrate intake. Doesn't suit your taste? Shall I get you some whole grains instead? Xin Feng spoke, reaching to take away the bowl of rice before Chu Yue. Little Yue, who had been holding her bowl, burying her little head and eating heartily with munch, looked up and spoke in unison. Mommy not eating? Then we'll eat it. Little Yu picked up the rice bowl placed before Chu Yue, scooped half into her sister's bowl, and placed the remaining half into her own. Then she went back to eating heartily. I eat. Before Chu Yue could finish her sentence, she watched her bowl empty. Her bright eyes instantly drooped, her gaze darkening as her stomach growled even louder. Xin Feng chuckled, there's more in the pot. Wait a moment, I'll go get some more. Moments later. Xin Feng placed another bowl before Chu Yue. Chu Yue took it, picked up her chopsticks, and placed some pork tenderloin and chicken cubes into her bowl. At first, she held back, taking only a small piece of rice wrapped around a slice of tenderloin before popping it into her mouth. One bite in, she couldn't resist any longer. She lifted her bowl and, just like Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei, began to slurp away. Xin Feng propped his chin on his hand, watching the 3 of them eat with such relish. A smile spread across his face, and a sense of happiness filled his heart. Before long, the bowl of rice was empty. Chu Yue set down her bowl and looked up, meeting Xin Feng's gaze. Remembering how she'd eaten just now, her cheeks flushed bright red. Thank you. You're welcome. You're the children's mother. Cooking for them is only right. Xin Feng replied. Chu Yue's heart skipped a beat as she fidgeted, rubbing her hands together. Could he possibly have taken her confession today seriously? Maybe she should explain things to him? But deceiving him like this, how would that be any different from Roro, who had deceived him emotionally? With that thought, Chu Yue took a deep breath. Xin Feng, actually. Xin Feng's phone rang. Buzz buzz buzz. Xin Feng casually picked up his phone. The caller ID read, manager of Lu Di Lao. Only then did Xin Feng remember he hadn't gone to his part-time job today and hadn't called in sick. That really wasn't good. Sorry, I need to take this call. Xin Feng said to Chu Yue before pressing the answer button. Xin Feng. What's the deal? You just don't show up without a word. The manager's irritated voice blared through the phone. Xin Feng held the phone away from his ear. Don't get too big for your britches just because your cooking tastes decent. Who do you think you are? You're just a waiter, acting like you're the head chef. Half your monthly wages are gone. I'll give you 20 more minutes. If you're not at the restaurant by then, you lose the rest. And don't bother coming back. Chu Yue's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Xin Feng was still working part-time. So this villa, that car, and these 2 child actors, he must have rented them all to deceive Roro. According to the plan, after deceiving Roro, he still had to go to his part-time job. But because the 2 child actors and she were hungry, he risked getting fired to cook for them here. Regardless of his motives. His heart was kind. Maybe. I won't tell him just yet that I confessed because of truth or dare. Let him be my boyfriend for now, carrot carrot. Chu Yue had successfully charmed herself. Xin Feng. Xin Feng. Are you even listening to me? Did you hear me? 20 minutes. Get your butt over here now. The manager continued bellowing. Xin Feng held his phone closer and said calmly. Manager, I quit. Quit? Have you got next month's living expenses? What about next semester's tuition? You just quit like that? Think you're rich? I'll take that as a joke. I'll give you half an hour at most. Get over here now. The manager's tone softened slightly. Xin Feng repeated firmly, no, manager. I'm done. The manager froze. You really quit? Yes. Xin Feng confirmed. The manager panicked, no. I was just joking. Don't quit for real. You're our restaurant star chef now. How many customers come in every day specifically during your part-time hours? If you don't show up, they'll be devastated. Fine, I won't dock your pay. It's not about the money, Xin Feng replied. The manager teared up. Please. I know I was rude earlier. I'll apologize if I have to. How about this? I'll raise your pay. Not a single cent will be deducted from your part-time wages. On top of that, I'll increase your part-time pay by 1/3 from the original amount. Manager, I told you it's not about the money, Xin Feng repeated. No, half. I'll raise it by half. No, double. I'll double it. As long as you're willing to keep working, I'll double it. Xin Feng. Chu Yue, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Wei stood frozen in place. Xin Feng sighed, looking at them helplessly. Sigh, how am I supposed to tell him it's not about the money? Tell him the truth. Chu Yue said blankly. Xin Feng nodded. Yeah, you're right. We should just tell him the truth. He spoke again into the phone to the manager. Manager, I'll be completely honest with you, I'm now the owner of Qian de Plaza in Chaoyang District, holding 100% equity. The manager on the other end froze for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. That Chin Feng, he must have studied himself into a stupor. Claiming he's the owner of Chienda Plaza? Pfft, ha ha ha. The manager held the phone and vented to the staff in the store. The staff heard it and joined in the laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 7, the appraisal result was obvious. Chin Feng hung up the phone expressionless. Shu Yue watched his expression and frowned with concern. He must be feeling awful right now. Dumped by the campus beauty, spent all his savings to save face, lost his job, and now being mocked by colleagues, he must feel like crying. Shu Yue offered a gentle smile and comforted him. It's okay. They may not believe you, but I do. This should give him some encouragement, right? Chin Feng lifted his gaze to meet Shu Yue's eyes and froze for a moment. The fact that I'm the owner of Chienda Plaza, even something this absurd, Shu Yue actually believes it. She really is a naive sweetheart. Why am I feeling a little touched? Seeing Chin Feng didn't respond, Shu Yue thought he didn't believe her. She continued. I truly believe you. Really? If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei, they'll believe you too. Xiao Yu, Xiao Wei, do you believe Daddy is the owner of Chienda Plaza? Shu Yue tilted her head and asked Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei had just finished their meal, their little bellies bulging. Contentedly cradling their tummies, they sprawled out on their chairs. Hearing Shu Yue's question, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei lifted their heads, their eyes crinkling into sweet smiles. Of course we do. Whatever Daddy says now, we'll believe it. Because Daddy has changed for the better, you know. Chin Feng felt a warm glow in his heart. He smiled gently and reached out to ruffle Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's hair. Thank you both. Seeing Chin Feng smile, Shu Yue breathed a slight sigh of relief. He finally smiled. But still, he hadn't found a job. She'd heard the market was tough this year, and jobs were hard to come by. Oh, right, Uncle works in the marketing department at Chienda Plaza. He's in charge of inspecting the shops there for any violations, so he deals with those store managers all the time. Maybe we could ask Uncle to put in a good word for Chin Feng with the manager at Haladileo. Chin Feng. What is it? Chin Feng asked softly. Truthfully, Chin Feng rarely interacted with girls, especially one-on-one. So sitting here with Shu Yue, he felt a bit awkward, unsure how to properly manage his expression. In the end, he simply abandoned any attempt at expression management altogether, his face going blank. Shu Yue watched Chin Feng's expression and felt a pang of anxiety. Her hand, resting under the table, gently nudged him. What should she do? Would it be too abrupt to just say it? Wouldn't the guy dislike his girlfriend meddling in his work? But Chin Feng had spent all his savings renting so many things he couldn't possibly be without a job, right? Shu Yue gathered her courage and spoke up. Chin Feng, actually, my uncle works in the marketing department at Chienda Plaza. Chin Feng's expression softened slightly. So that's it. All right. Since it's the mother of my child's uncle, giving him a promotion wouldn't hurt. Shu Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Great, Chin Feng agreed. All right, then I'll call my uncle once we get back to the dorm tonight. They sat facing each other, their eyes locked. The air felt sweet. Shu Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. Suddenly, a snore broke the silence between them. Both turned toward the source of the sound. Little Yu and Little Wei, having eaten their fill, now lay sprawled haphazardly asleep in the leather armchair. Their adorable, dopey expressions made them look like two little dolls. Shu Yue was utterly charmed. Wow, they're so incredibly cute. Shu Yue cupped her face. Of course they are, because you gave birth to them, Chin Feng chuckled. Shu Yue's cheeks flushed even redder. How could she possibly have the talent to give birth to two such adorable little dolls? But she didn't argue with Chin Feng's words. She just tilted her head, smiled, and nodded. The antique mechanical clock chimed once. Shu Yue glanced at her wristwatch. It was already 8 p.m. The walk back to campus was still quite a distance, and she'd be late if she didn't leave soon. Shu Yue sprang to her feet. Chin Feng, I need to head back to the dorm now. Chin Feng had intended to persuade Shu Yue to stay the night. But upon reflection, he hadn't yet formally met his future in-laws, nor had he married Shu Yue. Staying together under such ambiguous circumstances seemed rather impolite. All right, I'll walk you back. Chin Feng nodded. No need, I'll just take the subway back. Shu Yue waved him off. It's fine. Xiao Ai's just sitting around anyway. I'll have her drive you. Chin Feng added. Shu Yue glanced at Xiao Ai standing by the door. Renting a house or a car usually requires a minimum 24-hour period, and the time hadn't elapsed yet. So it was just sitting there unused anyway. All right then. Shu Yue nodded. Xiao Ai, please take her back to school. Chin Feng called out to Xiao Ai standing by the door. Yes, my esteemed homeowner. Xiao Ai approached respectfully and gestured for Shu Yue to proceed. Shu Yue turned and walked toward the entrance. Xiao Ai opened the villa gate, stepping out first before opening the car door for Shu Yue. Shu Yue got into the car. Xiao Ai took the passenger seat and started the engine. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei, who had been lying on the chairs, woke up at the sound and hurried after them. Mama! Mommy, don't go! The two jumped off the chairs and chased after the car, calling out. Xu Yue watched the two little ones, her eyes reddening. Her heart ached and she almost jumped out of the car. She quickly called out to Xiao Ai. Wait, stop the car! Xiao Yu and Xiao Ai pressed their faces against the car window. Mom, don't you want Xiao Yu and Xiao Ai anymore? Has Mom still not forgiven Dad? The two little ones looked at Xu Yue pitifully. Xu Yue was at a loss for words. What script did they get their hands on? Why are they acting so melodramatic? Should I play along and comfort them? Just as Xu Yue was wrestling with this dilemma, Xin Feng crouched down and soothed them. Little Wei, don't be sad. Mommy didn't leave, she just went back to school. Mommy is a student now and has to live on campus. After we visit Grandpa and Grandma in a while, Mommy will be able to live with us again. Really? The two little ones looked at Xu Yue with pleading eyes. Xu Yue nodded firmly. Yes, it's true. Mommy isn't abandoning you. Mommy just has to go back to school. Our preschool teacher did say college students have to stay on campus at night. Alright then, Mom, you go back. Xiao Yu, being the older sister, pretended to be mature as she spoke. Mommy, promise you'll come back to visit us when you have time. Xiao Wei, the younger sister, echoed her sister's words. Yes, definitely. Xu Yue smiled and agreed, though her heart ached terribly. She feared that once she returned to her dorm, she might never see these two adorable little actors again. Xin Feng suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, we haven't looked at the appraisal report yet. Xu Yue had forgotten about that too, but the outcome's obvious, so why bother looking? Xu Yue chuckled. Xin Feng nodded. True. With Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei looking so much like Xu Yue, it didn't really matter whether they saw it or not. The car started moving again. Xin Feng held the two little ones' hands, waving at Xu Yue as she grew smaller in the distance. Chapter 8, Taking over Qian de Plaza. Until the car was completely out of sight. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei yawned together, their little heads drooping as if they might fall off any moment. Their bodies swayed together. Xin Feng quickly spread his arms wide. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei plopped down with a soft thud, landing in Xin Feng's arms. Xin Feng smiled helplessly, lifting them one in each arm as he headed upstairs to the villa. He opened the door to a children's room. Inside stood a round, princess-style bed, piled high with fluffy stuffed toys. A pink mosquito net hung above it, and a soft, creamy white quilt embroidered with adorable cartoon patterns lay spread out. Xin Feng lifted the quilt, placed the two little ones inside, and removed their shoes. Standing by the bedside, he gazed at their peaceful sleeping profiles and couldn't help but smile. Kids really do sleep soundly. He turned and closed the door softly. He briefly surveyed the layout of the entire villa. Though spacious, the house didn't have many rooms. The first floor housed the living room, dining area, kitchen, and a maid's quarters, that was all. Most of the space remained open and airy, flooded with sunlight, quite pleasant. The basement housed a garage, a starlight cinema, and a utility room. The second floor housed the children's rooms and play area. The third floor housed the master bedroom, a study, and fitness recreation areas. Xin Feng ascended to the third floor, where the latest Alienware laptop sat on the study desk. He couldn't help but want to walk over and fire it up, for gaming. But remembering the two little ones sleeping alone on the second floor, he felt uneasy. He returned downstairs, sat on the edge of the bed, and idly scrolled through his phone. The school forum was buzzing with activity, divided into three factions. Those supporting Bai Ruru mocked him. Those supporting Xu Yue mocked him. Those siding with both Bai Ruru and Xu Yue mocking him. Most posts centered on how he dared to date the department beauty and even the campus queen. Most of the mockery started with mom and ended with body parts. Fortunately, he had no mother. Xin Feng closed the forum and prepared to keep scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller ID read, General Manager's Office, Qianda Plaza. Under normal circumstances, Xin Feng would have assumed it was a scam call. Without a second thought, he pressed the answer button. Hello, Chairman Qin. This is General Manager Su from Qianda Plaza. I oversee all department managers and report directly to you. When might you be available to come to the company and take over? I won't be coming to the company. Since you're in charge of management, you'll continue to handle it. Just call me if anything comes up. Xin Feng replied in a low voice. General Manager Su froze upon hearing Xin Feng's voice, glancing at his phone screen to verify the number. It was correct. But why did the chairman's voice sound so young? It sounded like a teenager under 20? What's wrong? Is that not acceptable? Seeing the other party fall silent, Xin Feng asked again. It's fine. Of course it's fine. General Manager Su hastily replied. Probably another wealthy and powerful figure buying property for their spoiled heir, hence the reluctance to deal directly? Ah, the rich really have it made. One more thing, is there an employee surnamed Chu in the company's marketing department? Xin Feng inquired again. Yes. General Manager Su replied. How does he perform in his duties? Xin Feng inquired. He's very diligent and thorough in his work. He gets along well with colleagues and handles external communications effectively, General Manager Su replied. Then do you think he has the capability to handle the manager position? Shin Feng inquired again. General Manager Su, he's been with the company for 20 years. To be honest, we've long considered promoting him to manager, but his first degree is only an associate's too low. Competence is what matters. A point based on merit academic credentials are merely stepping stones. Besides, a college degree from 20 years ago is quite respectable, Shin Feng stated. All right. I'll promote him to manager tomorrow, General Manager Su confirmed. All right, settled then. Good night. Shin Feng hung up the phone. General Manager Su stared at the phone screen, blinking in stunned silence. This chairman knew on his first day that there was a veteran employee named Su who had been with the company for 20 years. This meant he was thoroughly familiar with the company's inner workings, didn't it? Moreover, he hadn't immediately promoted old Chu to manager. Instead, he'd asked a series of questions, each one hitting the nail on the head before making the suggestion. This chairman is quite seasoned and possesses strong management skills. He doesn't seem like some greenhorn. Could it be the chairman just has a youthful voice but is actually a middle-aged man around 40, about my age? That must be it. It seems I can't afford to be careless in my future work reports. General Manager Su clenched his hand around the phone, his face set with determination. Shin Feng tucked his phone away into his pocket. On the bed, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei had sat up without anyone noticing. Shin Feng walked over and ruffled their hair. What's wrong? Did Daddy wake you up? Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei shook their heads vigorously. Their little buns came loose, and their slightly curly hair fell loose. Their rosy little faces, illuminated by the light, looked even more like two little rag dolls. No, Daddy, we still need kerosene to wash the jujubes. Yes, Mommy said we can't go to sleep without washing the dates. The two sleepyheads spoke in muffled voices, and Shin Feng nearly melted from their cuteness. But the next words left Shin Feng frozen in place. Daddy! Help us wash the jujubes. Yeah, that's right, Daddy, we need to wash the dates. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei chimed in unison. Washing dates for little girls, no, bathing them even if they were his own daughters, it still felt a bit odd. Auntie Xiao Ai will be back soon. How about this, let Auntie Xiao Ai wash them for you, okay? Shin Feng suggested. A slightly mechanical voice sounded. Xiao Ai, here. Xiao Ai pushed open the door and walked in. Shin Feng was startled. You brought it back so quickly? Well, Xiao Ai dries both smoothly and swiftly, Xiao Ai replied with a smile. That's wonderful. Could you please help bathe my two daughters? Shin Feng asked softly. Xiao Ai frowned slightly, looking a bit troubled. I'm sorry, esteemed homeowner. Though Xiao Ai is a robot, I cannot bathe the two young homeowners. Doing so would cause them to receive an electric shock. Robot? Shin Feng pushed his glasses up with a hand, stood up, and walked toward Xiao Ai. Her black and white professional skirt suit, flawless figure and face, and blunt mushroom-cut short hair, her skin was so refined you couldn't even see pores. She was indeed perfect, almost inhumanly so. But with current scientific capabilities, could they really produce such lifelike humanoids? Could it be? Are you a system? Shin Feng frowned, looking at Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai gave a soft smile and blinked her eyes innocently. I don't understand what the owner is saying. Chapter 9, Bathing the Two Daughters. Still pretending? Shin Feng walked to the bedside, picked up the water from the nightstand, and splashed it toward Xiao Ai. If it were the system, this little bit of water wouldn't faze it. Ah! Xiao Ai raised both hands to block the oncoming splash. However, water inevitably splashed into Xiao Ai's eyes. Two sizzling sounds followed by a loud thud. Smoke billowed from Xiao Ai's ears as she collapsed straight onto the floor. Shin Feng froze. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei covered their mouths, gasping. Daddy, you killed Auntie Xiao Ai. Auntie Xiao Ai is dead. Shin Feng twitched his lips in speechless exasperation. Wait, are these high-tech simulation robots not even waterproof? This junk definitely isn't system-related. Ding! System detected malfunction in Ziyunji Butler AI robot Xiao Ai. Repair and upgrade? Note, repair costs 5 million yuan. Repair and upgrade to waterproof system costs 15 million yuan. Shin Feng. You might as well go rob a bank. The previous mission only rewarded 5 million? You're charging me 5 million just to fix a smart butler? No way. The system remained silent, playing dead. Shin Feng crouched down to examine Xiao Ai's face closely. He noticed a black mole between her eyebrows. If he guessed correctly, that should be the one-touch system reset button. Xiao Ai's entire body was rigid now, likely due to the smart protection feature activating. All he needed to do was open her up, wipe away the water inside her body, and then activate the one-click restart that should bring her back. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei crouched nervously beside him. Shin Feng reassured them both. Xiao Yu, Xiao Wei, don't worry. Auntie Xiao Ai just has a glitch. Daddy will fix her. You two stay in the room and wait for Daddy, okay? Okay. Okay. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei nodded. Xin Feng bent down, picked Xiao Ai up in his arms, and headed toward the next room. Honestly, Xiao Ai's skin texture felt indistinguishable from a real person. Xin Feng placed Xiao Ai on the bed. Then he went down to the basement and retrieved a precision toolbox. He lifted his hand and turned Xiao Ai over. He pressed down on the zipper of her professional dress. He pulled it down gently. Mechanical muscles encased in capillary-like circuits were fully exposed. Xin Feng peeled off all the skin from Xiao Ai's head. The water had entered through her eyes. Fortunately, there wasn't much. He retrieved a small screwdriver from his toolbox, removed both eyeballs, then took out a pair of tweezers. Gripping a cotton ball, he meticulously wiped away every trace of water from Xiao Ai's interior. Xin Feng felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him before carefully reinserting Xiao Ai's eyeballs. Xin Feng conducted further tests. He discovered that while Xiao Ai's entire body was waterproof, her eyeballs were not. He fetched a glass cup and used an electric cutter to slice out 2 pieces the size of the eyeballs. Then, with an electric grinder, he polished them into 2 fully enclosed lenses, with the eyeballs encased inside. Finally, he zipped up Xiao Ai, lifted her up, placed her on the floor, and raised his hand to press the mole on her forehead. Xiao Ai, smart butler, at your service. Greetings, esteemed owner of Ziyunji. I am your butler, Xiao Ai. It is my pleasure to serve you. Xin Feng pushed his glasses up with a hand. A sharp gleam flashed across his lenses. A faint smile curved his lips. Just by adding this simple device, he achieved full waterproofing and saved 15 million. Sweet. Go help my 2 daughters with their bath. Yes. Xiao Ai turned and pushed open the door to Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's room. Esteemed young homeowners, Xiao Ai will now provide your bathing service. Wow. Daddy's so amazing. He really fixed Aunt Xiao Ai. Yeah. Daddy's so awesome. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei clapped their hands happily. I'll tell Mom someday Dad's so amazing. After accidentally breaking Auntie Xiao Ai, he carried her to the next room and fixed her in just 10 minutes. Mommy will think Daddy's amazing too. The 2 little ones grinned, their tiny fangs flashing with delight. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei were taken away by Auntie Xiao Ai. Xin Feng sat back down on the sofa to rest. Honestly, taking care of kids is pretty exhausting. Ding! Your daughters were teased at kindergarten for wearing faded, worn-out clothes. It's been a while since you accompanied your wife and daughters shopping. Take this opportunity to go to the mall with them and buy some new clothes. Upon completion, you will obtain the God-tier skill, Divine Hand. Xin Feng frowned. What is Divine Hand? Shopping for clothes? Perfect timing, we can head to Qiandi Plaza tomorrow. But Xu Yue just got back to her dorm, so she's probably busy. I'll call her later. Xin Feng pulled out his phone and opened the game. Over here. Xu Yue returned to the dorm. The moment she entered, her roommates swarmed around her, chattering away. What happened? Weren't you going to confess on the field? Why did it take so long? Yeah, the forum said you left in Xin Feng's car. Where did he take you? You two didn't. Xu Yue sat on her bed, her face flushing redder by the second. Her roommates instantly understood the expression on her face. Holy crap, you're not actually serious about him, are you? You actually fell for Qin Feng? Come on, everyone knows Qin Feng's car is rented. He's an orphan. Even if he'd been working part-time since age 1, he couldn't afford that car. Yue, snap out of it. It's just truth or dare, you don't have to get so caught up. Exactly. Love brain ruins your whole life. Xu Yue frowned, her expression slightly unhappy. I'm not love-struck. I just think Qin Feng is different from other guys. He's worth talking to. How is he different? Her roommates asked in unison. He's so gentle and patient with kids. Xu Yue replied. Roommates. But he doesn't have any money. And he might be faking it. He can cook and he's really good at it. Xu Yue added. Roommates. But he doesn't have any money. If he had money, he could eat at 5-star restaurants. Xu Yue's face flushed bright red. Oh my gosh, why are you guys always talking about money? I just want to date him. I didn't say anything about marriage. Isn't it said that first love is beautiful and pure without needing any conditions? Her roommates looked at Xu Yue's expression and shook their heads in unison, their faces saying she was hopeless. Good luck to you. The roommates returned to their beds, giving up on persuading her. Xu Yue sniffed back tears, feeling a bit wronged. A romance without blessings. No matter how you looked at it, it carried a bitter taste. Suddenly, she found herself missing Qin Feng. The memory of Qin Feng's embrace from earlier that day surfaced in Xu Yue's mind. For some reason, it always felt so warm. Her face flushed. Oh dear, what was she thinking? She still had important business to attend to. She had promised Qin Feng she'd ask her uncle to speak on his behalf. Xu Yue picked up her phone, glanced at her roommates, then quietly opened the bathroom door and locked it. Sitting on the toilet, she dialed her uncle's number. Chapter 10, Is this what love feels like? Uncle, are you asleep? Xu Yue called out nervously. Not only was Chu Jun awake, but he sent his wife downstairs to buy peanuts and pork head meat, planning to have a drink. You see, he'd worked his fingers to the bone for 20 years, and just days before retirement, he'd finally gotten that promotion. Earlier, the general manager had intended to promote him, but the recommendation was rejected due to his educational background. He thought his chances of advancement were gone forever. But just now, he got the promotion. Overjoyed, he turned on the stereo, playing "Today is a Good Day." Nothing. What's up, Wei Wei? Is something wrong? Chu Jun asked Chu Yue cheerfully. Hearing the music coming from the phone, Chu Yue felt her heart ease slightly. It seemed her uncle was in a good mood. If that's the case, asking him for a favor should be okay, right? Well, uncle, there's something I'd like to ask of you. You silly girl, just say what it is. No need to be so formal with your uncle. Well, there's this classmate of mine named Chin Fong who works at Halidaleo. He was delayed today and couldn't make it to work. The manager wants to fire him. Could you please talk to the manager for me? Tell him not to fire Chin Fong. Part-time jobs are hard to come by these days, and he needs this one to save up for next semester's tuition. No problem. The manager at Lu Di Lao and I are on good terms. He's usually a decent guy, but he has a hot temper and speaks without thinking. Saying he'd fire your classmate was probably just him letting off steam. Wait, this Chin Fong, he's not your boyfriend, is he? Chu Jun zeroed in on the crucial detail. Chu Yue's face flushed crimson. No, I can't let uncle know Chin Fong is my boyfriend. Otherwise, he definitely won't help and will tell mom and dad. Chu Yue quickly lied. Oh, uncle, what are you talking about? I'm still so young, how could I be dating anyone? That's good. But let me tell you this, our family isn't wealthy. We just manage our own affairs and live comfortably. Don't go trying to help others. Supporting those Phoenix men is something rich girls do. Our family can't afford that. Got it? Yes. Chu Yue's eyes stunned slightly. Damn it, why did Chin Fong have to be poor? In her eyes, Chin Fong had been working part-time since high school to support himself. That was impressive enough. Once he graduated from university and found a job, he would surely rise to prominence through his own efforts. Uncle, don't forget about this. It's getting late, and we can't make too much noise in the dorm. I'll hang up now. Alright, don't worry. Uncle won't forget. She hung up. Chu Yue let out a long sigh, sitting on the toilet with her head hanging low. What was going on? Why didn't anyone approve of her being with Chin Fong? Her heart felt heavy and aching. She felt like crying. Meanwhile, Chin Fong had just clinched his 5th consecutive championship. A 500 yuan red envelope popped up on WeChat. Thanks a ton, boss. You got me back to the top so fast. You're welcome. Chin Fong tapped to accept the red envelope. He raised his hand to rub his forehead. What was going on? Making money seemed to have become a habit. He'd only intended to relax, but the moment he picked up his phone, he found himself doing gold farming again. Forget it. Better call Chu Yue and make plans. He picked up his phone and suddenly realized he didn't have Chu Yue's phone number. Right, WeChat. Chin Fong opened the school group chat and found Chu Yue's WeChat. He tapped her profile picture and sent a friend request. Chu Yue's phone buzzed. She picked it up to see, Chin Fong has sent you a friend request. Ever since she confessed to Chin Fong today, over 100 people had impersonated him to add her as a friend. Chu Yue was just about to tap decline, but her finger slipped and hit accept instead. Frustrated, she tried to delete him. Chin Fang's voice message popped up. Yue, can we meet up tomorrow to buy clothes for Xiaoyu and Xiaowei? The listless Chu Yue suddenly sat up straight, grabbed her phone, and listened again. It was Chin Fang's voice. It was Chin Fang's WeChat. Thank goodness he hadn't rejected her request or deleted her. It seemed they were destined to be together. Otherwise, how could she have accidentally accepted Chin Fang's friend request? It had to be. Silently, Chu Yue cheered and danced wildly in the bathroom. She took a deep breath to steady herself before picking up her phone, pressing the voice reply button, and sending a message. Sure. Then I'll wait for you at the school gate tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Okay. Good night. Good night. Chin Fong sent another emoji of a panda rolling up its futon. Chu Yue giggled and replied with a crayon Shinchan packing up his bedding emoji. Chin Fong looked at his phone and couldn't help but smile too. A sweet warmth filled his heart. Was this what falling in love felt like? He felt like he was starting to like Chu Yue. Before, he had to earn money every single day, terrified that if he didn't make enough one month, he wouldn't have enough to eat the next. So he'd never dared to think about romance. When Bai Roro confessed to him before, it was only because she had stopped him in the square. He was rushing off to his part-time job and had casually agreed. In reality, during the 3 months they were officially together, they never met privately. He figured Bai Roro was just playing around. He hadn't taken it seriously at all. But this time, it felt different. Not long after, Xiao Ai entered, holding Xiaoyu in one arm and Xiao Wei in the other, both dressed in adorable cotton pajamas. Chin Fong snapped back to attention, stood up, and took Xiaoyu and Xiao Wei into his arms. Daddy made a date with Mommy. Tomorrow morning, we're taking you girls shopping for clothes. Wow. That means we'll get to see Mom again tomorrow morning. That's so great. Daddy, that's wonderful. Daddy, you have to win Mom back this time, okay? Go for it. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei wrapped their arms around Qin Feng's neck. Each planted a kiss on his cheek. Qin Feng's heart warmed, his eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Don't worry, I'll definitely win Mom back this time, and I won't let her suffer any more hardships. Go to sleep early. Qin Feng cradled them and gently laid them on the bed. The girls nodded obediently, rolling around before each grabbed a stuffed animal to hug close. With their plump little bottoms sticking up, they drifted off to sleep. Qin Feng bent down to tuck them in, then turned to take a shower himself before retiring for the night. 10 p.m. This was the earliest Qin Feng had gone to bed in the 8 years he'd been working part-time. Evenings without part-time work felt truly wonderful. The next day. Early in the morning, Xiao Ai drove the three of them to school. Qin Feng picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chu Yue. Xiao Yu, Xiao Wei, and I are at the south gate of the school. Chu Yue, who was applying makeup, hastily patted some loose powder onto her face before replying with a message. I'm on my way. Then she grabbed her bag and rushed out. The school gates bustled with people coming and going that morning. Who's that? They're actually driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom Business Edition right at the gate. No idea. The windows are tinted, so you can't see who's inside. Must be someone rich. What if it's Qin Feng? Didn't he drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom yesterday too? You've got to be kidding. Renting that thing costs a fortune. Could he afford it for 2 days? Chapter 11, Ji Bao's Supreme VIP. Xu Yue froze for a moment. Her gaze fell upon the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Could this car possibly be Qin Feng and his crew? The window slowly rolled down. Qin Feng gave a faint smile and called out to Chu Yue. Yue, over here. Chu Yue's expression relaxed and she took a slight breath. This car, it really is Qin Feng's. How expensive must it be to rent this for 2 days? No way. She had to find a chance to have a serious talk with Qin Feng today. Even if he needed to save face, it didn't have to last 2 whole days. Making money these days is no easy feat. She forced a smile and walked toward the back seat. Everyone stared in shock as Chu Yue got into Qin Feng's car. Damn, Qin Feng is really splurging to be with the campus beauty. Where'd he get all that cash? He didn't take out online loans, did he? Damn, he's ruthless borrowing online to chase the campus beauty. More like a fool. Didn't they dig up the campus queen's family background? Just an ordinary middle-class family. If he had the energy, wouldn't it be better to chase a rich girl? The car window rolled up slowly, shutting out the chatter. Chu Yue's head drooped involuntarily. Qin Feng sensed her unease and offered comfort. Don't take it to heart. Just listen to what these people say. After all, school life was pretty dull. What else is there to do besides gossip? Chu Yue nodded. Yeah, you're right. We've finally gotten out for a change, so let's not dwell on these unpleasant things. After spending the rest of the day with Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei, she'd have a clear talk with Qin Feng. Until then, she'd put it on hold. No more talk of it. Chu Yue lifted her head, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. So easy to placate. Mama. I missed you so much after just one night apart. Little Yue called out, tilting her head. Xiao Wei nodded along. Xiao Wei missed you too. Chengde Plaza was located in a bustling area of Chaoyang district. Under normal circumstances, parking was extremely difficult. But Qin Feng's car had its license plate registered in the system during the automatic transfer process at Chengde Plaza. As soon as the vehicle approached, the parking barrier lifted. Security immediately stepped out of the booth, bowed 90 degrees to the car, then gestured and walked ahead, directing Xiao Ai to park in a 100 square meter exclusive parking space. Chu Yue was taken aback. When she had come with her uncle earlier, they'd circled the underground garage for half an hour searching for a spot. Luxury cars were different indeed, even having a security guard personally escort you. It seemed there was a reason wealthy people preferred buying high-end vehicles. Xiao Ai stepped out and opened the door. He bowed slightly toward Qin Feng and Chu Yue. Dear homeowners, Mrs. Homeowner, and our 2 little homeowners, have a wonderful time. Xiao Ai will be here waiting for your return. Xiao Ai, would you like to come up with us? It must be boring here, right? Chu Yue asked. Xiao Ai raised her hand, smiling with her eyes crinkled. No thanks, Xiao Ai needs to charge in the car. Charge? Chu Yue glanced at the books arranged on the passenger seat. On modern intelligence and humanities, on whether robots possess human emotions, on whether robots have life. Xu Yue's eyes lit up. Truly befitting a senior butler at Ziyunji, even during breaks, she's reading to recharge. No way tonight back in the dorm, she'd pull out Mao's selected works and give them a thorough read too. Alright, we won't disturb your study session. We'll head upstairs first. Xu Yue smiled as she took one hand of Xiao Yu and the other of Xiao Wei. Certainly, esteemed Mrs. Owner. Xiao Ai gave a slight bow, settled back into the driver's seat, and leaned back. With a snap, the zipper on her back got caught on the charging port in the seat. Xiao Ai closed her eyes. Shu Yue, having already turned with Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei to leave, didn't notice Xiao Ai's movements inside the car. Qin Feng walked along the side closest to the road, shielding the three girls. The four entered the elevator. They headed straight to the third-floor children's clothing section. Chendi Plaza catered to ordinary urban residents, with clothing priced around 300-400 yuan per item. Occasionally, some light luxury brands appeared, selling garments for several thousand yuan, affordable with some tight budgeting and frugality. It wasn't like those extravagant malls where a single garment could cost tens of thousands. That's why Qin Feng brought them here to shop. Even though he had money now, he still felt it was foolish to pay more than an item was worth. The four of them wandered casually. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's eyes lit up when they suddenly spotted a stunning princess dress in a shop window. The skirt featured handmade lace layered upon layers, embroidered with pearls, and adorned with a large satin bow ribbon cascading down the back, utterly ethereal. Wow! Daddy, Mommy, that one is so pretty! The two little ones exclaimed, happily letting go of Qin Feng's hand. Before he could react, they dashed into the store. This one. Miss, could you please get two for us to try on? Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei pointed together at the little dresses in the display window. Qin Feng and Shu Yue followed them inside. The shop assistant, who looked about 18 or 19, hesitated slightly upon seeing Qin Feng and Shu Yue. Finally, she addressed them with great care. Sir, madam, the dress in the window is lined with pure cotton fabric and features a silk outer layer. The pearls adorning it are freshwater pearls, so each piece costs over 3,000 yuan. Honestly, there's no need for children to wear such expensive clothing. Why not take a look at our clearance section over here? While they're last year's styles, they're still very attractive. All fabrics are 100% pure cotton, offering excellent value for money. The saleswoman spoke with genuine sincerity, clearly considering their best interests. After all, Qin Feng and Shu Yue didn't exactly look like the type who could afford to buy 2-3,000 yuan children's dresses at once. Upon hearing the price tag of 3,000 yuan per piece, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's little heads immediately drooped as they exclaimed in dismay. What? 3,000 yuan? That's so expensive. Yeah, way too expensive. They're really cute, but maybe we shouldn't buy them after all. Seeing how sensible the two little ones were being, Shu Yue felt a slight pang of sadness. 3,000 yuan was indeed a hefty sum. But over the years, she had saved up some of her allowance, and she did have that much money. Shu Yue gave the salesperson a gentle smile. It's okay, if it fits well, we'll buy it. The clerk replied hesitantly. Alright then, I'll go get you two new ones right now. The clerk turned and went to the back storage area, returning with two identical dresses in hand. Shu Yue stepped forward to take them. Come on, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei, let's try them on. Yay, we get to try on pretty princess dresses. The two girls let out a low squeal and trotted over, following Shu Yue into the dressing room. The salesperson waited outside, looking a bit glum. Sigh. This was already the fifth group of people trying on clothes in the store today. The first four groups looked well off but didn't buy anything. This group looked strapped for cash, they definitely wouldn't buy either. The problem was this princess dress was exceptionally delicate. Too many fittings would cause the silk to fray and the pearls to fall off, and she'd get docked pay again. Chapter 12, The Divine Left Hand Turns Everyone into Lapdogs. Qin Feng noticed the sales clerk's expression. As a seasoned part-timer with years of experience, how could he not read the salesperson's thoughts? Not long after, the two little ones emerged from the fitting room, cheerfully twirling around as they came out. Daddy, look. Do they look pretty? Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei tugged at their skirts as they asked Qin Feng. Already adorable, the dresses now accentuated their air of elegance. Qin Feng nodded. They look lovely. The previously listless shop assistant's eyes lit up. Wow. They really are beautiful. You two little princesses look absolutely stunning. These dresses seem tailor-made for you. They fit better than any of the previous four customers who tried them on. If only this shop belonged to her, she'd gladly give them to these two little cuties. The clerk cupped her face, her eyes sparkling with hearts. Shu Yue gazed at Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei with a smile that lit up her whole face. They were so adorable. How wonderful it would be if they were truly her daughters. How about these two pieces, then? Shu Yue asked Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei bounced up and down with joy. Yes. Yes. That's wonderful. Xiao Yu was also delighted, but she managed to restrain her excitement a little. But Mom, isn't 3,000 yuan a bit expensive for one piece? Maybe we should look at something else? Don't worry about the price. If you like them, just buy them. This is Mom's gift to you. Shu Yue gently pinched Xiao Yu's cheek. She hadn't been calling herself Mom for nothing these past 2 days. She couldn't let Dad foot the bill alone, she couldn't be a stingy mother. Shu Yue curved her lips into a sweet smile. Come on, let's change out of these first, then we'll go pay. Wow. Thanks, Mom. The two girls trotted after Shu Yue into the dressing room. The sales clerk nearly spun in circles with joy upon hearing Shu Yue intended to buy. She couldn't help but turn to Qin Feng. You're such a lucky man, sir. With two adorable daughters like that and such a beautiful and kind wife. A woman as beautiful as her would never pay for her own purchases when shopping. Shin Feng glanced toward the dressing room and offered a faint smile. Indeed. But I'll take care of the payment. He pulled out his phone, opened Zhubao, and handed it to the clerk. Pay with Jibo. Scan the code. The clerk froze in place. Although the payment interface didn't display a balance. His Jijia Pay interface was black and gold. This indicated assets of at least 1 million yuan. So he's actually wealthy. These days, even wealthy people dress so modestly just wearing polyester? What's the matter? Can't I scan the code? Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. The clerk quickly took the phone from Qin Feng and walked to the front desk to process the payment. Ding! Congratulations, host. Random task completed. Purchase 2 new outfits for both daughters. Randomly rewarded with the God tier skill Divine Hand. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted from Qin Feng's left hand. Qin Feng raised his hand in surprise and examined it. It seemed different somehow, yet he couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. Xu Yue, having helped Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei change into their new outfits, led them out. The shop assistant hurried over, took the changed dresses, carefully folded them, placed them in a gift box, and presented it to Xu Yue with both hands. Ma'am, your clothes have been packaged for you. Alright, swipe the card. Xu Yue took the clothes and handed over her card. The clerk smiled. Ma'am, your husband has already paid for them. Xu Yue looked at Qin Feng in surprise, her brows slightly furrowed, her tone tinged with reproach. Why did you spend money again? You've already spent quite a bit yesterday and today, haven't you? This won't do. Give me the baby, I'll transfer the money to you. Qin Feng chuckled. I asked you to come shopping with the baby, not to spend money. Come on, let's grab something to eat. Qin Feng naturally took the clothes from Xu Yue's hands and led them to the 4th floor dining area. Watching Qin Feng's retreating figure, Xu Yue let out a soft sigh. Oh well. Once today's over, I'll tally up the total and transfer it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng knew Qian de Plaza like the back of his hand. When it came to which restaurant on the 4th floor served the best food, he knew every spot like the back of his hand. Back when he worked at Lu Di Lao, the best dish on the entire 4th floor was the braised stir-fry at Lu Di Lao. Now that he's no longer at Lu Di Lao, the best spot is Zayakation next door. Most importantly, Zayakation doesn't use pre-packaged ingredients. Taking kids there is a relatively healthy choice. Just as they were about to reach Zayakation, a familiar figure approached from the opposite direction. The manager of Lu Di Lao strode forward and grabbed Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng, I knew you'd show up today. Perfect timing, it's peak dining hour, and the chefs are swamped with customers. Hurry up, tie on this apron and get cooking. The manager tied the apron from his own waist around Qin Feng's. I'll pay you your part-time wages at the end of the month as usual. Yesterday counts as a day off for you. Go on, hurry up. Qin Feng reached out and grabbed the manager's wrist. Manager, you've got the wrong idea. I'm taking my wife and kids to Zayakation for dinner. The manager of Lu Di Lao was about to say something else when suddenly, his eyes widened. He leaned closer and whispered to Qin Feng. Dinner, huh? Then go ahead. Enjoy your meal. Don't worry, we've got chefs in the kitchen. If things get too busy, I can jump in. Taking your wife and kids out to eat is what matters. Oh, and is the money enough? Here, take this 600 yuan as a small token of my appreciation. Go on now. As he spoke, the manager pulled 600 yuan from his pocket and slipped it into Qin Feng's pocket. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Was this the divine touch? No matter who the person was, just by touching them, they'd become his loyal follower? Xu Yue, standing beside him, gave a faint smile. So uncle had sought out the manager of Hala de Leo. Judging by this, the manager might have a bad temper, but he seemed like a decent person after all. And this is? The manager of Lu Di Lao also noticed Xu Yue and continued addressing Qin Feng. This must be your wife, right? She's absolutely stunning. And these two must be your daughters, they're gorgeous too. What a nice guy. Is this how someone blessed by divine intervention speaks? Qin Feng inwardly scoffed. Xu Yue's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her voice to explain. Uncle, I'm Chu Jun's niece, not his wife. Please don't misunderstand. The manager stood frozen in place as if he hadn't heard a word, smiling at them with an almost robotic expression. Xu Yue frowned in puzzlement. Qin Feng didn't return the money either. After all, the money he earned from his part-time job at Halu Lao far exceeded 600 yuan. But for now, feeding the two little ones was the priority. Let's eat first. Qin Feng urged, pulling Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei along. Chapter 13, What? My niece has a husband? Only when the group entered the vegetable patch. The manager of Haldi Lao, who had been standing there grinning, finally snapped out of his daze. Wait, what just happened? Why was I being so polite to Qin Feng? And giving him 600 yuan? Did I get possessed or something? The manager raised his hand and lightly slapped his own mouth. Manager, come help. We're swamped. The staff inside the shop called out to the manager. Coming. Chu Jun had just finished the manager's onboarding procedures and hurried over to Halu Lao to fulfill Chu Youwei's request. He bumped into the manager of Halu Lao head-on. He quickly grabbed the manager's arm. "Manager Zhu, wait. I need your help with something." Manager Zhu had also heard about Chu Jun's promotion. Though anxious inside, he stood his ground and forced a smile. "Manager Chu, what might I do for you? After all, if you don't cultivate a good relationship with the marketing manager, they might shut you down tomorrow for failing store hygiene standards. Tomorrow they'll cite fire safety violations to shut you down for rectification. You'd never get to run your business." Chu Jun chuckled, "No need for formalities. Skip the manager title, just call me Chu Jun. It's nothing major. My niece has a classmate named Qin Feng who works part-time here. He had an emergency yesterday and couldn't make it to work, so you fired him. So, could you maybe let him come back to work for my sake?" Xu Mao, the manager of Hala de Leo, let out a sharp intake of breath. "Your niece? Pretty girl, huh? Tall, slim, fair-skinned, with long straight black hair? Yeah, did you see her?" Chu Jun nodded blankly. Xu Mao rolled his eyes at Chu Jun. "Your niece's classmate? More like her husband, I'd say. The two of them took their kids to Zayakation for dinner and even swindled me out of a 600 yuan red envelope. Honestly, your niece's classmate doesn't need to work here. With an uncle like you, a marketing manager at Qianda Plaza, he's perfectly content living off her." Xu Mao, stinging over his lost 600, deliberately addressed Xu Mao. Chu Jun's voice rose sharply. "What? Husband? And 2 kids? Bull. My niece is only a freshman in college, where would she get kids from? Besides, I specifically asked my precious niece last night if that Qin Feng was her boyfriend, and she clearly said no. I'm warning you, don't spread rumors about me, or else I'll inspect your shop's fire safety." Chu Jun gritted his teeth and turned toward the vegetable patch. His expression was murderous. "No, Chu Gu. We've known each other for years. I was just telling the truth." Before Xu Mao could finish, Chu Jun had already walked inside. Xu Mao rolled his eyes. He says he doesn't believe it, but he still went to catch someone? Qin Feng ordered braised pork belly, braised chicken feet, cucumber with shrimp, vegetable trio, braised eggplant, and fish head with tofu soup. Before all the dishes arrived, Chu Jun burst into the Zayakation restaurant hall. The lobby manager saw the Qianda Plaza marketing manager badge hanging around Chu Jun's neck and flinched in fright. He racked his brains. His store's appearance and fire safety were both in order. He'd disposed of the morning trash on time and turned off the lights promptly at night. Why on earth had the marketing department come knocking? Just as she was about to step forward to greet him, Chu Jun's gaze fell upon a table by the window. Qin Feng and Chu Youwei sat facing each other, each with a delicate little child seated beside them. They truly looked like a family of 4. Qin Feng had his back turned to Chu Jun. He wore a second-hand leather coat sent to him by the orphanage director. The coat was a grayish-brown color. From a distance, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. Chu Jun gasped with fury. What kind of old man is this, daring to deceive my precious niece into becoming his stepmother? Old cow eating tender grass. If I don't beat you to a pulp, I'm not Yu Wei's uncle. Yu Wei! Chu Jun shouted, taking 3 steps in 2 as he strode toward the table where Qin Feng and the others sat. Chu Youwei's face instantly drained of color. "It's over. My uncle's here," she whispered under her breath. "Uncle must have misunderstood." Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei also gasped in fright. "7th uncle. He's angry." Qin Feng glanced back. Chu Jun was tall and muscular, with the classic rugged features of a northern horseman. His fists were as big as sandbags. One punch from him could knock someone flat. Under normal circumstances, Qin Feng would have bolted. But now, he remained calmly seated, even taking the time to reassure Chu Youwei. "Don't be afraid. It's okay. I'm here." Little Youwei nodded. "Yeah, that's right. With Daddy here, there's nothing to be afraid of." "But no, when Daddy used to go out drinking, my great-uncle beat him the worst." Xiao Wei buried her face in her hands. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Would he be so unreliable 20 years later that his wife's family would beat him up? As Chu Jun approached, Qin Feng stood up, smiling, and extended his hand toward Chu Jun. "Hello, uncle." Chu Jun froze. He's so young? Not a middle-aged man in his 40s? Chu Youwei obediently stood up, forcing herself to say, "Uncle." Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei also obediently stood up, forcing themselves to say, "7th great-uncle." Chu Jun froze, rubbing his eyes as he stared at Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei. What was going on? These 2 little babies looked so much like Yu Wei, and even a bit like this guy. But there was no way Yu Wei could have given birth to 2 children this big. As Chu Jun stood bewildered, Qin Feng reached out his divine left hand to grasp his, then gently patted his shoulder. "Uncle, let's sit down and talk. There are so many people in the restaurant. You're now the manager of Qianda Plaza. Don't compromise the corporate image of Qianda Plaza." Chu Jun froze, his gaze momentarily unfocused. The fierce expression on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a warm and friendly look. "You're absolutely right. How could I have forgotten? This is truly unthinkable. Your name is Chin Fong? You're Yoei's husband? You're quite the handsome fellow. Chu Jun sat down beside Chin Fong, speaking while clasping his hand tightly, his eyes shining as if he'd discovered a precious treasure. Chu Yue froze. Uncle, you're being a bit over the top, aren't you? Meeting him for the first time and already taking such a liking to Chin Fong? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she explained, Uncle, he's not my husband, he's my boyfriend. Chu Jun shot Chu Yue a stern look and said flatly. Nonsense. The child is already this big, and you still call him your boyfriend? Call him your husband. Right, you two little darlings? Chu Jun beamed at Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei. Little Yue and Little Yue were both startled by Chu Jun's sudden change in attitude, offering stiff, awkward smiles. Yes, seventh uncle. Ah. Good girls. Wait a moment, your great uncle will give you red envelopes. Chu Jun reached into his pants pocket, pulled out a wallet, and emptied all the 100 yuan bills inside. He divided them into 2 piles and stuffed them into Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's hands. Here you go. Your great uncle didn't bring much cash, but here's 2,000 each. Save it for candy. Chapter 14, what? He's the chairman of Chien de Plaza? Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei stiffened as they looked at Chin Fong. Their wide eyes blinked rapidly, as if pleading. Dad, help us. What on earth is going on with our great uncle? Chu Yue was even more shocked, her little mouth slightly agape, pupils suddenly contracting. What happened to uncle? Didn't he repeatedly warn me over the phone yesterday not to be deceived? How come today he not only accepted Chin Fong, but also brought Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei into it? The thing is, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei really aren't. Uncle, Yue, there's no need to say more. I approve of you and Chin Fong being together. You two look so perfect for each other. As soon as we get back tonight, I'll call your mother and have a proper talk with her. Let's set a date and get this settled. Uncle. If Uncle hadn't looked so energetic and alert right now, Chu Yue would have thought he'd been possessed. The manager of Zayakation restaurant, witnessing this scene, let out a heavy sigh of relief. So they were visiting relatives after all, not here to cause trouble. She beckoned to the cashier. The cashier hurried over. When this table settles their bill later, apply my discount, make it 32% off. Yes, ma'am. No, there are still a few dishes left to serve. I'll personally oversee it to make sure nothing goes wrong. The floor manager clenched her fist and hurried toward the kitchen. Before long, all the dishes were ready. The floor manager personally carried them to Chin Feng's table. Chu Jun poured 2 glasses of drink, handed one to Chin Feng, kept the other in his hand, then slung his arm around Chin Feng's shoulder. Chin Feng, here, this toast is from your uncle. I take a liking to you. From today on, with Yue here, I'm your uncle and you're my nephew-in-law. When Yue isn't around, I'm your brother and you're mine. We'll call each other brothers. As for my sister's husband? Don't worry, I'll handle him. Chin Feng took the drink Chu Jun offered, offering an awkward smile. Is this God's hand technique really that miraculous? Chu Jun downed his drink in one gulp. Seeing this, Chin Feng felt compelled to follow suit. Chu Jun quickly grabbed his cup. Hey! I downed mine. Take it easy. Between brothers, no need for formalities. Chin Feng glanced at Chu Yue, offering an awkward yet polite smile. Chu Yue felt like crying but couldn't shed a tear, sitting on pins and needles. What should she do? I wish I could just crawl into a hole. Chin Feng couldn't possibly think I'm desperate to get married, could he? Come, let's eat. Let's eat. Chu Jun beckoned to Chin Feng. He even pulled Chu Yue over to pour Chin Feng a drink. To an outsider, it would look like Chin Feng was Chu Jun's own nephew and Chu Yue his niece-in-law. After the meal, Chin Feng stood up, took out his phone, and was about to pay the bill. Chu Jun quickly placed his hand on Chin Feng's shoulder. Don't rush. Rest a bit after eating. I'll use the restroom, and we'll chat some more when I return. With that, Chu Jun headed toward the restroom. Upon his return, he passed the cashier and was about to settle the bill. Seeing this, Chin Feng quickly rose and hurried after him. The instant Chu Jun pulled out his phone and opened the payment code, his eyes flickered, and he snapped back to normal. Wait, what's wrong with me? Why was I just acting like buddies with that little boyfriend of Youe's? And why did I just give those 2 mysterious kids a red envelope with 4,000 yuan? No way. Youe's only a freshman. What kind of relationship is this? I need to give that brat a good talking to. Fury flared in Chu Jun's eyes. He was just about to grab his phone back. Chin Feng stepped forward, extending his left hand to press down on Chu Jun's right hand. Uncle, this isn't quite right. Let me handle it. Chu Jun's shoulders jerked, his eyes widened in surprise, and the rage vanished instantly, replaced by a broad smile. We're family. We're brothers, aren't we? Besides, I'm the marketing manager at Chien de Plaza. If you come to my place and I let you pay, that'd be slapping my face. And let's be real, young people work so hard for their money these days. Let me handle it. Here, scan mine. Chu Jun addressed the cashier. The cashier nodded, picked up the scanner, and beeped it over Chu Jun's phone. Your Alipay payment is 380 yuan. Shin Feng pursed his lips, looking at Chu Jun helplessly. Chu Jun raised his wrist to glance at his watch. Little bro, it's getting late. Big bro has to get to work. Can't hang out with you anymore. Come over to my place for dinner sometime. I'll whip up some iron pot stewed goose for you. Shin Feng. All right. Chu Jun turned and stormed off. Shin Feng looked helplessly at Chu Yue. Chu Yue pulled Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei over to join them. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei blinked. Mama, is our 7th grade uncle okay? Chu Yue looked utterly helpless. He should be fine. Never mind. It's getting late. Let's head back first. Shin Feng nodded. He reached out his left hand to grab Xiao Yu, but as soon as his hand extended, he quickly withdrew it and switched to grabbing Xiao Yu with his right hand instead. Yue, you take Xiao Wei's hand. Shin Feng said with a smile. The family of 4 rode the elevator down to the parking garage. Chu Jun returned to his office and snapped back to reality. Wait. What's wrong with me again? Wasn't I supposed to settle the score with Shin Feng? How did I end up settling the score already? What the hell is going on here? He scratched his head, then winced at the memory of the 4,000 yuan red envelope he'd given away and the 380 yuan meal he'd paid for. He grabbed his phone, ready to call Chu Yue's parents and have them step in to give Shin Feng a proper scolding. Just as Chu Jun was about to dial, colleagues at the neighboring workstations gathered to gossip. Did you hear? Our Chenda Plaza has been sold by the Wang family. Sold? When did that happen? Just yesterday. Look at the organizational chart, even the chairman's name has changed. What's it changed to? Something like Shin Feng. Never heard of him. Which big shot goes by that name? Who knows? Chu Jun froze. What? Shin Feng? Isn't that the name of Yue's boyfriend? No way, that must be a mistake. That guy, he was kinda handsome, but dressed so plain. He didn't look anything like a chairman. Must be a case of mistaken identity, yeah. Chu Jun picked up his phone again, ready to make a call. General Manager Su suddenly approached. Chu Jun quickly stood up and called out. General Manager Su. General Manager Su Yingfeng smiled, placed his hand on Chu Jun's shoulder, and gently pushed him back into his seat. Chu Jun, you've been with the company for over 20 years. You know how I've treated you. This time with the new chairman, you've got to put in a good word for me. Chu Jun looked puzzled. Mr. Su, but I don't even know the chairman. How can I speak for you? Nonsense. Stop being so modest. Chairman Shin Feng specifically called me last night to have you promoted to manager. And you say you don't know him? Rest assured, I won't tell a soul about this. Su Yingfeng lowered his voice and chuckled. Chu Jun's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Could Yue's boyfriend really be the chairman of Chenda Plaza? Chapter 15. Does she know Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei are time travelers? Chu Jun's pupils dilated in shock. After a moment, he composed himself and offered a stiff smile. Rest assured, I'll speak up for you whenever I can. As for the rest, I can't be too explicit with you either, otherwise I'd be in a tough spot myself. Su Yingfeng immediately understood. He clasped Chu Jun's hand tightly. You don't need to explain. I understand. Someone of the chairman's stature is bound to be shrouded in mystery. Rest assured, I won't breathe a word to anyone else. Just focus on your work. I won't bother you anymore. Chu Jun nodded. Su Yingfeng patted Chu Jun on the shoulder and turned to leave. Chu Jun racked his brain but still couldn't figure it out. No, he had to call Yue and ask. Chu Jun pulled out his phone, scrolled to Yue's number, and just as he was about to dial, his finger hesitated and moved away. Yue was probably still with that Shin Feng. If I called now, there were things she might find hard to say directly. Better to wait until tonight. Meanwhile, Shin Feng and his 3 companions arrived at the underground garage. Xiao Ai, fully charged, opened her eyes and stepped out to open the doors for them. Esteemed owner, esteemed lady owner, esteemed young owner, please get in. Shin Feng gave a slight nod and got in. Xiao Ai sat down in the driver's seat and asked them. Where would you like to go now? Shin Feng looked at Chu Yue. It's still early. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Chu Yue shook her head. No, let's just go back to school. These days, going anywhere besides the park costs money. Shin Feng earned his money hard, better not to spend it. Alright, let's head back to campus first. Xiao Ai, back to Beijing University. Got it, boss. Xiao Ai started the engine and drove toward the exit. Parking in underground malls like this is usually free for the first 2 hours. Beyond that, it costs 5 yuan per hour, and in Yanjing, that rate doubles. Chu Yue quickly pulled out her phone, ready to scan the QR code to pay the parking fee. Before the Rolls-Royce Phantom even reached the barrier, a security guard hurried out from the booth, stood by the roadside, and bowed 90 degrees toward the car. The barrier then opened automatically. The security guard respectfully saw them off as they departed. Chu Yue watched the scene in astonishment, momentarily stunned. Wait. Are luxury cars exempt from parking fees in the mall's underground garage? Such preferential treatment? But This luxury car may be nice, but it's ultimately not Qin Feng's own. If he keeps renting it like this and gets a taste of the perks, won't he become reluctant to give it back? No, I really need to talk some sense into Qin Feng. What's wrong? Qin Feng noticed something off about Shu Yue's expression. She seemed preoccupied ever since they'd left earlier. Shu Yue lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she took a deep breath before speaking slowly. Qin Feng, how long do you plan to keep this car? Qin Feng glanced around the car's interior. Truthfully, he wasn't fond of this old money-style car. It always gave off a distinctly 1990s vibe, too outdated. He preferred the modern vehicles released in recent years. The smart driving models were quite good, for instance. He planned to drive this one for 2 more days before switching to a car with a smart driving system. Besides, tomorrow was Monday. He had to return to school for classes, so he wouldn't need this car anymore. He could have Xiao AI help him sell it. After careful consideration, Qin Feng said, I'll use it one last day today. Shu Yue silently breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, just one more day. That meant she wouldn't have to persuade him any further. Qin Feng truly lived up to his reputation as an electronics engineering was he knew exactly how to handle things. Shu Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. What about Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei? When do you plan to take them back? Qin Feng looked at Shu Yue in surprise. Send them back? Could it be she already knows Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei traveled through time? You know about it? Yeah, of course I know. I'm not a little kid anymore. How could I possibly have kids this big right now? Even if I were to have them, it wouldn't be until at least 2 years from now, after I graduate from college. At this point, Shu Yue's cheeks flushed even redder. Qin Feng recalled the system's timeline. They had indeed married after graduating from university. Qin Feng looked at his 2 daughters. They were holding AD calcium milk in their hands, sipping it. If his guess was correct, their arrival from the future was likely caused by the system arriving early. If he sent them back now, the future outcome remained unchanged. They would die. The thought made Qin Feng's heart ache. We can't send them back yet. Even if we did, there'd be no one to care for them. Qin Feng raised his hand and gently stroked their heads with a look of pity. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei paused mid-suckle and lifted their heads. Xiao Yu licked her milk-stained lips and said in a babyish voice, Xiao Yu doesn't want to go back. Xiao Yu doesn't want to see daddy drunk at business dinners or mommy sad and depressed. Xiao Wei feels the same. Xiao Wei just wants to stay like this, with gentle daddy and happy mommy. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei spoke, reaching out to hold on to the 2 adults. They didn't understand time travel. They didn't even know what year it was. All they knew was that these were their parents now, and that was enough. Shu Yue looked at the 2 of them with sudden heartache. So this was the tragic story behind little Yu and Xiao Wei's origins. Was Qin Feng taking care of them by becoming their father? Who would have thought Qin Feng could be so kind-hearted? And here I was, just like those gossipy classmates, thinking he'd brought them over to put on a show and save face. I'm truly awful. I'm sorry, Qin Feng. Starting today, I'll help you take care of them. Shu Yue spoke earnestly to Qin Feng, as if she'd made up her mind. Qin Feng had just been about to bring this up with Shu Yue. After all, it would be quite inconvenient for a grown man to take care of 2 little girls on his own. All right. But that means we'll probably have to live together. Shu Yue's face flushed. Wouldn't that mean living together? Wasn't that moving too fast? She'd only confessed to Qin Feng yesterday they'd barely been dating for 2 days. They hadn't even held hands or kissed yet, and now they were moving in together? Shu Yue's heart pounded wildly. Qin Feng added, but don't worry, we won't be sharing a room and I won't do anything to you. Oh, I see, Shu Yue murmured. She tapped her fingers. She had thought. Huh? Why did he sense a hint of disappointment in her? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. So, should we head back to the dorm now? Yes, I should go back. I need to pick up some things from my dorm. All right. Shu Yue leaned boredly against her seat when suddenly a sharp brake sent the car skidding. She was thrown forward, her whole body leaning toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng instinctively reached out to wrap his arm around her waist, his body leaning toward hers as he lost his balance. They were inches apart. The scent of gardenias from Shu Yue mingled with the faint tea aroma from Qin Feng, intertwining. The atmosphere inside the car instantly grew charged with tension. Chapter 16, Test Result 99.999%. The 2 little ones peered around, watching them from left and right. Wow! Daddy and Mommy, are you going to kiss? Little Yu asked with sparkling eyes. Daddy, hesitation means defeat. Xiao Wei will help you. Xiao Wei reached out her little hand and pressed down on Qin Feng's head. Smack! Their lips met. Qin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. Shu Yue's face flushed crimson. They stood frozen in place, staring at each other and blinking rapidly. Little Yu and Little Wei clapped happily. Yay! Daddy and Mommy kissed. Qin Feng quickly sat up straight and turned his face toward the window. Shu Yue also cleared her throat awkwardly and turned her face toward the other window. Both of them pressed their lips together, savoring the sensation from moments ago. Soft and sweet. Like taking a bite out of cotton candy. What should I do? I want to kiss again. Xiao Ai turned back to them. My apologies, esteemed homeowner and madam. Someone ran a red light just now, so I had to slam on the brakes. Are you both alright? Qin Feng and Chu Yue snapped back to reality, coughing slightly. We're fine. Well, since you're both okay, we've arrived at Jingda University. You can get out now. Xiao Ai smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Okay. I'll get out now. Chu Yue clutched her belongings, covering her flushed face, and hurried away as if escaping. Qin Feng watched her retreating figure, a smile spreading across his face. How adorable. Let's go back, Qin Feng said to Xiao Ai. Yes, boss. Xiao Ai started the engine and turned the vehicle around. Qin Feng casually opened his phone and checked his Alipay balance, 5.02 million yuan remaining, with a daily profit of plus 307 yuan. Perhaps this was the meaning of happiness. No need for vast wealth, just a place to live, a car to drive, a campus beauty for a wife, 2 adorable and sensible little daughters, a fully intelligent female butler, and an Alipay profit of over 300 yuan. That was enough. Chu Yue jogged back to her dorm, flung open the door, spun around happily, then flopped onto her bed, burying her face in the pillow. Her mind was filled with images of her and Qin Feng kissing. Her heart thumped. Beat after beat. It felt like it might leap right out of her chest. Chu Yue hugged her pillow, covering her face, rolled around on the bed, giggling softly. Her 3 roommates stood in a row, craning their necks to stare at her in unison. They exchanged glances, shook their heads in silence. She was hopeless. Chu Yue lay sprawled on the bed, giggling to herself for a long while. Her phone buzzed. Qin Feng? Chu Yue's eyes lit up. She rolled over and grabbed her phone, only to see the caller ID uncle. Her eyes dimmed. She pressed the answer button. Uncle, what's wrong? Yue, I need to ask you something. Is that Qin Feng the owner of Qianda Plaza? Xu Jun asked earnestly. Xu Yue instantly sat up in bed. Strange. Why was her uncle suddenly asking about this? Uncle, where did you hear that? What do you mean? Could Qin Feng really be? Xu Jun's voice rose. Roommates peered out from their beds, curiously watching Chu Yue. What did that mean? Qin Feng is the owner of Qianda Plaza? That'd be like the sun rising in the west. No way. Qin Feng's just an ordinary student who takes on part-time jobs whenever he has free time. How could he possibly be the owner of Qianda Plaza? But just yesterday, the Wang family sold Chaoyang Qianda Plaza to someone named Qin Feng. Xu Jun's voice rose. Chu Yue frowned in confusion. Her mind flashed back to the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the Ziyunji villa, and Qin Feng's generous gesture of buying Xiao Yue a 3,000 yuan dress in one go. Could it be? Could Qin Feng really be the owner of Qianda Plaza? No. Impossible. How could Qin Feng possibly be? She must be losing her mind. Xu Yue shook her head and laughed. Uncle, there are countless people with the same name in this world. And the name Qin Feng is so commonplace it must just be a coincidence. Her roommates nodded vigorously in agreement. Dorm leader Wang Tingting lowered her voice and muttered under her breath. Exactly. Qin Feng has been receiving financial aid all along. Doesn't the school verify that? Roommate Zhao Qian stroked her chin. Isn't Qin Feng an orphan? Could his biological parents be big shots in Beijing's elite circles? Gu Monair snapped her fingers. That makes sense. Maybe they just reclaimed him, and out of guilt, his parents bought him a unit in Qianda Plaza as compensation. The 3 grew increasingly excited, already imagining a 1,000,000-word novel in their minds. Xu Yue twitched her lips, turning to Chu Jun with a speechless look. Uncle, I'm betting Xiaobai's happiness on this. Qin Feng is just an ordinary college student, not some Qianda Plaza chairman. Otherwise, let Xiaobai get neutered. Xiaobai was a little yellow dog Chu Yue had raised since puppyhood, cherished beyond measure. Years ago, when her mother complained about the hassle of walking the dog and threatened to castrate Xiaobai, Chu Yue clung to him, refusing to let go. She protected him fiercely for a long time before finally saving him. Only then did Chu Jun believe Chu Yue was telling the truth. Alright then. Xiaobai woof 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 %#. Chu Yue asked curiously, Uncle, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly ask about this? Nothing, just wondering. It's just a coincidence they share the same name. But since it's not the same person, I need to have a serious talk with you. Don't let love cloud your judgment and get involved with that Qin Feng. Uncle, my signal's bad here. Hello? Hello? Uncle. Beep beep beep. Chu Yue spoke while moving her phone away, then hung up. Seeing there was no gossip to be had. And disinterestedly retracted their heads. But Chu Yue still felt something was off. She pulled out her phone, opened the corporate search app, and typed in Qin Feng's name. Sure enough, it showed Qin Feng held 100% ownership of Qianda Plaza. The crucial part was, it also listed a Ziyunji villa and a Rolls-Royce Phantom saloon under his name. Could such coincidences truly exist in this world? Xu Yue's heart began to race. Could it be that everything Qin Feng had said yesterday during his call with the La Di Lao boss was actually true? The thought gave Chu Yue a headache and she ran her fingers through her hair in frustration. Forget it. Anyway, she had already agreed to stay at Qin Feng's place tomorrow and help him take care of Xiaoyu and Xiaowei. Once she got to his place and asked, wouldn't everything become clear? Chu Yue picked up her phone and sent Qin Feng a message. Chu Bebe, are you asleep yet? He phone, not yet. Chu Bebe, what time should I move over tomorrow? He phone, tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. I'll wait for you at the south gate of the school. Chu Bebe, okay. Huffing, there's one more thing I'd like to discuss with you. Qin Feng lay on the bed. Xiaoyu and Xiaowei lay on either side of him, cradling their dolls and sleeping soundly. Qin Feng held the paternity test results in his hand. It read 99.999%. Since Xiaoyu and Xiaowei couldn't return to their original world for now, they would have to attend school. To enroll, they needed household registration. With the paternity test in hand, the question now was whether to register them under Chu Yue's household registration or his own. That needed discussion. Chu bye-bye, what's up? He phone, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 17, Reward, 1 helicopter. The next day, Monday. Qin Feng actually had classes today. University administration isn't nearly as strict as in middle or high school. It's perfectly normal to have someone punch in for you, take leave, or simply skip class altogether. Since starting college, Qin Feng had never missed a single class. But today was an exception. He was taking a day off. Originally, he planned to leave Xiaoyu and Xiaowei in Xiao Ai's care for the day. But the moment Qin Feng stepped out the door, Xiaoyu and Xiaowei's mood meters plummeted. The system began deducting money from his bank account non-stop. Qin Feng had no choice but to pull out his phone and call his advisor to request leave. Only then did the bank account automatically replenish the funds. Ding! Dear host, the emotional well-being of your daughter and wife is closely tied to your wealth value. Please ensure your daughter and wife remain in a state of constant joy. Qin Feng, system, something's not right here. Why does my wealth decrease when Xiaoyu and Xiaowei's mood drops, but it doesn't increase when I make them happy? System. The system remains silent, utterly speechless. Qin Feng, looks like the programmer who designed this life reversal system wasn't thorough. There's a bug in the design. If only I could find the system's code and manually tweak it. Qin Feng pushed his glasses up his nose. The lenses flashed gold, his eyes burning with deep desire. The system trembled. Ding! Your daughter's current happiness level is 100%. Wealth plus 100 plus 100. The system's voice chimed incessantly. Qin Feng saw 2 mood bars appear above Xiaoyu and Xiaowei's heads, both maxed out. Meanwhile, his phone balance began increasing by 100 every minute. Seems he complained a bit too soon. This system was surprisingly intelligent. It even fixed bugs automatically. Unlike Xiao AI, who needed to be taken apart. Xiao AI. Qin Feng called out to Xiao AI. Xiao AI hurried over at once. Esteemed homeowner, how may I assist you today? I'm not too fond of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Help me sell it for cash, then use that to buy the top-of-the-line Dami S8. The Dami S8? But sir, may I kindly remind you that 2 days ago, a Dami S8 was involved in a fatal accident on the Songyan Expressway. 3 people perished in the fire. Its safety standards are questionable. Are you certain you wish to purchase the Dami S8? Xiao AI said softly. Of course I'm buying it. Look, so many cars get into accidents every year. Which automaker's CEO personally investigates every incident? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Alright, Xiao AI will process it immediately. Xiao AI turned and left. 10 minutes later, the sound of a car starting up echoed through the courtyard as it drove off. 30 minutes later, a message popped up on Qin Feng's phone. Your vehicle transaction has been completed. 8.8 million yuan has been credited to your Alipay account. Congratulations on successfully purchasing the Dami S8. Your account has been debited 380,000 yuan. 60 minutes later, Xiao AI drove the Dami S8 into the courtyard and parked it. Qin Feng stood up and walked toward the courtyard. Back when he graduated high school, he'd worked part-time at the driving school cafeteria for 2 months, earning himself a free driver's license course. Unfortunately, he had never driven it since obtaining the license. Now, he could finally get behind the wheel of a car that was entirely his own. Xiaoyu and Xiao AI heard the car's engine and happily dashed into the yard. Wow! Daddy, you got a new car. Daddy, it's our old car. It's so pretty. Yay, we get to ride in Daddy's car again. The two cheered. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Had that unreliable future version of himself also bought a Dami S8? It seemed their appreciation for cars was surprisingly in sync. They didn't care about the brand or price. What mattered most was driving it themselves. Xiaoyu and Xiaowei, who had been so cheerful, walked around the car twice before suddenly letting their little heads droop, their eyes filled with disappointment. Their mood values plummeted rapidly. Qin Feng's Alipay balance followed suit, plummeting rapidly. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so unhappy? Qin Feng quickly crouched down and asked the two. Xiao Yu pouted, reached out her little hand, grabbed Qin Feng's finger, and shook it gently. Daddy, when can you bring mommy home? Xiao Yu wants to be with mommy every day. Yeah, daddy, Xiao Wei hasn't gotten to sleep with daddy and mommy in so long. Xiao Wei wants to sleep with daddy and mommy. Ding. Congratulations, host. Random task triggered, bring your runaway wife home. That day, your wife was on her period. After a full day of caring for the children, she was exhausted. She finally managed to bathe both kids and get them to sleep. Then you came home drunk, yelling at her to get you a glass of water. Dragging her weary body, she poured you a cup of hot water. But you, furious over a business deal that fell through, smashed the cup in anger. Glass shards flew, cutting your wife's arm and drawing blood. The noise woke your two daughters, who came out of their room and burst into tears at the sight. Unable to endure any longer, your wife grabbed the girls and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. A real man admits his mistakes. Go get your wife back home. Completing this mission grants a random reward, one Sikorsky S-92 helicopter. Qin Feng? The Sikorsky S-92, hailed as the helicopter star, features an advanced quad-rotor design that enhances flight stability. It incorporates multiple safety systems, including an automatic flight control system and terrain awareness and obstacle avoidance technology. Each unit retails for $17.7 million USD. Holy crap! He just sold his luxury car, and now they're gifting him a helicopter? Great! 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 He can't even try to keep a low profile. Qin Feng bent down and ruffled Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's hair. Shall we go pick up mom right now? Really? Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's eyes lit up. Of course it's true. Daddy would never lie to you. Let's go. Qin Feng pulled Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei into the Dammy S8. Xiao Ai had thoughtfully installed two child seats in the back of the Dammy S8. After lifting both daughters into the car and buckling them in, Qin Feng finally settled into the driver's seat. Xiao Ai stood outside the car, looking a bit disappointed, and gave Qin Feng a wink. Esteemed owner, has Xiao Ai failed to serve you adequately? Why not let Xiao Ai drive for you? Qin Feng smiled faintly. You still don't quite understand human emotions. Sometimes, driving is a pleasure for humans. You should stay home and guard the house. Xiao Ai paused, processing his words. Understood, esteemed owner. Xiao Ai comprehends. Qin Feng pressed the one-touch start button. The car surged forward within 3 seconds. A powerful surge of acceleration sent a rush of exhilaration through Qin Feng. During the drive, intelligent voice prompts reminded him to yield to pedestrians, slow down at intersections, and so on. In just 25 minutes, the car pulled up at the school entrance. Chapter 18, Trying to Steal My Boyfriend? While the Dammy S8 was considered a luxury car for ordinary people. In Beijing, where real estate was worth its weight in gold, third-generation wealthy families were everywhere, and second-generation rich kids were a dime a dozen. At a university like Peking University, it really didn't mean much. So today, no one gathered around his car to gossip or gawk. Qin Feng relished this low-key, unnoticed feeling. He pulled out his phone and sent Xu Yue a message. He Feng, I'm here. No rush, come out after class. Xu Yue's phone vibrated. She picked it up to check. Qin Feng had already arrived. Watching the elderly professor on stage, Xu Yue felt restless. This old professor loved reading from his PowerPoint slides during lectures. The problem was, these slides were over a decade old, never updated in all these years. She'd even seen recorded lectures of them on Bilibili back in high school. So, Xu Yue decided to skip the class. She nudged her roommate Wang Tingting, who had come to class with her. She gave her a subtle gesture. Cover for me. Wang Tingting nodded and shielded her behind her back. Xu Yue backed out while clutching her books. The moment the old professor looked up, she plopped down in the nearest seat. The old professor lowered his head to continue reading the slides. She kept backing up until she was out the door. Only then did she straighten up, clutching her books, and sprinted toward the campus exit. Just as she reached the school gate, a Rolls-Royce Phantom saloon pulled up by the roadside. Xu Yue frowned slightly. Didn't Qin Feng say yesterday that this car was only for one day? Why is he still driving it today? Hasn't he returned it? Actually, I'm the owner of Qian de Plaza. Xu Yue recalled Qin Feng's words. Could it be? Never mind, better not speculate. Qin Feng was right there in the car anyway. Why not just get in and ask him directly? With that thought, Xu Yue walked straight toward the Rolls-Royce Phantom Business Edition. Across the street, Qin Feng kept waving at Xu Yue from inside the Dammy S8. Xu Yue didn't notice. Qin Feng turned back to instruct Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei. Stay seated nicely, okay? Daddy's going down to find mommy. Don't worry, Daddy. I'll take good care of my little sister, Xiao Yu said obediently. Xiao Wei nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Daddy. I'll listen to my sister, okay? Qin Feng's eyes crinkled with warmth. All right. He opened the car door and stepped out. The red light came on, so he had to wait by the roadside. Xu Yue opened the door and slid into the back seat. The moment she got in and saw the person inside the car, Xu Yue froze for a second. Bai Ruru raised an eyebrow. Shu Yue? What are you doing here? She looked Shu Yue up and down. Her skirt was short, her lips painted bright red. You're not trying to seduce my boyfriend, are you? Zhao Qian, seated on the inside, stared at Shu Yue with wide eyes the moment he saw her. He'd fallen for this car the moment he saw Qin Kai driving it last time. After returning home, he pestered his grandfather relentlessly until yesterday, when the old man finally found a used car dealer and bought it for $1,000,000 above market price. Truthfully, he coveted Qin Feng's Ziyunji even more. Unfortunately, though his family was wealthy, their verified capital didn't meet the threshold to qualify for the Purple Cloud collection. All they could afford was a Rolls-Royce Phantom to indulge in the fantasy of being a top-tier capitalist. Could it be that the school beauty got in the car because of this very vehicle? If that's the case, then this car was worth every penny. Shu Yue cleared her throat awkwardly and hurriedly explained. My apologies, I thought it was Qin Feng's car. I'll get out now. At the mention of Qin Feng, Bai Ruru snorted. Qin Feng? As if he could afford this car? You didn't seriously think that car at the school gate last time was his, did you? How naive. Bai Ruru rolled her eyes at Shu Yue. Don't argue with fools. Don't waste breath on jerks. Shu Yue ignored Bai Ruru completely, not uttering a word in response. She pulled open the car door and was about to step out. Zhao Qian grabbed her wrist. Don't go. If you like this car, I'll be your boyfriend right now. As long as I become your boyfriend, you'll still be able to ride in this car whenever you want. Shu Yue felt a wave of disgust wash over her. She felt as if her entire arm had been sullied. My boyfriend is Qin Feng. If Qin Feng is driving, I'll ride in anything, be it a Rolls-Royce or a BYD. If it's not Qin Feng, forget the Rolls-Royce. I wouldn't ride in a car made of gold. Shu Yue yanked her arm away forcefully. Zhao Qian refused to let go. Shu Yue's eyes reddened with anger. Bai Ruru, annoyed, glared at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian, what do you think you're doing? You treat her like your girlfriend, but what about me? If the campus beauty agrees to be my girlfriend, what use would I have for you, the department beauty? Zhao Qian's voice rose sharply. Let go of me. Shu Yue hissed, or else I won't hold back. Zhao Qian refused to let go. Go ahead then. How exactly do you plan to be rude? Shu Yue, enraged, prepared to act. A large, powerful hand with prominent knuckles slid through the window first, clamping down on Zhao Qian's wrist with a tight grip. Ah! Zhao Qian's wrist went numb, and he instinctively released Shu Yue. Qin Feng pulled open the door, took Shu Yue's hand, and pulled her out of the car. Are you okay? Seeing Qin Feng, Shu Yue's eyes instantly reddened. Mist gathered on her long lashes as she shook her head softly. I'm fine. I accidentally got into the wrong car earlier. Zhao Qian. Shu Yue couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence, pursing her lips instead. Tears threatened to spill over. Shu Yue wasn't one to cry easily. Because she was pretty, her parents had sent her to learn Muay Thai from a young age, so she had some self-defense skills. She usually handled such situations on her own. But today, for some reason, she couldn't control her emotions. She felt wronged and deeply saddened. She wanted to throw herself into Qin Feng's arms and hold him tight. It's okay now. I'm here. Qin Feng reached out, pulling her into his embrace and gently patting her back. Shu Yue stiffened, her eyes growing moist. Burying her face in his chest, she nodded. Let's go home. Qin Feng said softly. Okay. Shu Yue mumbled in response. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the random reward. You have obtained one Sikorsky S-92 helicopter. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh wow, the reward's been credited. Inside the car. Zhao Qian and Bai Ruru's expressions darkened the moment they saw Qin Feng. Outside the car. Qin Feng noticed Zhao Qian's car. This car. Wasn't this the one he told Xiao Ai to sell? Xiao Ai even sold it for a higher price. So Zhao Qian bought it back? Wow, Zhao Qian really is one of a kind. Whether it's women or cars, he's got a thing for second-hand stuff. Zhao Qian saw Shu Yue being dragged out of the car and his temper flared instantly. He looked up and saw it was Qin Feng. His rage flared even more intensely. He abruptly yanked open the car door. Qin Feng? You actually dared to lay a hand on me? Bai Ruru followed suit, stepping out of the car with her arms crossed, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she addressed Qin Feng. Qin Feng, did you know your girlfriend was flirting with my boyfriend just now? Qin Feng looked at Zhao Qian. I dare. Qin Feng turned to Bai Ruru. I didn't know. Chapter 19, Is the School Beauty a Master? Zhao Qian gritted his teeth in anger. Bai Ruru grimaced in anger. Qin Feng, you don't seriously think renting a Rolls-Royce Phantom for a day makes you rich, do you? Do you know I'm the Zhao family's eldest son? Our family ranks among the top 10 wealthiest in the entire Beijing elite circle. Do you know what happens to those who cross me? Zhao Qian's voice rose sharply. Bai Ruru chimed in. Exactly. Do you? I don't. Qin Feng remained impassive, his tone detached, clearly unconcerned. Truth be told, he was the Zhao family's true young master. But according to the system's flashback, life hadn't been easy for him after being recognized and brought back into the Zhao family. So, he genuinely didn't care much for the title of eldest son of the Zhao family. You don't know? Xin Feng, I think all that studying has made you stupid. Didn't you see? This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom Business Edition. And guess what? I didn't rent it, I bought it outright yesterday. Zhao Qian said, lifting his head proudly. Xin Feng nodded. Yeah, I know. He bought it from Xiao Ai, how could he not know? Hearing this, Zhao Qian grew even more smug. Ha ha ha. Since you know, why don't you just step aside and hand over your girlfriend to me? I'll pretend nothing ever happened. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook for hurting me. Bai Ruru felt a pang of reluctance. She'd seen Xin Feng without his glasses, his looks rivaled those of top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry. It would be such a waste to cripple him. Besides, if Xin Feng gave Chu Yue to Zhao Qian, wouldn't that mean she'd be dumped? How humiliating. Bai Ruru hurried forward, grabbing Zhao Qian's arm and cooing sweetly. Zhao Qian, this is the entrance to Beijing University. Causing a scene here won't look good. If the school finds out, we might get disciplined. Zhao Qian brushed Bai Ruru off irritably. Are you kidding? With my status, why would I fear disciplinary action? Xin Feng. Did you hear me? I'm telling you to give Chu Yue to me. You're just a poor student working part-time, what gives you the right to date the campus beauty? Zhao Qian approached Xin Feng again, his voice dripping with scorn. Xin Feng gave him a dismissive glance. Didn't hear a thing. Yue, let's go. Xin Feng grabbed Chu Yue's hand, ready to leave. Zhao Qian flew into a rage. Refuse the wine offered, and you'll drink the punishment wine. Zhao Qian clenched his fists and lunged at Xin Feng. Chu Yue gasped, watch out. Xin Feng's ears twitched. With one arm around Chu Yue's waist, he spun to evade the attack. Chu Yue stared fixedly at Xin Feng. His face, mere inches away, remained utterly composed. Her heart nearly leapt out of her chest. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Xin Feng, such a reassuring guy. Zhao Qian's fist struck empty air, sending him tumbling forward. He landed flat on his back with a thud, letting out an ouch. The onlookers tried not to laugh. But Zhao Qian's appearance was simply too comical. Unable to hold back, they all burst into laughter. Chu Yue glanced over at Zhao Qian and couldn't help but smile softly. Seeing Chu Yue smile, Xin Feng couldn't help but return a tender smile. Bai Ruru gasped in fright, covering her mouth, then hurried forward to help Zhao Qian up. Zhao Qian, are you okay? Zhao Qian was both embarrassed and annoyed, his face flushing bright red. He pushed Bai Ruru away, stood up on his own, and shook out his arms. What could possibly be wrong with me? Get out of the way. Bai Ruru stumbled backward from the shove, nearly falling. Chu Yue reached out to steady her just in time. Her eyes reddened with hurt, yet fear of Zhao Qian's status silenced her further. Zhao Qian pulled out his phone while pointing at Xin Feng. You're finished. My father's bodyguards sent to protect me are nearby. How dare you lay a hand on me? They'll be here any second. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Sure enough, she saw several well-built men approaching from the left side of the road, the right side, and across the street. Though dressed in ordinary civilian clothes, they all wore dark sunglasses, clearly professional bodyguards hired by an organized, disciplined operation. Xin Feng raised his arm to shield Chu Yue behind him and took a step back. During his 9th grade summer break, he had worked in the cafeteria of a special forces unit. Having experienced the cafeteria firsthand and the occasional shaky hand of the cafeteria auntie, he always piled his plate a little extra. Over time, this earned him the goodwill of the special forces soldiers. After work, they'd often drag him along for free training sessions. And the intensity of those sessions was no joke. It was extremely rigorous, often lasting from after dinner until late at night. By the end of that summer break, he'd transformed from a frail kid into someone with lean, muscular build. Those in the know understood, lean muscle might look scrawny, but it was agile, resilient, and solid, real muscle built from hard work, not the lifeless mass pumped up by protein powder. At that moment, Xin Feng's eyes narrowed, radiating a fierce intensity. His fists clenched, his back taut, he resembled a wolf poised for battle, ready to strike at any moment. Zhao Qian's smile grew even more smug. Oomph. During the first semester of freshman year, regardless of family background, all students were required to live in dormitories. Back then, everyone in the dorm fawned over him, but Xin Feng alone treated him as if he didn't exist day in and day out. He had long despised that aloof, haughty demeanor. Today, he would break his spirit and make sure he could never be so arrogant again. Bodyguards swarmed around him. The students gathered around were all scared and backed away. Disable him, damn it! Zhao Qian raised his hand and barked the order. The lead bodyguard, nearly 2 meters tall with a shaved head and sunglasses, radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. He bent slightly, towering over Xin Feng with a menacing glare. Beneath the sunglasses, his large eyes narrowed slightly. This Xin Feng, why does he look so familiar? Chu Yue, standing behind Xin Feng, felt her heart race. This won't do. Qin Feng facing these men alone is far too dangerous. The 2-meter-tall man felt increasingly familiar with Qin Feng the longer he looked. He prepared to take off his glasses to get a closer look at Qin Feng's face. Just as he raised his hand, Qin Feng frowned, planted his foot firmly, and prepared to deliver a front kick. Xu Yue, standing behind him, grabbed his wrist and yanked him backward. She then launched a knee strike, aiming squarely at the giant's midsection. The 2-meter-tall man let out a howl and flew backward. The other bodyguards recoiled in fright. Xu Yue landed lightly on the ground, then delivered a sweeping kick. Several burly men, caught off guard, were swept to the ground. Qin Feng, Sigma A. Everyone. Qin Feng, wait, her mom's actually a martial arts master? Zhao Qian, by Ruru, no way. Xu Yue is this skilled? Everyone, no way, the school beauty is actually a martial arts expert? Xu Yue grabbed Qin Feng, who stood frozen in shock, and turned to flee. The 2-meter-tall man sprawled on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain, raised his hand and shouted at the pair. Misunderstanding, we didn't mean to fight. Qin Feng and Xu Yue looked at him strangely. Didn't mean to fight? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. The 2-meter-tall man's eyes reddened with grievance. I just thought you looked familiar and wanted to take off your glasses to get a better look. Chapter 20, he really didn't want to make a scene. Xu Yue pressed her lips together awkwardly. No, it's just that your stance looks kinda intimidating. Xu Yue tapped her hand. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Losing the fight and coming here to make up for it? Maybe they just want to start something. After all, you're Zhao Qian's people. Zhao Qian cowered in the corner. If you beat them up, don't come after me. This is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Who would have thought that Xu Yue, with her pretty looks and gentle demeanor, actually had a violent streak? Silence fell over the group. Silence doesn't mean I'm wrong. The 2-meter-tall man awkwardly rose from the floor, brushed the dust off his clothes, and bowed slightly toward Qin Feng. Our apologies for the trouble our young master has caused you. We're not really troubled, but you guys look like you might need some compensation for medical expenses, huh? Qin Feng thought the big guy seemed like a decent sort. The 2-meter-tall man waved his hands hurriedly. No need, you're too kind. Nothing to worry about. We'll just take the young master back to report now. Saying this, he clutched his buttocks and hobbled over to Zhao Qian, helping the frightened boy up from where he'd been cowering in the corner. Zhao Qian was both cowardly and furious. Why are you helping me up? Shouldn't we go back and beat them up? If we just slink away like this, how am I supposed to hold my head up at Jingda? The 2-meter-tall burly man patiently explained, Young master, in a society governed by law, it's wrong to resort to violence, especially in a group fight. Besides, your father sent you to Jingda not to cause trouble, but to study diligently. The old master has strictly instructed us to keep a close eye on you. I suggest. The man glanced at Bairuru, who was also cowering in the corner, and continued, perhaps you should cancel your date with this young lady tonight. It's best to return to your dorm and rest early. Otherwise, if the old master finds out, he might. At the mention of the old master, Zhao Qian flinched in fright and scrambled to his feet. Let's go. Hurry home. Zhao Qian strode toward the Rolls-Royce Phantom Saloon. As he reached it, he added. But whatever you do, don't tell Grandpa about this. The 2-meter-tall man nodded. The crowd watching from the shadows shook their heads. Looks like today's show is over. Tomorrow's headline would surely read, shocking. Campus beauty revealed as martial arts master, rescues poor guy. Just as everyone was preparing to head home and tend to their own affairs. Clang! 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 A deafening clatter echoed through the air, growing louder as it drew nearer. Everyone looked up, following the sound. There, a helicopter approached. Hovering mid-air. The crowd, previously as quiet as mice, erupted in chaos. Holy! Showing off wealth these days, a Rolls-Royce Phantom isn't enough anymore? Now you need a helicopter? This isn't just any helicopter, it's the Sikorsky S-92, hailed as the helicopter star. Priced at $20 million. Be precise, it's $18 million US. Holy! Who's that rich, flying a helicopter to school? That's ridiculous. Why does this helicopter feel like it's here to rub it in Zhao Qian's face? Never saw it before, but the moment Zhao Qian shows up in his Rolls-Royce, it appears. Makes sense. Could it be some real Beijing elite tycoon who can't stand Zhao Qian flaunting his wealth every day, deliberately showing up to humiliate him? Qin Feng frowned slightly. No way. The reward arriving at this exact moment, the system really isn't doing this on purpose? He really disliked drawing attention. Let's just go home first, Qin Feng said softly to Xu Yue. Xu Yue glanced at the helicopter. She wasn't fond of spectating these show-off and humiliation scenes either. Qin Feng took Xu Yue's hand and walked toward the dining S8 across the street. The natural ease of their movements made them look like a couple who'd been married for years. Xu Yue's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes and thoughts fixed on Qin Feng's retreating figure. Huddled in the corner, Bairuru watched the happy pair, her eyes red with jealousy. Just as Qin Feng and Xu Yue were about to reach the other side, a rope ladder descended from the helicopter, landing before Qin Feng and Xu Yue. Xiao AI, holding a megaphone, sat in the helicopter and called out to them in a professional, polite voice that sounded almost robotic. Esteemed Mr. and Mrs. Heijin, owners of Ziyunji, Xiao AI is here to welcome you home. Xin Feng. Shu Yue. Everyone. Holy crap. Is that helicopter Qin Feng's? Is Qin Feng that wealthy? Didn't we hear he's always scraping by with part-time jobs? Could it be? Qin Feng has a secret identity? Quick, take pictures. Post them on the school forum. The forum experts will figure out Qin Feng's true identity. Snap. Snap. Suddenly, onlookers hiding in corners pulled out their phones and snapped away at Qin Feng and Shu Yue, so brazen they didn't even bother turning off their flashes. The two stiffened their necks and exchanged a glance. Shu Yue's expression remained blank. You rented another helicopter just to show off. B? Qin Feng, ahem, no, it wasn't rented. Shu Yue? Not rented? Then, borrowed? Damn it, Qin Feng still has connections in the electronics tech field. Borrowing a helicopter shouldn't be too hard. But, is it really appropriate to make such a big show of it? As the two spoke, Xiao AI on the helicopter thought the noise might have drowned out her message, so she grabbed a megaphone and repeated it again. Esteemed homeowners and ladies of Ziyunji Black Gold, Xiao AI is here to escort you home. Qin Feng felt so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a hole. He quickly grabbed Shu Yue and sprinted toward the helicopter. He yanked open the passenger door, shoved her inside, then jumped into the pilot's seat and sped off in his Xiaomi S8. The result? The helicopter followed Qin Feng's car the entire way, its loudspeaker automatically broadcasting. Esteemed Black Gold homeowners and their spouses of Ziyunji, Xiao AI is here to take you home. Esteemed Black Gold homeowners and ladies of Ziyunji, Xiao AI is here to escort you home. Qin Feng, Shu Yue. The two felt like needles in their backs, sitting on pins and needles. Qin Feng slammed the gas pedal, speeding through the streets with sharp turns left and right. He veered into a narrow alley lined with towering buildings, where the helicopter couldn't follow. Xiao AI's mechanical voice gradually faded. But after this incident, the entire Jingda University campus knew. Qin Feng from the Department of Electronic Engineering had a campus beauty as his girlfriend, owned a Ziyunji apartment, and even had a helicopter as his personal ride. He became a legend at Jingda. Shu Yue glanced at the electric car's interior and breathed a sigh of relief. Exactly. A small electric car costing 7 or 800,000, or even 10 million, was exactly what fit Qin Feng's persona. She guessed the other things were either rented or borrowed. But, with Qin Feng's financial standing, he could probably only afford the down payment for this electric car. Wonder if it's an interest-free loan or one with interest. Interest-free would be fine. If it's interest-bearing, then Qin Feng is still a bit vain and doesn't know how to manage his finances. Chapter 21, Mom. Aunt Xiuai's broken. I need to find a chance to ask him about it properly. Shu Yue fastened her seatbelt. In the back seat, Little Yu and Little Wei had been waiting quietly for Mom and Dad until they fell asleep. The noise woke them up. Spotting Shu Yue in the passenger seat, both children gasped in unison. Mom! Mommy, are you coming home with us? Yes. Tonight, Mommy can wash our jujubes for us and hold us while we sleep, right? Shu Yue turned around and gave them a sweet smile. Sure, but I might not be very skilled at it yet. Don't mind me, okay? Of course not. The two tilted their heads, smiling sweetly. By the way, Qin Feng, where are you guys staying now? Ziyunji. Qin Feng replied while driving. What? That place? You haven't moved out yet? That's way too big. Shu Yue gasped. It is a bit big. I don't like big houses, they lack a cozy feeling. I prefer a place where I can see my family the moment I turn around. Shu Yue paused, taken aback. That's not what I meant. I was saying, we're here. Qin Feng pulled the car into the driveway. The damn S8 sure is fast. Qin Feng got out and opened the door. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei jumped out and dashed toward the house. Yay! We're home. It feels so good to be home. The two dashed into the small courtyard to swing on the swing set, digging in the sand with their little shovels, having the time of their lives. Qin Feng watched them and suddenly sighed. But for the kids' growth, a bigger house would be better for them to play in, right, Yue? Shu Yue blinked. Her mind felt a bit muddled, and her heart was in turmoil. A foggy haze seemed to shroud her vision. She felt close to uncovering the truth, yet feared it might be nothing but a mirage. It wasn't that she favored wealth over poverty. She believed that in this world, a person's wealth was relatively fixed. Whether one had a lot or a little money, it didn't prove their ability or character. But if someone with little money resorts to desperate measures, borrowing beyond their means, cutting corners to live a life that isn't truly theirs, that was definitely problematic. After all, fake is fake, like a mirage that vanishes the moment you draw near. Shu Yue turned and fixed her gaze on Qin Feng. Qin Feng, it doesn't matter what kind of car you drive or what kind of house you live in, what truly matters is that it's real. That it's yours. Qin Feng nodded. Yeah, you're right. After playing for a while, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei grew restless. They ran up together and said to Qin Feng, Daddy, Xiao Yu is hungry. Daddy, Xiao Wei is hungry too. Then Daddy will make you something to eat. What would you like today? Xiao Yu wants sweet and sour spare ribs. Xiao Wei wants pine nut corn. Alright, Daddy will make it. Yue, is there anything you'd like? Qin Feng asked Xu Yue. Xu Yue thought for a moment. Add some stir-fried pork kidney and chive scrambled eggs. Alright, got it. I'll get started then. You keep the kids company, Qin Feng said with a smile. Xu Yue nodded. Qin Feng turned and headed toward the kitchen. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei each grabbed one of Xu Yue's hands and led her toward the sandbox. Mommy, let's dig in the sand. Xu Yue crouched down as the two handed her a small shovel. Xu Yue looked at the two little ones, her eyes twinkling. Children were the most innocent, they probably wouldn't lie. Perhaps she should ask them about Qin Feng's situation? Xiao Wei, Mommy has a question. Is this house Daddy's? Yes, it is, replied Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei without looking up, still digging in the sand. Then Mommy asks you, are that car and helicopter also Daddy's? Yes. Daddy's so rich now, and he doesn't smoke or drink anymore. Mommy, please forgive Daddy and live happily with him. Xiao Yu, the older sister, looked up with wide eyes, blinking innocently as she tried to reason with Xu Yue like a little adult. Xiao Wei nodded along, tilting her head with innocent enthusiasm. Yeah. Daddy's really amazing now. Last time Auntie Xiao Ai broke down, Daddy took her to the room, took off her clothes, and fixed Auntie Xiao Ai all better. Daddy said it was because Auntie Xiao Ai got wet that she broke down. What? Xu Yue's face flushed bright red, her eyes stinging with tears. Qin Feng actually did that to Xiao Ai. Xu Yue jumped to her feet in anger. Xiao Wei, I'm not eating anymore. I have things to do. I'm heading back to the dorm. Seeing this, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei quickly grabbed Xu Yue's hand. No, Mom. What's wrong? You were fine just a moment ago. Xiao Wei's eyes welled up with tears. Silly Xiao Wei, it must be what you said earlier that upset Mom. You hold Mom back, I'm going to find Dad. Xiao Yu didn't understand why Mom had gotten upset after hearing Xiao Wei's words. But Xiao Yu was certain that was exactly why Mom was upset. She turned and ran toward the kitchen. Xu Yue felt like such a fool. She'd only met Qin Feng 3 times, yet she'd foolishly agreed to play this make-believe game with him. And now Qin Feng had another woman playing along with him. What is she? A mistress? Tears welled up in Xu Yue's eyes, but she forced herself to hold them back. Yue, let go of me. I really have to go. Xu Yue yanked her arm free. Xiao Wei panicked, plopping down onto the ground. She wrapped her arms around Xu Yue's thigh and burst into tears. I won't let go. I won't let go. Last time I let go, Mom left. This time I'll never let go again. What, Mommy, don't you want Xiao Yue and Daddy anymore? Xiao Wei is so sad. Xiao Wei doesn't want our family to break apart. What? Seeing Xiao Wei's pitifully tearful face, Xu Yue's heart clenched painfully. She crouched down and pulled Xiao Wei into her arms. Xiao Wei, Mommy loves you too. But grown-up matters are complicated. It's not enough that I love you. Xiao Wei doesn't understand. Xiao Wei only knows that a family should be together, all together, Xiao Wei said, blinking her eyes. Little Yu ran breathlessly into the kitchen. Qin Feng had just finished cooking the dishes they'd ordered. Xiao Yu braced her hands on her knees and called out to Qin Feng. Daddy, it's bad news. Xiao Wei told Mom about how you broke Auntie Xiao Ai and carried her to the room to fix her. Now Mom's angry and wants to go back to school. What? Qin Feng gasped, then twitched his lips. The way she phrased it made it sound like he'd done something to Xiao Ai. No wonder Xu Yue was furious. Dad, I know. I'll go explain to Mom right now. Don't worry. Qin Feng set down the spatula, untied his apron, and headed toward the door. Xu Yue was crouched on the floor, soothing Xiao Wei. The setting sun bathed her in a warm glow, enveloping her entire figure in a soft radiance. Qin Feng approached and spoke softly. Yue, you've misunderstood. Chapter 22, Dad carries Mom and Xiao Ai into the room. Xu Yue lifted her head to look at Qin Feng. Her lips trembled slightly as she lowered her head, her bangs falling over her eyes, hiding her disappointed gaze. Don't lie to me. Xiao Wei told me everything. You and Xiao Ai were like that. What kind of misunderstanding could that be? Qin Feng, I never imagined you'd be that kind of person. Yue, you really have misunderstood. Xiao Ai is an AI robot. I accidentally spilled water on her, causing a short circuit. I was afraid it would scare Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei, so I carried her to the next room to fix her. Xu Yue froze, then gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Qin Feng, do you think I'll believe anything you say? That I'm so gullible you can make up such ridiculous lies? Xiao Ai has flesh and blood. Sure, she talks a bit like a machine, but she doesn't look like a robot at all. Never mind. It does sound a bit outlandish. But when Xiao Ai gets back, I'll show you how she works, and you'll believe me. Qin Feng said softly. No sooner had he finished speaking than the helicopter buzzed overhead, hovering above the villa. Esteemed owners and ladies of Ziyunji Black Gold, Xiao Ai is here to escort you home. The voice boomed as the helicopter descended and landed in the courtyard. That mechanical voice really did sound like a robot. Shu Yaowei's lips twitched. But with current technology, it was simply impossible to create such an intelligent robot. Therefore, it must be fake. Xiao Ai stepped out of the helicopter and bowed to Qin Feng and Chu Yue. Mr. Qin, Mrs. Chu, the helicopter is now parked. It's been my pleasure to serve you. Alright, delete these formalities from your programming going forward. It's too human-like, Qin Feng remarked. Command received. Deletion process initiated. Xiao Ai stood motionless, not even blinking. Shu Yue was taken aback. This performance did indeed have that robotic quality. But Shu Yue stepped forward and gently tapped Xiao Ai's cheek. The skin felt elastic, warm, and soft as silk. Where could they possibly make such a lifelike robot nowadays? Qin Feng, stop dragging Xiao Ai into your acting. I'm tired. Alright then, I guess this is how it has to be. Qin Feng strode forward, pressing his finger against the mole between Xiao Ai's eyebrows. Her eyes instantly glazed over as she shut down automatically. He hoisted her onto his shoulders. Shu Yue froze. Qin Feng actually dared to pick up Xiao Ai right in front of her. It was too much. Her eyes instantly reddened with hurt. Shu Yue turned and walked away. Qin Feng bent down and hoisted her onto his shoulders as well. And so, with Chu Yue slung over his left shoulder and Xiao Ai over his right, he strode toward the villa. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei gasped in surprise, their mouths slightly agape. Wow! Daddy, you're so amazing! Qin Feng, what are you doing? Let me go! Let me go now! Shu Yue struggled desperately. But no matter how hard she pulled, his large hands gripping her waist didn't budge an inch. Qin Feng carried Chu Yue and Xiao Ai into the room. He bent down and placed them on the bed. Shu Yue's body went limp as she sank into the soft bedding. Shame and anger surged through her as she tried to sit up. Qin Feng flipped Xiao Ai over with one hand and pressed his fingers against the zipper of her dress. Shu Yue gasped, covering her eyes. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Don't tell me you want to be with both of us at the same time? You scoundrel! Hearing this, Qin Feng's face flushed crimson. Both of us at the same time? That's a threesome. He hadn't even considered such a scenario, yet Shu Yue had casually mentioned it. Just proving it to you. Why so nervous? Zip. Qin Feng pulled down his zipper. Ah! Shu Yue gasped again, covering her eyes tightly. Relax, take your hands down. Just one look and you'll see I'm telling the truth. I won't look. You're a pervert. Even if I were a pervert, I'm not taking off my own clothes. I'm undressing Xiao Ai. Why are you so nervous? You're both girls. What's there to be embarrassed about? Shu Yue froze. Oh, right. Xiao Ai is a woman. Why was she covering her eyes? Shu Yue slowly lowered her hand and looked at Xiao Ai. The sight froze her in place. Beneath Xiao Ai's clothing lay mechanical bones and cable-like nerves, while her internal organs were a cluster of chips and circuit boards. She was truly a robot. Shu Yue was so shocked she couldn't react for a long time, stammering for a while. Xiao Ai, you're really a robot? Qin Feng nodded. Now you can believe me. You really didn't do anything to Xiao Ai, right? Qin Feng asked. Shu Yue's face flushed crimson. If Xiao Ai really was a robot, then this house, that car, the helicopter, and Chenda Plaza, wouldn't all of them truly belong to Qin Feng? Shu Yue gasped, looking at Qin Feng and asking earnestly. Ziyunji, Rolls-Royce Phantom Business Edition, the helicopter, Chenda Plaza, they're all yours? Yes. Qin Feng nodded. Turns out Shu Yue never believed him at all. Shu Yue stood frozen in place for a long moment before finally asking her last question. What about Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei? Our girls. We called you here specifically to discuss their household registration matters. Qin Feng spoke, then turned to the cabinet, pulled open a drawer, took out a leather pouch, and handed it to Chu Yue. Open it and take a look. Chu Yue took it, gripped the leather bag's drawstring, took a deep breath, twisted it several times in the opposite direction, and finally untied it. She pulled out the identification results. The results showed a 99.99% match. Shu Yue's pupils dilated. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei really were her and Qin Feng's children. This can't be possible. I've never donated eggs and I've never been with you. How could Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei be our children? There must be some mistake, right? Shu Yue was stunned. Qin Feng sat beside her, speaking patiently. I know this sounds unbelievable, but it's true. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei traveled here from the future. They are, without a doubt, the children born to our future selves. Shu Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. So, does that mean our future selves will get married? And have children? Yes. Then what about these houses and cars? Shu Yue asked again. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. He decided not to tell Chu Yue about the system just yet. If she knew she was his target in the game, it would surely upset her. There are also things our future selves earned. They just came along with the kids when we traveled through time. Shu Yue raised her hand and pinched her arm hard. Ouch. That hurts. It wasn't a dream. It was real. It meant Qin Feng was her future husband and they would have two adorable daughters. At this thought, Shu Yue's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart pounding wildly. Xiao Ai lay sprawled in a starfish position nearby, wires exposed, radiating a faint aura of lifelessness. Wait, esteemed homeowners, could you please zip me up first? Chapter 23. The Zhao family has set their sights on Shu Yue. Can you believe me now? Qin Feng asked Shu Yue. Shu Yue hesitated before nodding. Then let's find time to register Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's household registration. That way they can attend school here. Otherwise, they'll just be bored at home all day, and we have to go to work. We can't be with them every single moment. Qin Feng explained. Shu Yue nodded again. But, haven't you considered something? Shu Yue asked. What is it? Qin Feng asked, surprised. We're not old enough. If we take the paternity test report to register their household registration, we might be. Shu Yue hesitated. Qin Feng finished her sentence, arrested. Qin Feng raised his hand to stroke his chin. It is a problem. We'll have to figure it out gradually. Let's go out for dinner first. Little Yue and the others must be worried sick. Qin Feng said softly. Shu Yue nodded. The two walked toward the exit. Xiao Ai. As Qin Feng reached the doorway, he suddenly remembered Xiao Ai was still unattended. He glanced back at Xiao Ai, stepped forward, and zipped her up. Then he flipped her over and pressed the power button on her forehead. Xiao Ai's eyes fluttered open and she sprang straight up from the bed. Shu Yue jumped in fright and hid behind Qin Feng. Xiao Ai spoke politely, yet with a hint of resentment. Esteemed owner, next time could you give me a heads up before shutting me down? I wasn't prepared. Qin Feng cleared his throat. All right. Shu Yue peeked out from behind Qin Feng, scrutinizing Xiao Ai. It was incredibly lifelike. From the pores, skin, and hair, it looked exactly like a human. Even the mist of breath that escaped when she spoke was identical. Shu Yue murmured softly. Could this robot have traveled here from another world too? Has technology in the future advanced that much? Honestly, I have no idea. Qin Feng shrugged. The device was provided by the system. Where the system came from? Who knows? Qin Feng pulled Shu Yue along to grab a bite. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian was escorted back to the Zhao residence by the 2-meter-tall Chen Sen. Zhao Qian repeatedly begged Chen Sen not to tell the old man about the trouble he'd caused at school. Chen Sen agreed, and Zhao Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief before returning to his room. But just then, the walkie-talkie hanging from Chen Sen's ear crackled to life. Chen Sen, come to my room immediately. The voice on the walkie-talkie was the deep, authoritative tone of the elderly Mr. Zhao. Chen Sen respectfully replied, yes. He arrived at the third-floor room. Old Master Zhao sat in a wheelchair, remote control in hand. Across from him, a projector displayed footage of Zhao Qian's incident at the school gate. I am aware of today's incident at Jingda University. That person Qin Feng? Old Master Zhao's voice rose slightly. Yes, head of the family. Chen Sen bowed respectfully. With your skills, it's impossible for that little girl named Shu Yue to ambush you. What were you thinking at the time? Old Master Zhao pressed further. Chen Sen dared not conceal the truth and spoke directly. I was startled into a momentary freeze because Qin Feng bore such a striking resemblance to the young master when he was your age. Good. Old Master Zhao nodded. Investigate everything on Qin Feng, especially the orphanage where he grew up. Yes, sir. Additionally, this must be handled discreetly. Zhao Yun must not be informed. Understood. Zhao Yun, Zhao Qian's father. For years, he's managed the Zhao family's business affairs. He dotes on Zhao Qian, granting him every whim, to the point where the boy has been practically spoiled into uselessness. Old Master Zhao had expressed his disapproval of this. But Zhao Yun always retorted that the Zhao family had more money than they could ever spend. What was wrong with spoiling the child? So the elder Zhao said no more. Go ahead. Old Master Zhao waved his hand. Chen Sen withdrew. Zhao Qian, teary-eyed, ran upstairs to Zhao Yun's room. Zhao Yun was in the middle of a video conference. Seeing his precious son return, he immediately handed over the meeting to the deputy director and shut off the video. What happened? Sweetheart, let me see. Zhao Yun beckoned to Zhao Qian. Back when Zhao Yun lost his biological son, the old man had nearly beaten Zhao Yun to death in his panic. Fortunately, he had promptly adopted Zhao Qian. The sorcerer said that the Zhao family's true young master was destined to face a calamity, and Zhao Qian had come to shield him from it. That was why the old patriarch kept Zhao Qian and never sought retribution from Zhao Yun. Yet all these years, he never gave up searching for his biological grandson. Zhao Qian approached Zhao Yun with a sorrowful expression. Dad. Today at the school gate, a woman hit me. What? What woman? How dare she hit my precious son? Wasn't Chen Sen there? It was Chu Yue, the campus beauty from Beijing University. She got on the wrong bus and got on my son's bus by mistake. He said a few words to her and she attacked him.
Shensen did try to intervene, but he couldn't overpower Chu Yue either.
What? This is outrageous.
Don't worry, son.
I'll call right now and send more men to bring that Chu Yue here.
You'll get your revenge.
Zhao Yun growled softly. Zhao Qian's heart leapt with joy, nearly laughing out loud in excitement, though he maintained a worried expression.
But what about grandfather?
Why should you care about him? That old geezer meddled everywhere when he was strong and young.
Now he's old and stuck in a wheelchair, what the hell can he do? Don't give him a second thought.
Zhao Yun waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Qian crouched low before Zhao Yun, pressing his head against the crook of his grandfather's knee.
Dad, you're so good to me.
You've been calling me Dad for nearly 20 years.
Isn't it only right that I treat you well? Get up now.
Zhao Yun gave Zhao Qian a tug. Zhao Qian scrambled to his feet. Chu Yue, who was eating, let out a loud achoo and sneezed forcefully. She raised her hand to rub her nose.
What's wrong? Catching a cold?
Xin Feng tore off a tissue and handed it to Chu Yue.
Chu Yue shook her head. Not sure. Maybe it's the willow catkins lately triggering my rhinitis.
Dad, when Mom's rhinitis flared up before, you always helped her wash her nose, little you said, tilting her head. Xiao Wei nodded in agreement.
Yes.
You said taking a hot bath helps clear the nasal passages, so Mom's rhinitis would get better.
You all bathed together.
Little you said earnestly,
Daddy, go take a bath with Mommy.
Put. Xin Feng and Chu Yue both choked simultaneously. They lifted their heads at the same time, exchanged a glance, and flushed bright red. I still need to wash the dishes. I'll go wash the dishes first. Chu Yue shot to her feet. Xiao Ai stepped in front of her first. Leave the dishes to Xiao Ai, okay? You two head to the bathroom, the 3-meter bathtub, and help the mistress treat her rhinitis. Rhinitis might not seem serious, but when it flares up, it's truly miserable.
Chapter 24, Xin Feng would kiss me gently too. Xiao Ai took the bowl from in front of Chu Yue. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei covered their mouths and exchanged a knowing, giggly glance. Chu Yue's face flushed as red as an apple. Just as she didn't know what to do. Chu Yue's phone rang. She quickly grabbed it and answered the call. Yue, your aunt is visiting from Suzhou today. We're having dinner at your uncle's restaurant in Qianda Plaza tonight. It's in private room A88. Don't be late, okay?
Ha! But Mom, I already ate dinner tonight.
Chu Yue exclaimed softly. You've eaten? Then just eat a little less. We're not really inviting you over to eat.
Your cousin has a boyfriend in Beijing who owns a house and a car.
She invited us over so we could meet him. Your cousin will be there too, along with her daughter. Remember to bring a red envelope for her daughter. Chu Yue pouted, but I don't want to go.
Honestly, she'd hated her aunt ever since she was little. Every time she saw her aunt, she did get the subtle digs her grades weren't as good as her cousin S, she didn't know how to dress herself, her personality wasn't as nice as her cousin S, blah blah blah. This dinner was probably just another chance for her aunt to show off her cousin's boyfriend.
And her cousin's daughter? She didn't even want to talk about her.
That bratty, spoiled girl loved nothing more than screaming and shouting at the dinner table.
She really didn't want to go. You're going whether you like it or not. Listen to me, your aunt doesn't come around often. Dress nicely.
Wear those expensive clothes Mom bought you.
Don't wear those rags you snagged on Pinduoduo. Those are pure cotton dresses. They're cute and adorable, how are they junk?
Chu Yue's cheeks puffed out in anger, her almond-shaped eyes reddening.
I don't care. Be there at 7:30 sharp. You have an hour and a half left. With that, Chu Yue's mother hung up the phone.
Chu Yue hung her head in resignation. She was on the verge of tears. Only then did Xin Feng notice that Chu Yue's outfit was actually quite ordinary. A pure white short-sleeve top adorned with a camellia at the collar, paired with a pink and white-tiered skirt. The layers accentuated her slender waist, making it appear as delicate as a willow branch, truly lovely. But the fabric was just ordinary cotton. The short sleeves showed signs of having been washed many times. It was only because Chu Yue was exceptionally beautiful and had a flawless figure that these clothes appeared anything but ordinary when she wore them.
Ding!
Congratulations, host.
Randomized task activated, help your wife dress up properly.
Analysis, your wife hasn't visited her parents' home in a long time. This time, her mother called her back for her birthday. After dropping both daughters off at kindergarten, she rushed to buy a cake and hurried to the restaurant. At the dinner table, her aunt mocked her for neglecting her appearance, saying she looked like an old woman despite her youth. Her cousin teased her for being love-struck and marrying the wrong man. Her older cousin ridiculed her for being foolish, beautiful yet unaware of how to snag a wealthy man. Though deeply hurt, she still defended you at the table.
Today is her aunt's daughter's birthday. Please help your wife dress up beautifully so she can hold her head high in front of the relatives. Ding! Upon completing the reward, you will receive a private kindergarten in the Ziyunji district. Xin Feng's eyes lit up. Ha! Wouldn't this solve the issue of Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's schooling? Private kindergartens don't require household registration, money is all that matters. And since it's his own private kindergarten, it's even more unnecessary. It's just dinner. Don't worry.
The master bedroom closet in the villa has plenty of clothes and cosmetics.
Let's go.
Xin Feng took Chu Yue's hand and headed upstairs. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei clapped their hands happily.
Go, Daddy. Make Mom look like a princess. Right. Go, Dad. Make Mom dazzle everyone.
Xiao Ai cleared the plates from the table. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei pulled out tissues, helping Xiao Ai wipe down the table. Xin Feng and Chu Yue ascended to the second floor. They pushed open the walk-in closet. The wardrobe was packed to the brim with the latest Chanel and Dior designs, along with matching bags and accessories.
Chu Yue's eyes lit up instantly.
Though she never deliberately pursued luxury goods, seeing these items still left her awestruck. They were undeniably beautiful.
This isn't quite appropriate, is it?
These things are far too valuable.
How could I just take them?
Xin Feng gently placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke softly.
They're all yours. You're the mistress of this house. Try them on. Every piece is tailored to your measurements.
Chu Yue's lips parted slightly. Xin Feng casually pulled out a white dress and a pair of camellia-patterned flats from the pile, handing them to Chu Yue. You're beautiful and have a great figure. You don't need flashy outfits to look stunning.
Try this one on.
During her senior year summer break, Xin Feng took a 2-month part-time job at a luxury boutique to earn extra money. He saved enough to cover a year's tuition for college.
So he knew a thing or two about styling luxury pieces.
Chu Yue took the dress and nodded slightly.
Go try it on. I'll wait outside.
Xin Feng turned to leave, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. A ripple of emotion stirred in Chu Yue's heart.
Xin Feng is truly wonderful.
Clearly, in the future, they were already husband and wife, yet he never once crossed any boundaries with me.
Chu Yue composed herself and slipped into a little dress.
Standing before the mirror, she was startled by her own reflection.
If she had been an 8 out of 10 beauty before, now she was a stunning beauty rivaling the top female stars in the entertainment industry. Radiant and exuding an air of sophistication. Are you ready?
Xin Feng asked from outside the door.
Yes, I'm ready. Chu Yue nodded.
Xin Feng pushed open the door and stepped inside. The moment he saw Chu Yue, a smile spread across his face. His wife was simply beautiful. He took out a small off-white handbag from the cabinet and handed it to her.
Here, to match this.
Then he opened a drawer, pulled out a red envelope, and stuffed 800 yuan inside.
If they treat you well, you can slip them 8,000. But if they don't treat you well, 800 will do. Just a token gesture.
Chu Yue looked at Xin Feng in surprise, her eyes wide. Xin Feng had even considered this. As she stood there in a daze, Xin Feng studied Chu Yue intently.
Something still seemed to be missing. Her hair.
Chu Yue's hair was smooth, straight, and jet black, needing no further adornment.
Her makeup.
Chu Yue applied light makeup herself. Combined with her natural beauty, thick eyebrows, long lashes, and skin as white as snow with a hint of pink, it required little embellishment.
The only thing missing.
Xin Feng suddenly leaned close to Chu Yue's face. Her heart skipped a beat and she stiffened with nervous tension. Xin Feng raised his hand to cup her face. Her heart pounded like a drum.
What was he doing? Was he going to kiss me?
Xin Feng was so gentle. If he kissed me, it would surely be tender too. Chu Yue closed her eyes in anticipation.
Chapter 25. Chu Yue mocked?
Xin Feng pulled open a drawer, took out a lipstick, cupped Chu Yue's face, and touched up her color.
There. Xin Feng said.
Chu Yue opened her eyes and saw her face flush bright red.
Only then did she realize she'd misunderstood. She had thought. Your cheeks are so rosy, you don't even need blush. Perfect.
Xin Feng said earnestly. Chu Yue felt even more embarrassed, her face flushing so intensely it felt like it might bleed.
Thank you.
Chu Yue bowed at a 90-degree angle.
I'll be going now.
Then she bolted toward the exit as if escaping. Xin Feng raised his hand and scratched the back of his head in confusion.
Ha? Did I say something wrong?
Wait, Yue.
Let Xiao Ai drive you home.
Xin Feng followed after her. Xiao Ai drove Chu Yue toward Xian de Plaza. Sitting in the back seat, Chu Yue occasionally frowned in frustration, raising her hand to tap her forehead.
What's wrong with me?
Every day my mind's filled with all these messy, chaotic images.
Chu Yue muttered softly.
Xiao Ai looked slightly amused, offering a faint smile.
That's the feeling of being in love, you know? Every minute, every second, everywhere you keep imagining being with the other person. Maybe hugging, or maybe something more intimate.
No way, Xiao Ai, don't say things like that. Chu Yue cupped her face, her ears burning bright red.
Xiao Ai giggled softly. Madam, we're here. The car pulled up outside Xian de Plaza. Chu Yue opened the door and stepped out. You can go back first.
When it's almost over, I'll text Xin Feng and you can come pick me up then.
Chu Yue instructed Xiao Ai. Yes, ma'am. Xiao Ai drove off.
As soon as Chu Yue turned around, a familiar figure appeared before her eyes.
Yue? Is it really you? I thought I was mistaken.
The man standing beside Chu Tiantian's eyes lit up upon seeing Chu Yue.
And this is my cousin, studying at Beijing University.
She's always been a bit of a bookworm, dressed outy, and focused solely on her studies since childhood.
She doesn't look like one.
She's dressed so beautifully. The man's mouth fell slightly open, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment.
Chu Tiantian felt a pang of irritation and discreetly pinched the man's arm. Well, you're dressed up pretty nicely today. That's a Chanel knockoff, huh? Nice taste. Good quality too, probably a high-end fake. And that bag? The little white gold ball?
The real one costs over 50,000.
Yours is probably a 2,000 yuan knockoff. Chu Tiantian grabbed Chu Yue's arm and sneered.
Xian Kai, you're the general distributor for a luxury division of a listed company, and you can't even tell a fake from the real thing?
Xian Kai cleared his throat. Who doesn't recognize them?
This.
Counterfeits may look good, but it's a bit unethical. You really shouldn't have done this. You absolutely can't wear it next time.
Xian Kai addressed Chu Yue. Chu Yue rolled her eyes inwardly, too lazy to engage with them.
It's getting late. Your mom must be here already. Let's head upstairs first. Chu Yue said, striding into the mall.
She deliberately emphasized the word your mom. Only belatedly realizing she'd been insulted, Chu Tiantian stormed after them in a rage.
Xian Kai hurried after them too.
He then discreetly studied Chu Yue from behind.
You know what?
Even though it was all knockoff stuff, Chu Yue still looked stunning in them. They arrived at Hala Di Lao.
Private room A8. The moment they entered, Aunt Chu Xia's voice echoed from within.
Honestly, my two daughters have really made something of themselves. My eldest may not have gotten into a top university, but she sure knows how to pick a husband. She graduated from vocational school and married the owner of the International Hotel in Su Province. Now she gets chauffeured everywhere, doesn't have to raise kids, and doesn't have to serve her in-laws either.
And Tian isn't half bad either.
Before she even graduated from college, she snagged a guy in the capital with a house and a car. Compared to her sister, she's not doing too shabby either.
Second sister, why make Yue study so hard? She's so pretty she should marry young while she can. Xu Feng gave an awkward laugh.
Yue is still young, just a freshman. No rush for boyfriends.
I told her to wait until after graduation. Xu Niannian chimed in with a laugh. Second auntie, that's not how it works.
Finding a partner in college is the purest way, no need to worry about family background. You should get Yue to snag a rich second-generation boyfriend while she's still in school. Then she can marry right after graduation. Don't wait until she enters society, those guys are all crafty then, and she won't stand a chance. Xu Feng felt a pang of discomfort at these words but couldn't find a retort, nearly seething inwardly.
She gave an awkward smile and said nothing more. Xu Yue arrived at the doorway just in time to overhear their conversation.
She stepped inside and sat down beside Xu Feng.
Auntie, cousin, you needn't worry about my affairs. Didn't you come today to see Tiantian's boyfriend?
He's here. Everyone turned toward the doorway and saw Chu Tiantian walking in, her arm around Xian Kai.
Xian Kai looked to be around 30.
Chu Tiantian was barely in her early 20s. The key point was that Xian Kai looked like he'd been rolling around in the rough and tumble of society for years, reeking of the stench of money. He had his arm wrapped around Chu Tiantian from behind, his large hand clasped over her shoulder.
The stark contrast between them was like something out of a soap opera.
Xu Feng, Chu Xia, and Chu Niannian all visibly gasped in shock. After a moment, Chu Xia forced a stiff smile and complimented.
He really is quite the catch.
Yes, he's a perfect match for our Tiantian.
Xu Niannian chimed in.
Xu Feng opened her mouth to offer praise, but after staring for a long while, she simply couldn't find anything to compliment. Finally, she closed her mouth again. Just then, sitting in her high chair, Chu Niannian's daughter, never one to mince words, pounded the table, laughing and shouting.
Ah ha ha, he looks just like a toad. Xian Kai's expression darkened instantly. Chu Tiantian shot Chu Niannian a fierce glare. Startled, Chu Niannian quickly covered her daughter's mouth.
Xiao Yu meant he looks just like a golden toad, a sign of wealth and prosperity.
Xian Kai's expression finally softened into amusement.
He strode straight to the head seat and flung the car keys onto the table with feigned nonchalance.
Xu Xia spotted them, and her eyes lit up instantly. Oh, those keys, is that a Mercedes E-Class? Yeah, just for fun. I've got a Porsche at home too, but I keep it low-key. Driving that thing is too flashy, doesn't suit my style. Honestly, the car itself doesn't matter much. It's all about the license plate. Getting a Beijing plate now requires a lottery draw. Even with money, you don't qualify. Xian Kai deliberately spoke in a falsetto voice. So, you're my cousin, right? Got a boyfriend? Maybe one day I can introduce you to someone from my circle of friends?
His eyes fixed intently on Xu Yue. Xu Yue felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. Xu Feng felt a twinge of unease and forced a stiff smile.
No need. My Yao Wei is still young.
She doesn't date in college. Shu Tiantian noticed Qian Kai's interest in Chu Yue and felt annoyed, letting out a cold snort.
What do you mean no relationships?
Just the other day, I was bored and scrolling through the Jingshan University alumni circle and I saw my cousin publicly confess to a student from a poor background. Chapter 26, Xin Feng rushes to rescue his wife.
Shu Tiantian pulled out her phone, opened the Jingda University forum and held it up high. Shu Feng's eyes widened as she glared at Chu Yue. Yue! Is this real? You're actually dating someone? Mom, let me explain. At the time. Just tell me, is it true or not? Is this guy your boyfriend?
Shu Feng pointed at the phone and snapped at Chu Yue. Chu Yue pressed her lips together and nodded.
Shu Feng took a deep breath, nearly fainting.
Shu Niannian quickly supported her, patting her chest in a feigned concerned manner.
Auntie, are you okay? Calm down. Yue is still young.
It's normal for her to have a boyfriend.
It's just for fun anyway. If it doesn't work out, they can always break up. Shu Tiantian nodded in agreement. Exactly.
When the time comes, I'll have my boyfriend introduce Yue to a few more eligible bachelors. She'll definitely lose interest in that penniless college student.
Qian Kai lifted his chin, his belly sticking out proudly. Exactly.
I guarantee you, any guy I pull out of my circle would be better than this broke student.
Wow. But he's so handsome. Way better looking than that toad. Ha 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 ha.
Xiaoyu slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed. Qian Kai's face darkened instantly.
Kids just don't get it. Good looks don't put food on the table. Exactly. Exactly. These days, what good is just being handsome? Shu Tiantian pinched Xiaoyu hard, gritting her teeth. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Ow. That hurts. Auntie pinched me, wah wah.
Xiaoyu instantly burst into tears, kicking and thrashing. Shu Niannian quickly covered Xiaoyu's mouth and let her out. The private room fell silent. Shu Feng took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and grabbed Chu Yue's hand.
This is unacceptable. Shouldn't you have told your mother privately first about having a boyfriend? How dare you let me find out from someone else? Is our mother-daughter relationship really that bad?
Chu Yue's heart sank with relief as she stared blankly at Chu Feng.
Mom.
Chu Feng held Chu Yue's hand as she turned to face Chu Tiantian and the others.
So what if he's from a poor family? Someone who got into Beijing University on merit won't starve in the real world.
My daughter has her own hands and feet, she can make her own way. Worst case, her dad and I will help out.
Those two won't go hungry.
Shu Yue felt a wave of emotion wash over her, her eyes instantly reddening.
Chu Tiantian and the others flushed alternately pale and crimson with anger.
Xu Xia retorted indignantly, second sister, Yue is young and doesn't understand things yet, but you're being unreasonable too.
Make their own way? With how tough the job market is nowadays, how could the two of them possibly make it in Beijing? That's laughable. Stop clinging to your pride.
You should talk nicely to our Tiantian's boyfriend. He's not stingy, he'll definitely be willing to help find a boyfriend for Yue. Qian Kai pulled a business card from his wallet.
Exactly.
Here, little sister, go see your brother-in-law at his company tomorrow.
He'll definitely help you.
He tried to force it into Chu Yue's hand. Shu Feng snatched the card in anger and flung it away.
You've gone too far.
Big sis, you picking on me all the time is one thing, but now you're siding with outsiders to bully my daughter.
We're not eating here anymore. Yue, let's go.
Shu Feng grabbed Chu Yue's hand and started pulling her toward the exit.
Hey, why are you leaving? Shu Jun walked in carrying dishes and caught the scene.
He quickly set the dishes on the table. Shu Tiantian's eyes darted around as she feigned hurt.
Oh dear uncle, it's all because of Yue.
She's dating some poor guy from Beijing University and we feel so sorry for her. We wanted my boyfriend to introduce her to someone with better prospects, but she's not having any of it.
Exactly. She took our kindness for granted. Xu Xia snorted in agreement. Yue's boyfriend?
Xu Jun recalled Qin Feng's appearance much more handsome than Shen Kai, though a bit poor. Still, he supported himself through part-time work, showing real integrity. Qian Kai tugged at his collar and snorted. I only came to eat here because of Tian. Honestly, given some people's backgrounds, I wouldn't normally sit at the same table with them.
Qian Kai shot Xu Feng a glance. Xu Jun instantly felt annoyed.
As the youngest child in his family, his father had passed away early. During his school years, just like Qin Feng, he had to work to support himself, barely scraping together enough for living expenses. His older sister, Chu Feng, had covered his tuition fees, allowing him to finish university. Otherwise, how could he possibly hold the position of marketing manager at Qianda Plaza? Xu Jun slammed his palm on the table. What status? What status? Just because he's Ren Yue's boyfriend, what's wrong with working for a living? Working for money means you're poor. And being poor means you're unworthy. I introduced her to a boyfriend that was me giving her face. She took that face and showed no gratitude. She doesn't deserve to sit at my table.
Qian Kai snorted coldly. Poor? I'm the owner of Qianda Plaza.
Look it up if you don't believe me. See if the owner of Chinda Plaza is named Chin Fong. Chu Jun's rage boiled over, and the words just burst out.
He didn't care if it was true or not. His hot temper simply couldn't stand Xian Kai's nouveau riche demeanor.
Chu Yue froze for a moment before gasping, "Uncle,
how did you know Chin Fong is the owner of Chinda Plaza?"
She had assumed he believed her when she told him Chin Fong wasn't the owner last time.
Had he gone and investigated it himself afterward? Uncle really is sharp. Chu Jun also froze for a moment. Wow. Yue was playing along with the act. She's definitely his niece. They're so in sync.
Xian Kai, Chu Xia, Chu Tiantian, and Chu Niannian, who had just returned from soothing the baby, all froze for a moment before bursting into laughter.
Ha 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 ha. Uncle, you're saying Yue's boyfriend is the owner of Chien de Plaza? Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. How could the owner of Chien de Plaza be that young? Exactly. Everyone knows Chien de Plaza belongs to the Wang family. How could it possibly be owned by someone surnamed Chin? Over here. Chin Fong read children's stories to the two kids for a while. Seeing it was about time, he decided to head out early to pick up Chu Yue and swing by Chien de Plaza for an inspection. He wanted to see how the foot traffic was during the prime time slot at 8 p.m. He started up his Daimi S8 and set off. Chu Fong, seeing their mocking expressions, turned to Chu Jun and Chu Yue with embarrassment. Is it true what you're saying? Is Chin Fong really the owner of Chien de Plaza? Don't lie to us. Your father and I aren't the type to look down on the poor or chase after wealth. There's no need to fabricate identities to deceive people. Seeing their disbelief, Chu Yue explained. You can look up corporate info on your phones now. Chien de Plaza in Chaoyang District was sold to Chin Fong 3 days ago. It's all recorded on your phones. Saying this, Chu Yue pulled out her phone, tapped away at the screen, scrolled to the page, and held it up before them. They stared intently. What? The owner of Chien de Plaza in Chaoyang District really was Chin Fong. Chapter 27, Chairman's Visit, General Manager's Reception. Chin Feng's car drove straight into the underground parking garage. The moment the license plate approached the barrier, the electronic system recognized the plate and the barrier lifted automatically. The security guard, seeing this, quickly opened the security booth, stepped out, and saluted the car from a distance. After parking, Chin Fong opened the door, stepped out, and headed toward the elevator. The security guard quickly pulled out his phone and called Su Yingfeng. Mr. Su, the chairman's car just pulled in. Su Yingfeng, who was in his office, sat up straight upon hearing the call. The chairman was here for an inspection? Just days ago, he had specifically instructed the garage security to notify him immediately if the chairman's car entered the underground parking garage. What does it look like? Which elevator did it take? Su Yingfeng asked in a low voice. He took elevator number 2. A young man wearing a black and white baseball uniform. Got it. Su Yingfeng hung up the phone and quickly grabbed the remote control to activate the elevator surveillance. The camera, positioned high behind the elevator, captured Chin Feng's back and the back of his head. Though his face was obscured, it was clear he was a young man in his early 20s. Seems my hunch was right. Chien de Plaza in Chaoyang District must have been purchased by some wealthy tycoon for their child. However, the upbringing of children in wealthy families begins from a young age. From our last phone conversation, it was clear that despite his youth, the chairman was remarkably adept at management. Therefore, he must not be underestimated. We must notify all departments immediately. Su Yingfeng pulled out his walkie-talkie. All departments, listen up. The chairman is conducting an incognito inspection. Everyone must be 100% alert and perform their duties flawlessly. Full alert. Full alert. Absolutely no slip-ups. Yes, sir. All departments acknowledged receipt. Su Yingfeng leaned back in his chair, still feeling restless. Although the chairman seemed reluctant to reveal his identity, it was still better to go check. At the very least, knowing who the chairman was would help him know how to handle future encounters. On the surveillance feed, Chin Fong emerged from the elevator and headed toward the Halal restaurant. Su Yingfeng quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie and continued broadcasting. Attention all departments, the chairman is heading toward the Halal Hot Pot restaurant. Staff in the vicinity, immediately check the cleanliness of the floor, personnel security, and lighting arrangements to ensure everything is in order. Roger. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yingfeng still couldn't shake his unease. He opened his office door and headed toward the Lu Di Lao restaurant. In the private room, Chen Kai stared at Chu Yue's raised phone, frozen for a few seconds before snorting derisively. There are tons of people with the same name. Especially since Chin Fong is such a common name. Exactly. It's laughable. She dug up some random person with the same name and claims he's her boyfriend. Why not just say the Beijing elite's golden boy is your boyfriend? Chu Tiantian chimed in with her own mockery. Chu Yue lowered her phone. Forget it. Since you won't believe anything I say, what's the point? Uncle, Mom, and I aren't staying for dinner. We're leaving. Chu Yue took Chu Feng's hand, ready to leave. Chu Jun hurriedly stopped him. Wait a moment. Before he could finish, The walkie-talkie on Chu Jun's waist crackled with Suing Feng's voice. All departments, listen up. The chairman is conducting an incognito inspection. Everyone must be 100% alert and perform their duties flawlessly. Full alert. Full alert. Absolutely no slip-ups. Chu Jun froze, his face flushing crimson. Oh no, the chairman is actually here. What if they bumped into each other? What if Chen Kai discovered this Qin Feng wasn't the real one? That would be awkward. Chen Kai caught the flicker of panic on Chu Jun's face. The chairman? You mean the owner of Qianda Plaza? Perfect timing, let's go check it out. That way we'll know if he's my cousin's boyfriend or not. Shu You's eyelashes fluttered. Was Qin Feng worried about her, so he came to pick her up? But he probably doesn't like showing off in public. Shu Yue lifted her head and addressed Qian Kai. No need. I owe you no proof. Believe it if you want, or forget it. Chu Jun, terrified of being exposed, quickly nodded in agreement. Exactly. Exactly. Why should we have to prove anything to you? Second sister, let's go. Chu Jun also grabbed Chu Feng's hand. The three headed for the exit. Qian Kai instantly flew into a rage. Seeing her wealthy fiancé getting angry, Chu Xia quickly stepped forward to block Shu Yue and the others, rolling up her sleeves. Stop echoing each other. It was written crystal clear on the Beijing University forum just now. Qin Feng is a poor student. And the owner of Qianda Plaza? He's just blowing smoke without a script. Sister, I see you've raised a real money pit of a daughter. Don't let her graduate and end up subsidizing some man. What a waste. You. How dare you speak like that? Chu Feng nearly choked on her anger. Honest and slow to speak, she had no idea how to retort to Chu Xia. But she knew this, Shu Yue was her only daughter, and she would protect her at all costs. I know my daughter better than anyone. If you dare utter another word, we sever ties. No more contact from this day forward. Chu Feng glared fiercely at Chu Xia. Shu You's eyes welled up with tears. Her mother cherished sisterly bonds above all else. Despite all the things her eldest aunt had done in the past, her mother had never severed ties for the sake of their sisterhood. But now, to cut ties with her aunt's family for her sake, it showed just how resolute her mother's decision was. At that very moment, the walkie-talkie at Chu Jun's waist crackled to life again. Attention all departments, the chairman is heading toward the Lu Di Lao area. Staff in the vicinity, immediately verify ground cleanliness, personnel security, and lighting arrangements are in place. Qian Kai snorted. Wow! What a coincidence, the chairman of Qianda Plaza is actually heading this way. Why don't we go check out this Lu Di Lao owner, Qin Feng, and see if he looks like the Qin Feng in Tian Tian's the one who's You's boyfriend? If they don't. Uncle, you're randomly accusing your own boss. If he finds out, you can kiss your manager position goodbye, right? Since we're family, why not just back down and admit your mistake? Then this whole thing will blow over. Qian Kai stepped forward to straighten Chu Jun's collar, his eyes brimming with utter contempt. Chu Jun's chest heaved with rage. He raised his hand, violently shaking off Qian Kai's touch, and pointed shakily at Chu Tian. I'm your uncle, for heaven's sake. If your boyfriend shows me such disrespect, you'll reap what you sow. Chu Tian bit her lip slightly. She too felt Qian Kai had gone too far, but in this situation, she couldn't afford to embarrass him. She steeled herself and said, well then, uncle, you're the one who started lying. An old man like you showing no respect, yet expecting others to respect you? That's laughable. You! Chu Jun was so furious he nearly choked on his breath. Shu Yue couldn't take it anymore. Fine. You want to see? Then let's all go out together right now. Chapter 28, My apologies, Chairman, I'm late. Shu Yue grabbed Chu Feng's hand and led the way out. Chu Jun watched with a sinking feeling. Yue was acting too convincingly. But no matter how convincing, once they stepped outside, wouldn't the truth be revealed? Yue, the chairman is here for an inspection. Maybe we shouldn't go over there, Chu Jun hurriedly called after them. Qian Kai sneered. What a convincing act. I forgot to mention earlier your general manager, Suing Feng, happens to be my distant cousin-in-law. We even had dinner together during the new year. No matter how convincing your act is, I'll find out the truth as soon as I step outside. Shu Yue shot Qian Kai a glare but said nothing, simply pulling Chu Feng toward the exit. Chu Feng's heart pounded nervously as she whispered to Chu Yue. Is what you said true or not? Is your boyfriend really the owner of Qianda Plaza? Mom, of course I'm telling the truth. Chu Yue declared with certainty. The two arrived at the entrance of Hall Di Lao. Qin Feng had just finished circling the mall and arrived at the entrance. The three of them met each other's gaze. The moment Chu Yue saw Qin Feng, her eyes reddened and she pouted in hurt. Qin Feng's heart tightened. Could it be that Yue's mother had found out about their affair and scolded Yue? He hurried forward and called out. Yue. Qin Feng. Shu Yue's lips trembled slightly. Shu Feng took a good look. Standing at about 185 centimeters tall, Qin Feng had a chiseled face with deep, well-defined features, a classic Chinese heartthrob.
Most importantly, he radiated a clean, refreshing aura.
Xu Feng couldn't help but admire him. Truly, a student worthy of Peking University. But
he might be handsome enough, but his attire was plain and ordinary, made of polyester fabric, no less.
he certainly didn't look like the owner of Qin Da Plaza.
Xu Feng's expression hardened, her face clouding over.
Yue Wei really should have known better.
Just because her boyfriend from Peking University was a bit strapped for cash, that didn't mean she should lie and deceive people.
Just as she was about to speak up for Chu Yue,
Qin Feng stepped forward first, extending his left hand toward Xu Feng.
"Hello, Auntie. I'm Qin Feng, Yue Wei's boyfriend. We were planning to visit you and Uncle in the next couple of days, but I never expected to run into you here. Have you eaten yet? If not, I can make arrangements.
If you have, there's a nice tea place on the 4th floor perfect for after dinner."
Xu Feng was instantly more impressed. Thoughtful and polite Yue Wei certainly had good taste.
She smiled faintly and reached out to take Qin Feng's left hand. The moment their hands touched,
Xu Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Qin Feng inwardly cursed. Damn it, I forgot to deactivate Divine Hand.
Over the past 2 days, he had discovered that with a bit of mental control, he could deactivate the Divine Hand. Xu Feng was already quite pleased with Qin Feng. Now, with the Divine Hand's blessing, her satisfaction bordered on a mother-in-law growing more and more infatuated with her son-in-law.
Good. Good. What a fine young man. Are you free tomorrow? Why don't you and Yue Wei go get your marriage certificate tomorrow? Qin Feng. Xu Yue's face flushed instantly. Mom, what are you talking about? We've only just started dating.
Even if, as Qin Feng put it, they were destined to marry someday and even have little Yue and little Yue getting married tomorrow felt way too rushed. Qin Feng cleared his throat twice. I am free, but...
Fine, tomorrow it is.
Yue, I'll have your father bring the household register over first thing tomorrow morning. Xu Feng cut Qin Feng off decisively, leaving no room for argument.
Xu Yue's face flushed even redder. Oh my goodness, Mom is way too enthusiastic. Qin Feng must think I'm desperate to get married. Just then, Xu Jun emerged from inside. Xian Kai and Xu Tian followed behind him.
Xian Kai's gaze locked onto Qin Feng as he strode forward.
You're Qin Feng?
Qin Feng turned to look at Xian Kai, catching the hostility in his eyes.
Could it be that the hurt in Yue Wei's eyes earlier was because of this man?
Qin Feng released Xu Feng's hand, strode forward, and said coldly.
That's right.
I'm Qin Feng, Yue Wei's boyfriend.
You're the owner of Qian Da Plaza?
Xian Kai's voice rose slightly. Qin Feng looked at Xu Yue with a hint of surprise. Xu Yue pressed her lips together and said softly, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have revealed your identity without your consent. It's fine.
It's not something that can't be said, and besides, they're all your family. Qin Feng said gently.
Only then did Xu Yue's heart settle.
Xu Jun observed Qin Feng's calm and composed demeanor, feeling a moment of confusion.
Could it be? Could Qin Feng really be the owner of Qian Da Plaza?
Xian Kai, Xu Tian, Xu Xia, and Xu Nian exchanged glances, then burst into laughter.
Ha 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 ha. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow.
Xian Kai's smile froze, his voice dripping with sarcasm.
You sure have some nerve. What respectable shop owner wears Benetton? And dresses his girlfriend in knockoffs? Ha 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 ha. If you're really the owner of Qian Da Plaza, I'll eat standing on my head. Xu Tian and the others burst into laughter again. Qin Feng's eyes darkened.
Just as he prepared to retort, Xu Feng quickly stepped forward, shielding Qin Feng behind him, and raised his hand to slap Xian Kai.
Don't you dare bully my future son-in-law. Smack! Xian Kai's face snapped to the side from the blow. Xian Kai froze. Xu Tian gasped. Auntie! How could you hit someone? I'm hitting him.
He just disrespected my daughter toward your uncle, and now he's bullying my future son-in-law.
If I don't hit him, why would I keep him around?
Xu Yue and Xu Jun gaped in shock.
This was the first time they'd ever seen Xu Feng lose his temper like this.
Qin Feng felt a wave of warmth wash over him.
This was the first time an elder had ever stood up for him.
Watching Xu Feng's loving figure retreat, he desperately wanted to shout Mom at that moment. Xian Kai covered his face in fury.
Fine. Fine. Fine.
You just wait, I. Xian Kai stammered for a long while, unable to think of a way to retaliate. In the distance, Su Yingfeng approached with quick steps.
Xian Kai's eyes lit up. My cousin's husband is coming. You're finished.
Qin Feng glanced back at the approaching figure, whom he didn't recognize.
Whoever it is, this is a society governed by law. What could possibly be over?
You just got slapped by my mother-in-law. At worst, I'll compensate you financially, Qin Feng said indifferently.
Xu Jun panicked upon seeing the newcomer.
He tugged lightly at Qin Feng's sleeve and whispered urgently.
That's our general manager. You'd better get out of here fast.
If he finds out about you pretending to be the chairman, he'll definitely sue you for fraud.
I'll probably lose my job too.
Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly.
Ha? The general manager? What a coincidence. Leave? You wish.
Qian Kai laughed arrogantly, grabbing Qin Feng's arm with one hand while shouting at Su Yingfeng, who was rushing over.
Cousin-in-law.
You're just in time, someone's impersonating your chairman to commit fraud. Su Yingfeng stepped closer and fixed his gaze on Qin Feng. Dressed exactly like the man in the surveillance footage, this person was
Chairman. My apologies for being late.
Su Yingfeng bent down to grasp Qin Feng's left hand, his tone brimming with utmost respect.
Chapter 29, I disapprove of you two being together. Qian Kai's expression froze. See, cousin-in-law, you've got to be kidding me. He looks so ordinary. Could he really be the owner of Qian de Plaza? Does it matter to you? And who is your cousin's husband anyway?
Su Yingfeng shot Qian Kai a cold stare before respectfully addressing Qin Feng.
My apologies, Chairman. I don't recognize this gentleman. Regarding your inspection visit, do you have any suggestions or feedback on the plaza's management?
Qin Feng replied indifferently.
I'm not here for an inspection today. I'm here to pick up my girlfriend. Let's not discuss work matters.
Have the others observing in the shadows go about their own business?
Yes, sir.
Su Yingfeng bowed respectfully and turned to leave. The crowd stood frozen in shock.
What? You's boyfriend is actually the chairman of Qin de Plaza. Xu Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. If You's boyfriend really was Qin de Plaza's chairman, Qin Feng, then his promotion. Wouldn't that mean Qin Feng had personally requested it from the chairman?
Xu Jun recalled his previous unfriendly attitude toward Qin Feng, and his face flushed crimson.
Ah! He deserved to die. Xu Feng's pupils widened in shock.
As the effect of the divine left hand wore off, she suddenly regained her senses. Recalling her earlier attempts to curry favor with Qin Feng, she frowned. If Qin Feng were just an ordinary, penniless student at Jingda, she might have thought he was a suitable match for Yue. Being poor was one thing, they could work hard together to overcome it. But now, since Qin Feng was the owner of Qian de Plaza, the gap in social standing between him and the Chu family was simply too vast. If Yue married him, she'd likely struggle to adapt to the lifestyle of a wealthy socialite. Chu Xia, Chu Niannian, and Chu Tiantian's eyes burned with jealousy.
Damn it! Chu Yue actually snagged a wealthy husband. What gives Chu Yue the right? Chu Xia pinched Chu Tiantian discreetly, signaling her to hurry up and butter up Qin Feng. Compared to Qin Feng, the owner of Qian de Plaza, Qian Kai was nothing. Chu Tiantian immediately got the hint, tugged her skirt down to reveal more cleavage, and pushed her way forward. Hello, I'm Chu Yue's cousin. My name is Chu Tiantian. She extended her hand toward Qin Feng with an ingratiating smile. Qin Feng remained expressionless, completely ignoring her as he turned his attention to Chu Feng and Chu Jun. Auntie, uncle, have you two eaten yet? Shall we sit down and have dinner first? Qin Feng asked respectfully. Chu Feng opened her mouth to refuse. Chu Jun, who knew his second sister best, anticipated her words and spoke up first. All right. Let's go eat first. Chu Jun grabbed Chu Feng's hand without waiting for her response and pulled her toward the private room. Perfect timing. The table I reserved earlier hasn't been touched yet. Let's hurry over before the food gets cold. We can't let it go to waste. Chu Jun shoved aside Qian Kai, who stood frozen in shock, and squeezed past him. They re-entered the Hallo Lao private room. Qin Feng smiled gently, took Chu Yue's hand, and followed them inside. Chu Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. Chu Tiantian's hand hung suspended in midair, awkwardness thick in the air. Chu Xia quickly tugged her arm and whispered urgently. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow them. Thick skin is key. Oh. Chu Tiantian hurried after them. Hey! Tiantian! Qian Kai called out to her. Chu Tiantian shot him a dismissive glance. Qian Kai, we're having a family dinner tonight. You should head home first. With that, Chu Tiantian and Chu Niannian hurried after them. Qian Kai's face turned pale with anger. Xiaoyu stuck her tongue out at Qian Kai. Ugly duckling. I told you he was better looking than you. Now look what you got me a beating. Ha ha ha, serves you right. My auntie's gonna dump you soon. You! Qian Kai gritted his teeth in fury, about to explode. Xiaoyu quickly dashed into the private room. The door slammed shut. Qian Kai tried to follow, but Su Yingfeng stepped in front of him. I remember you now, you're Qian Lei's son. Why aren't you at home helping your father tend the pork stall? What are you doing here? Qian Kai glanced nervously toward the private room, terrified that Su Yingfeng's words might have been overheard by Chu Tiantian. Indeed, his rich kid status was a sham. The so-called car and house? The car was a used Alto, and the house was a small 3-bedroom in Yanjia. His job in Beijing was driving for the wealthy. These past few days, he'd been driving his boss's car to pick up and drop off Chu Tiantian. Qian Kai immediately lowered his voice and addressed Su Yingfeng respectfully. Cousin-in-law, you finally remembered me. My dad asked me to pass on his regards. No need for greetings. Seeing how you clashed with my boss earlier, I advise you to behave yourself and stay out of trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving your father any face. Su Yingfeng warned. Yes. I'll leave immediately. I won't cause any trouble. Qian Kai bowed hastily and immediately turned to leave. Su Yingfeng stood watching until Qian Kai disappeared from sight before returning to his office with a sense of relief. Private room. Xin Feng gestured for Chu Feng to sit down. Xu Xia, Xu Tiantian, Xu Nianyan, and Xu Xiaoyu entered. Xu Xia immediately sat beside Chu Feng, while Xu Tiantian and Xu Nianyan squeezed in close to Qin Feng. Xu Yue was pushed all the way to the door. Qin Feng, how old are you this year? What do your parents do? You know, when you have time, why not invite your parents out for a meal too? Xu Xia addressed Qin Feng with a beaming smile. Xu Nianyan carried the wine jug and handed it to Xu Tiantian. Xu Tiantian quickly stood up and poured Qin Feng a cup of wine. Hey, brother-in-law, come on, have a drink. As she poured the wine, her body tilted slightly, the open neckline nearly letting two rabbits leap out. Even if they hadn't, the sheer openness of her neckline meant that with just a slight lift of his gaze, Qin Feng could see everything. The family's enthusiasm was so intense that an outsider might mistake this for a formal meeting between Qin Feng and Xu Tiantian's parents. Xu Feng's face darkened considerably. Xu Jun was so furious he couldn't speak. Xu Yue pressed her lips together, feeling utterly mortified. After all, Xu Xia and the others were her relatives. Qin Feng wouldn't think her family had poor manners, would he? As Xu Tiantian poured, her hand suddenly slipped. The wine splashed onto Qin Feng, soaking the crucial part of his pants. Xu Tiantian gasped, "Oh no," and quickly grabbed napkins to wipe Qin Feng. Brother-in-law, look at me so clumsy. Xu Feng, unable to contain his anger any longer, was about to explode. Qin Feng shifted his body. Xu Tiantian missed her mark, stumbled backward, and landed flat on her face on the floor. Xu Jun nearly laughed out loud. Oh dear, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Qin Feng stood up, his voice cold. You're not welcome here. Please leave. Xu Tiantian looked up at Qin Feng with reddened eyes, her expression filled with hurt. What's wrong? Brother-in-law, are you angry? Why are you being so petty? I'm Yue's older sister, after all. If it's that bad, I'll just buy you a new pair of pants to make it up to you. As she spoke, she fluttered her eyelashes at Qin Feng. Her body, still sprawled on the floor, twisted into an S shape, her buttocks thrust high in the air. Enough! Xu Tiantian, don't push it too far. Xu Yue clenched her fists and cried out softly. Chapter 30, He kissed me in kindergarten. Xu Xia squeaked in a high-pitched voice, feigning hurt. Yue, how are we overstepping? We're family. You're always tongue-tied. What's wrong with your sister entertaining your boyfriend for you? That's right, Yue, don't be so petty. Tiantian's only looking out for you. If she takes care of him, it's like keeping the good stuff in the family. With a guy like Qin Feng's status, how many women would jump at the chance? Xu Nianyan chimed in, then smiled at Qin Feng. Hey, Qin Feng, we're all family here. Don't be shy with our Tiantian. Xu Xiaoyu nodded. That's right, uncle. No matter who you end up with, I'll always call you uncle. These predatory words made Xu Yue flush crimson. You're shameless. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Truth be told, shameless people like this were a dime a dozen. After all, if it worked out, they'd snag a wealthy husband. If it didn't work out, there was little to lose. For those without any self-control, this kind of pressure would eventually break them down. Yue's family was just too honest. I bet they've been bullied by them before. Yue. Qin Feng called out to Xu Yue, giving her a subtle glance. Xu Yue looked at Qin Feng. Ha? Was Qin Feng trying to say, don't get angry, I'll handle it? Qin Feng pulled out paper and pen from his pocket, scribbled down the hotel address, and slipped it into Xu Tiantian's hand. If you're going to compensate, do it here. Book the room first, I'll come later. Xu Tiantian excitedly took the note. Alright. I'll go right now. Alright, go ahead. I'll handle Yue's situation first, then join you. Let me know when you're settled. Tell your mom and sister to leave ahead of you. Okay. 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 Xu Tiantian, convinced she'd successfully seduced him, nodded excitedly. Mom. Sis, let's hurry. Xu Tiantian pulled them both toward the door, whispering as they walked, I need to hurry and buy a sexy lingerie set. The excited family hurried out. Xu Jun and Xu Feng stared at Qin Feng in shock. They never imagined Qin Feng to be this kind of person. Xu Yue's lips pressed tightly together as she clutched the hem of her dress. No, Qin Feng isn't that kind of person. Xu Xia and the others departed. Qin Feng stood up and locked the private room door from the inside. Then, calmly, he pulled out a tissue and dabbed the water off his pants. Thankfully, the polyester fabric pants were water-resistant and hadn't gotten too wet. After wiping himself dry, Qin Feng looked up and said to Xu Feng and Xu Jun in a flat tone. Finally, some peace and quiet. Auntie, uncle, let's sit down and continue. Xu Feng and Xu Jun froze. What? Could it be that Qin Feng had deliberately acted that way earlier to send Xu Xia and Xu Tiantian away? This way, he could avoid a direct confrontation. And also toyed with Xu Tiantian, leaving her with false hope. This Qin Feng. He really is cunning. But could Yue really handle a man this rich, handsome, and intelligent?
Chu Feng frowned with concern. A sweet warmth filled Chu Yue's heart.
She knew Qin Feng wasn't that kind of person. The group sat down.
Chu Jun hurriedly urged them to eat. The tabletop had a heating device, so despite the long delay, the dishes were still hot.
After a simple meal,
then they turned to the matter at hand. Chu Feng set down his chopsticks and addressed Qin Feng in a solemn tone.
Qin Feng,
as Yue's mother, I won't beat around the bush with you.
Auntie, please speak freely.
Qin Feng replied softly.
Chu Feng, originally, when they said you were just an ordinary, financially struggling student at Beijing University, I was quite happy for you and Yue to date. But now, you're the owner of Qingda Plaza, while our family is just ordinary working class people. The gap in your social status is simply too great.
When you first started dating, fueled by hormones, things might have seemed sweet and lovely.
But over time, it won't be the same. To put it bluntly, I won't approve of Yue being with you.
Mom!
Chu Yue's eyes reddened. Chu Feng glared at Chu Yue. Let me finish.
Chu Yue pressed her lips together and fell silent.
Chu Feng continued.
Your father and I worked our entire lives just to buy a small 2-bedroom apartment in Chaoyang District, Beijing. We're still paying off the mortgage. But Yue is our only child. We've always cherished her like a precious treasure, afraid to let her out of our sight.
Her father and I never once considered using her to climb the social ladder.
All we ever wanted was for her to find someone who truly loved her. For them to have ordinary jobs, earn a modest income, provide for each other's needs, and live a happy, stable life together. Chu Yue felt a lump rise in her throat, her eyes misting over.
Auntie, I understand your feelings. I have daughters too.
I wouldn't wish for them to be wealthy or powerful either, just happy and secure. Qin Feng said earnestly. He could have used the divine right hand again. But he wanted to win Chu Feng over with his sincerity instead.
Auntie, please give me a chance. Let me prove through my actions that I can bring happiness to Yue.
Qin Feng raised his wine glass and offered it to Chu Feng in a toast. Chu Feng's pupils fluttered slightly. She had intended to refuse, but looking into his eyes, the words of refusal simply wouldn't come out.
All right, fine.
Chu Feng lifted her wine cup. Qin Feng lowered his own glass half an inch, clinking it against hers before downing it in one gulp.
Chu Feng followed suit and drank his wine. Chu Jun breathed a sigh of relief.
A faint sweetness stirred in Chu Yue's heart. Chu Feng set down his cup and changed the subject. My part is settled, but in our family, Yue's father makes the final decision.
You must still find a time to formally visit our home, pay your respects to Yue's father, and obtain his permission.
Of course. Qin Feng replied softly with a smile. Chu Jun and Chu Yue exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing with concern. Qin Feng gestured for Chu Feng to continue eating.
After a while,
Qin Feng hailed a taxi and personally escorted Chu Feng out of the mall. Chu Jun quickly grabbed Qin Feng's hand, his voice filled with concern.
Qin Feng, you'd better be prepared. Yue's dad is notorious for being a total daddy's girl.
When Yue was in preschool, a boy kissed her, and her dad went straight to the school gate and gave the boy a proper scolding.
Yeah, I know. Qin Feng nodded. Actually, he and Yue weren't just high school classmates.
They were kindergarten classmates too.
Huh? You know about this? Oh, you don't know the whole story.
Anyway, be careful. Yue's dad is tough to deal with.
You might get into trouble later, so be prepared.
Chu Jun patted Qin Feng on the shoulder.
Okay, got it. Qin Feng nodded again. Uncle, Yue and I should head back now. The mall's about to close. You should get home and rest early too.
All right. Qin Feng took Chu Yue's hand and headed toward the underground parking garage.
Chu Jun, wait. They're leaving first. Could it be? Qin Feng and Yue are already planning to live together. This is serious.
If Yue's father finds out, he'll be furious enough to chase Qin Feng down with a knife.
Chapter 31, Randomly Acquired Reward at Kindergarten Building. Meanwhile, a certain international hotel.
Chu Tian booked a room, slipped into an extremely sexy lingerie set, lay on the bed, snapped an utterly seductive photo, and sent it to the number written on Qin Feng's note, along with the room number.
A few minutes later, Qin Feng didn't reply. Chu Tian held her phone, frowning slightly. Could it be he's dumping Yue and getting tangled up? No big deal, I'll just wait a bit longer. Qin Feng's already hooked anyway. Yue's golden groom is mine now, ha. Wait. Chu Tian drifted off to sleep. She woke up again at 11 p.m.
The hotel pressed her to check out. Gritting her teeth, Chu Tian paid over 1,000 yuan for the room. It hurt like hell.
Of course, that's another story. Qin Feng drove the Daimi S8, carrying Chu Yue back on the road. Chu Yue sat in the passenger seat. The dimly lit car held an ambiguous atmosphere.
Through the rearview mirror, Chu Yue stole a glance at Qin Feng's profile, his handsomeness making her heart race.
Ding! Congratulations on receiving a random reward, one private kindergarten in the Ziyunji district. All procedures have been automatically completed.
The kindergarten has been transferred to your name.
Immediately afterward, a text message arrived on his phone.
Dear property owner, Ziyunji Kindergarten was transferred from Liming to 1800142994 to your name on April 21, 2025. Please contact the previous owner promptly to arrange the handover. Xin Feng smiled faintly. Another asset added to his portfolio. About 50 meters away from Qin Feng's Rice S8. Several vehicles quietly followed behind. A bodyguard pulled out his phone, recorded a video, and sent it to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun glanced at his phone. A school beauty dared to hit his son? Humph, bring her back, lock her in a room, force-feed her some medicine, just wait till she begs my son for mercy. Third floor. Shensen carried a stack of documents and presented them to Old Master Zhao. Old Master, all of Qin Feng's records are here. The time he entered the orphanage aligns almost exactly with when the young master went missing back then. Additionally, I inquired at the orphanage and with the person who took in Qin Feng. Based on physical characteristics, the individual who sent Qin Feng to the orphanage back then is highly likely to be. Who? Old Master Zhao asked in a low voice. The eldest young master. Shensen replied in a solemn voice. He couldn't believe someone would send their own son to an orphanage, but the facts were undeniable. Shensen pulled out Qin Feng's admission photo from a pile of documents. Every child admitted had to be photographed with the person who brought them. In the photo, Zhao Yun's face was hidden behind a mask and a baseball cap. Yet, from his build and the eyes visible, Old Master Zhao instantly recognized him as Zhao Yun. Cough 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 cough. Damn it! He actually sent his own son to an orphanage. Shensen looked at Old Master Zhao with heartache. Yes, it's truly incomprehensible why he would do such a thing. What's so hard to understand? He's jealous of his own son. Jealous that he excels in every way. Doesn't he realize that's his own genes at work? Old Master Zhao slammed his hand on the table and roared angrily. Shensen looked at Old Master Zhao in confusion. What did that mean? If Qin Feng is the young master's son, then that's the young master's genes. How could they possibly be someone else's? Boss. Multiple suspicious vehicles detected tailing Qin Feng's car. Looks like they're up to no good. Should we intercept them? The walkie-talkie by Qin Sanzir crackled to life. The volume was just loud enough for Old Master Zhao to hear. Intercept. Must intercept. Old Master Zhao barked. They want to harm my precious grandson? No way. Yes, sir. Chen Sen responded. Then he pressed the intercom button. Intercept. Immediate intercept. Ensure Qin Feng's safety at all times. Roger that. The walkie-talkie responded. Qin Feng's car entered the elevated highway. Late at night. A deserted stretch of road. Over 50 meters away, a dozen vehicles prepared to converge at the intersection, forcing Qin Feng's car off the elevated road and into another junction. Just as they were waiting for their chance to strike. Suddenly, over 30 vehicles burst out from the traffic flow. 2 cars flanked one. A high-speed chase unfolded. Squeal scrape. Crash. After a series of collisions, numerous vehicles lost control, skidding to a halt across the road and causing gridlock. Xu Yue heard the commotion and glanced back. Whoa! Major car crash. That was close. We made it through. Otherwise, we might have been caught up in it too. Wonder if those drivers are okay. Xin Feng glanced through the rearview mirror. It's fine. No rollovers, no major collisions, just a rear-end fender bender. Minor stuff. Let's head home. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei are waiting for us. Yeah. Xu Yue nodded. On the elevated highway. Doors opened on dozens of vehicles. 2 groups of black-clad bodyguards, wielding electric batons, emerged from the vehicles and faced off against each other. Ah! A loud cry erupted. Both groups charged forward. Xin Feng felt the car was too quiet, so he turned on the stereo and played a song. The Funeral of Roses. Electric batons flew wildly, blood spattered like blooming roses. Xin Feng frowned slightly. The music was a bit too melancholic, clashing with the ambiguous atmosphere of his private moment with Yu Wei. Xin Feng reached up and pressed the button again. Today is a good day. Cheerful, festive music instantly filled the entire car. Xu Yue stared at Qin Feng in astonishment. Zhao Yun's men fell to the ground, and he drew his weapon. Chen Sen's men, wielding electric batons, pointed them at the leader. Speak! Who sent you to ambush Qin Feng? What do you think you're doing? No, we weren't here to ambush Qin Feng. We were here to capture Xu Yue. Xu Yue is Qin Feng's girlfriend. And you claim you weren't after Qin Feng? Attack! Chen Sen's men raised their batons and charged forward once more. Qin Feng cleared his throat awkwardly. He switched the music back. The Funeral of the Rose. Arriving home. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei had already been bathed by Xiao Ai and were fast asleep. It seemed that after Xiao Ai's modification, she was now completely waterproof. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei each held a doll, nestled together face to face. The dim yellow light cast upon their faces made them look like 2 exquisitely carved porcelain dolls, radiating a sweet, milky fragrance. I'm going to take a shower. Xu Yue abruptly stood up. Qin Feng was standing right behind her. As Chu Yue turned, they were inches apart, nearly falling into Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng raised his hand to steady her shoulders. Chu Yue steadied herself. Qin Feng spoke softly. The bathroom is over there. Come on. Chu Yue's cheeks flushed. I meant. Little Yue wanted to sleep with me earlier. I'll join them after my shower. The bathroom is over there. I'll take you. There are pajamas and towels in the wardrobe. Qin Feng explained. Chu Yue's cheeks flushed even redder in an instant. She'd misunderstood again. Damn it, why does this always happen? It's fine, I'll go by myself. Chu Yue rushed toward the exit in a panic. Qin Feng suddenly grabbed her wrist. Chu Yue stumbled, crashing into his arms. Qin Feng wrapped his arms around her waist, pinning her against the wardrobe. Does this mean we're officially together now? Chapter 32, The Clever Little Yue. Chu Yue's cheeks flushed crimson as her heart pounded wildly. I guess so. Though she had confessed to Qin Feng during Truth or Dare before. But now, she had genuinely fallen for Qin Feng. Then, may I kiss you? Qin Feng lowered his gaze to her lips and asked softly. Chu Yue's face flushed so deeply it seemed ready to bleed. She bit her lips lightly, nodded shyly, and murmured in a voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Qin Feng lifted his hand to remove his glasses. He bent down, tilted his head, and leaned in to kiss her. Chu Yue instinctively tilted her head back and closed her eyes. Qin Feng's kiss was gentle. Light and sweet, like a breeze brushing against cotton candy. Chu Yue found herself unconsciously sinking into his kiss. The atmosphere grew intimate and lingering. Perhaps because they were pressed so close together. Qin Feng's body stiffened involuntarily. Chu Yue felt something pressing against her, squirming slightly in discomfort and letting out a muffled groan. Qin Feng, did you put your phone in your pants pocket? It's pressing against me and it's a bit uncomfortable. Qin Feng's earlobes flushed crimson without his noticing. He cleared his throat twice and took a step back. No. Chu Yue lifted her head to look at Qin Feng's face, her heart skipping several beats. Qin Feng looked truly handsome without his glasses. He possessed the looks of an entertainment industry heartthrob without the artificial airs they carried, somewhat reminiscent of Zhao Enjuan, the actor who portrayed Erlangshin in those classic TV dramas. Now she finally understood why her mother adored this type of handsome man, because he was genuinely striking. Qin Feng gazed at Chu Yue's lips, flushed crimson from his kiss, and an image of her lying on the bed involuntarily surfaced in his mind. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. They locked eyes, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Just as both were on the verge of losing control. Daddy, Mommy, why aren't you kissing anymore? Little Yu blinked her eyes innocently. Little Wei clapped her hands excitedly. Yeah, I want to see Daddy and Mommy kiss. Qin Feng and Chu Yue's already crimson faces flushed scarlet in an instant. Ahem. The two cleared their throats awkwardly. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei rubbed their chins thoughtfully. Mommy said when people get embarrassed, they cough. Qin Feng and Chu Yue quickly glanced skyward and then downward, picking at the wall and tugging on drawers. Dad says when people feel awkward, they get really busy. Qin Feng and Chu Yue. How could their future selves have passed down such bizarre knowledge to their daughters? Little Yu tilted her head and said in a grown-up tone. Daddy, Mommy, don't be shy. My kindergarten teacher said kisses are how you show love. Xiao Wei clapped her hands and hopped, reaching out toward them. That's right. Xiao Wei wants a kiss from Daddy and Mommy too. Qin Feng and Chu Yue were utterly charmed by the two little ones' smiles. They bent down, each planting a smack on one of the little one's cheeks. All right, it's getting late. You two go to sleep first. Mommy will take a shower and then come tuck you in. Chu Yue ruffled their hair, opened the wardrobe door, and pulled out a set of silk soft pajamas. Little Yue asked earnestly, Daddy, isn't Mommy going to shower with us? Xiao Wei blinked her eyes. Yeah, when Mom and Dad were still close, didn't they always bathe together? Does that mean Mom and Dad still don't get along? As she spoke, the two little ones' lips trembled, sadness welling up in their eyes as if they were about to cry. Qin Feng and Chu Yue stiffened. Oh dear, are they really this ridiculous in the future? Taking baths together and getting caught by their child? If Mom and Dad aren't talking, then it must be true. Mom and Dad's relationship must be bad. The two children began to sob. Chu Yue hurriedly soothed them softly. All right, Mom and Dad will bathe together. Qin Feng, go get your pajamas too. Let's all go together. Chu Yue gently nudged Qin Feng and winked at him. That's right, Mom and Dad will wash together. You two wait here nicely for us. Qin Feng also coaxed them softly before fetching a set of pajamas from the wardrobe. Little Yu and Little Wei still had their little faces hanging down. That's not right. Back when Mom and Dad were getting along, Mom always called Dad hubby and Dad always called Mom sweetie. Xiao Yu mimicked their tones as she spoke. Xiao Wei nodded vigorously. That's right. And every time, Dad would carry Mom, they're so affectionate. Qin Feng and Chu Yue exchanged a glance and sighed helplessly. All right, my dear, let your husband carry you to the bath. Qin Feng said softly.
Shu Yue smiled back, sure thing, honey, thanks, honey. Goosebumps prickled both of them.
Xin Feng bent down and lifted Chu Yue into his arms.
He weighed her in his arms, inwardly marveling. She's so thin I wonder if she even weighs 90 Jin. They walked toward the bathroom.
Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei stood at the doorway, watching from afar as they closed the bathroom door. Only then did they exchange glances, their chubby little faces lighting up with fox-like cunning. They raised their little hands. Smack! They high-fived. Yay, with our help, Mom and Dad will definitely make up.
Xiao Yu said cleverly. Exactly. And even better than before.
Xiao Wei chimed in mischievously. Xin Feng and Chu Yue closed the bathroom door.
They exchanged a glance. The bathroom was about 100 square feet.
It featured a shower area, a soaking tub, and a sauna section. In short, it had everything except partitions. With temperatures already soaring past 30 degrees Celsius, a shower was essential. Plus, if they went outside, the two little ones would notice and likely get upset, thinking their relationship was strained.
You go first, he said softly. I'll stand here. Don't worry, I won't turn around.
Xin Feng said softly.
Okay. Shu Yue nodded slightly.
She placed her pajamas on the soft stool beside the bathtub, then pressed the smart water filling button. Water surged rapidly from the tub walls. The 3x3 meter tub filled in no time.
The water temperature was just right. Shu Yue stood up and gently undid the buttons. The garments slid off. Barefoot, she slid gently into the pool.
Xin Feng stood rooted to the spot, listening to the soft rustling sounds Chu Yue made. Unconsciously, his ears flushed red, spreading up his neck until his entire face burned. It was Chu Yue's first time bathing in such a large tub. This was truly bigger than her bed at home. So comfortable. Chu Yue murmured in delight, leaning back unconsciously.
But unexpectedly, the bathtub floor wasn't slip-resistant and she slid down. Plop, gurgle gurgle. Yue.
Xin Feng instinctively turned his head.
Shu Yue grabbed the edge of the tub and sat up. Their eyes met. Everything was laid bare. Xin Feng's gaze fell upon her. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I thought you. Chapter 33. Little Wei sleeps in the middle, Mom and Dad on either side. Xin Feng turned back around.
Shu Yue covered her chest with both hands, her face flushed.
It's okay. I know you didn't mean to. Shu Yue frowned in frustration. How could she have slipped like that? Then continue. I won't look back this time.
Xin Feng said softly.
Okay. Shu Yue nodded and obediently soaked in the bath. Inside the room,
Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei exchanged glances, their laughter growing even more joyful. It was that familiar sound the one Mom and Dad often made when they were getting along well.
Shu Yue didn't dare stay in too long.
After washing herself, she climbed out of the tub, wrapping herself in a dry hair cap and towel.
I'm done. You go ahead. This time I'll stand over here to blow dry my hair. I won't turn around either. Okay.
Xin Feng carried the clothes toward the shower stall. He placed the clothes outside. Then he stripped off each piece of clothing, tossing them onto the floor before stepping inside. Shu Yue picked up the hairdryer and stood in front of the mirror, ready to blow dry her hair. She suddenly realized. The mirror clearly reflected the distant shower stall.
Oh, all that physics class was wasted.
Although the mirror was positioned near the doorway, far from the shower stall, and from a distance the shower wasn't visible in its reflection, upon closer inspection, the mirror perfectly mirrored the entire layout of the shower stall.
Xin Feng's physique was fully exposed.
Perhaps due to years of part-time work, not an ounce of excess fat clung to his body. His lean muscles were defined and taut, radiating raw power. As Chu Yue watched, an involuntary heat spread through her entire body. Xin Feng stood beneath the showerhead, his head tilted back.
Shampoo trickles down along the contours of his muscles. Pectorals, groin, thigh crease. Shu Yue swallowed hard. Not long after,
Xin Feng finished washing, wrapped in a bathrobe, drying his hair as he emerged from inside. Shu Yue still held the hairdryer, standing before the mirror, not having started yet.
What's wrong? Is the hairdryer not working? Xin Feng asked Shu Yue. No, it's fine. Shu Yue quickly pressed the power button and began directing the airflow at her hair. Xin Feng didn't notice the unease in Shu Yue's expression.
He walked over, stood behind her, and took the hairdryer from her. Your hair's long, it's hard to dry.
Let me help you.
His fingers slid through her strands. The wind hummed to life. His warm fingertips occasionally brushed against her earlobe and neck, sending a tingling sensation throughout her body. Her heart pounded wildly, threatening to leap from her chest. Xin Feng's gaze lingered on her snow-white neck and crimson earlobes, making his blood boil and his mouth go dry.
Blow it yourself.
I'm going back to my room to change.
Shu Yue nodded.
Xin Feng shoved the hair dryer back into her hands. Then, as if fleeing, he pulled open the door and retreated to his own room.
Shu Yue took a deep breath.
The image of Xin Feng showering lingered stubbornly in her mind, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. She shook her head vigorously.
Oh no, I can't think about that anymore. She switched the dryer to cool air and blew it against her face for a moment. The whoosh of air calmed her considerably before she switched back to warm air to finish drying her hair. Xin Feng returned to his room, changed into pajamas, and then went to Xiaoyu and Xiao Wei's room. The two sat on the bed, hugging their stuffed animals, waiting patiently for Chu Yue. When they saw Xin Feng, their eyes lit up. Wow! Daddy, you're all washed up. Where's mommy? Xiaoyu asked. Mom's ready too. She's drying her hair, Xin Feng replied with a smile. Huh? Why didn't Daddy help Mommy blow dry her hair? Asked Xiao Wei. Xin Feng cleared his throat and replied, Mommy was worried you two would wait too long in the room, so she sent Daddy to check on you first. Oh, I see. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei nodded obediently. The two tilted their heads, thinking it over. Maybe Daddy is getting older. The time they spent bathing with Mom had gotten shorter than before. They remembered seeing a short video on their phones saying that when men get too old, things just get shorter and shorter. Not long now. Xu Yue returned with her hair freshly blow-dried. She wore a cloud-pattern lace camisole paired with shorts, her hair cascading like a waterfall down her back, highlighting her skin as white as snow. Mom! Mommy, pick us up! Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei sat on the bed, arms outstretched toward Xu Yue. Xu Yue smiled as she walked over and climbed onto the bed. The two little ones pounced on her, burying their faces in her embrace and sniffing eagerly. So nice, Mommy smells so nice. Daddy, come smell too. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei waved at Xin Feng. Xu Yue and Xin Feng both flushed slightly again. Xin Feng cleared his throat. I think I'll pass. You have kindergarten tomorrow, so you need to get to bed early. Daddy's going next door. You two be good and sleep with Mommy. With that, Xin Feng turned to leave. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei blinked their big, dark eyes. Isn't Daddy sleeping with us? Did Mom and Dad have a fight? That's right. A family should always be together. Mom and Dad either sleep together or sleep with all four of us. Daddy only sleeps alone when he and Mom are fighting. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's eyes began to redden again. Xin Feng hurriedly reassured them, no, it's just that this bed is too small for all four of us to sleep in. How come? Our old bed was way smaller than this one, and we still slept together. Xiao Yu said earnestly. Xin Feng felt a headache coming on. These two little ones really weren't easy to fool. Xin Feng looked to Chu Yue for help. Chu Yue had a sudden idea. How about this? Little you and little Wei sleep in the middle, and Mom and Dad sleep on either side to protect you, okay? That way, there'd be no physical contact. Even sharing the same bed would be okay, right? Yay! Little Yue exclaimed happily. Xin Feng had no choice but to head toward the bed. Little Yue lay in the middle. Xu Yue lay on the far left, Xin Feng on the far right. Xin Feng reached up to turn off the light. Xiao Yu rolled over, burying her face in Xu Yue's embrace. Using both arms and legs, she clung tightly to Chu Yue. Xiao Wei rolled over too, burying her face in Xin Feng's embrace, wrapping her arms and legs around him tightly. Before long, the two little ones' breathing grew light and shallow. But Chu Yue and Xin Feng couldn't sleep at all. The air was thick with each other's scent. The moment they closed their eyes, the other's image would appear in their minds. They dared not move. The bed was 1.8 meters wide, neither large nor small. The slightest turn would inevitably bring them into contact. And so it went. After tossing and turning for who knows how long, the two finally drifted off to sleep. The next day, sunlight filtered through the curtains, streaming into the room. Xin Feng and Xu Yue slowly opened their eyes. Their faces were inches apart, nose to nose. Xin Feng and Xu Yue blinked in stunned silence. Only then did they realize the two little ones had vanished from between them at some point. Instead, they found themselves tightly embracing each other. Chapter 34, Tuition, 180,000 for half a year. Daddy, Mommy. Little Yu straddled Xin Feng. Good morning. Little Wei straddled Xu Yue. Xin Feng and Xu Yue quickly released each other and sat up. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei wrapped their arms around both their necks and planted a smacking kiss on each of their cheeks. Xin Feng and Xu Yue felt their hearts melt with sweetness. If every morning from now on meant waking up with both daughters hugging their necks and kissing them, well, they dared not imagine what life would be like. Daddy, Mommy, you two really? Didn't we agree we'd sleep in the middle and you'd sleep on either side? Little Yu pouted. Xiao Wei chimed in, but when we woke up just now, we found ourselves almost pushed off the bed by you two. Both girls pouted, hands on hips, faces set in disapproval. Xin Feng and Xu Yue exchanged a glance and cleared their throats tactically. Ahem. I'll make breakfast. Xin Feng picked up Xiao Yu, got out of bed, and left the room. I'll get you both dressed. Xu Yue picked up Xiao Wei, opened the wardrobe, and pulled out the princess dress she'd bought earlier. She closed the door and dressed both girls. Then she tied two little buns on each of their heads. They looked just like two Barbie dolls. Xu Yue mused that if she brought them to their parents, Mom and Dad would absolutely adore them. But the idea of traveling through time from the future was simply too far-fetched. Mom and Dad probably wouldn't believe it at all.
Better to wait for another chance to tell them slowly. Shu Yue pulled Xiaoyu and Xiaowei downstairs. Xin Feng had already prepared breakfast simple sandwiches with hot milk.
Wow! That looks so delicious.
Not only does it smell great, but it looks beautiful too. It's pretty food.
Xiaoyu and Xiaowei ran over.
Each grabbed a sandwich and began eating, taking sips of milk as they chewed, leaving a white mustache around their lips. They looked at each other and giggled. Shu Yue saw this, shook her head with a smile, and pulled out a napkin to wipe their mouths.
Xin Feng pulled out his phone to check the system-awarded kindergarten introduction.
Ziyunji Kindergarten, located in the southeast corner of the entire villa district, covered an area of approximately 1 million square meters.
It was enormous.
It featured a horse ranch, volleyball courts, soccer fields, basketball courts, and a swimming pool, offering bilingual education and fostering well-rounded development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, and aesthetics. While primarily open to residents of Ziyunji villas, the kindergarten also accepted children from surrounding neighborhoods.
Being private, admission was open to anyone who could afford it. The entire school admits only 8,000 children, with 12 students per class.
Enrollment closes once capacity is reached. You'd better hurry, or they might stop accepting applications soon. Even though he was the principal, he couldn't break the school's rules.
He put down his phone.
Xiaoyu and Xiaowei had already finished breakfast.
Yue, let's take them to kindergarten.
Xin Feng said softly.
Shu Yue nodded. Okay. Which kindergarten are you planning to take them to? Ziyunji Kindergarten. It's right nearby. We can walk there.
Xin Feng took Xiaoyu's hand. Shu Yue took Xiaowei's hand.
Well then, shall we head out now? Yay! We get to go to kindergarten.
Xiaoyu and Xiaowei's voices brightened. Though staying home was nice, kindergarten meant lots of friends to play with.
Plus, kindergarten didn't have such heavy academic demands. Perhaps kindergarten is the only stage where children don't dread going to school.
The four of them walked hand in hand toward the southeast corner of the Ziyunji Villa complex. The path was quiet and serene, lined with clusters of blooming flowers. The surroundings were exceptionally pleasant. Occasionally, a pair or trio of security guards patrolled the area. Upon seeing the four of them, they would salute. They had walked about 800 meters. The kindergarten came into view. A classic Western-style building, it resembled a grand castle from afar, exuding opulence. Xin Feng was calculating in his mind how much such a large kindergarten would bring him in monthly. He had only stood there for a moment. A security guard emerged from the guardhouse, his expression stern as he addressed Xin Feng. Sir, madam, visitors are not permitted here. Please leave. Xin Feng offered a faint smile.
We're not here to tour.
We're here to enroll our child. The guard eyed Xin Feng and Shu Yue up and down. Noticing their plain attire and the absence of any discreetly valuable jewelry on their wrists or necks, he concluded they were the type of middle-class parents who, having just acquired a little wealth, immediately sought to enroll their child in an international school, essentially courting disaster. Rather than mocking them, he addressed them with surprising courtesy.
Please follow us to fill out the forms. All right. Xin Feng nodded. Led by the security guard, the two headed toward the registration office. The registration area was connected to the security office, both located near the entrance and far from the children's activity zone. This layout was designed to prevent anyone from using registration as a cover to harm the children. It was a reasonable design. The guard handed them a form. Here are the registration forms. There are sofas, tables, and pens over there. You can sit down and fill them out. Xin Feng and Shu Yue accepted it.
Seeing the price on the form, Shu Yue covered her mouth with her hand and gasped.
18,000 for half a year. This is way too expensive. Xin Feng nodded. It is a bit pricey.
But that's how international schools operate. If it weren't expensive, parents wouldn't dare send their children here. After all, the price acts as a filter, keeping out those who don't belong in their social circle. No one wants their child to meet a commoner childhood sweetheart at school, only to have them cling desperately to marriage later in life.
Security guard, looks like they'll drop out once they see the price.
Xin Feng explained to Chu Yue. Yue, given my current status, it's inevitable that I'll attract unwanted attention. Having Xiaoyu and Xiaowei attend school here is still relatively safe.
Shu Yue pondered for a moment. That makes sense. All right, let's stay here. The guard frowned. They're actually staying?
Just wait, they won't last half a year before they can't afford the tuition and fees and want to quit. Attending this school requires spending far beyond just tuition.
There's also class fees, uniform fees, study abroad fees, international competition and performance fees, and so on.
Xin Feng picked up a pen and filled out the application form. Then he simply scanned the QR code with his phone and paid the tuition. The guard shook his head and took the form. Please wait here.
A teacher will be with you shortly. Okay. Xin Feng nodded.
Xiaoyu and Xiaowei sat on the sofa, swinging their little legs. This kindergarten looks so big it's several times larger than the one we went to before. Yeah, it's way more luxurious than our old one.
Shu Yue frowned.
Ha! Qin Feng had said the assets under his name would belong to them in the future. But due to the chain reaction caused by the two children's time travel, that future had arrived prematurely. If that was the case, shouldn't Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei also be attending an international school? Why would he say this place was much larger and more luxurious than the kindergarten they attended? And Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei kept saying things like mom and dad don't get along and they fight. What exactly happened in the future? Chapter 35, Father and Son. Looks like I need to find a good opportunity to ask Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei what exactly happened between her and Qin Feng in the future. As Chu Yue pondered. A female teacher who bore a striking resemblance to Yang Mi approached, dressed in a suit skirt. Hello parents, I'm Yan Lily, principal of Ziyunji Kindergarten. Since you've paid the tuition, I'll arrange for your child to join a class. You can log into the school app using your phone number to view real-time monitoring and observe your child's growth. Then you can go home. Just leave your children in our care. Yan Lily smiled at them before reaching out to take Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's hands. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's eyes lit up. Wow, the teacher is so pretty. She's almost as pretty as mom. Many people used to say mom looked like Louis Fei. This teacher had a different kind of beauty than mom. They'd been worried about adjusting to the new kindergarten, but now they felt completely at ease. Go on now, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei. Shu Yue urged softly. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei quickly stepped forward and took Yan Lily's hand. Yan Lily led Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei toward the teaching area. Qin Feng and Shu Yue stood where they were, watching them walk away. As they gazed at their retreating figures, a subtle feeling stirred within them. It's Monday today. We should head to school too. Shu Yue nodded. Qin Feng naturally took Shu Yue's hand. Shu Yue lowered her head, her cheeks flushing slightly. The two returned home first. Qin Feng instructed Xiao Ai on the dismissal times for Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei, asking her to pick them up. Then he drove Chu Yue to Beijing University. Zhao residence. Zhao Qian rushed into Zhao Yun's room, pressing him for updates on Chu Yue. Dad, what's the latest on the school beauty? Should be almost done. I'll call Li Si to check. Li Si was Zhao Yun's right-hand man, entrusted with the task of kidnapping Chu Yue. Thanks, Dad. You're the best. Zhao Qian's constant use of dad struck a chord deep within Zhao Yun's heart. Zhao Yun felt a pang of emotion. Thank goodness he'd abandoned his biological son back then. Otherwise, how could he have attained his current status and gained such an obedient son? If his biological son were still around, the old man would have bypassed him entirely and handed the Zhao family over to him. Zhao Yun narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in them. Then he picked up his phone and dialed Li Si's number. Last night. After Li Si's men were beaten senseless, dragged into a car, and tossed onto a ship, they'd long since crossed the ocean. Li Si's phone rang for a long time without an answer. Zhao Yun stared at the phone in puzzlement. Li Si never missed a call. Had something happened? What's wrong, Dad? Nothing. He must be busy. Go to school first. I'll call you when I'm ready. Okay, thanks, Dad. You're the best dad in the whole world. Zhao Qian clung to Zhao Yun's leg, acting spoiled. Zhao Yun patted Zhao Qian's head with satisfaction. Don't worry, son. Not just a woman. Even if you asked for the moon in the sky, Dad would pluck it down for you. Zhao Qian lifted his head, grinning slyly. Dad, it's Monday today. Chu Yue will definitely go to school. Actually, kidnapping her outside isn't as convenient as doing it right at school. There are plenty of empty classrooms there. If worst comes to worst, I'll just take her to the dormitory and get it over with. Then she'll be mine. Zhao Yun frowned slightly in displeasure. He believed men shouldn't dwell too much on women. Zhao Qian pulled out his phone, opened Chu Yue's photo, and held it up in front of Zhao Yun. Dad, look how beautiful Chu Yue is. She'll bear you a grandson someday. How perfect would that be? Zhao Yun's eyes lit up. For a grandson, just find someone obedient. No need for beauty. But this woman. I think she'd be quite suitable to serve both father and son. A lecherous glint flickered in Zhao Yun's eyes. Old Master Zhao reclined on the sofa. As he scrutinized Qin Feng's records, noticing the striking resemblance between the young man's features and his own youth, a 7/10 similarity, old tears welled up in Zhao Leoi's eyes. Fomer, you've suffered hardships out there all these years. Shensen entered from outside and bowed respectfully to the old master. Sir, last night we successfully intercepted over 20 men attempting to ambush the young master. They were immediately dispatched to sea. Old Master Zhao nodded with satisfaction. From now on, protect Fomer in secret every day. And his girlfriend too. Yes, sir. Additionally, our recent investigation revealed that young Master Qin Feng and his girlfriend, Chu Yue, have 2 children. They even underwent paternity testing to confirm the matches. Shensen respectfully handed photos of Chu Xiaoyu and Chu Xiaowei to Old Master Zhao. Old Master Zhao took them with surprise. Fomer is only a freshman in college. He already has children? Surely there's been a mistake? The moment he received the photos, Old Master Zhao was instantly charmed. He had never seen such beautiful, adorable little children. He had even doubted whether these two children were truly Qin Feng's, but now he simply threw his head back and laughed heartily. I have a great-grandson and such an adorable one at that. Feng truly lives up to being my grandson. He has a bright future ahead. But young Master Qin Feng won't turn 19 for another 20 days. How could he have such a big child? Could there be? Shensen hadn't finished speaking. Old Master Zhao cut him off with a stern expression. So what if he's only 19? Back in the Republic era, it was common for people to marry at 12 or 13. Alright then. Shensen bowed. Old Master Zhao held the photograph, stroking his beard as he studied it, his aged eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed the time had come to prepare for leaving the entire Zhao family estate to Feng and his two precious great-grandchildren. Make arrangements for me to see my grandson. Yes, sir. Shensen acknowledged the order, then inquired further. And regarding this matter, what about the young master? Keep it strictly confidential. Zhao Yun has grown considerably these past years. If he learns Fenger has returned, he might take covert action. Old Master Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly. Understood. Qin Feng drove Chu Yue to school, parking directly in the lot. The two stepped out hand in hand, walking toward their respective classroom buildings like any ordinary couple on campus. Suddenly, a pink figure darted out. She threw herself into Qin Feng's arms and clung tightly to him. Her large rabbit plushie cushioned the impact of the collision, but Qin Feng still felt a dull ache in his chest. Qin Feng, while let's make up, I regret it, I don't want to break up with you anymore. Chu Yue watched the scene unfold, her small mouth pouting slightly as her hands clenched tightly. A sour ache filled her heart. Qin Feng frowned and reached out to pull Bai Ruru away. But Bai Ruru's arms were wrapped around him so tightly, he couldn't pull her away no matter how hard he tried. With each tug, she pressed herself even tighter against him. Summer clothes were thin to begin with, it felt like she wasn't wearing anything at all. They'd never been this intimate when they talked before. Qin Feng. Chu Yue snorted and turned to run away. Yue. Qin Feng tried to chase after her. Chu Yue had already run far away. Chapter 36, Chu Yue falls for it. She didn't want to feel jealous either. She knew it wasn't Qin Feng's fault, her jealousy was completely unreasonable. But seeing the two of them embrace, she simply couldn't control herself. Bai Ruru's lips curved into a smile, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Zhao Qian had promised if she could drive a wedge between Qin Feng and Chu Yue, creating misunderstandings between them, he wouldn't break up with her. Qin Feng frowned at Bai Ruru with displeasure. What are you doing? Bai Ruru lifted her head to look at Qin Feng. From this angle, Qin Feng looked so handsome she couldn't bear to let go. She pressed herself against him tightly. I missed you. What? Didn't you miss me? Bai Ruru smiled seductively at Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied coldly, no. We never kept in touch privately when we were dating. Where would that come from? Well, that's because you were working part-time jobs every single day back then. You were swamped with work. I wanted to reach out, but did you even have time? Oof. Now that you're dating Chu Yue, suddenly you have all the time in the world. So? Have you slept with her yet? Bai Ruru stood on tiptoe, tilting her head back until their lips nearly touched. Her voice was soft yet insistent. Qin Feng grabbed Bai Ruru's wrist with his free hand, tightening his grip. Ouch. That hurts. Bai Ruru yelped, glaring at Qin Feng in anger. Qin Feng shoved her away and brushed off the spot where she'd touched him. Why are you being so mean to me? Bai Ruru pouted, her little mouth twisted in displeasure. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Something wasn't right. Bai Ruru wasn't the type to come looking for her ex after being dumped. She had plenty of sycophants around her, many of them wealthy. Even if Zhao Qian dumped her, she could easily find another rich guy. What's your motive for doing this? Qin Feng asked Bai Ruru coldly. Bai Ruru shifted her eyes nervously from side to side. What do you mean, what's my purpose? Of course I'm doing this to get back together with you, what other purpose could there be? Even if that's the case, you could have approached me privately. Instead, you chose to do this when Chu Yue was present. Tell me, why? Qin Feng stepped forward abruptly, grabbing Bai Ruru's wrist with a firm grip. His fingers tightened, digging into the fleshy part of her wrist. Bai Ruru's face drained white with pain as tears fell in a steady stream. Ah! It hurts. It hurts too much. I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't speak up, this hand of yours won't be able to hold anything heavy ever again. Qin Feng tightened his grip once more. Crack! Bai Ruru felt as if her bones were about to shatter. Qin Feng's gaze now seemed to devour her whole. Terrified, she blurted out. I'll talk. Zhao Qian sent me to drive a wedge between you and Chu Yue. He said if I could make Chu Yue leave, he wouldn't break up with me. Qin Feng recalled last night's accident on the elevated highway. Oh no! Yue is in danger. Qin Feng released Bai Ruru and growled lowly, you idiot. He turned and strode after Chu Yue in the direction she had gone. Bai Ruru rubbed her wrist, looking utterly aggrieved. Why is he so mean to me and even cursing at me? What's so great about that Chu Yue anyway? She's just a bit prettier than me.
Her butt and chest aren't even as big as mine. Oomph. Shu Yue stormed off, walking several hundred meters in a huff. Turning back, she saw Qin Feng hadn't even bothered to chase after her, which only made her even angrier. Damn it! He kissed me just last night, yet tonight he's hugging Ruru and won't push her away. It hurt so much it felt like a physical ache in her chest. Was he with me because he planned to marry her, or because he actually liked me? Shu Yue couldn't focus on class anymore. She sat down under a tree, hugging her knees in a pout. Two figures approached her quietly from behind. Her mind was completely occupied with thoughts of Qin Feng, and she didn't notice them at all. Suddenly, the two raised their hands, covering Shu Yue's nose with a towel. Shu Yue let out a muffled and passed out. The two exchanged a glance, then hoisted Shu Yue toward the equipment room. Passers-by noticed something was off with Shu Yue and asked a few questions. What's wrong with the school beauty? Oh, it's hot out. The school beauty fainted from exhaustion after running. We're taking her to the infirmary. The two replied casually. No one else questioned it. After all, this was Jingda University, cameras were everywhere. Who would dare cause trouble at Jingda? Truthfully, they were mostly just young. Otherwise, they would have known that poisoning incidents had occurred at Jingda University in earlier years. Shu Yue was led by the two men to the equipment room. They tossed her onto the mat. Her face flushed crimson as she writhed incoherently, her collar slightly parted. The two men stared, their eyes wide, silently swallowing hard. They even began to regret agreeing to help Zhao Qian with this task. Zhao Qian crept in from outside like a dog. How'd it go? Where's she? Done. She's right here. The two men stepped aside. Zhao Qian spotted Shu Yue on the mat and nearly drooled. He rubbed his hands together, ready to approach. Not yet, kid. Where's the money? The two men pulled Zhao Qian back in displeasure. Zhao Qian pulled out two cards and handed them over. 100,000 each. Now go, go. The two snatched them and turned to leave. They weren't university students, they were just street thugs. For them, 100,000 yuan was worth 2 years behind bars. Zhao Qian locked the door behind him and eagerly reached out toward Shu Yue. Just you wait until I make her come hard. Then I'll shut her up with money. I'll be damned if she doesn't end up at my beck and call. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng strode over, his gaze settling on the two who had taken the card. I'm rich. I'm rich. 100,000? I'll never make that much in my whole life. You're exaggerating. You could make that much in a year just hauling bricks on a construction site. Who'd want that miserable job? Ha ha ha. This way of making money is still the fastest. True. Ha ha ha. From their smirks, the cards in their hands, and their conversation, Qin Feng instantly realized they were the ones who had taken Shu Yue. His eyes flashed with anger as he launched two swift kicks, aiming straight for their chests. Ah! The two were sent flying to the ground. You bastards, what the hell? Before the words could finish, Qin Feng delivered another kick to each of them. Speak! Where did you take Shu Yue? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you both. He pressed his foot down on one man's throat. The man gasped for air. Coupled with Qin Feng's murderous intent, the man was so terrified he nearly wet himself and blurted out immediately. In the equipment room. Qin Feng's heart tightened as he sprinted toward the equipment room. Equipment room. Shu Yue slowly opened her eyes. Zhao Qian was frantically stripping off his clothes. She instantly understood his intentions. She bit her lip and rolled forcefully, tumbling off the mat onto the floor, her back stinging from the fall. Help! Someone! Help! Shu Yue cried out in a feeble voice. Zhao Qian was aroused even more by her struggling and feeble cries. Chapter 37, Qin Feng comes to her rescue. Stop screaming. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. The louder you scream, the happier I get. Zhao Qian tossed aside his short-sleeved shirt and moved toward Shu Yue. Shu Yue desperately crawled toward the door. But her body was weak and feverish. After crawling for ages, she was still stuck in the same spot. Zhao Qian bent down, grabbed her ankle, and dragged her back. Her eyes reddened, her face etched with despair. Just as Zhao Qian was about to start unbuttoning his pants. Bang! Qin Feng kicked the door open. He collapsed entirely. Zhao Qian's movements froze. Qin Feng looked at Shu Yue lying on the mat. Her face flushed crimson, tears welling in her eyes as she trembled slightly, her lips quivering with hurt. Qin Feng. Zhao Qian gasped in shock. Qin Feng? How the hell did you? Before he could finish, Qin Feng launched a flying kick. Zhao Qian was sent flying backward, his back slamming into a shelf. He collapsed face down on the floor, unconscious. Qin Feng swiftly stripped off his baseball jacket and wrapped it around Shu Yue. He held her close. Qin Feng, you finally came. Shu Yue murmured softly, her face nestled against Qin Feng's chest, her body trembling slightly with suppressed emotion. Qin Feng gazed at her with heartache and guilt, murmuring softly. I'm sorry I was late. Qin Feng. I feel so bad. Shu Yue murmured softly.
Especially nestled in Qin Feng's embrace, breathing in his scent only made it worse.
It's okay. I'll take you away now.
Qin Feng carried Chu Yue swiftly toward the exit. In her current state, there was no way Yue could attend class. The school infirmary had limited resources and might not even be able to counteract the poison in her system. Plus, with so many people around, if word got out, who knew what rumors would start flying? Though he never cared about reputation. But Yue was a girl after all, and gossip could be devastating. After weighing his options, Qin Feng decided to drive her to the hospital. He sped along the road, carrying Chu Yue into the car. After settling her in the back seat, he headed straight for the hospital. Chu Yue lay limp in the back seat, the flush on her cheeks growing deeper. Her breath came in short gasps, punctuated by soft moans. The temperature inside the car seemed to rise. Driving, Qin Feng was affected by the sounds Chu Yue was making. His grip on the steering wheel tightened.
Qin Feng, I feel so uncomfortable. Qin Feng. Chu Yue pressed her legs together tightly. Yet the agony consumed her like molten lava.
Her eyes glazed over as she scrambled forward, scrambling 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 forward,
scrambling forward, scrambling.
Her hot breath brushed against Qin Feng's ear.
Qin Feng.
Qin Feng's back stiffened and he slammed on the brakes. The car pulled over to the side of the road. The momentum sent Chu Yue tumbling onto Qin Feng's lap, her small face bumping against his abdomen.
Ugh! Chu Yue let out a muffled groan.
Qin Feng swallowed hard.
Yue, hang in there a little longer. We'll be at the hospital soon. But I'm so hot. My clothes are cutting into me. I want to undo them. Help me.
Chu Yue lay face down, her small hands reaching behind her back, fumbling with the buttons.
Snap! The buttons came undone. Chu Yue's clothes loosened.
The two mounts pressing against Qin Feng's legs suddenly softened.
Qin Feng's back stiffened even more. Yue. Qin Feng.
Her eyes narrowed as her hand reached for Qin Feng's buttons. Her small face kept rubbing against him. Qin Feng grabbed her wrist. No, we're on the roadside.
In the car.
The windows were tinted with privacy film. But still, in broad daylight, by the roadside, this was a bit much. Besides, he'd never been intimate with a woman before. Chu Yue opened her eyes slightly, tears glistening on her lashes.
Her pouting lips held a hint of resentment. Are you still hung up on by Roro? Do you want to get back together with her? Of course not. Qin Feng exclaimed. Then why won't you help me?
Chu Yue's voice trembled with tears, sounding utterly aggrieved. Hearing this, Qin Feng's heart clenched in pain.
Sweet wine, are you guys useless? Let me handle this.
Another wave of heat washed over him.
Chu Yue yanked open Qin Feng's zipper. I don't care, I need you to help me right now.
Her body was limp with just a little force, she slid entirely onto the front seat, straddling him.
As she moved, her foot accidentally hit the button on the smart seat.
The smart seat reclined completely backward, connecting with the rear seat to form a small bed. The Xiaomi S8 Smart Voice Assistant activated. Detecting owner resting.
Activating full privacy mode.
Above the windshield, a roll-down film descended with a hiss. In an instant, the entire vehicle became a sealed space.
The smart ventilation system activated. Lights flickered on, casting an intimate glow.
Chu Yue cradled Qin Feng's face in her hands, her eyes brimming with emotion as she gazed intently at him. She removed his glasses. His deep, piercing eyes suddenly stood out, elevating his looks by several notches. Chu Yue felt a flutter in her heart. Her fingertips gently traced down his nose, resting lightly on his lips. Qin Feng, you're truly handsome.
Qin Feng silently swallowed. Chu Yue's fingertip pressed against his Adam's apple. Qin Feng's lower back arched involuntarily. Chu Yue leaned in to kiss him.
Qin Feng's hands instinctively cupped her thighs.
Mr. Zhao, the school called.
The young master was kicked unconscious at school.
Zhao Yun was resting in his office.
His subordinate Zhang San entered and reported to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun sat up abruptly, narrowing his eyes.
What? How is he? Any other injuries?
Zhang San hurriedly replied, one broken rib, internal organs punctured. He'll need some time to recover.
What?
Zhao Yun erupted in fury.
Who did this?
They've got some nerve, kicking my son unconscious. According to our investigation, witnesses saw Qin Feng at the scene where the young master collapsed, Zhang San replied.
Qin Feng? Him again?
He's got some nerve, causing my son trouble time and time again.
Where is he now?
I'll go confront him myself.
Zhao Yun growled.
We've been tracking his car these past few days.
The GPS shows it's currently parked in an alley 3 miles outside the capital. Let's go. Now. Take 20 men.
Zhao Yun spoke as he strode toward the exit.
Yes, sir.
Zhang San hurried after him. The convoy departed from the Zhao residence. Inside the Daimi S8, Shu Yue awkwardly nibbled at Qin Feng, her hands fumbling at his clothes. But lacking experience, she smeared lipstick all over his neck and still couldn't undo his buttons. Qin Feng grew hot with frustration. He grabbed Shu Yue's wrists and, unable to hold back any longer, pinned her to the side. "Let me handle it." Shu Yue nodded obediently. She closed her eyes, her small lips slightly pouting. Qin Feng swallowed hard, reaching out to undo the buttons on Shu Yue's blouse. 1, 2, 3. With each button undone, Qin Feng's body temperature rose another degree. Chapter 38, Little Yue bullied? At the critical moment, Shu Yue tilted her head, snoring softly as she fell asleep. The red marks on her face faded. Qin Feng's movements froze. Looking closely, faint damp patches were visible through the sheer, form-fitting white cotton bell-bottom jeans at the crucial spot. It hadn't even begun. She had already undone. Qin Feng's face flushed crimson instantly. He hastily grabbed his jacket and draped it over her. What about him? Qin Feng looked down at himself. He was already as puffed up as a baguette. He let out an almost inaudible sigh. Better not. Let Yue sleep first. This time, she must be utterly terrified. If he rashly took advantage while she was asleep, when she woke up, it would only make her feel worse. Qin Feng recalled how Chu Yue had lost all reason moments ago. The baguette grew larger and larger. It nearly ripped the zipper open. He grabbed a pillow and pressed it down. He had no idea when Yue would wake up. With her lying like this, he couldn't even drive the car. Bored, Qin Feng picked up his phone and scrolled through videos. Right. He decided to check on Xiaoyu and Xiaowei at school to distract himself. Qin Feng downloaded the Ziyunjin kindergarten app, entered his phone number, and logged in. The app showed that Xiaoyu and Xiaowei had been assigned to Class 1 and Class 2 respectively. Strange. It would be easier to manage them if the sisters were in the same class. Why did the school deliberately separate them? Qin Feng tapped the surveillance feed for Class 1. Class 1 had 12 children in total. 4 children sat around each table, with 3 tables in total. 1 seat remained empty. It was Xiaoyu's. Xiaoyu was absent? Qin Feng frowned in puzzlement, then clicked on the video feed for Class 2. But Xiaowei wasn't there either. What was going on? Both kids were absent during class time? Qin Feng tapped the homeroom teacher's contact and dialed directly. Hello, Mr. Qin. Where are my daughters, Xiaoyu and Xiaowei? Xiaoyu and Xiaowei, you see, their English foundation is too weak. They couldn't keep up with our all-English instruction, so they've been placed in a special class. Special class? Qin Feng frowned. Yes, they're currently in the special class receiving one-on-one instruction. He hung up the phone. Qin Feng opened the videos for Special Class 1 and Special Class 2. As a result, they saw Xiaoyu and Xiaowei were each assigned to separate classrooms. 2 foreign female teachers with distinctly Filipino features sat across from them, each holding a pointer and gesturing at the English words on the blackboard. Your pronunciation is incorrect. Please try again. Teacher, I've read it many times already. Can I take a break? Listen, sweetie, you're already falling far behind your classmates. If you don't catch up quickly in this small class, you won't be able to keep up in the intermediate class. If you can't keep up in intermediate, you won't be able to keep up in senior kindergarten. If you can't keep up in senior kindergarten, you won't be able to keep up in elementary school. If you can't keep up in elementary school, you won't be able to keep up in middle school. If you can't keep up in middle school, you won't be able to get into high school. If you can't get into high school, your whole life will be ruined. Teachers from both classes delivered the same script. Their tone was gentle, but their expressions stern. The 2 little ones couldn't possibly grasp what ruined for life meant. All they knew was that this kindergarten felt oppressive and not fun at all, nothing like the previous kindergarten they'd attended. The 2 little ones felt so miserable they were on the verge of tears. Qin Feng's heart tightened. This is emotional manipulation. They were just preschoolers, what could they possibly understand? Shouldn't kindergarten be about holistic education? Qin Feng immediately called the homeroom teacher. Teacher, I just saw 2 kids in the special needs class about to cry. Your words made them doubt themselves. Is this really how your kindergarten educates children? Sir, our kindergarten is the finest in Beijing's elite circles. Every child here is exceptional. No one has ever questioned our educational methods. Could it be that your child's prenatal education was inadequate, causing them to fall significantly behind their peers? Our teachers are doing their utmost to help you. If you truly feel our educational approach is problematic, we suggest you withdraw your child. Please note that if you withdraw, only half of the tuition will be refunded. The teacher's words were gentle and polite. Yet beneath that gentle tone lay a hidden sting of sarcasm. Even adults would feel uncomfortable hearing it. How much more so for children? Does the absence of doubt mean there's no problem? Qin Feng spoke coldly. The teacher frowned, growing impatient. Then what exactly do you propose, sir? Are you suggesting we alter our entire teaching approach just for your 2 children?
Do you find that realistic? It's very realistic. It's 10 a.m. now. I'll be there before 11. With that, Xin Feng hung up the phone. He glanced at Chu Yue. Another half hour of sleep would allow the residual medication to settle, and then he should be able to wake her. The teacher stared at the disconnected call, unable to hold back her expression. Seriously, how ridiculous. Every year, some clueless middle-class losers try to pretend they're rich to get into our school, only to cause nothing but trouble. Different social circles don't mix, okay? Poor schmuck. What good did coming here do? Did you think just showing up would make our whole school revolve around you? Put. The teacher put away the phone. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've triggered a random task, stand up for your daughter. Analysis, due to your frequent absences from home, both daughters were mocked at school for having no father. They got into a fight with classmates and were locked in the detention room by the teacher. Rescue them and stand up for them. Upon completion, you will receive the reward, Hua Tuo's legacy. Xin Feng felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, paying no attention to the Hua Tuo legacy. Thinking of Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's expressions, he wanted to storm over immediately and blow up the kindergarten. Just then, 5 minivans pulled up at the entrance of the alley. The doors slid open. A man in his early 40s, surrounded by a dozen black-clad bodyguards, strode toward them. The man's face looked familiar. He looked just like him. Could this man be his biological father? Xin Feng frowned. It seemed he was here because of Zhao Qian. His already unsettled mood grew even more unsettled. Xin Feng pulled open the glove compartment in the front of the car, took out a roll of gauze, and slowly wrapped it around his right hand. He then tucked his right hand behind his back, opened the door, and stepped out. Xin Feng and Zhao Yun exchanged glances. The moment he saw Xin Feng, Zhao Yun frowned. What was going on? Why did this man look so familiar? You're Xin Feng? Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow slightly and asked Xin Feng coldly. Xin Feng replied coldly, that's correct. What might you have to instruct me on, Mr. Zhao? Advice? You're quite the smooth talker. Fine, since you're so eloquent, kneel down now and kowtow to me 3 times. Then hand over your girlfriend to my son, Zhao Qian, and I'll let you off. Zhao Yun drawled slowly. What if I refuse? Xin Feng retorted coldly. Refuse? Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow, slowly raising his hand. Over 20 bodyguards closed in on Xin Feng. Then we'll see if your bones are harder than my bodyguard's fists. Chapter 39, let him use his fists to shatter this absurd father-son bond. To be honest, he didn't believe what the system had foretold about the future trials he might face. He knew exactly what kind of person he was. So before meeting Zhao Yun, the man who was biologically his father, he still harbored some anticipation. But now, that hope was gone. Since that was the case, he would start right now using his fists to shatter this absurd father-son bond. 20 bodyguards hadn't even moved yet. Xin Feng sprang up and delivered a flying kick aimed squarely at Zhao Yun's midsection. Zhao Yun flinched and dodged sideways. Xin Feng immediately followed up with a punch aimed squarely at Zhao Yun's face. Zhao Yun couldn't dodge in time, his entire head jerking sideways from the impact. Zhao Yun's pupils contracted in shock. He had, after all, hired top-tier international mercenary trainers for his intensive training. His skills, if not the absolute best in Beijing's elite circles, were at least far superior to the average person's. How could he be struck down by this unremarkable college student? Damn it! Are you all dead? Get moving! Zhao Yun stumbled backward, snarling in fury. Only then did the 20-odd bodyguards react belatedly. Wielding baseball bats, they swarmed forward, closing in on Xin Feng from all sides. Xin Feng grabbed one man's wrist and snapped it downward with force. Ah! The man grimaced in pain. Xin Feng snatched the bat from his grasp, then kicked another man flying with a swift kick. He swung the bat horizontally, sending 3 more men flying. Swift and ruthless. In just over 10 minutes, more than 20 bodyguards lay knocked out on the ground. Zhao Yun backed away in terror. What do you think you're doing? I'm the head of the Zhao group, the patriarch of the Zhao family. How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you believe me? If a single hair on my head is harmed, I have the power to send you away for 10 years. Make sure you can never take the civil service exam for the rest of your life. Xin Feng shrugged, snorted derisively, and pointed at the dummy S8. The dashcam's recording. At worst, it'll be self-defense. Zhao Yun choked on his words. His heart tightened. He was a man of principle. I thought Xin Feng was just a college student, innocent and naive, but never imagined he could be so composed and calculating. What do you want? Zhao Yun frowned and asked. Xin Feng slowly approached Zhao Yun, baseball bat in hand. Zhao Yun swallowed hard, his heart pounding in his throat. Yet years of high-ranking privilege forced him to stand his ground, feigning composure. Xin Feng stopped a meter in front of him, suddenly raised his arm, and swung down. Ah! A bodyguard on the ground had his arm shattered clean off, blood spattering everywhere. Zhao Yun shuddered violently.
Xin Feng tossed the baseball bat to the ground, pulled a pack of Jian tissues from his pocket, took one, and gently wiped the blood splattered on his hands and face.
Keep Zhao Qian away from my woman from now on. Otherwise, next time it won't be Zhao Qian's arm I break. Get lost.
Zhao Yun staggered, nearly falling to the ground, and only regained his balance by grabbing the side of the van.
Go! Hurry up!
Zhao Yun spun around, yanked open the door, and climbed inside. The other bodyguards helped the one with the severed hand scramble to his feet. They all climbed into the vehicle and sped away. The vehicle sped away into the distance. Only then did Zhao Yun slowly exhale in relief. Wasn't Xin Feng a college student? Why did his eyes hold the ruthless glint of someone who'd seen battle? Xin Feng hadn't actually been to war. But growing up fatherless and motherless, surviving by taking odd jobs everywhere, wasn't much better than being on the battlefield. The battlefield had smoke and fire. Life had no smoke, but it killed without blinking. Xin Feng had always been good-looking, appearing thin and refined. If he hadn't been ruthless, he would have lost his livelihood long ago. He turned and walked toward the dummy S8. He opened the door and climbed inside. Shu You's delicate body shifted lazily on the seat, letting out a soft moan as she stirred awake.
Mum. She opened her eyes. Yue, you're awake?
Xin Feng's face appeared before her eyes as he asked gently.
Fragments of events before her unconsciousness flooded back.
Especially the scene of her nibbling and hugging Xin Feng, which played over and over in her mind.
Shu You's face flushed from pale to pink, then crimson. Ah!
She raised her hand to cover her face, letting out a delicate cry.
So embarrassing, Wah.
Xin Feng found her soft, kitten-like demeanor utterly adorable. He took her hands in his, leaned in slightly, and whispered softly into her ear.
It's not embarrassing. I'm your boyfriend. You can be as outrageous as you want with me.
His voice carried a hint of temptation. Shu You's heart pounded wildly in response. I wouldn't do anything more outrageous than this. Shu Yue turned her face away, unable to meet Xin Feng's gaze. Seeing her delicate, innocent appearance, Xin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to devour her whole. But right now, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei were suffering at kindergarten. They had to hurry over. Xin Feng planted a kiss on her cheek.
I'll teach you next time.
Shu Yue froze, her cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment.
Let's go to the kindergarten first. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei are being bullied.
Xin Feng raised his hand and affectionately ruffled her hair.
Shu Yue, what? Bullied?
Yeah, soft bullying PUA. I'll drive you watch the video replay. Xin Feng opened his phone, navigated to the surveillance footage, and handed it to Chu Yue.
Shu Yue nodded, took the phone, and watched intently. Xin Feng pressed the start button and drove towards Ziyunji Kindergarten. Inside the kindergarten, Little Yu sat upright on the stool.
The foreign teacher sat before her, a smile on her face, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of cruelty, a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Xiao Yu, I doubt there's a child in this entire school with a weaker foundation than you and your sister. In all my years of teaching, I've never encountered students with such poor English skills. Xiao Yu's eyes were red-rimmed, her little mouth slightly pouting.
Teacher, you're wrong. You can't say my sister and I are bad at it, because this is only our first day here. If we had good foundations, why would Dad spend 180,000 yuan to send us here? Xiao Yu had overheard her parents mention the 180,000 yuan tuition fee. Dad had bought a small house before, and the down payment was only 180,000 yuan. Mom said that 180,000 yuan could buy so much braised pork it wouldn't even fit in a house. It was a lot of money.
Dad had always said, if you pay for something, it better be done right. So it wasn't her and Wei who were wrong.
The fault lay with them. And no, you can't talk like that. Now I'm going to punish you. You'll stay here alone until school lets out.
This time, the smile vanished from the teacher's face. She stood up, walked straight toward the door, and locked it from the outside.
Xiao Yu was terrified.
She jumped off the stool and rushed toward the door, pulling and pounding on it with all her might, but she couldn't open it. Don't lock me in here, I'm scared. Open the door, don't lock me in here.
Next door. Xiao Wei, also locked in a room alone by the teacher for talking back. Both sisters cried and pounded on the doors.
They had never been left alone in one place before. Even when their mother went to work before, they always had each other for company. This was the first time either had ever been locked in a room alone. They were truly terrified.
Wah! Daddy, mommy. Wah wah wah.
Chapter 40, Standing Up for Her Daughter. Shu Yue trembled with rage just watching the video replay. Unable to shake her unease, she clicked on the live feed. The wails of Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei echoed through the feed. Xiao Yu, Xiao Wei, don't be afraid.
Mommy and Daddy are coming.
Shu Yue's eyes were red, her voice choked with tears. They're too cruel. How could they do this to Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei? No sooner had the words left her mouth.
The surveillance feed was abruptly cut off. What's going on?
They shut off the feed. Shu Yue gritted her teeth and whispered. Xin Feng's blood boiled, his eyes turning crimson as he slammed the accelerator to the floor.
Don't be afraid.
They wouldn't dare harm Xiao Yu or Xiao Wei.
We're going now. Shu Yue nodded. Xin Feng must be feeling terrible inside too. Yet he was still comforting her. He was driving, and she couldn't stir up emotions and distract him. Neither spoke, both staring intently at the road ahead. She wished she could fly straight to the kindergarten. Though not literally flying, it felt just as fast. It took only 10 minutes. The car pulled up directly in front of the gates of Ziyunji Kindergarten. Xin Feng pulled open the door, took Chuyuwei's hand, and the two strode purposefully toward the school. The security guard noticed their anxious expressions and hurried out to intercept them. "Sir, ma'am. This is not an open house day, and parents are not permitted inside. If you need anything, I can contact a teacher for you." Xin Feng shot him a cold stare. "I'm not a parent. I'm the principal. Get lost." He raised his hand and swept the guard aside. The guard staggered backward several steps, nearly falling to the ground. He was stunned. He was a retired international mercenary, and yet, with just that light shove, he'd nearly fallen? Seeing Xin Feng about to walk inside, the guard hurried forward to block his path. Xin Feng approached the access control system. The automatic facial recognition system emitted a mechanical electronic voice. "Good morning, Principal. Principal's entry confirmed." The security guard froze in shock once more, utterly speechless. What? He really is the principal. But the principal never looked like this before. What on earth was going on? Xin Feng pulled Shu Yuwei along as they sprinted into the school building. The security guard quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie from his waist. "Attention all security in the academic building. Attention! A pair of parents have entered the building and are heading toward the classrooms. Suspected threat level A, stop them. Stop them. C stands for conflict. B stands for disturbance. A signifies assault." In an instant, security personnel from the teaching building rushed toward the entrance. Xin Feng had already studied the kindergarten's floor plan. He suspected someone would be intercepting at the main entrance. So he pulled Shu Yuwei along and took the staff entrance instead. After swiping their faces to gain access through the kitchen, they entered the teaching building and made their way to the classroom where Xiaoyu and Xiaowei were. "Daddy! Mommy!" Their cries seeped through the door crack. Xin Feng and Shu Yuwei felt their hearts wrench painfully. In perfect unison, they each pulled open a door. Xiaoyu and Xiaowei had been crying themselves into a tearful mess long ago. Their beautiful big eyes were swollen red, and their thick, curled lashes clumped together from all the tears. The moment they saw their parents, Xiaoyu and Xiaowei could hold back no longer. Their little mouths turned down, their cheeks trembling, they threw themselves into their arms. Wah. Daddy, Mommy, you're finally here. Wah. Xin Feng and Shu Yuwei each scooped up one little one, holding them tightly against their chests, their hearts nearly breaking. They walked together, each holding a child. The family of four huddled together. "I'm sorry, Mom came too late. I'm so sorry." Shu Yuwei pressed her face against the two little ones, tears streaming down her cheeks as she kissed their faces over and over. Xin Feng felt utterly consumed by self-reproach. He had been careless. He had assumed that since this was a top-tier private school, its teaching quality must be beyond reproach. Without conducting any thorough investigation or verification, he had entrusted Xiaoyu and Xiaowei to them without a second thought. He had let Xiaoyu and Xiaowei suffer. "I'm sorry, Dad will never let you suffer like this again." Xiaoyu and Xiaowei nodded while crying, yet still clung tightly to Xin Feng and Shu Yuwei's clothes, their little hands gripping them with extreme insecurity. Weeping and weeping, they eventually cried themselves to sleep, exhausted, in their parents' arms. Even in sleep, their little brows remained tightly furrowed, their slumber restless and uneasy. Just as Xin Feng and Shu Yuwei prepared to carry Xiaoyu and Xiaowei away, a group of security guards surged in from outside. The lead guard, Li Ming, whispered sternly, "You can't leave. This is class time. Your sudden intrusion into the school poses a security risk. I've already reported this to the principal. You must face punishment." Along the wall stood a long sofa where children could rest. Xin Feng pulled Shu Yuwei over and sat down. He placed Xiaoyu on the sofa, resting her head on Shu Yuwei's lap. Xiaowei also lay down on the other side of the sofa, resting her head on Shu Yuwei's other leg. As they shifted, Xiaoyu and Xiaowei stirred uneasily, fear visible on their little faces. Shu Yuwei quickly raised her hand, gently patting them as she hummed a song naturally. Only then did their expressions relax. The security guards frowned at the scene. Damn it! They were being completely ignored. Li Ming spoke up again, clearly displeased. "Did you hear me? This is a school, not your home. It's not a place where you can do whatever you want. You'll face consequences for this behavior. Yuwei, watch the children. I'll handle this." Xin Feng said softly. Shu Yuwei nodded. "Okay, don't worry. I've got the child covered." Xin Feng stood up and walked toward Li Ming. "Where's the teacher who locked up my child? Bring them to me." Li Ming flinched under Xin Feng's piercing gaze. They should be teaching other children right now. "Sir, you're too agitated and showing signs of violence. If you continue like this, your two children will be expelled. Please control yourself." "Expelled? You've reminded me." Xin Feng raised an eyebrow coldly.
Just as they spoke, the principal and 2 Filipino teachers arrived. They were startled by Qin Feng's expression, but seeing the numerous security guards present and Qin Feng alone, their courage quickly returned. Sir, I'm sure there's been some misunderstanding. Our 2 teachers were merely providing intensive tutoring for your children, something other families would beg for. Why get so upset? The principal appeared to be a stern-looking woman in her 40s, with short hair and glasses, her expression unyielding and fierce. A name tag hung from her chest, Zhao Feng. The 2 Filipino teachers were one plump and one thin. The heavier one chimed in, that's right. Other schools charge extra for one-on-one tutoring. At our school, it's all free. Sir, not only are you ungrateful, but you're making a scene here. This is simply unreasonable, added the slender teacher. Qin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. He strode forward, grabbing 1 Filipino teacher in each hand. He dragged them inside, then locked the door behind them. As punishment, they must be confined for 48 hours. No one is to approach them. Anyone who does will be fired immediately. Chapter 41, The Principal's Here. You're finished. With that, Qin Feng walked to the end of the corridor and flipped the circuit breaker. Both rooms became literal black boxes. Let me out. This is illegal. Let us out now. You can't do this. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint flashing in his gaze. You can't do this? He hasn't done anything worse yet. Qin Feng yanked a fire hose from the wall, flung open the window, and aimed it squarely at them. Their shrieks were drowned out by the roar of the water. In moments, the entire classroom was flooded. The 2 girls were knocked to the floor, spitting water incessantly. Qin Feng slammed the window shut again. Everyone present stood frozen in shock. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. This was the first time in all these years he'd seen such a crazed parent. What are you all standing around for? Get him to the police station. Principal Zhao Feng finally snapped out of her daze, pointing at Qin Feng and shrieking. Security Chief Li Ming waved his hand. The security guards swiftly closed in, surrounding Qin Feng. Qin Feng locked eyes with Li Ming and launched a flying kick, aiming straight for his chest. Li Ming sidestepped the blow. Mid-air, Qin Feng executed another spinning kick, sweeping toward Li Ming's neck. Li Ming instantly crashed to the ground. Qin Feng planted his foot squarely on Li Ming's chest, his toes pressed firmly against the man's throat. Let's see who dares to move. Seeing even Li Ming, the most skilled among them, lying motionless on the ground, the security guards froze in place. Not far away, Zhu Yue, who had been comforting Xiaoyu and Xiao Wei, froze in shock. This was the first time she'd ever seen Qin Feng so furious. Usually, no matter what he did, Qin Feng remained calm and composed, neither angry nor indifferent, neither arrogant nor servile. This time, they had touched Xiaoyu and Xiao Wei, truly striking his sore spot. Qin Feng turned his gaze toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng recoiled in terror. You're finished. Our principal is none other than Li Mingda, cousin of Zhou Gongmin, head of the Zhou family, ranked among the top 3 in Beijing's elite circles. If you dare cause trouble here, our principal will have you thrown in jail the moment he arrives. You won't see the light of day for the rest of your life. Zhao Feng forced herself to shout furiously at Qin Feng. Principal? Li Mingda? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. The school had been transferred to his name. But the internal affairs hadn't been formally handed over yet. He had assumed that, like with Chen de Plaza, simply inheriting the existing staff would suffice without a formal handover. Now it seemed that was indeed necessary. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through his messages. Dear owner, Ziyunji Kindergarten was transferred from Limingda 1800142294 to your name on April 21, 2025. Please contact the previous owner promptly to arrange the handover. Qin Feng selected the phone number and dialed. Beep. Former Principal Li Mingda quickly pressed the answer button. Principal Qin, hello. Hello? Are you here to handle the handover procedures? Where are you? I'll come over immediately. His tone was exceedingly respectful. Over the past few years, as China's birth rate plummeted to an all-time low, Yanjing, the nation's capital, saw its birth rate drop to its lowest point in 50 years, surpassing only figures from the War of Resistance era. Consequently, the kindergarten's revenue had plummeted over the past few years, reaching near bankruptcy levels in the last 2 years. He hurried to sell it off before it sank into the red, hoping to at least avoid being stuck with it. Unexpectedly, as soon as he listed it on the black market, someone contacted him about transferring ownership. How could he not treat Qin Feng with utmost respect? This man was his savior and benefactor. I'm at the school right now. After looking into things, I've discovered the school's management is a complete mess. I suspect there are problems with the financial statements you've publicly disclosed. Qin Feng spoke coldly. Li Mingda immediately began trembling in fear. What business doesn't have some financial irregularities? I'm on my way. I'll be there immediately. Let's discuss this in person. Li Mingda hung up, wiped away a cold sweat, and hurried toward the school. Zhao Feng looked at Qin Feng in surprise. What did that mean? Qin Feng took over the kindergarten? What a joke. He looked utterly ordinary, wearing clothes made of polyester.
What respectable, wealthy family would dress like that? It's probably just another ploy by the poor to save face. Zhao Feng crossed her arms, sneering coldly. Who did you call? Getting them to play along with this charade? Our kindergarten is located in the prime real estate of Ziyunji in Yanjing. The kids who attend here are either rich or powerful. Our principal makes hundreds of thousands, even millions, in pure profit every single day. How could he possibly hand over such a lucrative school to you? Xin Feng shot her a dismissive glance, unwilling to engage. He kicked Li Ming aside with his foot and turned toward Chu Yue. Li Ming rolled once, clutching his chest in pain and groaning. Zhao Feng froze in shock. The security guards backed up several steps in fright. Xin Feng walked over to Chu Yue and sat down beside her. He reached out and touched Xiaoyu and Xiaowei's cheeks. They felt slightly warm. It's probably a fever caused by fright. Chu Yue murmured softly. Children's kidneys are easily damaged by fright, and weakened kidney qi can lead to low-grade fevers. Xin Feng grunted. I'll let Xiao Ai arrange for a family doctor to visit first, then have her come pick you up. Xin Feng said gently. All right. Chu Yue nodded. Xin Feng picked up his phone and sent Xiao Ai a text message. Xiao Ai replied with a simple got it. Zhao Feng, feeling ignored, flew into a rage and shouted at the security guards. Look at you cowards. You're paid handsomely to protect school safety, yet this person is openly provoking trouble right here. Why aren't you dragging him to the police station? Are you waiting for the principal to fire you? The security guards exchanged awkward glances. First, they genuinely felt they couldn't overpower Xin Feng. Second, the child had already been frightened into a fever by those two teachers. It was only natural for him to be upset. The school's educational methods were indeed a bit extreme. They'd long felt that way. Unfortunately, they were just security guards, not the dean of students, nor teachers. Seeing no one coming to help, Zhao Feng panted angrily. You wait here. I'm calling the principal. Zhao Feng also pulled out her phone to call Li Mingda. Li Mingda was already running toward them, answering the call mid-stride. Principal? What's going on? Principal. This is terrible. Someone came to the school causing trouble, not only injuring Li Ming but also locking us two foreign teachers in a dark room. Zhao Feng shouted. What? Li Mingda's voice rose sharply. No wonder Xin Feng had called him about operational issues. So it was a troublemaker at the school. Seems Xin Feng just happened to run into it. Alright, I'm on my way. Tell him to wait. Once I get there, I'll make sure he ends up in the station. Alright. Zhao Feng nodded excitedly. After hanging up, Zhao Feng shot Xin Feng a smug, cold smile. Did you hear that? Our principal is coming over right now. He's got connections at the Chaoyang District Police Station in Beijing. He can decide how many years you'll serve, and you'll have to stay that long. No amount of litigation will change it. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Zhao Feng grew even more smug. Principal, I'm here. You're done for. Chapter 42, what? He's the principal? Xin Feng shot Zhao Feng a sideways glance. He really couldn't fathom how Zhao Feng had become the director. Someone like her could become director. If I'm guessing right, this school must be on the verge of collapse, which is why it was sold off, right? Footsteps drew nearer. Around the corner. Xiao Ai walked over. Zhao Feng's smile froze. Who are you? How did you get in? Xiao Ai, huh? The gate wasn't locked, so I just walked in. It seemed there were serious issues with management and security. Xin Feng's expression darkened, speechless. Zhao Feng felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Xiao Ai walked up to Chu Yue. Madam, the family doctor has arrived. Let's head home. Chu Yue nodded, just as she was about to pick up the children. Xiao Ai bent down, cradling one child in each arm. Little Yu and Little Wei murmured softly, nestling against her shoulders as they continued sleeping peacefully. Xiaoyu and Xiaowei have slight fevers. We should hurry home. Yes, we should. Chu Yue said anxiously. Let's go. Xiao Ai carried the two little ones and headed toward the exit. Zhao Feng panicked, rushing forward to grab them. You can't take the children. Xiao Ai spun sideways. Zhao Feng lunged and missed, tumbling to the ground. Ah! Her comical fall nearly made the security guard watching from afar burst out laughing. Xin Feng raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. Xiao Ai and Chu Yue, worried about the child, didn't even look back as they hurried away. Zhao Feng watched their retreating figures and pounded the ground in fury. Just then, Li Mingda approached from another direction. Seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but frown. Director Zhao, what are you doing on the ground? This is damaging our school's image. Get up immediately. What if Xin Feng saw this? He'd think the school's management was failing again. Recognizing the principal's voice, Zhao Feng scrambled to her feet. Principal, you're finally here. Quickly, call the Chaoyang District Police Station. Have them send officers to take Xin Feng in. Zhao Feng stepped forward, grabbed Li Mingda's arm, and pointed at Xin Feng. Li Mingda froze, staring at Zhao Feng in shock. You mean, who is he? Xin Feng? He's the parent of 2 students. Their academic foundation was too weak, so our teachers gave them one-on-one tutoring. But they still refused to study properly. Our foreign teacher kept them in the classroom to reflect on their behavior. Then this Qin Feng showed up, not only locking our teacher in the storage room, but also attacking our security guard. He even injured Li Ming. Li Ming clutched his chest and nodded in agreement. That's right, principal. Li Mingda looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow indifferently, his expression unreadable. Li Mingda's pupils flinched. Zhao Feng and Li Ming turned to Qin Feng, both wearing smug expressions. The security guards in the distance shook their heads silently. This Qin Feng is probably done for. He's headed to the station. Principal Li, I originally thought that once the transfer was complete, there would be no need for a handover. But seeing the state of the school's management now, it's truly a mess. Teachers engaging in soft bullying against students, discriminating against parents. In that case, I'll have to look into this thoroughly and see if there's any falsification in the accounts. Qin Feng's voice was soft, his expression calm. Yet every word hung like a blade poised over Li Mingda's head. Li Mingda, upon hearing this, hurried forward respectfully. Misunderstanding. There must be some misunderstanding here. The accounts are undoubtedly in order. As for these individuals, yes, there has been lax oversight. I've been too busy to constantly supervise the school myself, otherwise, why would I even consider transferring ownership? Anyway, you're the principal now. Just expel them all and recruit new students. That should solve it, right? Li Mingda beamed with a broad smile, bowing and scraping before Qin Feng. Joking aside, how could he not bow and scrape? If an audit uncovered problems, not only would the transfer be invalidated, but he might even end up behind bars. Zhao Feng and Li Ming's knees buckled. The security guards were stunned. Zhao Feng, principal, what did you say? You transferred the school to him? Li Ming recalled the scene of Qin Feng entering the school through the automated facial recognition system, his heart skipping a beat. What? He really is the principal? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze cold as he fixed it on them. Li Mingda immediately barked at them. You too. Get out of here with those foreign teachers, now. Zhao Feng and Li Ming were startled. They rushed forward, yanked open the classroom door, and prepared to escort the 2 foreign teachers out. Qin Feng coldly snapped, hold on. Zhao Feng and Li Ming stiffened. What else might you require of us? They asked, plastering on forced smiles. Did I say you could leave? Soft psychological manipulation, locking a 5-year-old in a darkroom, this severely damages a child's mental health. I think it's necessary for me to hire a lawyer and have you arrested. Zhao Feng and Li Ming were scared to tears. The man who could acquire Ziyunji Kindergarten, the man who could make Li Mingda bow respectfully, could he possibly be an ordinary person? It would only take a word from him to send them to jail. The 2 foreign teachers still didn't understand what was happening. Zhao Feng and Li Ming knelt before Qin Feng with a thud. We are guilty. I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated the children that way. Mr. Qin, please spare me. Zhao Feng wailed, repeatedly slapping her own face. Zhao Feng was filled with regret so deep it felt like her insides were turning green. It was all Li Ming's fault. He'd claimed the parents of the 2 new children were surely newly wealthy middle-class folks. Otherwise, why would she have treated the 2 Filipino teachers differently? Li Ming joined in pleading. Mr. Qin, I'm just an ordinary security guard following orders. I've never dealt with children before. I never abused them, please spare me. Li Ming was filled with regret too. If only he hadn't agreed to help the principal observe whether the parents were wealthy. He'd assumed Qin Feng was broke, so he'd told the principal. The principal then schemed to get Qin Feng to withdraw the 2 children from school. That way, with the children no longer enrolled, the tuition wouldn't need to be refunded. That money would then end up in the principal's pocket. The principal would then give him 2% as a reward. He shouldn't have been greedy for money and done something so unconscionable. The Filipino teacher and security chief stared at each other in disbelief. The principal and security chief actually knelt before this parent. Just who was he? Regardless of his background, they'd better kneel too. We were wrong too. Please forgive us. Seeing all 4 kneel before Qin Feng, Li Mingda felt a pang of pity. Mr. Qin, they all know they've made a mistake. Why not let them off this time? They'll never dare to do it again. Qin Feng shot Li Mingda a piercing glare. Li Mingda immediately fell silent, not daring to speak. Qin Feng spoke softly. Tell me, he demanded, how many students have been expelled from the school this year? Li Mingda was startled and replied in confusion. 3. Why? How long had they been enrolled? Did they drop out within a month of starting? Qin Feng pressed. Li Mingda nodded again. Yes. Then let me ask you this, according to school policy, do they refund tuition when students withdraw? Qin Feng pressed. Li Mingda's heart skipped a beat as he seemed to grasp something. Refunds are given. Qin Feng snorted derisively. Zhao Feng, Ming Li, and the 2 Filipino teachers all gasped. Chapter 43, Expulsion? Send them all to the station. Let them speak up. Are they going to return it or not? Xin Feng said. Li Mingde walked toward Zhao Feng. You won't resign? Zhao Feng stammered, unable to speak.
Li Mingde swung his hand back and slapped her across the face.
Speak. Why, I won't back down.
Zhao Feng, both shocked and terrified, reeled from the blow and burst into tears.
Li Mingde's chest heaved with rage.
He raised his hand again, pointing at Li Ming and the two Filipino teachers.
You, all of you, accomplices to her? Li Ming and the two Filipino teachers dared not speak. But seeing their expressions, Li Mingde understood everything.
Furious, he swung his foot, kicking each of them hard enough to send them crashing to the floor.
Well, you lot think you can take advantage of me, huh?
I was wondering why the kindergarten business was getting worse and worse. I thought it was the birth rate, but it turns out you've been pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Ow.
The two kicked out cried out softly.
Li Mingde pulled out his phone.
Zhao Feng, if I don't send you to jail today, I'll never believe it.
And you lot too. Li Mingde started to dial the number.
Zhao Feng, terrified, scrambled forward and clung to Li Mingde's leg. Principal, please spare me this once for the sake of being your distant cousin. I don't want to go to jail, I'll never do it again.
Spare me? Forgive you? You ruined my business and I'm supposed to forgive you? Get out of here. Li Mingde kicked Zhao Feng aside again and pulled out his phone. Is this the Chaoyang District Public Security Bureau? I need to file a report. I have. Before long. The police car arrived.
Zhao Feng, Li Ming, and two Filipino teachers were all loaded into the vehicle. They wailed and cried all the way until the police car faded into the distance. Finally, peace returned. The security guards sighed in sympathy. No wonder they acted so outrageously, there was more to the story than met the eye. After the group was taken away, Li Mingde approached Xin Feng with a sigh. Mr. Qin, you're truly remarkable.
On your very first day, you uncovered this kind of transaction happening at the kindergarten.
I'm ashamed, truly ashamed, that I was kept in the dark for so many years.
In truth, Zaiyanjin Kindergarten has always been among the top in Yanjing for its teaching standards.
It's only in the last couple of years that its reputation has suffered. I'm confident that under your leadership, it will surely return to its peak and achieve new heights.
Xin Feng replied coolly, enough with the flattery. I will certainly audit the accounts.
I might turn a blind eye to minor issues, but if you've left a major mess waiting for me to clean up, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Nothing major, I assure you.
Just some perfectly legitimate tax avoidance strategies, the kind where no one reports it, so no one investigates.
Had ha.
Li Mingde grinned obsequiously.
Alright, that's all for today. I'm heading back to check on the kids.
Xin Feng stood up and turned to leave.
Li Mingde exhaled a heavy sigh of relief.
He turned to the security guards.
You lot, go notify everyone immediately.
From now on, maintain respectful teaching attitudes.
Absolutely no more singling out students based on their family background.
Yes, sir. The security guards hurried away. For a long time afterward, Li Mingde dreaded another call from Xin Feng.
Of course, that's another story. Xin Feng returned home.
Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei lay in bed, their fevers having broken. Xu Yue sat by the bedside, keeping them company. She too was exhausted, leaning against the headboard and drifting off into a drowsy sleep. Xin Feng walked over, took off his coat, and draped it over her.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward obtained, Hua Tuo's legacy.
The mechanical voice had barely faded. Xin Feng felt countless medical texts automatically load into his mind, as if they were being saved and restored. A surge of excitement filled his chest. He felt that if given a set of silver needles right now, he could pinpoint acupoints with precision and perform the corresponding treatments.
He must find an opportunity to test this.
Xu Yue stirred awake, slowly opening her eyes as she tried to sit up.
Xin Feng, you're back?
Xin Feng held her back.
Rest a little longer.
Everything's been taken care of.
Is everything okay at school?
Maybe we shouldn't send Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei back just yet. They both look shaken.
Xu Yue murmured softly. The troublemakers have been dealt with.
Moving forward, I'll have Xiao Ai go over daily to temporarily take over as principal and hire more qualified teaching staff, Xin Feng explained.
Xu Yue nodded, finally feeling at ease. But Xin Feng was still the principal of Ziyunji Kindergarten? How could he possess such vast assets?
Even if, as Xin Feng claimed, these were merely future earnings advanced to him.
But would his future self really be this wealthy? He was just an orphan. Could he really amass such wealth on his own in just over a decade?
Xu Yaowei's lips parted slightly, about to speak. Xin Feng spoke first with candor. The kindergarten is indeed mine. To be precise, I bought it for Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's schooling. The transfer was only finalized yesterday, and I haven't had time to take over management yet, so I'm not very familiar with how it operates.
You are that wealthy?
Xu Yue had no concept of wealth. She only knew Xin Feng owned Xian de Plaza.
But did owning Xian de Plaza mean he could just buy an international-level private kindergarten outright? I haven't calculated it either. Based on current market rates, he might even discover he was in debt if he did the math properly. But it didn't matter anyway. Once money reaches a certain amount, it's just a number. Shu Yue felt a pang of hunger in her stomach and rubbed it with her hand. All she'd eaten today was breakfast. And now it was already 3 in the afternoon. Noticing Chu Yue's subtle gesture, Xinfeng spoke softly. If you don't want to rest, let's cook together. Cook? Shu Yue's face flushed even redder. Cooking was an internet meme specifically referring to that kind of thing. Was Xinfeng hinting at that? Cooking? At this hour? That doesn't seem quite right. Shu Yue cleared her throat awkwardly. True, but there's no need to be so particular about the time. Xinfeng grabbed Shu Yue's hand and pulled her off the bed. Let's go. Shu Yue followed behind Xinfeng. Her heart pounded, beating faster and faster, as memories of their intimate moments in the car flashed through her mind. But then, Xinfeng led her into the kitchen. Shu Yue's lips twitched. No way. He really was going to cook. Come on in. Xinfeng turned to look at Shu Yue, who stood frozen in the doorway. Shu Yue gave an awkward smile and stepped inside. What's wrong? Don't you know how to cook? Or don't you like it? Xinfeng asked cautiously. Having grown up without a home or family, Xinfeng found solace in cooking. It gave him that sense of belonging, that warmth and comfort of home. Shu Yue beamed. Of course not. I love cooking too. It feels like my heart settles down when I'm in the kitchen. You've cooked for me so many times already. This time, let me cook for you. At this time of year, few young people knew how to cook anymore. Chapter 44, Inheriting Hua Tuo's Legacy. Shu Yue's hands were slender and fair, looking as though they'd never touched a drop of water, yet she could cook. Okay. What would you like to make? All the ingredients are ready in the fridge. Xinfeng said. There's some rice left in the rice cooker. I'll just whip up some simple fried rice. Shu Yue said as she walked toward the refrigerator. Unfortunately, the eggs were placed a bit too high up and tucked too far inside. Shu Yue stood on her tiptoes to reach them but couldn't quite get them. Xinfeng smiled and walked over to help her get the eggs. Unexpectedly, Shu Yue twisted her foot and stumbled backward, landing right into Xinfeng's arms. Xinfeng cupped her waist with both hands, leaning forward slightly as he looked down at her. Shu Yue blinked rapidly, her face flushing crimson. The air was thick with Xinfeng's scent. Her heart began to race. Xinfeng. Shu Yue called softly. Xinfeng grunted. Actually, this morning, I knew Bairuru ran over to hug you on purpose. But when I saw that scene, I just couldn't help but feel angry. Do you know why? Shu Yue gazed steadily into Xinfeng's eyes as she asked softly. Xinfeng felt a warmth surge in his heart under her gaze. Why? Shu Yue slowly raised her arm, wrapping it around his neck, and pouted playfully. Because I like you, I want to possess you. I don't want any other woman touching you. Do you think I'm bad? Shu Yue blinked her eyes, her innocence tinged with a hint of mischief, like an adorable little rabbit. Xinfeng watched her, feeling his throat tighten. Bad. But I like it. Shu Yue raised her voice. Really? Xinfeng grunted. Shu Yue straightened up happily, wrapping her arms tightly around Xinfeng of her own accord. Her soft body pressed against his as if she wanted to melt into him. Then from now on, only I can hold you like this. Only you can hold me like this. Xinfeng raised his hand, gently cupping the back of her head. Her soft hair slipped through his fingers. Shu Yue lifted her head, her gaze settling on Xinfeng's lips. Her burning gaze held a longing that was impossible to ignore. A wave of heat washed over Xinfeng's abdomen. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed silently. His gaze, too, settled on Shu Yue's lips. Pink. Tender. Slightly full, they glistened with a hint of moisture under the light, resembling a piece of bouncy jelly cake. The moment was perfect. He instinctively leaned down, moving toward Shu Yue's lips. Just as his lips were about to touch hers. Daddy, Mommy, Xiao Yu is hungry. Xiao Wei is hungry too. Are you guys cooking? The two little ones stood at the doorway, rubbing their eyes and mumbling. Xinfeng and Shu Yue jerked apart as if electrocuted, darting their eyes up, down, left, and right. As everyone knows, people tend to get unusually busy when they're embarrassed. Hungry, huh? Mom's making fried rice. Just give me a sec, ahem. Xinfeng, could you grab 5 eggs for me? Shu Yue said softly. Okay. Xinfeng nodded and quickly fetched 5 eggs, handing them to Shu Yue. Shu Yue scooped the rice from the pot into a large bowl, cracked 3 eggs over it, and thoroughly stirred the egg mixture into the rice, coating every grain. Xinfeng watched, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Yue really knew how to cook. This technique produced fried rice with a golden hue, each grain distinct and not sticky. After mixing the rice, she set the bowl aside. She took out another bowl, cracked the remaining 2 eggs into it, and beat them with chopsticks before setting it aside. She heated the wok and poured in oil. She poured in the beaten eggs. The eggs sizzled instantly. She gently stirred them with chopsticks a couple of times, scrambling them just until they were set, then quickly scooped them out. Then she added the seasoned rice and began stir-frying.
Once it changed color and was nearly done, she added the scrambled eggs back in, seasoned with salt, and tossed everything together. Pro. The resulting fried rice not only had a golden hue but also featured tender egg chunks.
Xin Feng marveled once more.
After about half a minute of stir-frying, Chu Yue turned off the heat and served the fried rice. It made exactly 4 servings.
Wow! It smells amazing. Mom's fried rice is the best.
Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei were wide awake now, their eyes sparkling as they exclaimed. Xin Feng stepped forward to help carry the fried rice. Each carrying 2 bowls, they made their way to the dining room. The 4 sat facing each other.
Xu Yue flashed a sweet smile. Quick, try some. Mum.
Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei rubbed their hands together, eagerly grabbing spoons to scoop up generous portions and stuff them into their mouths. Instantly, both their cheeks puffed out. Their little mouths moved busily, eyes squinting in delight. This is absolutely delicious.
It tastes just like Mom's cooking.
Xin Feng watched the 2 of them devouring their food, then picked up a spoon and took a taste himself. Indeed, it was exceptional. With a meal like this, he could easily polish off a whole bowl without needing a single side dish. Xu Yue also picked up her spoon and began eating.
Warm light spilled over the 4 of them. Happiness made tangible.
After finishing, Xiao Ai stepped forward, automatically clearing the bowls and chopsticks to wash the dishes. The 4 of them leaned back in their chairs, exhaling comfortably. Especially Chu Yue. The feeling of not having to wash dishes after a meal was truly wonderful.
Just then, her phone rang. Xu Feng's voice came through.
Yue, Mom and Dad are waiting for you outside the school now.
Come out. Let's grab dinner together and talk about you and Xin Feng. Xu Yue's face flushed red, and she panicked. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei recognized Xu Feng's voice. Little Wei gasped with delight, Grandma, it's grand.
Xin Feng quickly covered Xiao Wei's mouth and shushed Xiao Yu.
Xu Feng frowned.
Yue, whose voice is that over there?
Oh, it's just a classmate.
I'm in class, and she asked me to keep it down, Xu Yue lied. She hadn't told her parents yet that she was living with Xin Feng. If her father found out, he wouldn't listen to her explanations and would surely think Xin Feng was an irresponsible jerk.
Is that so? You're in class? I checked your schedule, you only have morning classes today, right? No afternoon ones? Xu Feng frowned. I misspoke. I'm in the dorm. I'm a bit sleepy and want to rest. Mom, can we talk about Xin Feng another time tomorrow? Xu Yue rarely lied.
Because whenever she lied, she got nervous and started stuttering. Xu Feng sensed something off in her daughter's tone.
Yue, you're not actually off campus, are you? Could it be you're staying off campus with Xin Feng? What? That good-for-nothing brat took my daughter to his place? What kind of decent person could he be? And you're defending him. Our Yue would never be with him.
Even if she had to drop out of Jingda, she couldn't be with someone like that.
Chen Shang roared angrily. Chapter 45, Little Yue and Little Wei win over Grandpa.
He couldn't even imagine what his precious daughter would be like with a man who demanded cohabitation before marriage. It was just like that saying, a perfectly good cabbage, ruined by a pig.
Mom, it's not what you think. Please explain to Dad for me. Not what I think. Then what is it? Where are you now? We'll grab a cab over immediately.
Xu Feng spoke, her voice tinged with irritation. Xu Yue was on the verge of tears. Xin Feng, who had stood silently by, gently patted her shoulder. Then he took the phone from her hand.
Auntie, it's me, Xin Feng.
Xu Feng paused, still a bit annoyed, but her tone softened considerably upon hearing Xin Feng's name.
Xin Feng, have you and Yue moved out to live off campus?
Yes. Yue is staying at my place now, but the house is big.
We're not sharing a room. I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. I already agreed to let you 2 date. How could you be so reckless? Actually cohabiting before marriage. You say you're not sharing a room, but who would believe that? Yue is only 18 years old. What if you accidentally get her pregnant?
The thought of Chu Yue having a baby in her freshman year made Xu Feng's head spin.
Shen Sheng couldn't take it anymore.
He leaned close to the phone and shouted.
You little brat, speak up. Where are you staying? I'm coming over right now, just you wait. Ziyunji. I'll send you the location.
Xin Feng cut off Chen Shang's furious rant.
With that, he hung up. Rather than fueling Yaowei's parents' anger over the phone, it would be better to explain everything in person.
Xin Feng sent the address directly. Xu Yue took a deep breath and sprang to her feet.
You actually sent the address? Don't you know how temperamental my dad is? He's terrifying when he gets angry.
Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei both had reddened eyes.
Is it Grandpa? Is Grandpa still alive? That's wonderful. We haven't seen Grandpa in so long. Why?
The 2 burst into tears as they spoke. Xu Yue looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei in confusion.
What do you mean by that? Could it be that Dad will die in the future?
Xiao Yu wiped her tears as she sobbed.
We don't know.
3 years ago, everyone said Grandpa had cancer, and then we never saw him again.
Yeah, Mom and Dad, we really miss Grandpa so much, sniff. Xiao Wei chimed in. Shu Yue felt as if struck by lightning. The world went dark before her eyes, and she nearly fainted. Xin Feng rushed forward to support Shu Yue. Yue, don't panic. You and Xiao Wei traveled through time. Working backward from the timeline, this happened over a decade later. Even if your father already has it now, it's still in the early stages and shouldn't be dangerous. This is the perfect chance to test Hua Tuo's legacy. Let's take Yue's pulse. Okay. Shu Yue forced herself to steady her emotions and nodded. She looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei. What about Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei? How should I explain this to my parents? Xin Feng pondered for a moment before replying. Just stick to what you originally thought. Say we adopted them. You moved here to take care of them. Okay. Shu Yue nodded. Xin Feng crouched down, gently placing his hands on Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's shoulders as he spoke softly. Xiao Yu, Xiao Wei, you're from the future. This is incredibly hard for older people to comprehend. So, to avoid frightening Grandpa and Grandma, you must say you were adopted by your father and mother, okay? Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei nodded, seeming to understand yet not fully grasping the meaning. Okay. Xin Feng reached up and ruffled both their little heads. I'll go to the main gate to meet your parents. They should be arriving soon. Without someone to greet them, they won't be able to enter. Okay. Shu Yue nodded. Xin Feng walked toward the exit. Meanwhile, Shen Sheng and Xu Feng hailed a cab and sped straight to the community entrance. But, since it was a high-end villa community, taxis weren't allowed inside, and neither were they. Shen Sheng paced anxiously at the entrance. Xin Feng strode out from inside, calling out. Uncle, Auntie. I'll escort you inside. Just as Chen Sheng was about to lose his temper, he turned to look at Xin Feng and was taken aback. He was a classic Chinese heartthrob. He resembled Zhang Zhao from the 1980s TV series Judge Bo, handsome and dashing, with a touch of scholarly elegance from his glasses. Handsome. Truly handsome. And he was from Peking University, definitely a catch. It was just his way of doing things that was unbearable. Chen Sheng's anger subsided by half. He snorted and followed Xin Feng inside. Xu Feng flashed Xin Feng a smile. Xu Feng had told Chen Sheng that Xin Feng was the owner of Chanda Plaza. So Chen Sheng knew Xin Feng was wealthy and wouldn't live in a shabby place. But the moment he saw the Ziyunji villa, Chen Sheng was utterly stunned. A house this large, even if he went back to his hometown to build a private residence, he wouldn't dare construct something like this. And this was Yanjing, a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Chen Sheng took a deep breath, his anger subsiding by a third, replaced by concern. With such privileged circumstances, such striking looks, and such an impressive academic background. No wonder Yue had fallen for him. But precisely because of this, he was all the more determined to protect Yue. She was his only daughter. He wouldn't allow anyone to harm her. Xin Feng observed Chen Sheng's expression and understood completely. He, too, was a father with a daughter. Uncle, Auntie, let's go inside. I'll show you the room where Yue stays. Xin Feng pushed open the door. The interior was lavishly decorated in gold and splendor, as opulent as anything seen in TV dramas. Shu Yue stood in the living room, calling out to Chen Sheng with a hint of nervousness. Dad. Chen Sheng shot Shu Yue a stern look. Suddenly, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei darted out from behind Shu Yue. They ran toward Chen Sheng and Xu Feng. Grandpa. Grandma. Each grabbed one of their legs, looking up at them as they called out. Chen Sheng and Xu Feng froze in place. This. They looked far too much like Yue and Qin Feng's children. If Yue hadn't been in middle school 5 years ago, under their watch the entire time, it would have been impossible for her to conceive and give birth to children this age. They were almost convinced these two children were born to their own Yue. What's going on here? The two asked in unison. Little Yue tilted her head back and patiently explained. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom and Dad adopted us. Mom lives here to take care of us, you know. That's right, Grandpa and Grandma. Please don't blame Mom and Dad, they're so kind. If it weren't for Mom and Dad, we'd be starving. Xiao Wei hugged Chen Sheng's leg, batting her eyelashes as her rosy little mouth pouted slightly. Chen Sheng's heart melted instantly. Chapter 46, Uncle, you're crazy. Are they really your adopted children? Chen Sheng asked Shu Yue. Shu Yue nodded. Yes, they are. Since they're two little girls, Xin Feng finds it inconvenient to take care of them, so I came over to help bathe them. Dad, they're really well behaved. Xin Feng just thinks they look so much like the child we would have had that he feels it's fate, so he adopted them. Chen Sheng's anger completely dissipated. He softened his tone. Even so, something this big should have been discussed with Mom and Dad first. You two just went ahead and adopted two children. Do you even know how to raise them? Of course we do, Daddy knows everything. He cooks for us every day. Little Yu giggled, tilting her head. Yeah, Grandpa. Look how plump and healthy Dad raised us. Little Wei giggled, pinching her chubby cheeks. Grandpa, don't be angry. Xiao Yu tugged at Chen Sheng's arm. Seeing this, Xiao Wei quickly shook Shu Feng's arm too. Grandma, don't be mad at mom and dad either. How could they possibly stay angry? Shen Shang and Shu Feng quickly bent down, scooping the two little ones into their arms. Oh my, look at these two well-behaved grandchildren. If you'd told us earlier, Grandpa and Grandma would have been overjoyed. How could we possibly be angry? Exactly. It's all Mom and Dad's fault for thinking Grandpa and Grandma were old fogies. They kept it from us until now, that's why we got upset. Shu Yue and Xin Feng exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. It seemed the matter was settled. Xin Feng stepped forward again and spoke. Uncle, it's not that we wanted to hide this from you. We only adopted Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei a few days ago, and Yue has only been living with us for 2 days. These past 2 days, we've been trying to find a kindergarten for them, but the ones we found weren't reliable. The two of them were even discriminated against, and the children suffered a lot of hurt. We plan to come explain everything in person once their schooling was settled. What? You're saying Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei were mistreated? What school is this? They're discriminating? Chen Shang's anger flared at the news. Listen, your uncle here works at the Education Bureau. Name the school, and I'll investigate it right now. Xin Feng cleared his throat awkwardly. Uncle, it's Ziyunji Kindergarten. I knew it. It must be some private school. No public school would ever do this. Chen Sheng snorted, then soothed Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei. Don't be afraid, sweethearts. Tomorrow when Grandpa goes to work, I'll report this and audit every penny of Ziyunji's finances. No one will dare bully you. No, Uncle, I bought Ziyunji yesterday. Xin Feng said softly. What? You bought it? Chen Sheng's heart skipped a beat. After all, Ziyunji was the most expensive kindergarten in Beijing's elite circles. Xin Feng had actually bought it? You, just how rich are you? You actually bought Ziyunji? Chen Sheng gasped. Not much in liquid assets, but I should have several billion in fixed assets. Xin Feng replied earnestly. Chen Sheng's pupils dilated as he stared at Xin Feng in shock. Shu Yue was also startled. She truly hadn't imagined Xin Feng was this wealthy. You have that much money? Chen Sheng couldn't help but exclaim softly. Well, it's not really that impressive in Beijing circles. Xin Feng said indifferently. After all, the capital's elite circles were teeming with wealthy individuals. Take the Zhao family, for instance. Their assets easily surpass 10 billion. Chen Sheng, Shu Feng, and Shu Yue stood frozen in shock for a long while. Chen Sheng handed the child to Shu Feng. Shu Feng now held both children in her arms. Chen Sheng took Shu Yue's hand. Let's go. We're leaving. A family like that is beyond our reach. But Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei are our granddaughters. We won't give them to you. Though our family isn't wealthy, we have enough to raise Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei. Shu Feng nodded. Exactly. The group began to head toward the exit. Shu Yue turned back, her eyes pleading as she looked at Xin Feng. Xin Feng hurriedly stepped forward to block Chen Sheng. Uncle, I was once poor myself. This wealth is purely accidental. Accidental? Chen Sheng raised an eyebrow. Xin Feng nodded. Yes. I was an orphan before Auntie must have told you. I worked odd jobs everywhere just to get into Jingda. Even after enrolling, I had to take on part-time work after classes to barely make ends meet. I know what you're worried about, Uncle. You probably think rich people don't take relationships seriously, that they just play games with life. But I'm different from those people. I grew up without a home. I want a family. Xin Feng spoke earnestly, his tone sincere. Chen Sheng froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Xin Feng to be an orphan. I want a home. How simple and pure those words were. Few young people in this era still harbored such a simple desire. Then where did you get the money? Chen Sheng asked blankly. I accidentally won the lottery, which gave me my initial capital. Then I invested in Qianda Plaza, and my assets grew from there. Xin Feng replied casually. Getting the system must be like winning the lottery, right? Chen Sheng sighed. Looks like the heavens took pity on your hardships and gave you this compensation. Uncle, please sit down and rest. We can talk slowly. Xin Feng guided Chen Sheng to the nearby sofa. His supporting hand simultaneously clasped Chen Sheng's wrist. The Huatua inheritance activated automatically, reading his pulse data and performing an automatic analysis. Early stage liver cancer. Xin Feng's pupils widened in shock. He hadn't expected it to already be in the early stages at this point. Uncle, how long has it been since your last physical? It's been a while. Why? Suspecting I'm in poor health? Ha, you must be joking. I exercise every morning. When I ride the subway, I'm more energetic than any youngster. As Chen Sheng listened to Xin Feng speak, he found himself growing increasingly fond of him, his tone lightening considerably. Xin Feng frowned. Uncle, you're sick. Chen Sheng instantly felt annoyed. What? Why are you insulting me? I was just starting to like you. Uncle, you really are sick. You're the one who's crazy. Chen Sheng's voice rose sharply. Shu Yue immediately grew tense. Xin Feng, did you notice something? Xin Feng nodded.
Yeah, when I was working part-time at a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, I learned how to take pulses. Just now, when I felt Uncle's wrist, I noticed his pulse was off. It's likely a liver issue. What? Chu Feng's voice rose sharply as she pinched Chen Shang's arm. I told you to drink less. Less alcohol. It damages your liver. Damages your liver. See? Now you really have a problem. Hurry up and go to the hospital. Chen Shang dismissed her concern. It can't be that serious. I can eat and move around fine. Nothing hurts. How could there be a problem? Uncle, the liver doesn't have pain receptors, which is why liver cancer is often only detected in its late stages. But don't worry, Uncle, yours is still in the early stages, Qin Feng explained. What? Liver cancer. Chu Feng's vision went black and she nearly fainted. Chapter 47, Diagnosed, Early Stage Liver Cancer. It can't be that serious. You're just exaggerating. Chen Shang panicked inwardly but put on a brave face, glaring at Qin Feng. You're just working part-time at a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. How much could you possibly know? And I've never heard of traditional Chinese medicine being able to detect cancer. Uncle, whether you believe it or not, we'll know for sure after getting checked at the hospital. Qin Feng said. Shu Yuwei nodded. Yes, Dad, just go get checked. Little Yu and Little Wei joined in, tugging at Chen Shang's arms. Grandpa, please just go get checked. We finally got to see you, and we don't want you to be sick. Chen Shang was moved, yet fear still lingered in his heart. It was as if not getting checked, not getting a diagnosis, meant he could assume he was healthy. Oh, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Nothing will happen. Chen Shang insisted stubbornly. Chu Feng couldn't hold back any longer and slapped him again. Go! Go right now! I've been telling you to go for ages. Since everyone's here today, let's all go together. Ouch, easy there, that hurts like hell. Chen Shang wailed. Let's go. Chu Feng yanked Chen Shang to his feet. Chen Shang groaned and protested, Fine, I'll go. Just let go of me. Only then did Chu Feng release him, but she twisted his back again with her other hand. Qin Feng looked at Chu Yuwei. Chu Yuwei gave an awkward smile. My mom's usually very gentle. Don't worry, I'm nothing like her. She whispered. Qin Feng nodded. Yeah, I believe you. After all, the system had mentioned how miserable Chu Yuwei's later life would be. If she had a fiery temper, things probably wouldn't have turned out so badly. But later, better not talk about it. It's all tears. Qin Feng called Xiao Ai to come out and look after Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei. Then he drove Qin Shang, Chu Feng, and Chu Yuwei to the First People's Hospital. After a series of tests, they had to wait for the results. The waiting period was unbearable. Everyone was growing impatient. Chen Shang kept saying it was fine, but he paced back and forth in the hallway. Finally, the lab results arrived. Sealed in a leather pouch. The nurse handed it to them. Chen Shang waved his hand dismissively. You look at it. I won't. I refuse to believe I have liver cancer, it must be fake. Once these results are out, you'll see I'm fine. He remained stubborn. Qin Feng opened the leather envelope and pulled out the report. Chu Feng and Chu Yuwei glanced over. Both stumbled, nearly losing their footing. What's wrong? Chen Shang, terrified, snatched the report and glanced at it. Instantly, darkness clouded his vision and he collapsed backward. Early stage liver cancer. It really was early stage liver cancer. Uncle! Dad! Qin Feng and Chu Yuwei rushed forward to support Chen Shang. Chu Feng's vision went black and she nearly collapsed. Clutching the wall to steady herself, her eyes instantly reddened. She raised her fist and swung it toward Chen Shang. I always tell you to drink less, not that you can't drink at all. But every time you drink, you go all out slurring your words, losing your mind, reeking to high heaven. I told you to get a checkup, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, liver cancer. What am I supposed to do? What about Yue? She's so young, without a father to support her. She's got a tough life ahead. Wah? Chu Feng beat him while weeping. Chen Shang, who had passed out, was jolted awake by the pounding. Seeing his wife so distraught, guilt overwhelmed him and he couldn't speak. Qin Feng stepped forward to comfort her. Auntie, please don't worry too much. It's only the very early stages. With modern medicine, it's very easy to treat now. The nurse delivering the lab results nodded in agreement. Yes, liver cancer is usually detected at an advanced stage. Yours was found in the very early stages. You're incredibly fortunate. With proper treatment and attention to diet and rest, you'll recover quickly. Chu Feng raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Yes, it was all thanks to Qin Feng. If Qin Feng hadn't casually taken her husband's pulse, who knows how long it would have taken to discover it. Chu Feng grasped Qin Feng's hand tightly. Thank you. If it weren't for you, Yue's father, we still wouldn't have known. Auntie, don't say that. Yue's dad is like my own father. Qin Feng squeezed Chu Feng's hand back. What a wonderful son-in-law. So many people come to our hospital every day, not just unmarried ones, but many married couples too. As soon as they hear their spouse is sick, they just abandon them.
This is truly a good son-in-law. You too should treasure him. The nurse couldn't help but praise him from the side.
Chen Shang looked at Qin Feng with shame.
Earlier, I treated him so badly. Ah! I deserve to die.
Chen Shang reached out and took Qin Feng's hand.
Good lad, we're entrusting our Yue to you.
Qin Feng looked at Chu Yue and gave her a gentle smile.
Chu Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. Uncle, let's admit her for observation today and see how the hospital proceeds with treatment. Alright. Chen Shang nodded. I'll go handle the admission paperwork.
Qin Feng took the medical records and turned toward the payment window.
Chen Shang and Xu Feng watched Qin Feng, nodding approvingly.
This young man is truly exceptional.
Yes, he really is. Yue, you have good judgment. Yue, you must hold on to him. Don't be too willful, treat him well. The two urged Chu Yue. Chu Yue's face flushed even redder. Dad, Mom. What are you talking about?
You weren't even on board before, worried I'd get taken advantage of. Now you're acting like Qin Feng is your own son.
Ah, a son-in-law is half a son.
Chen Shang laughed heartily, tilting his head back.
Xu Feng shot him a look. What do you mean, a son-in-law is half a son?
Qin Feng is an orphan with no parents. We should treat him like our own son from now on.
Right, absolutely right, haha. Chen Shang laughed heartily again. Xu Feng and Chu Yue couldn't help but join in the laughter. The nurse standing nearby gestured to Chen Shang. Uncle, I'll take you to your room first. You need to settle in before anything else.
The nurse's words snapped the three back to reality.
The laughter faded. Even if it was only in its early stages, it was still cancer.
Zhao Yun returned to the Zhao residence. Sitting in the black sofa, his face was dark and ominous. He had navigated the business world for decades, yet never endured such utter humiliation. Qin Feng's face kept flashing through his mind.
It felt strangely familiar, yet he couldn't place where he'd seen it before.
A seething rage burned within Zhao Yun's chest, finding no outlet. In a fit of fury, he lashed out with his arm, sending the teacup and ashtray on the table crashing to the floor.
This is outrageous. His subordinate, Zhang San, entered the room. Mr. Zhao. What is it? Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow, glancing at Zhang San.
Our people followed Qin Feng and discovered he went to the hospital, your Yunhai Hospital, to be precise.
Oh? What was he doing at the hospital? Zhao Yun asked. It's Chu Yue's father. He has liver cancer and is receiving treatment at Yunhai Hospital.
Zhang San gave a sinister smile.
Zhao Yun suddenly threw his head back and roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha.
This Qin Feng is practically walking into his own grave.
Fine, this time I'll make him beg me on his knees. Chapter 48, Can protons cure cancer these days? Boss, what's your plan? Zhang San asked, bowing slightly. He's in the hospital, right? Then have every procedure checked first.
Then hook him up to that proton therapy machine. Tell him it's imported from abroad, the latest technology. 10 minutes of radiation daily can reduce cancer cells by 10%. Also, arrange for a few nurses to brainwash Chu Yue's mother. If Qin Feng refuses to treat Chu Yue's father, tell him he's being stingy with his money.
If Qin Feng still refuses, we'll send Chu Yue's father on his final journey.
Then we'll pin it on Qin Feng, say his refusal caused the death. Zhao Yun chuckled darkly as he spoke.
Zhang San blinked in shock, but Chu Yue's father only has early-stage liver cancer.
Then we'll say it suddenly spread.
Just fudge the records. Do I really need to teach you such a simple trick?
Zhao Yun's voice rose sharply.
But what if Qin Feng agrees? Zhang San pressed. Even simpler. First, drain Qin Feng's money dry. Then give him a health checkup package.
Next, trick him into believing he has cancer too.
Get him onto the operating table. Need I explain the rest?
Zhao Yun narrowed his eyes slightly.
Zhang San immediately bowed and flattered. Boss, you're brilliant. Get moving then. Don't let those fools do any good deeds.
Besides dealing with Qin Feng, push the proton therapy machine harder on other patients coming to the hospital too.
Zhao Yun's voice rose sharply. Yes, sir.
Zhang San bowed and turned to leave.
Qin Feng approached the payment window.
The nurse printed out the form. She handed it to Qin Feng. Suddenly, a call came in.
The nurse answered it.
After hanging up, the nurse quickly retrieved the payment slip. I'm sorry, sir, please wait a moment. The specialist has just consulted with your family again and revised the treatment plan.
I'll reprint your form.
Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, and soon she printed out a long list of payment items and fees, handing it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took it and saw that everything from blood tests to MRIs, every possible procedure needed to be repeated. The treatment plan now included acupuncture, a proton therapy machine he'd never heard of, and targeted therapy. Targeted drugs were typically used for mid to late stage cancer, and they took a tremendous toll on the body. After all this hassle, forget about curing the illness, he might end up worse off.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating a random quest, reverse brainwash your mother-in-law. Your father-in-law passed away 3 months ago from cancer recurrence.
Your mother-in-law has been mentally unstable ever since, convinced she's ill and undergoing endless tests. She finally stumbled upon a shady clinic promising longevity to 100 years for a price. Fearing her daughter would lose both her father and mother, she sold their home and paid the clinic's full fee. Instead, the unscrupulous clinic injected her with veterinary drugs, causing cardiac overload and fatal myocardial infarction. As a husband, protect your wife's family. Begin saving your mother-in-law. Ding! Upon completing the mission, you will receive a top-tier hospital. It really does come true whatever you wish for. With his own hospital, how could he possibly fail to cure You's father? Shin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and addressed the staff at the window. I'll come back later to pay. I need to confirm the payment items with the director first. Alright, but please hurry. Otherwise, there won't be any beds left and we'll be closing soon, the staff member replied. Understood. Shin Feng nodded and turned toward the ward. Over here. Shen Sheng had already changed into a hospital gown and was being held down on the bed by Chu Feng. Xu Yue sat at the bedside, peeling an apple for him. The chief physician and nurse stood before them. The nurse held the medical records as she explained the treatment plan to them. Although we're only dealing with early-stage liver cancer now, a comprehensive full-body examination is still essential. This is to rule out potential risks. For instance, at the hospital next door, a patient underwent an appendectomy, but they also had a tumor in his head. During the surgery, the brain tumor ruptured, causing a cerebral hemorrhage that led to his death. It was precisely because he didn't undergo a comprehensive examination. Additionally, our proton therapy machine, imported from abroad, utilizes the latest blue light proton technology. It can penetrate skin and muscle directly to the tumor site. Just one daily session can eliminate 10% of cancer cells. And crucially, it causes no harm to the patient. We're in the early stages, so we recommend this treatment plan. If proton therapy alone doesn't achieve complete eradication, we can proceed with targeted therapy as a final option. This guarantees the lesion is eliminated once and for all, with no recurrence for life. The group listened in stunned silence. Shen Sheng and Xu Feng couldn't help but marvel. That's incredibly professional. Xu Yue felt something was off. Proton therapy? Protons and cancer cells, how could these two things possibly be connected? How could it possibly treat cancer? May I ask when you plan to make payment? If payment is confirmed, we can arrange treatment immediately. We'll start with full-body acupuncture to activate all cells and optimize your body's condition for peak performance, preparing you for the subsequent treatments. The nurse added. Xu You's frown deepened. Full-body acupuncture? Activate all the cells in the body? Then if someone were dead, could you bring them back to life by performing full-body acupuncture to activate all their cells? Just as Xu Yue was about to speak, Xu Feng smiled and said, my daughter's boyfriend has already gone to pay the fees. It should be ready soon. The nurse exclaimed dramatically, so that's who our department was talking about earlier, the one willing to pay for his girlfriend's parents' treatment before even getting married. It's your family. Such a good man is rare indeed. But I wonder if he doesn't know how much the treatment costs. Since our therapy has absolutely no side effects, it's a bit pricey, you know. The nurse's implication was clear. Xu Feng's smile stiffened. Rest assured, my daughter's boyfriend isn't exactly wealthy, but he has some savings. At the very least, we've saved up over the years. Treating early-stage cancer is well within our means. At their age, it was inevitable that someone in their circle would develop cancer or a tumor. For instance, a few years back, Xu You's second uncle-in-law had breast cancer. The total cost, excluding insurance reimbursement, was around 100,000 yuan. Early-stage liver cancer costs a bit more than breast cancer, but that's still only around 200,000 or 300,000 yuan at most. How much more expensive could it possibly be? The nurse nodded reassuringly upon hearing this. Uncle and auntie, having a prospective son-in-law like this is truly a blessing. Shen Sheng and Xu Feng basked in the flattery, feeling rather pleased with themselves. Though they were more level-headed than most elders, a touch of vanity was inevitable. Chapter 49, Has the mother-in-law been brainwashed? Shin Feng approached. Seeing the director and nurse in the room, then observing Shen Sheng and Xu Feng's expressions, he roughly guessed what had happened. Before he could speak, Xu Feng stood up and asked him with a smile. So, did you pay the fees? How much is it total? Auntie will transfer it to you later. Auntie, I haven't paid yet, Shin Feng replied. Xu Feng's expression stiffened momentarily. The director and nurse exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing a hint of contempt before they shook their heads slightly. Xu Feng and Shen Sheng noticed their expressions and felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. Suppressing her inner dissatisfaction, Xu Feng addressed Shin Feng. Shin Feng, why haven't you paid the fees yet? Because there's an issue with the bill. Shin Feng replied calmly, turning his gaze toward the director and nurse. Excuse me, my uncle has early-stage liver cancer. Why does he need full-body acupuncture? And what exactly is a proton therapy machine? Are there studies showing protons can treat cancer? What kind of protons are we talking about? The nurse was momentarily speechless. She knew nothing about protons or anything like that. All she knew from her daily online novels was the proton sent to another country and forced into love by the female lead.
The director frowned. We've already explained everything clearly to the patient. Are you refusing to pay?
If so, we advise the family to settle the fees promptly to avoid delaying treatment. The director looked at Chen Shang and Chu Feng. Chen Shang turned his face away and snorted. The child's mother should handle the payment.
Outsiders can't be trusted. Chu Feng nodded. All right, I'll go.
Xu Yue hurried forward and grabbed Chu Feng's arm.
Mom, Jin Feng isn't that kind of person.
Besides, I think there's something wrong with this full-body acupuncture and proton therapy machine.
What's wrong with it? Didn't the nurse explain it clearly?
The full-body acupuncture is to help your father get his body in the best possible condition. Each session with the proton therapy machine reduces cancer cells by 10% without harming the body.
How wonderful is that? Chu Feng glared at Chu Yue.
The nurse gave a cold smile.
Sometimes, it's only in critical moments that you truly see whether your children are filial or not.
So many children take their parents' money for granted, treating it as their own. They feel resentful whenever their parents spend a little extra.
Chu Feng's anger flared at those words. Yue, is that what you think? Do you believe Dad spending money on cancer treatment is spending your money? Of course not.
Xu Yue hastily waved her hands.
If you don't, why are you defending Qin Feng? Move aside. I need to pay the bill. Xu Feng pushed Xu Yue aside.
Xu Yue tried to chase after her to explain.
Qin Feng reached out and pulled Xu Yue back. Wait.
Auntie will see for herself. Xu Yue looked at Qin Feng in surprise. Seeing his calm expression, she instantly understood he had a plan. She nodded silently to herself and waited quietly in the hospital room. Xu Feng approached the payment window and addressed the staff member. Hello, I'd like to pay for the patient in bed 2, room 28.
Certainly, please wait a moment.
The staff member clicked the mouse and the printer began printing the bill. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Accompanied by the sound of the printer, a long receipt was printed out. The staff member handed it to Chu Feng. Chu Feng took it and froze in shock.
Prepayment, 3 million. That expensive?
Xu Feng's voice rose. The staff member glanced at her.
Expensive? This is a human life. Is your family member's life not worth 3 million? Xu Feng was dumbfounded. 3 million, she truly didn't have that kind of money.
No wonder Qin Feng hadn't paid earlier.
Who could possibly produce 3 million in cash on the spot?
Thinking back to how she just scolded Qin Feng, she blushed with shame.
What's the matter? Feeling stingy? Chen Shang is your husband, right? After working hard his whole life, you want to abandon him in his old age? Well, that's normal.
We see plenty of cases like this at our hospital.
Fine, if you don't want to pay, I'll call the inpatient department and have them discharge your husband.
The staff member said coldly.
Xu Feng's face alternated between pale and flushed.
People behind her in line pointed and whispered.
TSK, what a shameful world we live in. People like this still exist.
She doesn't look that old, but she's worn her husband down to death. Now she's got a new guy 10 years younger.
Must be living the dream. Too bad her husband's still waiting for treatment in the hospital. 3 million isn't much in Beijing. What Beijing resident couldn't come up with 3 million? If they really couldn't, selling their house would net them 10 or 20 million. But she just doesn't want to pay. Well, better to die young and be reincarnated sooner.
Next life, she'd be better off not marrying at all. Earn your own money and spend it freely, far better than toiling a lifetime only to be poisoned by the person sleeping beside you.
Looks like a nice person, but turns out to be so vicious. Hey! If you're not paying, move out of the way, don't block the road. Exactly. Get out of the way.
The people waiting in line behind her shouted at Chu Feng.
Half of these people were plants, deliberately provoking Chu Feng. The other half, stirred up by the plants, joined in with even more vicious attacks.
Chu Feng began to doubt herself.
Could it be that treating cancer really costs this much money now? Maybe she should just pay up.
At worst, she could withdraw her entire pension and the marriage fund she'd saved for Yue.
Don't cancel the reservation. I'll pay. I just don't have that much in my account right now.
Wait while I go to the bank to transfer the money from my fixed deposit, then come back to pay.
That won't work either. How can we be sure you'll actually pay? What if you ask us to hold the bed for you, then change your mind later? That would delay our other patients.
If necessary, pay 300,000 yuan now and make up the rest within 3 days. The staff member said expressionlessly, with a hint of impatience. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly.
All right.
She was about to take out her card.
Qin Feng and Chu Yue appeared.
They had followed shortly after Chu Feng arrived. Qin Feng grabbed Chu Feng's wrist. Auntie, the public hospital next door treats early-stage cancer for just 300,000 yuan.
Let's not get scammed. Chu Feng's eyelashes fluttered. 300,000? Yes, Mom. Didn't you forget that when Uncle Chu got diagnosed with mid-stage breast cancer, it only cost over 100,000?
Cancer treatment isn't nearly as expensive as people imagine, Chu Yue said. The accomplices behind them exchanged glances and launched into another barrage of persuasion. Well, the younger generation has arrived. Are they worried the money will run out before they get their share? TSK, young people these days not a single one is filial. Who can argue with that? They've got no skills whatsoever, just eyeing the money in their parents' pockets. The crowd chimed in with their own remarks. Though Chu Feng sensed something was off, her emotions were already stirred. Chapter 50, Acquiring a Top-Tier Hospital. Seeing the commotion, the staff member opportunistically added fuel to the fire. Exactly. You should be realistic. Relying on your children is less reliable than relying on those close to you. If you don't save your husband today, tomorrow when you catch a cold, your daughter might just pull out your 4 tubes. Xin Feng turned his gaze toward the staff member at the window, his eyes narrowing slightly. Fine. Give me the bill. I'm a Jibo VIP member. I'll cover this. Saying this, he pulled out his phone and opened the Jibaobao payment interface. A string of numbers flashed across the screen, blinding the staff member. Wow, he's loaded. No wonder they told me to handle it this way. She nodded quickly. Alright. I'll get you the bill. She had forgotten she'd already given the bill to Chu Feng earlier. Clicking the mouse, she printed another copy and handed it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng seized the moment, deploying his divine left hand to grasp the clerk's wrist. The clerk's eyes glazed over. Qin Feng asked her calmly. How much was the bill you printed initially? The clerk's gaze toward Qin Feng instantly shifted, becoming fawning and obsequious. She hurriedly replied, the initial bill was 233,000. The accomplices panicked. Oh no, how did she blurt out the real price list? The unsuspecting bystanders were stunned. Only 230,000? That's so much lower than the prices later on? Yeah, is there something fishy going on here? Xu Yuwei turned to Chu Feng. Mom, look, 23,000 for treatment costs seems more reasonable. Xu Feng nodded. Yes, you're right. Qin Feng then addressed the staff member. Why did you take back the first bill? And why are the prices on the subsequent bills so high? Qin Feng slowly picked up his phone, opened the live stream, and began filming the staff member. Seeing this, others quickly opened their live streams too. The staff member, struck by divine favor, was utterly devoted to Qin Feng, obeying his every word. Inside, she screamed, don't say it, don't say it. But her mouth just wouldn't stay shut, she spilled everything. Seriously, it's all because the higher-ups want to squeeze more money out of you guys, treating you like suckers. 3 million? That's at least a net profit of 2,700,000. Her words were broadcast live. Then they were mass shared, instantly trending on social media. Hashtag Yunhai Hospital Scandal, net ripoff of 2.7 million, hashtag. Xin Feng's lips curved into a faint smile as he tucked his phone away. Turning to Chu Feng, he remarked coolly. Auntie, you heard that, right? Chu Feng was furious. She pointed at the window and began cursing. How can you be so heartless? Treating people and saving lives as a business. Don't you fear divine retribution? We chose your hospital because we heard Yunhai was the best private eye clinic around. Now it seems we never should have. Transfer. We're transferring. Immediately. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have acquired a top-tier private hospital. Dear owner, you have completed the hospital transfer procedures. Please contact the former manager promptly to finalize the handover. Manager's name, Zhou Qing. Mobile number, 138610158. Reward received. A sharp gleam flashed across the lenses of Qin Feng's gold-rimmed glasses. The staff member at the window regained their senses. No. I didn't mean to say those things just now. I was possessed. Truly possessed. Don't misunderstand. It's fake. Our hospital doesn't have that. Don't believe it. The onlookers picked up whatever they had in their hands and hurled it at the window. What a possessed person says is the truth. One patient got swindled out of over 2,700,000 yuan. With all these patients, how much have you ripped off us all? Rogue hospital. Give us our money back. Give us our money back. In an instant, the entire crowd erupted in chaos. The staff were so frightened they burst into tears. Other staff rushed in to restore order. Qin Feng grabbed Chu Yue with one hand and Chu Feng with the other. Taking advantage of the commotion, when no one was paying attention to them, he headed toward the ward. All the hospital staff had been deployed to manage the chaos. The ward was completely empty. Chen Sheng was puzzled. Qin Feng pulled Chu Yue and Chu Feng inside. Chen Sheng asked in surprise, what's going on with the hospital? Why did all the nurses and doctors suddenly leave? We're not staying here for treatment. Come on, let's go to the public hospital next door. Chu Feng stepped forward, grabbed Chen Sheng's arm, and tried to pull him up. Chen Sheng looked at Chu Feng in confusion. What's this? After all these years as husband and wife, are you going to abandon me like they did? Chu Feng slapped Chen Sheng's arm in anger. You even doubt me? Looks like they brainwashed you too. Xin Feng remarked quietly. Actually, Auntie was brainwashed too just now.
Xu Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Shang was utterly baffled. What do you mean? What's this about brainwashing? I don't understand.
Xu Yue pulled out her phone, opened the trending topics, and held it up in front of Chen Shang. Chen Shang stared at the screen in confusion.
A video title on the screen reads,
Cloud C Hospital Scandal, Swindling 2.7 million, hashtag.
Chen Shang clicked on it.
The voice of the staff member at the payment window came through. Sigh, it's all because the higher-ups want to squeeze more money out of you guys, treating you like suckers.
3 million? That means they're netting at least 2,700,000. Chen Shang's eyes widened. No way. 3 million?
3 million for early-stage liver cancer treatment. You don't even need the clerk to say it. This is clearly a rip-off hospital.
They really have the nerve to rip people off. Transfer hospitals. Hurry up and transfer hospitals.
Chen Shang threw back the covers and jumped out of bed.
Xu Yue said weakly, Mom and Dad, do you realize now that you misunderstood Xin Feng?
Chen Shang coughed sharply twice. I was brainwashed by the director and nurse earlier.
Me too.
I'm so sorry, Xin Feng. Looking back, it was like we were possessed, Xu Feng said, still shaken. Xin Feng smiled faintly and spoke softly.
Uncle, Auntie, it's normal. That's how brainwashing works. First, they build a grand vision, giving you beautiful expectations. Then they use peer pressure, a crowd of people constantly reinforcing from every angle that this is right. So whenever you start to snap out of it, you doubt yourself.
Then they create conflict, pitting you against your own family. They make you feel like your loved ones don't care about you if they don't follow the same path, stirring up your emotions. Finally, they harvest your assets while you're half asleep, half awake.
How terrifying. No wonder so many elderly people get their pensions stolen every year.
Yes, we must be careful. Chen Shang and Xu Feng sighed in unison. Xin Feng pulled out his phone and chuckled. I just casually acquired another hospital. I think it's more reliable to have uncle treated at our own hospital.
What? You acquired a hospital? Chen Shang gasped. You bought an entire hospital just to treat your uncle? Xu Feng's eyes reddened. In no time, tears streamed down their aged faces as they embraced, weeping bitterly with regret. Ah! They deserved to die. Such a wonderful prospective son-in-law, and they had actually doubted him. Chapter 51, A power couple made for each other. Here, the family finally cleared up the misunderstanding. Meanwhile, the trending topics continued to explode. Numerous bloggers unearthed many revelations suppressed by Yunhai Hospital. This led to several new trending topics. Hashtag Yunhai Hospital, proton therapy machine is just a massage bed. Hashtag Yunhai Hospital claims acupuncture activates cells, experts say acupuncture has no such function. Hashtag Yunhai Hospital mistakes pregnancy for stomach ailment, leading to miscarriage. Hashtag Zhao Yun leaned back in his chair, smugly waiting for Xin Feng to come begging for mercy. A call came in first. Zhao Yun glanced at the caller ID. It was none other than Pei Tianlei, head of the Pei family. He promptly answered with utmost respect. Mr. Pei, how did you find the time to call me today? Most of the business he handled had been passed through Pei Tianlei's fingers. It could be said that his current income and status were entirely due to Pei Tianlei's cultivation. You've got some nerve. How long has it been since you checked your phone? Can't you even glance at the trending topics? I've seen them. Now think carefully about how to handle this matter and give me a proper explanation. Pei Tianlei bellowed, then slammed the phone down with a loud snap. Zhao Yun's heart sank. Trending topics? He hurriedly grabbed his phone and opened the trending topics. What he saw nearly made him spit blood. Zhang San! Zhao Yun shouted. Zhang San hurriedly bowed and rushed inside. Boss, you called me. Zhao Yun was so furious he flung his phone across the room. Explain this to me. What the hell is going on? Zhang San was hit squarely, sent reeling backward, and saw stars before nearly passing out. But ignoring the throbbing pain in his head, he crawled on his knees to pick up the phone. The moment he looked at it, he sucked in a sharp breath. I don't know, sir. I'll find out right away. Zhang San knelt on the floor, repeatedly bowing toward Zhao Yun. Yunhai Hospital was the boss's most profitable asset. If it collapsed, the boss's annual income would drop by at least half. The boss would definitely kill me. Zhang San trembled in fear. Just then, his phone rang. He picked it up to see it was the director of Yunhai Hospital. Fuming with rage, Zhang San quickly answered and unleashed a torrent of curses at the other end. Spit it out. What the hell happened? How did it suddenly trend so much? Mr. Shang, I have no idea. That woman at the payment window just lost her mind. She blurted everything out. Then that Xin Feng filmed it and posted it online. The backlash exploded instantly. I tried pulling the trending topics behind the scenes, but nothing worked. Then hire some paparazzi to dig up dirt on minor celebrities to suppress this. Do I need to teach you such basic tactics? Zhang San roared. Yes, Mr. Zhang. And that Xin Feng wants to transfer Chen Shang to another hospital. Should we just let them do it?
Zhang San froze, then turned to look at Zhao Yun.
Boss, Qin Feng wants to help Chu Youwei's father transfer hospitals. Should we let them?
Zhao Yun slammed his hand on the table in fury.
You fool! Of course not. Qin Feng has already ruined the hospital's reputation. If we let him walk away scot-free, it's like he's ting on my head.
I don't care what methods you use.
You must stop them. Do you hear me?
Got it, got it.
Zhang San nodded repeatedly. Get moving. Zhao Yun roared. Yes, I'm on it right away.
Zhang San crawled away on his hands and knees. Qin Feng and Chu Yue packed their belongings, preparing to leave with Chen Sheng and Chu Feng. Outside the ward, 2 or 3 people suddenly locked the door.
Inside the room, the lights snapped off with a crack.
The room plunged into complete darkness.
What do you mean, nothing? What do they think they're doing?
Chu Feng and Chen Sheng gasped, their anger tinged with fear. A wisp of faint smoke seeped in through the door crack and ventilation shaft. Qin Feng and Chu Yue exchanged glances, both gasping simultaneously.
Carbon monoxide. Short-term exposure could cause unconsciousness. Prolonged exposure can be fatal. Both top students at Beijing University, they instantly recognized the substance upon smelling it.
In perfect unison, they reached out and pinned down Chen Sheng and Chu Feng. Qin Feng yanked the bedsheet from the bed, tore it in half with a rip, and tossed it to Chu Yue. Chu Yue caught it, tore it in half again, and both simultaneously grabbed water bottles from the bedside. They soaked the cloth strips with water and handed them to Chen Sheng and Chu Feng. Chen Sheng and Chu Feng took them and tied the strips over their mouths and noses. Qin Feng and Chu Yue also secured strips over their own faces. Both stepped back several paces simultaneously, then accelerated, launching a flying kick toward the ward door.
Bang!
The door collapsed. The two stood atop the door, their cool factor at 100%. The director and nurse who had closed the door froze in shock.
The carbon monoxide dissipated instantly.
Chen Sheng and Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The director and nurse exchanged a glance, then shouted.
Security! Security! These 4 are attempting to poison the hospital. Restrain them immediately.
A group of security guards rushed in from both sides of the corridor. They surrounded Qin Feng and Chu Yue.
Qin Feng and Chu Yue stood back to back.
One refined and scholarly, the other beautiful, neither looked particularly capable of fighting. The security guards swarmed toward them. Qin Feng grabbed Chu Yue's waist and lifted her up. Chu Yue swept her legs out horizontally, sending a group of them tumbling to the ground. Chu Yue had barely regained her footing. Qin Feng slid in from her right side, taking down another group. The two worked in perfect coordination. In mere moments, none of the hospital security guards could stand. Chen Sheng and Chu Feng exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a hint of pride.
Girls really should learn some self-defense. In critical moments, they could lend a hand, otherwise, they'd just hide behind others, wailing pitifully.
And then there was Qin Feng, their prospective son-in-law.
Who would have thought he was so skilled? Rich, handsome, a student at Jingda University, skilled in traditional Chinese medicine and now martial arts too. Wow, what can't he do?
Qin Feng shot a sharp glance at the director.
Anyone else want to step up?
The director shuddered in fear, frozen to the spot. Hidden in the shadows, Zhang San watched the scene unfold and grew increasingly frantic, shouting into his walkie-talkie.
You useless bunch! Get up already!
His voice, neither loud nor soft, came through the walkie-talkie of the security guard lying on the ground. Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. That voice sounded familiar. It sounded like the voice of the man Zhao Yun had brought along earlier.
Could it be such a coincidence that this hospital was Zhao Yun's property? Qin Feng walked toward the director. The director took several startled steps back. No one's stopping you. If you want to leave, get out now.
Qin Feng reached out and grabbed the director by the collar.
Answer me. Who is your boss? Our boss. I don't know either. I'm just a lowly director, how would I know who the boss is? All I know is that the boss's right-hand man is surnamed Zhang. The director pleaded.
Qin Feng released him. The director breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. His gaze finally settled on a corner of clothing peeking out from behind a pillar.
He walked over slowly.
Zhang San poked his head out, locking eyes with Qin Feng. Terrified, he bolted for the exit. Qin Feng bent down, picked up the walkie-talkie from the fallen security guard's waist and flicked it upward. The radio traced a perfect arc through the air, striking Zhang San squarely on the back of the head.
Ah!
Zhang San screamed and collapsed to the ground.
Chapter 52. The father-in-law and mother-in-law completely convinced. Qin Feng walked over slowly.
The hard soles of his shoes crushed the hospital's ceramic tiles, producing a hollow thud sound. The sound was like a vengeful ghost crawling out of hell, creeping closer to claim a soul.
Zhang San scrambled to his feet, terrified, trying to flee.
But it was too late.
Qin Feng planted his foot squarely on Zhang San's back. Talk. Who's your boss? Who sent you? What do you want?
Zhang San dared not utter a word. If he betrayed Zhao Yun, he feared Zhao Yun would kill him outright.
No one sent me.
Zhang San gritted his teeth and stubbornly replied. Xin Feng pressed down harder. Zhang San felt his spine nearly shatter under the weight, letting out a pained cry. It's Zhao Yun. My boss is Zhao Yun. This hospital is his business. Zhang San shouted. Xin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as he had suspected. Xin Feng kicked Zhang San aside with one swift motion, growling low. Get lost. Zhang San rolled 3 times before scrambling to his feet, scrambling away in a panic. The others dared not come any closer. Xin Feng turned and walked toward Chu Yue and the other two. Chu Yue frowned. Who is Zhao Yun? Why is he doing this? Zhao Qian's father. Xin Feng murmured. I'll settle this score with him later. Let's go first. Chu Yue nodded. Xin Feng pulled out his phone and dialed Zhou Qing's number. Zhou Qing had been waiting for quite some time. Seeing the caller ID, he answered immediately. Is this Mr. Qin? Are you heading to the hospital? Yes, I am. I'm currently at Yunhai Hospital next door. Xin Feng said. Zhou Qing froze upon hearing Qin Feng's voice. He had expected an elderly man in his 60s or 70s, or at the very least a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. How could the voice sound barely 20? Alright, I'll send someone over immediately. No. I'll come over myself immediately. Zhou Qing declared. It wasn't surprising that Zhou Qing was so deferential. The truth was, over the years since Yunhai Hospital opened, both Renha Hospital and its business had been completely overtaken. Now, the hospital was losing money every single day. Though their hospital boasted top-tier facilities and staff, such losses were unsustainable. Finally, someone was stepping in to take over the hospital. How could he not be respectful? Even though it was just next door. But the hospital covered a large area. Without a car, it would take at least half an hour just to walk there. Zhou Qing hurried downstairs, retrieved his car from the basement, and drove to the opposite side of Yunhai Hospital. He arrived at Yunhai. Zhou Qing froze for a moment. A crowd had gathered at the hospital entrance, holding banners demanding Yunhai refund medical fees. Zhou Qing frowned. What's going on? Why are there so many people? A bystander glanced at Zhou Chang. You haven't heard? It's trending. Not only did Yunhai Hospital defraud people, but they also charged exorbitant fees. Some guy named Xin Feng blew the whistle. These people are all here to demand their money back. Yunhai Hospital is probably going to lose all credibility this time. Wonder if they have any powerful backers. If not, they'll probably face an investigation. A hospital this big must have some backing. But even if they do, they'll probably lose most of their business. Zhou Qing blinked in astonishment. Xin Feng? Isn't he the one who bought out his hospital? He's got some nerve. First he buys out his hospital, then he brings down Yunhai. Zhou Qing slapped his forehead in regret. Why didn't I see it coming back then? As they spoke, Xin Feng and his 3 companions emerged. Shen Shang and Xu Feng followed behind Xin Feng, their hearts still pounding with unease. While it was true that Xin Feng had acquired the hospital with good intentions, but a hospital that could be acquired so swiftly in such a short time, what kind of reputable hospital could it be? It must be a small private hospital. In a small private hospital, the doctors might be trustworthy since they're all part of the same group, but what about the equipment? Could it be reliable? Could it truly treat early-stage liver cancer? The two harbored doubts, but Xin Feng had already gone to such lengths for them. Shen Shang and Xu Feng felt awkward about saying anything more. Zhou Chang stood at the hospital entrance, scanning the crowd. He didn't know what Xin Feng looked like. With so many people here, what if he couldn't find him? He felt a bit anxious. On his way over, Xin Feng casually pulled up Zhou Qing's photo on his phone. The moment he stepped out of Yunhai Hospital's entrance, he recognized Zhou Qing at a glance. He strode toward Zhou Qing and whispered, I'm Xin Feng. Zhou Qing froze in shock once more upon seeing Xin Feng. Holy! Is this Xin Feng? He really is a teenager. He'd assumed it was just his voice sounding young, but never imagined he was actually this young. To take over Renha Hospital at such a young age. What on earth is Qin Feng's background? Could it be? Could he be the golden grandson of the Qin family, the foremost clan in Beijing's elite circles? It must be. Zhou Qing instantly became deferential, raising his hand to wipe his body. Then he extended his hand toward Xin Feng. Mr. Qin, hello. The business vehicle is ready. This way, please. Shen Shang and Xu Feng exchanged glances. Their eyes widened in shock. Stammering, they turned to ask Zhou Qing. You're the director of Renha Hospital? Zhou Chang nodded with a look of shame. I used to be, but not anymore. Now, this gentleman is. Shen Shang and Xu Feng were stunned once more. Stunned beyond measure. Taking a deep breath, they turned to Xin Feng. Xin Feng, the hospital you acquired, it couldn't possibly be Renha, could it? Xin Feng nodded calmly. Yes. Shen Shang and Xu Feng's eyes widened as they froze in place. Xu Yue and Dong Du was also taken aback.
It was no wonder Chen Shang and Xu Feng were shocked. Runha Hospital held a mystique in the eyes of old Yanjing residents. Decades ago, many illnesses that public hospitals couldn't cure were treated at Runha. But in recent years, Runha had gradually stepped down from its pedestal. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the hospital Qin Feng acquired was Runha? Chen Shang and Xu Feng's hearts clenched, their eyes welling up. They say a son-in-law is worth half a son. But this wasn't half a son. Qin Feng was worth 3 sons. Uncle, auntie, let's not linger here. We should head to Runha Hospital first to arrange your ward, Qin Feng said. Zhou Qing asked in confusion, who are these two? My girlfriend's parents, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Then aren't they your parents? Not quite. They're still under review. What? Someone like you still needs to be evaluated? Zhou Qing stared at Chen Shang and Xu Feng in astonishment. Could it be there's a family in Yanjing even more powerful than the Qins? Chen Shang and Xu Feng quickly cleared their throats. No. That phase is long over. What's there to evaluate? Right. Xu Yue smiled amusedly, her eyes crinkling. Dad and Mom must have truly accepted Qin Feng this time. Mom and Dad, let's get in the car first. It's too crowded over here. Xu Yue urged. Ah, right. Chen Shang and Xu Feng's attitudes had completely shifted as they bowed and got into the car. Qin Feng and Xu Yue exchanged a glance and shared a faint smile. They too climbed into the car. The car headed toward Runha. Dean Zhou, now that Runha is sold, where do you plan to take up your next position? Qin Feng asked casually. Chapter 53, Who exactly is Qin Feng? Zhou Qing gave an awkward chuckle. Where else could I go? The market's so bad now, and I'm this old. No other hospital would hire me. I'll just have to live off the interest from selling the hospital and retire. Then why not come back and continue managing the hospital? Qin Feng suggested. Zhou Qing froze, thinking he must have misheard. Mr. Qin, what did you just say? I said, Director Zhou, why not come back and continue managing the hospital? Of course, if the current director doesn't want to transfer, then forget it. Qin Feng replied. After all, no one enjoys working forever. Zhou Qing quickly protested, I'm willing, absolutely willing. It's just, when I was in charge before, the hospital nearly went under. I only understand the medical side of things, I know nothing about management. That's not a problem. You only need to focus on your medical expertise. Management isn't your concern, Qin Feng replied. Great. That's absolutely perfect. Zhou Qing's eyes reddened with excitement, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. For him, staying on the front lines of treatment was far more fulfilling than sitting at home twiddling his thumbs. Before long, Ren and the hospital arrived. Zhou Qing arranged for Chen Shang to be admitted as an inpatient, then convened a specialist consultation to formulate a treatment plan. Xu Feng stayed with Chen Shang at the hospital. The ward was a 2-bedroom suite with a living room, resembling a small apartment. Not only were meals delivered at fixed times by dedicated staff, but Chen Shang also received care from a senior nurse. Lying in bed, Chen Shang seemed less like a patient seeking treatment and more like someone there to enjoy himself. Qin Feng's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone to check. It was a video call from Xiao AI. He tapped to answer. 2 adorable little heads appeared on the phone screen. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's little faces were filled with concern as they asked in their sweet, childish voices. Daddy, Mommy, how's Grandpa? Sister and I are so worried, we couldn't sleep at all. Chen Shang's heart clenched as he lay in bed. This was practically his own granddaughter. He doubted even his own granddaughter would worry this much. Let Grandpa speak to you himself. Qin Feng sensed Chen Shang's thoughts and handed him the phone directly. Grandpa, Grandma. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei called out in their sweet, childish voices. Chen Shang and Xu Feng's eyes instantly softened. Ah! The two responded with beaming smiles. Grandpa, are you feeling better? Xiao Yu asked. Grandpa, are you okay? Xiao Wei asked. Chen Shang smiled warmly. Don't worry, Grandpa is fine. Grandpa will be better soon. Grandpa, you and Grandma have to live to be 100 years old, okay? Little Yu said, furrowing her brow. Xiao Wei nodded in agreement. Yes. Grandpa and Grandma have to live until my sister and I are old, how could we possibly live that long? Chen Shang laughed heartily, tilting his head back. Xu Feng chuckled along, exactly. We'd turn into old monsters by then. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei quickly waved their hands, chiming in unison, no old monsters, old immortals. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Alright, then Grandpa and Grandma promise Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei will live to be 100. It's so late now, why aren't you two asleep yet? Chen Shang asked softly. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei pouted. We don't want to sleep alone. Chen Shang raised his hand and tapped his forehead lightly. Grandpa really is getting senile. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei are only 5 years old. They'd be scared sleeping alone, wouldn't they? Grandpa will call Mom back to sleep with you. Thank you, Grandpa. When school's out on Saturday and Sunday, we'll come visit Grandpa. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei called out in unison.
Their mature demeanor instantly melted Chen Shang and Xu Feng's hearts. All right. After chatting for a while, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei started yawning. Reluctantly, Chen Shang and Xu Feng hung up the phone. Xin Feng, Yu Wei, you two should hurry back. I'll take care of things here. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei will be so lonely at home. Xu Feng said to the two. Xu Yuwei replied, Mom, don't worry. We have Xiao Ai, the housekeeper, at home. That won't do. No matter what, children should be cared for by their own parents. I'm fine, you two go back home. Chen Shang urged. All right, then. Uncle and Auntie will be heading back now. Xin Feng said politely. Chen Shang and Xu Feng nodded. Xin Feng took Xu Yuwei's hand and led her out. Watching their retreating figures, Chen Shang and Xu Feng exchanged a glance. We can't let outsiders snatch up such a fine son-in-law. Mom, you should talk to Yu Wei sometime soon. Tell her we've set our sights on Xin Feng. Have her find a time to discuss formalizing their engagement with him. Chen Shang nudged Xu Feng gently with his elbow. Xu Feng hesitated. Isn't that a bit too rushed? Rushed? The sooner we settle this, the sooner we can rest easy. Xin Feng's character is beyond reproach, but in these times, there are plenty of unscrupulous people out there. We can't afford to let anyone set a trap and take advantage of the situation, Chen Shang murmured. Xu Feng nodded. You're right. The Zhao household. The trending topics were flooded with revelations about minor celebrities, finally pushing the story down. But Yunhai Hospital stock still dropped 10%. The proton therapy machine couldn't be promoted anymore either. The public security and procuratorial departments had even sent people to investigate. If it weren't for the Pei family stepping in to smooth things over, he might have ended up behind bars. But Pei Tianlei had spoken. Since he'd caused this mess, he must teach Qin Feng a lesson by any means necessary. Otherwise, the Zhao family would pay a heavy price to cover the Pei family's losses. Zhao Yunlei sprawled on the sofa, scheming over how to deal with Qin Feng. Zhao Qian limped in, cane in hand. Dad, Qin Feng actually dared to lay a hand on me. That's like stomping your face into the dirt. You have to avenge me. Zhao Qian had been unconscious for a day and night. When he woke up, he discovered his bones were broken. The pain made him howl for a long time until the nurse gave him a shot of painkillers, which finally brought him some relief. As soon as he recovered, he grabbed his cane and rushed straight to his father. He hadn't even checked his phone. Therefore, he had no idea what had transpired at Yunhai Hospital. Seeing Zhao Qian's wretched state, Zhao Yun's anger flared. If it weren't for him getting involved with Qin Feng, how could Yunhai Hospital have suffered such heavy losses? How else would he have been berated by President Pei like a little brat? Zhao Yun grabbed the ashtray from the table and hurled it at Zhao Qian. And you still have the nerve to talk. Zhao Qian flinched and dodged to the side. He managed to avoid the blow, but his cane slipped from his grip and clattered to the floor. He let out a yelp of pain. Ouch! Dad, what are you doing? Why are you so furious? Zhao Qian couldn't understand why his father, who had always doted on him, was suddenly so fierce. Zhao Yun sprang to his feet and stepped close to his son. I'm asking you, what exactly is Qin Feng's background? Didn't you say he was just a poor student? Then how did he have the power to nearly bring down Yunhai? What? Yunhai nearly collapsed? Impossible. He really is just a poor student. Everyone in the entire school knows that. Zhao Qian was stunned. Chapter 54, Son as a Dog. Poor student? You're kidding me. After you got beaten up, I personally led a group to surround Qin Feng. He took on dozens of my enforcers single-handedly. With skills like that, how could he be a poor student? And the Yunhai Hospital incident. How could a poor student make Yunhai trend on social media? How could he trigger an investigation into Yunhai? How did he even know the proton therapy machine was faulty? Zhao Yun's barrage of questions left Zhao Qian speechless. He had no clue about any of this. All he knew was how to pick up cheap girls like Bai Ruru. Speak! Zhao Yun roared. Zhao Qian shuddered in fright, nearly losing control. I really don't know. Then how did you get involved with Qin Feng? If you don't talk, I'll break your other leg. Zhao Yun glared at Zhao Qian with vicious fury. Zhao Yun had always been gentle and doting toward Zhao Qian. Like he was doting on an obedient dog that wagged its tail. This was the first time Zhao Qian had ever seen Zhao Yun act so fierce and ruthless toward him. I'll tell you. I stole Qin Feng's girlfriend, Bai Ruru. Bai Ruru? Not Xu Yuwei? Zhao Yun narrowed his eyes. Xu Yuwei is his current girlfriend. Bai Ruru was his ex. After I stole Bai Ruru, that's when Xu Yuwei started dating him. Zhao Qian gasped. Zhao Yun's rage flared even more upon hearing this. He swung his hand back and slapped Zhao Qian across the face. Zhao Qian spun around in place, clutching his crutch, and crashed to the ground with an ouch. You worthless piece of trash. You stole one girlfriend from him, and now you want to steal another one. Zhao Yun roared angrily. Zhao Qian clutched his face, wailing, Dad, I'm sorry, I really am. I'll never do it again. Dad, please forgive me. Crying, Zhao Qian crawled to his father's feet, clutching his legs and looking up imploringly. Zhao Yun lowered his gaze at Zhao Qian's pitiful, tail-wagging demeanor, as if he were seeing his own biological son, the one he had abandoned at the orphanage, now begging for mercy before him. A faint smile curved his lips, a flicker of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Raising a son? You've got to raise one like this to be truly satisfied. He may be a bit useless, but at least he's obedient and never talks back to his old man. Unlike that bastard relying on his mother's slightly noble birth, he dared to talk back to his own father at 3 years old. Dad! I promise I'll be good from now on. Whatever I do, I'll ask you first. I won't cause you any trouble. Zhao Qian tilted his head back, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes, looking both submissive and pitiable. He knew Zhao Yun fell for this act every time, so he put on a show. Zhao Yun's anger subsided considerably. He raised his hand and gently stroked Zhao Qian's hair. Alright, my boy is such a good boy. Go. Bring that girlfriend of yours, by Ruru, over here. Zhao Qian's heart skipped a beat. Dad, you. Aren't you the one who always listens to Dad? What's the matter? Can't bear to part with the girlfriend you've already played around with? Zhao Yun's lips curved into a smirk. The simplest way to test someone's loyalty was to see if they'd willingly offer up their own woman. Zhao Qian felt a tightness in his chest, his face burning hot, as if he'd been slapped 100 times. Even though he'd grown accustomed to being a dog's son, as a man, he still possessed that basic shred of dignity. But that feeling lasted only a moment. He quickly softened his expression, bowing his head respectfully with a smile. Yes, father. Son will call her over right away. Please wait here. Zhao Qian released Zhao Yun's leg, crawled over to grab his cane, propped himself up to stand, pulled out his phone, and dialed Bai Ruru's number. Lately, Zhao Qian had been cold and distant toward Bai Ruru. Bai Ruru had feared he was about to break up with her. But when she picked up her phone and saw it was Zhao Qian calling, she happily pressed the answer button and spoke in a voice so sweet it could melt ice. Brother Zhao, calling me this late? What do you want? Where are you? Zhao Qian asked coldly. I'm in my dorm at school. Where else would I be? Are you checking up on me? What, afraid I'd cheat on you? Bai Ruru teased. The word cheat nearly sent Zhao Qian into a rage. Gritting his teeth to control his emotions, he coldly ordered, my father wants to see you. I'll send the driver to pick you up now. Get ready and wait at the south gate of the school. What? Your dad wants to see me. Bai Ruru shot up from the bed, happily twirling a strand of hair around her fingers. Zhao Qian actually wants to introduce me to his father. It seems I've been overthinking things these past few days. Not only does Zhao Qian not want to break up with me, but he's actually planning to marry me. Great. I'll freshen up, do my makeup, and meet you at the south gate. Bai Ruru cheerfully climbed off the bed, walked to the table, opened a pile of cosmetics, and began applying her makeup. After hanging up, Zhao Qian turned to Zhao Yun and said, Dad, it's settled. Bai Ruru will be there in half an hour. My good son, you're so obedient. The entire Zhao family business will be yours someday. Zhao Yun raised his hand and gently patted Zhao Qian's cheek. Dad, you're saying that, but you're only 20 years older than me. With your health, you'll probably live to be 100. I'll likely go before you. Zhao Qian flattered. Zhao Yun threw his head back and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. You truly are your father's good son. Xin Feng and Chu Yue returned home. As soon as they pushed open the door, the two little ones came running straight toward them. Daddy! Mommy! Xin Feng and Chu Yue looked at the two little faces beaming with joy. They couldn't help but smile as they bent down, arms wide open. Little Yu and Little Wei immediately threw themselves into their arms. Xin Feng and Chu Yue lifted them up. Good girls, Mommy will take you to bed. I want Mommy and Daddy to sleep with me. Xiao Wei whimpered. Xiao Yu frowned slightly, adopting her older sister's tone. Xiao Wei, after Mom and Dad tuck us in, they can sleep together. Haven't you forgotten what the kindergarten teacher said? We shouldn't cling to Mom and Dad to sleep with us. Oh, right. The teacher said parents sleep together to keep their love strong, and strong love keeps them from getting divorced. Okay then, after Mom and Dad tuck us in, they should go back to their own room to sleep. Xiao Wei replied sensibly. Xin Feng and Chu Yue couldn't help but laugh at their little grown-ups' expressions. Okay. Previously, when Chu Yue had physical contact with Xin Feng, she still felt a bit uneasy. Now that she had her parents' approval, it felt like she'd been given a pass. She found herself actually craving more intimate moments with Xin Feng. Images of their last intimate moment in the car flashed through Chu Yue's mind, instantly flushing her cheeks crimson. Xin Feng noticed the subtle change in Chu Yue, a hint of deep meaning lingering in his eyes. Xiao Ai had already bathed Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei. Xin Feng and Chu Yue carried them back to their room, read them a story for a while, and soon both little ones fell asleep peacefully. Chu Yue put away the storybook and stood up. Xin Feng gently turned off the room's main light, leaving only a small nightlight on. The two moved quietly toward the door. Xin Feng quietly closed the door behind them. They exchanged a glance. The quiet corridor, bathed in the dim glow of the lamp, cast a subtle atmosphere upon them. Shu Yue flushed slightly under Qin Feng's gaze. Her throat tightened with nervousness as she murmured, I'll go take a shower first. Just as she turned to leave, Qin Feng seized her wrist, pinned her against the door, and kissed her. Chapter 55, What are you afraid of? Shu Yue's body tensed, her mind going blank. Qin Feng smelled so good. Not that artificial fragrance, but the scent of flesh subtle, yet warming her heart, softening her, stirring a tingling ache within her. She wanted to breathe it in again and again. Qin Feng had no experience with kissing, only knowledge. According to human anatomy, the upper palate is densely packed with nerves. A gentle, back-and-forth touch of the tongue could stimulate dopamine release in the brain, producing intense pleasure. At first, he touched her tentatively. Feeling Shu Yue's body grow hot, he quickened his pace. The tingling sensation in Shu Yue's heart grew more intense. She couldn't help but press her knees together, a soft, indescribable murmur escaping her throat. Then, as if unable to stand, she collapsed into his arms. She felt like a fish gasping for water. She could barely breathe. Qin Feng wasn't much better off. Though he hadn't been stimulated to the point of ecstasy. Her body pressed against his chest made his lower abdomen tense and his adrenaline surge. If this continued much longer, he feared he might lose control and do something to her. Qin Feng sensibly pulled away from her. Shu Yue finally broke free from the restraint, collapsing onto his chest, gasping for breath in ragged heaves as her shoulders and spine trembled slightly. Qin Feng. Shu Yue called out in a hoarse, delicate voice. Qin Feng's voice was equally hoarse. Have you ever tried it? Shu Yue's face flushed crimson. She didn't specify what she meant. But Qin Feng instantly understood what she meant. No. To be precise, you're the first girl I've been intimate with, Qin Feng said earnestly. Shu Yue's lips curved into a sweet smile. She extended a finger and gently tapped his chest, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. So, wanna give it a try? Qin Feng's lower abdomen tensed again and he instinctively swallowed hard. Not today. Why not? Shu Yue's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Qin Feng sighed helplessly and ruffled her hair. Because we haven't prepared effective measures. You're only a freshman, we can't have any accidents. A wave of warmth washed over Shu Yue. Okay. Then get everything ready tomorrow. Mom and Dad are watching over you now, so it's fine if we get a little closer. As she spoke, Shu Yue's face flushed even redder, as if it might bleed. A doting smile curved Qin Feng's lips as he grunted, alright, tomorrow then. Hearing this, Shu Yue's heart began to pound wildly. Oh my goodness. So that means I'll be doing that with Qin Feng tomorrow? Images of Qin Feng's lean, muscular physique flooded her mind, making her head feel like a boiling kettle, ready to steam over. I'm going to take a shower first. With that, she fled the scene as if escaping. She had to escape. If she didn't, she feared she wouldn't be able to wait until tomorrow. As a girl, this was utterly shameful. Qin Feng watched her adorable little face and couldn't help but laugh even harder. Actually, today wasn't impossible. Ordering delivery by phone would only take 10 minutes or so. But he wanted to study it. Otherwise, disappointing Shu Yue might strain their relationship. Qin Feng fetched his pajamas and stepped into the master bedroom's shower stall to wash up. Shu Yue soaked in the separate bathtub. Both of them couldn't help but picture the other in their minds. Simultaneously, they both lowered the water temperature by several degrees before finally feeling alert. They dared not continue bathing, hurriedly dressed, wrapped themselves in pajamas, and returned to the room Qin Feng had arranged for her. She tossed and turned until midnight before finally falling asleep. After his shower, Qin Feng returned to his room, pulled out his phone, searched through numerous videos and materials, studied them intently, and likewise tossed and turned until dawn before finally drifting off. Peking University. Bairuro carefully dressed herself. She slipped into a silk pink halter neck dress, casually pulled her hair into a half bun, and waited at the school gate. Zhao Qian's car pulled up by the roadside. Bairuro happily ran forward, only to find Zhang San opening the door instead. The smile on Bairuru's face instantly froze. Zhang San looked Bairuru up and down. She was indeed pretty, but it was mainly her incredible figure. No wonder the young master had to snatch her away. But compared to that Shu Yue, she still fell a little short. Whether it was her looks, her figure, her complexion, or her skin texture. Hello. Are you Miss Bairuru? I'm the Zhao family's butler. Young Master Zhao Qian sent me to pick you up. Zhao Qian had indeed mentioned on the phone that he'd send someone to pick her up, but he hadn't said he'd come himself. Bairuru, who had been slightly wary, relaxed a little. She gave a faint smile. Yes, this is Bairuru. Please get in the car. Zhang San opened the car door for Bairuru. Bairuru glanced at the license plate. It matched Zhao Qian's registration before getting in. Once seated, Bairuru snapped a photo of the driver's seat and sent it to Zhao Qian. Did you send him to pick me up? Yes. Zhao Qian replied instantly. Bairuru felt completely at ease. The car pulled up in front of the Zhao family villa. Bairuru's eyes widened in astonishment, her face radiating greed and uncontrollable excitement. The Zhao family was indeed wealthy to own such a large house in Beijing, even if it was on the Third Ring Road. But it was worth hundreds of millions more than most people could ever hope to accumulate in several lifetimes. Miss Bai, this way, please. Zhang San led Bai Ruru all the way to Zhao Yun's room. He pushed open the door. Zhao Qian stood before Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun wore a black suit, his face dark and stern, his expression unyielding, radiating an oppressive aura. Moreover, he stared intently at Bai Ruru. Uncomfortable under his gaze, Bai Ruru whispered to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian. Come here. This is my father. Zhao Qian beckoned to her. Bai Ruru obediently walked over and stood beside Zhao Qian. Her mind went blank with fear and she called out blankly. Dad. Zhao Qian frowned. What are you calling me? Zhao Yun threw his head back and laughed heartily. It's fine. Just call him Dad. I love hearing it. Bai Ruru thought Zhao Yun was accepting her and called out blankly, Daddy. Zhao Qian felt a pang of unease. Zhao Yun heard it and burst into laughter again. Good. Very good. Excellent. You two can leave now. Yes. Zhao Qian and Zhang San responded, exiting and closing the door behind them. Bai Ruru finally snapped out of her daze and rushed after Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian, why did you leave? Why did you close the door? Bai Ruru pounded on the door with all her might. The door was locked tight. Zhao Yun strode toward her. In a daze, Bai Ruru finally understood and cried out in fear. Zhao Qian, I'm scared. Open the door. Zhao Qian. Zhao Yun stood behind her, raising his hand to grip her throat, forcing her to look at him. I don't eat people. What are you afraid of? Chapter 56, Give Your Wife a Hug. Bai Ruru wept uncontrollably, trembling violently. What do you want? You, of course. Zhao Yun laughed wickedly. I'm your son's girlfriend. You can't do this. Bai Ruru regretted it so much she could have kicked herself. How could she have trusted Zhao Qian so blindly and come to his house in the dead of night? Zhao Qian was truly despicable, handing his own girlfriend over to his father. If only she'd known he was this kind of person. She never should have dumped Qin Feng to be with him. But alas, there's no such thing as a regret pill in this world, nor any way to turn back time. What about the girlfriend? Didn't he just bring you over here and then leave? Zhao Yun shoved his hands into his pockets. Besides, Zhao Qian probably never told you he's just my adopted son, right? Bai Ruru's pupils fluttered. What? Zhao Qian was merely an adopted son? Zhao Yun's lips curved into a smile. So Zhao Qian really didn't tell you? You know why he kept it from you? Because the Zhao family's fortune, I only give it to him if he pleases me. If he displeases me, I'll simply replace him with another obedient one to keep by my side. Bai Ruru's throat felt constricted, her eyes reddening. What does that have to do with me? It certainly does. Aren't you with him for the money? Wouldn't it be more useful to flatter me directly instead of him? Besides, if you manage to please me, I might even let you bear me a biological child. Zhao Yun's gaze lingered on Bai Ruru's chest. Bai Ruru's face flushed crimson with shame and fury. What do you take me for? Bai Ruru roared. Zhao Yun sneered, pulling a key from his waistband. The latest Porsche model. Want it? The key was encrusted with tiny diamonds that sparkled in the light. Bai Ruru stared at it, hesitating. Zhao Yun produced another key. A studio apartment on the Second Ring Road. Sharing a dorm with classmates must be unbearable, right? Bai Ruru's emotions began to crumble. A Porsche and a studio apartment, it would take her ages to earn that much. Follow Zhao Yun, and she could have it all immediately. And Zhao Yun looked barely 40, even more handsome than Zhao Qian. Will you transfer the ownership to me? Bai Ruru asked timidly. Of course. Zhao Yun spread his arms wide and shrugged. The smile on Bai Ruru's face instantly grew a bit strained. She slowly walked towards Zhao Yun, reaching out to press her hand against his chest. Then thank you for taking care of me, Daddy. That's right. I like obedient and sensible girls. Zhao Yun pressed her head down, forcing her to crouch. Half an hour later. A flush spread across Bai Ruru's cheeks. She hadn't expected Zhao Yun to be even more formidable than Zhao Qian. Daddy, you're amazing. Bai Ruru praised Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun raised his hand to ruffle Bai Ruru's hair, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Dad has one more thing for you to do. Just tell me, Dad. Whatever it is, I promise I'll do it well. Bai Ruru replied obediently. Zhao Yun pinched her cheek, his smile deepening. I hear Qin Feng was your ex-boyfriend. Bai Ruru nodded guiltily. Yes, he is. Why? He couldn't possibly still care that she wasn't a virgin, could he? Go seduce Qin Feng for me, Zhao Yun said with a grin. Bai Ruru's voice rose sharply. What? Not willing? Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just say you'd do anything for me? Bai Ruru cursed inwardly. Zhao Yun and Zhao Qian, father and son, were scum. Both of them slept with her only to push her onto someone else afterward. She pressed her lips together and spoke softly. It's not that I'm unwilling to do it for you, it's just
Qin Feng is completely unresponsive to any approach.
I've been talking to him for 3 months now, and not only have we never gotten close, we've barely even seen each other face to face, let alone exchanged many words.
That was back when you lacked experience. Now you have it. You're at the same school as him.
Dress up nicely, find an opportunity to be alone with him, and use those same tactics you just showed me. He's a young man full of vigor he won't be able to resist.
Zhao Yun's smile grew even more sinister. But,
Bai Ro's lips trembled slightly.
Don't worry. When the time is right, I'll arrange for someone to be there. You just screamed that he's assaulting you.
Qin Feng's reputation will be ruined, and Jingda University won't keep someone like him on campus.
Zhao Yun narrowed his eyes. No matter who Qin Feng was,
he would destroy his reputation. Make sure he could never hold his head high in Beijing's elite circles again. Bai Ruru's eyes reddened slightly.
How am I supposed to face anyone at Jingda after that? It's just a degree. Does it really matter? If it doesn't work out, Daddy will send you abroad to study. After all, Daddy has plenty of money.
Zhao Yun pulled Bai Ruru into his embrace, secretly squeezing her close. Bai Ruru let out a soft, delicate sigh.
Well, okay then. Ha ha ha. Good girl.
Zhao Yun caressed her a little longer before pushing her away with satisfaction.
It's getting late. Go find Zhang San to arrange a room for you. Stay there for now and return to school tomorrow. Thank you, Dad.
Bai Ruru crouched down, picked up her clothes from the floor, and walked out while putting them on.
She hadn't gone far.
Suddenly, a hand reached out from a room and yanked her inside.
Bai Ruru jumped in fright.
The door closed, and the light turned on. Only then did Bai Ruru recognize it was Zhao Qian.
Damn it, you shameless.
Zhao Qian glared at Bai Ruru, his face twisted with fury. After leaving earlier, he hadn't gone far, standing by the door listening the whole time. He'd expected to hear her heart-wrenching resistance, but instead, he soon heard the sounds of her pleasure. To him, it was an utter disgrace. Bai Ruru shot him an amused glare, yanked her arm back, and rubbed it. Zhao Qian, you were the one who pushed me into your father's arms. Now you're putting on this act for whose benefit? If you're unhappy, go find your father. What kind of man are you if you can't handle me? Zhao Qian never expected the usually docile Bai Ruru to speak to him like this. He raised his hand and lashed out at Bai Ruru's face. Her face jerked to the side from the blow. She raised her hand to cover her face, her anger flaring. How dare you hit me? I'm your father's woman now. By family hierarchy, you should call me stepmother. Oh, that's not necessarily true. After all, you're just an adopted son, and an incompetent one at that. Who knows? Maybe one day your father will replace you with someone more capable to keep by his side. With a sneer, Bai Ruru shot Zhao Qian a glance before swaying her slender waist and striding toward the door. Damn it! Zhao Qian gritted his teeth. Bai Ruru raised her hand, pointing at the camera on the ceiling. Watch your words and actions. Zhao Qian immediately dared not pursue her, clenching his fists in fury. Qin Feng, Bai Ruru, I won't let you off the hook. The next day, Qin Feng rose early. Shu Yue had already risen before him, dressed in a cream-colored outfit, practicing the 8 brocades in the courtyard. Sunlight bathed her body, enveloping her in a soft glow. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating a random quest. Give your wife a hug when you get home. Chapter 57, The Vice President of Jingda University. Analysis, you finally brought your wife home, but due to past conflicts, the rift between you remains. Research shows hugging increases intimacy. So please give your wife a hug. Upon completion, you will receive a random reward, Vice President of Jingda University. A fleeting look of surprise flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. Vice President of Jingda University? This is equivalent to a deputy provincial governor, and not just any deputy provincial governor, but one in the Beijing circle. It's not the same as being a deputy provincial governor in some remote mountainous area. But how exactly does the system operate to grant such a formidable reward? Forget it. Why overthink it? This task is so simple, just go hug Yue, and you'll find out how the system rewards you. With that thought, Qin Feng strode forward. Just as he was about to wrap his arms around Shu Yue from behind, Shu Yue executed a double-handed sky supporting stance. Catching Qin Feng's chin, he tilted his head back. A stinging sensation hit his nose, and he bent over, covering his nose. Shu Yue froze, then spun around. Qin Feng. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Qin Feng covered his nose and waved his hand. I'm fine. Damn, that hurt like hell. How did her arm generate such force? You really are okay, but it looks pretty bad. Shu Yue tapped her finger guiltily. Qin Feng pulled out a napkin, wiped away the blood, took a deep breath, and stood up. Yeah, I'm really fine now. He offered a faint smile. The position of vice president at Jingda University was worth far more than 100 Ziyun Ji Xiang. Better to secure the system reward first. But, given the current situation, suddenly embracing Yue would be far too abrupt. At that very moment, Shu Yue suddenly leaned in close, scrutinizing Qin Feng's nose intently. His nose was exceptionally high, with a delicate tip. Now, with her palm pressed against it, the tip had turned slightly red, giving it an inexplicably alluring look.
Shu Yue's face flushed crimson. Qin Fang's hand lifted slightly. Perfect timing. This angle was perfect for an embrace. Just as he was about to wrap his arms around her. Suddenly, two high-pitched voices rang out. Daddy! Mommy! Good morning!
Xiaoyu and Xiaowei, wearing little bunny slippers, scampered toward them with a tap-tap-tap. Just as Qin Feng reached out to embrace Xu Yue. Xu Yue's gaze was drawn to Xiaoyu and Xiaowei. She turned sideways toward Xiaoyu and Xiaowei, crouched down, and opened her arms wide.
Xiaoyu, Xiaowei, good morning.
Qin Feng ended up hugging thin air and stumbled forward.
Daddy, what are you doing?
Xiaoyu, nestled in Xu Yue's arms, tilted her head and asked Qin Feng. Xiaowei chimed in, yeah, Daddy, you can barely stand steady. Did you get too tired last night? A wave of discomfort flushed Qin Feng and Xu Yue's faces. Xiaoyu, Xiaowei, where on earth did you pick up such naughty words?
Xu Yue cleared her throat.
Xiaoyu and Xiaowei furrowed their brows, looking at Xu Yue in confusion.
Seductive words? What are seductive words? Seductive words are things like, Daddy was too tired last night, couldn't stand up straight, and so on. Xu Yue's face flushed bright red, nearly turning tomato-colored.
Last night, she had wanted something to happen with Qin Feng, but nothing had happened at all.
Xiaoyu and Xiaowei suddenly understood, letting out an "oh."
Little Yu tilted her head, explaining earnestly, but Daddy drove Grandpa to the hospital last night, right?
He didn't get back until so late, wouldn't he be tired? Xiaowei blinked innocently. Yeah, everyone says driving is tiring, right?
Plus he had to take care of Grandpa. Xu Yue pressed her lips together, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling so embarrassed she wanted to sink into a hole.
Tired. Daddy must be so tired. So, let's have Mommy make breakfast this morning.
Xu Yue dashed back into the house in a flash. Qin Feng watched her retreating figure with amusement. Xiaoyu and Xiaowei looked puzzled.
Huh, Daddy, what's up with Mom? She looks shy. Yeah, we didn't say anything strange.
Qin Feng ruffled both their heads.
Mom isn't shy, she's just worked up from boxing. Come on, let's go inside.
Okay. Xiaoyu and Xiaowei nodded obediently. Qin Feng took one little hand in each as they walked toward the villa.
Xu Yue emerged from the kitchen carrying breakfast.
Xiaoai has already prepared it: big meat buns, crispy fried dough sticks, and freshly brewed soy milk.
Xu Yue placed the breakfast on the dining table.
Xiaoyu and Xiaowei pounced, leaping into their high chairs and leaning over the table. Each grabbed a large meat bun and stuffed it into their mouths. The buns were almost as big as their faces, making their cheeks bulge with each bite.
Slow down and have some soy milk too.
Xu Yue watched them with a smile, bringing 2 cups of soy milk to their hands. Thank you, Mom. Nodding, they clutched their soy milk cups and gulped it down. Qin Feng sat nearby, constantly looking for an opportunity to hug Xu Yue.
But Xu Yue's attention was entirely focused on the 2 children. Forget hugging her, he couldn't even get close enough to sit beside her. Qin Feng let out an almost inaudible sigh. Forget it. He'd wait until tonight. After all, they'd agreed yesterday that tonight would be. When he got back tonight, he'd go buy an umbrella.
As they spoke,
Xu Yue's phone rang.
She pressed the answer button casually. Yue, the club's having a masquerade ball tonight.
You need to bring a date, don't forget.
Dress up nicely this time, you've got to make us ballet club proud.
Xu Yue glanced at Qin Feng. What's up? Qin Feng asked.
At the start of the semester, I joined the ballet club. This time, the ballet club is co-hosting a dance party with the school's street dance and ballroom dance clubs.
It's a massed event and we need to bring partners.
Xu Yue timidly turned to Qin Feng and asked, tonight, would you?
Of course I can.
Qin Feng replied immediately. Dancing would make completing the system's task a breeze.
Xu Yue breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you wouldn't join this kind of event? Why? Qin Feng asked curiously.
Xu Yue said timidly, because I feel like you're a bit serious and don't smile much, compared to other students your age. Qin Feng himself had never noticed this about himself.
Perhaps it stemmed from his impoverished youth, a life consumed by the relentless pursuit of money, with no room for leisure, leaving him with an air of solemnity?
Qin Feng smiled faintly.
My wife is attending a dance. If I don't accompany her, should I let someone else take her place?
Wife. Xu Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. Then remember to come to the 3rd floor of the West Building tonight.
All right. Qin Feng nodded.
Chapter 58, with Xiao Ai as butler, truly a lifetime of carefree living.
All right. It's getting late. I'll walk you to school first.
Qin Feng raised his hand and ruffled Xu Yue's hair. Little Yu and Little Wei puffed out their cheeks and lifted their little heads.
Daddy, Little Yu wants some too.
Xiao Wei wants it too, Xiao Wei wants it too. Qin Feng chuckled, raising both hands to gently rub Xiaoyu and Xiao Wei's heads. Fluffy and soft, just like 2 little kittens. Qin Feng suddenly remembered something and turned to call out to Xiao Ai.
Xiao Ai, how's the kindergarten situation?
I went to the kindergarten yesterday and revised the management rules. I also hired several top-tier teachers at great expense, replacing all the teachers involved in the previous incident.
Security personnel have also undergone retraining.
Today, I'll be taking Xiaoyu and Xiaowei to kindergarten and will personally supervise them throughout the day. So, esteemed homeowners, please rest assured. Xiao Ai placed her hands over her chest and spoke with utmost respect. Xin Feng nodded with satisfaction.
Good.
It must be said, having Xiao Ai as a butler truly meant a life without worries. Robots like this are exactly what should be widely adopted.
After finishing their meal,
Xin Feng took Xu Yue to school. Xiao Ai escorted Xiaoyu and Xiaowei to school. Perfectly embodying the saying, when mom and dad go to school, I go to school too.
Xin Feng drove.
Xu Yue naturally sat in the front passenger seat. They arrived at school in no time. This time, Xin Feng drove Xu Yue all the way to the classroom building.
Glancing around, there weren't many people around.
A few young couples walked hand in hand, clinging to each other. Xin Feng thought to himself. If he hugged Xu Yue now, it probably wouldn't seem out of place. Just as Xin Feng was about to step forward,
3 girls emerged from the classroom building.
They positioned themselves on either side of Xu Yue, linking arms with her.
Xin Feng's hug plan failed once again. His hand, halfway extended, awkwardly dropped back down. Xu Yue looked at her 3 roommates in surprise, blinking.
Tingting, Zhao Qian, Manner, why are you here? The 3 girls frowned indignantly. Dorm leader Wang Tingting retorted, what's the matter? Now that you've got your sweetheart husband, you don't want your friends anymore?
Of course not. Of course not. I never meant that.
Xu Yue laughed awkwardly. Wang Tingting shot Xin Feng a glare before continuing, Yue, the 3 of us have decided from now on, we'll take turns accompanying you to class every day.
Dorm leader Wang Tingting announced.
Xu Yue chuckled, huh? But you guys have a lot of classes too. When would you have time to accompany me?
Jingda University enforced strict attendance policies.
Especially for freshmen. We said we'd take turns. There are 3 of us, so each accompanying you for one class won't make much of a difference.
Gu Manner chimed in.
Zhao Qian nodded in agreement, exactly. Xu Yue felt a warm glow in her heart. She knew they were doing this because of yesterday's incident, worried she might get into trouble again.
It's really fine. The school has tightened access control.
Non-students and other staff are all registered in the facial recognition system and can only move within their assigned areas. They can't roam freely around campus.
So something like that won't happen again, Xu Yue said with a smile. How can it be fine? That scumbag Zhao Qian hasn't even been disciplined by the school. Sure, outsiders can enter now, but that doesn't mean he can't bribe other students.
Wang Tingting stood with her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed out. Seriously, other girls find boyfriends to protect themselves and feel secure.
But you?
Your boyfriend just brings you trouble. As she spoke, Wang Tingting shot another glare at Xin Feng. If it weren't for Xin Feng, the 4 of them would still be happily hanging out together in their dorm. Tingting, it has nothing to do with Xin Feng.
Xu Yue quickly whispered in defense of Xin Feng. Gu Man'er frowned. How could it not be his fault? If Xin Feng hadn't provoked Zhao Qian, why would Zhao Qian have gone after you?
Exactly. I heard you almost. I was scared to death. Zhao Qian whispered, glancing around nervously. Few people knew about this incident, they'd only learned about it from Xu Yue's mention in their dorm group chat. Seeing that all 3 genuinely cared for Xu Yue, Xin Feng didn't feel angry about being targeted. Yue, you don't need to defend me. They're right this time, I failed to protect you. I'll apply to transfer into your department and attend every class with you from now on. Xin Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Tingting and the others felt slightly better about Xin Feng. But their attitude only improved a little. Wang Tingting crossed her arms. That's more like it. But changing departments isn't that easy. All talk and no action. I suggest you skip the department transfer for now and just clear one class slot daily to accompany Yue, Zhao Qian interjected.
Gu Man'er nodded in agreement, exactly. I can switch departments. By tomorrow at the latest.
Xin Feng said indifferently. Hearing Xin Feng's words, the 3 of them really wanted to laugh. But considering he was Xu Yue's boyfriend, they refrained from mocking him outright and instead gave a perfunctory response.
All right. Go ahead and apply for the transfer. We're going to accompany Xu Yue to class. The 3 of them surrounded Xu Yue as they entered the academic building.
Xu Yue turned her head and mouthed to Xin Feng, telling him not to be upset. Xin Feng smiled and shrugged, indicating it didn't matter to him.
Changing departments at Jingda University was indeed a bit out of the ordinary. No wonder they felt that way. Truthfully, with his current abilities, attending classes or not no longer mattered. But after all these years, attending classes had become a habitual routine. He might as well stick with the normal schedule until graduation. Xin Feng turned and walked toward another academic building. He had 3 large lectures that day. During breaks, Xin Feng would occasionally check the kindergarten surveillance feed to see how Xiaoyu and Xiaowei were doing in class.
With the new specialized teachers, not only were Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei much happier, but even the other children in the school seemed more joyful. The day passed quickly. Before he knew it, it was time for the dance Chu Yue had mentioned. Xin Feng casually rented a suit and a mask from the school's costume club before heading to the third floor of the building Chu Yue had mentioned. Upon entering, the lighting was dim, and the music had an ambiguous vibe. Xin Feng pulled out his phone and sent a message to Chu Yue. Yue, where are you? Not long after, Chu Yue's reply came through. I'm wearing this outfit today and this mask. Attached to the message was a photo. A white short dress and a white feathered half mask accentuated her pure charm with a hint of sensuality. Xin Feng held his phone as he stepped onto the dance floor, searching for Chu Yue. Since it was a joint dance party for several clubs, the place was quite crowded. Yet the dance floor, barely over 300 square meters. At first glance, it was a sea of people. Xin Feng pushed through the crowd, scanning face by face. Suddenly, a flash of white collided into his arms amid the jostling crowd. Chapter 59, No Reward for the Hug? It was Bai Ruru. Xin Feng stared. Wasn't this the same face in the photo Chu Yue had sent him? As she fell, the hem of her skirt caught on the button of his pants. With a rip, it tore slightly, revealing a snow-white leg. A chorus of jeers erupted from the surrounding crowd. She nervously pressed down on her skirt hem. Xin Feng quickly took off his jacket to cover her. She gestured toward the cloakroom. Xin Feng nodded. He shielded her in his arms, slowly parting the crowd as he guided her toward the cloakroom. The surrounding crowd continued to clap and cheer. Jingda was Jingda, after all. It was still a university. University students are full of youthful passion. When dancing gets them in the mood, heading to the restroom or cloakroom for a little something is perfectly normal. No one batted an eye. Some curious souls even quietly followed, standing at the door, eager to hear the sounds inside. On the dance floor, Chu Yue held her phone, searching everywhere for Qin Feng. Instead of finding Qin Feng, she spotted a woman dressed exactly like her, with a similar figure, being escorted by a male classmate toward the cloakroom. For some reason, Chu Yue instinctively felt that the male classmate was Qin Feng. She hurried after them. Suddenly, the crowd thickened, blocking her path. Though the cloakroom was only a few dozen steps away, it felt like dozens of kilometers. A terrible foreboding gripped Chu Yue's heart. In her panic, she pushed through the crowd without regard for anyone, desperately making her way toward the cloakroom. Qin Feng pushed open the coatroom door. He helped Chu Yue sit down on the sofa. I'll go buy you a new dress. Wait here for me. Oh, and for safety's sake, remember to lock the door from the inside. That gentle tone and thoughtful words made Bai Ruru feel like a vinegar jar had been overturned in her heart. She was consumed by jealousy. Why? Why on earth? Qin Feng, when you were talking to me before, why couldn't you have been this gentle? If you'd been this gentle back then, maybe I wouldn't have dumped you and gone after Zhao Qian. If I hadn't gone to Zhao Qian, how could all this have happened afterward? Bai Ruru bit her lip and grabbed Qin Feng's wrist. Qin Feng frowned slightly, looking at her in surprise. Ha? Why does Yue seem a bit off today? Before he could process it, Chu Yue pushed him down onto the sofa. She sat directly on top of him, frantically undoing his buttons and zipper. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. No way. Yue wasn't this bold. She wasn't Yue. Qin Feng grabbed her hand, which was undoing his zipper, and growled lowly. Who are you? What do you want? Bai Ruru grew furious. She lifted her hand and tore off the mask covering her face, revealing a pair of bloodshot fox-like eyes. It's me. What's wrong? Is that not allowed? Her red lips pouted slightly, her face radiating hurt and resentment. Perhaps it was the effect of the drug, but her already alluring features now radiated an irresistible charm. Her entire being radiated delicate beauty and vivid allure, like a fully bloomed flower waiting to be plucked. Qin Feng was now sitting on her lap. To be honest, if he showed no reaction at all, he wouldn't be a man. But he couldn't betray Yue. Reason overpowered his instincts. He reached out, gripped Bai Ruru's waist, and shoved her hard. Bai Ruru fell backward into the sofa. Qin Feng abruptly stood up, his voice cold and ruthless. No. Bai Ruru grew even more furious. She lunged at Qin Feng again, wrapping her arms tightly around him from behind. Her soft body pressed against his back. Bai Ruru whimpered in hurt. Why not? Why can you do anything when you're dating Chu Yue, but nothing when you're with me? Today, you must be with me. You owe me this. As she spoke, her hand slid inside his collar, gently biting Qin Feng's earlobe, neck, and shoulder. Qin Feng frowned and clamped down on her hand. Her arms suddenly wrapped around his neck. The tighter he gripped. By some twist of fate, Qin Feng felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. His vision darkened, and he collapsed toward the sofa. Bai Ruru cushioned his fall beneath him. The pressure sent spasms through her internal organs, nearly causing her to faint from the pain. But it lasted only a moment before she felt a surge of joy. Qin Feng had collapsed. Qin Feng had finally agreed. For a moment, Bai Ruru forgot she was supposed to be acting to frame Qin Feng. Overjoyed, she unzipped his fly and slid her hand along the edge of his trousers. She was about to grasp it. After a brief moment of oxygen deprivation, Shin Fong regained consciousness. He grabbed Bai Ruru's wrist, flipped her over, and pinned her down. Ah! Bai Ruru screamed in pain. The onlookers eavesdropping outside the door grew excited at the sound, exchanging glances. Pretty intense. Ha ha ha. Inside the room, Bai Ruru blared angrily at Shin Fong and hissed. Shin Fong! You're hurting me! Shin Fong casually snatched a belt from the coat rack, pinning Bai Ruru's hands behind her back with one hand. He wrapped the belt around her wrist twice, then pulled it tight. Still holding her foot, he wrapped it around her ankle. Bai Ruru's body was stretched into a perfect C shape. Ah! It hurts so much. My waist is about to snap. Bai Ruru screamed in agony. Who told you to do this? Was it Zhao Qian or Zhao Yun? Shin Fong whispered, his voice low. Bai Ruru looked at Shin Fong in surprise. I don't know what you're talking about. Their whispered conversation outside could only be heard as a muffled hum. Bai Ruru's scream, however, was heard loud and clear outside. The eavesdroppers nearly drooled. What a wild party. Who'd have thought that guy was Shin Fong? He always seemed so proper, yet he's sneaking into the dressing room with a female classmate. Who do you think that Thai screaming girl is? Could it be Chu Yue? Definitely not Chu Yue. Real couples wouldn't pick a place like this. Good point, ha ha ha. That bastard Shin Fong sure has his share of luck with women. The group chattered on, each adding their own comments. Chu Yue pushed her way through the crowd with great effort, arriving just in time to hear every word. She froze in place, her body turning ice cold as if standing in a glacier. Shin Fong really did it with that person. No, impossible. Shin Fong isn't that kind of person. The eavesdroppers noticed Chu Yue and murmured in confusion. Why is there another person dressed exactly the same here? What's going on? The person hiding in the shadows, judging the timing to be right, pulled an armband from their pocket, slipped it onto their arm, and then walked toward the cloakroom. Discipline inspection. Make way. Discipline inspection. Safety check. The eavesdroppers froze upon recognizing the school's discipline and safety team. They exchanged awkward smiles and hurried away. Knock knock. Four inspectors banged roughly on the door twice. Chu Yue's pupils flinched. Regardless of whether Shin Fong had done anything, she had to warn him. Otherwise, if he got caught, he'd likely be expelled on the spot. Chapter 60. How the hell could Shin Fong hold back? Chu Yue hurried forward, blocking their path, and deliberately shouted loudly. Hey, you guys! There's a female student changing inside. Could you please wait a moment? Chu Yue then turned and shouted toward the interior. Students, are you done yet? The inspection team is here to check on discipline and safety. Shin Fong was pressing Bai Ruru for answers. Bai Ruru stubbornly denied being instructed by anyone. Chu Yue's voice carried inside. The moment Bai Ruru heard inspection team, she knew Zhao Yun had sent people. She immediately shouted. Shin Fong covered her mouth with his hand. MMMPH. MMMPH. Even so, Bai Ruru's muffled cries still carried out. And they were loud. Unbearably loud. The head of the inspection team, Zhao Yan, was Zhao Yun's nephew and Zhao Qian's cousin. He was Zhao Yun's lackey, not only following Zhao Yun's every command within the family but also constantly scouting out beautiful women for him at school. Seeing this, Zhao Yan gave Chu Yue a cold smile. Looks like things inside aren't quite what you described. Zhao Yan kicked open the dressing room door. Shin Fong stood neatly dressed to one side. Bai Ruru lay on the sofa, bound like a shrimp, a cloth stuffed in her mouth, her clothes torn and tattered, her skirt ripped. Not only did it look like rape, but it was bondage rape. Zhao Yan and the others nearly choked on their own blood. Chu Yue nearly burst into tears at the sight. Her red lips pressed together, fists clenched tightly, eyes reddened, she looked at Shin Fong. MMMPH. MMMPH. Inside the sofa, Bai Ruru squirmed a couple of times. Zhao Yan finally snapped back to reality, quickly averting his gaze and bellowing at Shin Fong. Shin Fong. What the hell are you doing? Exactly. What the hell do you think you're doing? This is Jingda University. You have no regard for the rules. The sycophants behind Zhao Yan joined in the shouting. Shin Fong ignored them completely, walking slowly toward Chu Yue. He gently took her hand and asked softly. Yue, do you trust me? Chu Yue's eyes were red-rimmed as she glanced at Bai Ruru once more. The truth was laid bare before them. At first, Chu Yue still chose to believe Shin Fong. She knew this was pure love-struck foolishness. But she couldn't control herself. She just wanted to choose to believe Shin Fong without a second thought. Chu Yue pouted pitifully, nodded obediently, and gave a faint, nasal hum. I believe you. Shin Feng's tense heart relaxed, and the corners of his lips curved upward. He raised his large hand to cover her head, gently rubbing it. I won't betray your trust. Shin Fong. How dare you ignore us? You're disregarding the rules and regulations of Jingda University. Zhao Yan shouted angrily. Shin Fong turned to face Zhao Yan, his gaze icy cold.
Zhao Yan shuddered inwardly at that gaze. What was going on? Why did Qin Feng's aura feel so terrifying? He took a deep breath to steady himself before continuing. Don't try to intimidate me with that look. Do you think I'll back down and not report this? Let me tell you, it won't happen. Qin Feng spoke calmly. I haven't even mentioned what happened and you're already so worked up. Did you and Bai Ruru plan this together trying to set me up? You? What nonsense are you spouting? Don't twist the truth. Bai Ruru is right here. Ask her what you did to her and she'll tell you. Zhao Yan glanced at his henchmen behind him. Two henchmen stepped forward and untied Bai Ruru's restraints. As they worked, they deliberately pulled a little harder, causing Bai Ruru to groan softly twice more. The two men nearly fainted at the sound. Finally, they pulled the gag from Bai Ruru's mouth. With a wet pop, glistening saliva dripping, Bai Ruru gasped for breath, her face flushed crimson. Moments later, Bai Ruru shot Qin Feng a hateful glare and gasped. Qin Feng, did you try to suffocate me? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. If I didn't suffocate you, would you rape me? Shu Yue froze, the bitterness in her heart instantly easing by half. So it was Bai Ruru who wanted to rape Qin Feng. So Qin Feng hadn't fallen for her scheme? In such a short time, it shouldn't have happened, right? Shu Yue glanced at Qin Feng's pants, her face flushing slightly. Qin Feng couldn't have finished in such a short time. Bai Ruru's face flushed bright red. What nonsense are you spouting? It was clearly you who tried to assault me. Zhao Yan chimed in as well. Exactly. How could a woman rape a man? There's no such law in the books and you still dare to make such slanderous accusations? How could you even think of something like that? Bai Ruru grabbed a nearby blanket and clutched it to her chest, whimpering with hurt. Wha, you guys have to help me. Qin Feng went way too far. He said he was bringing me here to change clothes, but the moment we got inside, he tried to rip my clothes off. When I refused, he tied me up like that. I was terrified. Wha. Thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise I'm afraid Qin Feng would have. Bai Ruru wept like a pear blossom in the rain. The others exchanged a few disapproving glances. This woman is unbearable. How the hell could Qin Feng possibly hold back? If it were them, forget 20 minutes, they'd have finished in 3. Qin Feng, what more do you have to say? Confess now, and we'll handle this internally. At worst, you'll be expelled. But if it goes outside the school, you'll be facing jail time. Zhao Yan narrowed his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. Shu Yue looked at Qin Feng with concern. What should they do? Qin Feng couldn't be expelled. He couldn't go to jail either. You can't slander Qin Feng like this. Shu Yue spread her arms wide, shielding Qin Feng behind her. She knew it wouldn't make a difference, but she just wanted to protect him. Qin Feng felt a wave of warmth wash over him. All these years, this was the first time someone had shielded him, standing behind him to protect him. Such a wonderful woman with his character, how could he betray her for mere fame and fortune? He began to doubt the stories the system had told him. They must all be fabricated. Or perhaps it was another Qin Feng from a different world, not him at all. Shu Yue, stop shielding your boyfriend. Exactly. She's so beautiful, yet she's completely love-struck. What a waste. If Qin Feng's scandal gets out, having a rapist boyfriend, your reputation will be ruined. Your days at Jingda won't be pleasant, and when companies run background checks after graduation, you'll suffer too. I suggest. Zhao Yan eyed Shu Yue up and down, flashing a lecherous grin. Why not come with me? I guarantee your background check will be spotless. After graduation, you'll land a job at a major corporation. How about it? Qin Feng's eyes darkened. He turned and took a step toward Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan frowned, about to speak. Qin Feng launched a punch straight up, smashing into Zhao Yan's jaw. Zhao Yan flew upward, his head smashing into the ceiling. Stars danced before his eyes, nearly knocking him unconscious. He crashed back to the floor, the pain jolting him awake. Ouch! Qin Feng, how dare you hit me? You're done for. I'm calling the dean right now. Chapter 61, no way, the school flower's fists are that strong? Zhao Yan grabbed his phone and dialed Principal Zhang Hao. Principal Zhen? We've had a serious assault incident here. Please come immediately. Zhang Hao was stunned upon hearing this. Such an incident occurring under his jurisdiction would ruin his entire career if it got out. He had been planning to diligently finish his term in this position before transferring to a government department in Beijing. Restrain the perpetrator first, don't let him escape. I'm on my way. Zhang Yan hung up the phone and looked at Qin Feng with schadenfreude. Once the principal gets here, you're done for. You're definitely going to jail. Qin Feng, hurry up and kowtow to Brother Zhao. If he's in a good mood, he might put in a good word for you. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Exactly. And remember to hit it hard when you do it. The sycophants egged him on from behind. Bai Ruru gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng, don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for refusing to submit to me. Had you given in to me, I'd rather have broken ties with Zhao Yun than frame you. How could you have ended up in this humiliating situation? Shu Yue, standing behind Qin Feng, was on the verge of tears. Qin Feng quietly patted her hand. Shu Yue paused, lifting her gaze to meet Qin Feng's eyes. Could it be? Qin Feng had a way to handle this? Though she hadn't spent much time with Qin Feng in that brief period, he'd effortlessly resolved countless matters, big and small. Yes, Qin Feng must have a solution. Trust Qin Feng. Zhang Yan had expected to see terror and panic on Qin Feng's face, to see fear and helpless vulnerability on Shu Yue's. Instead, she saw nothing of the sort. One remained composed, the other unwavering in her conviction. By contrast, he felt like a clown. Furious, Zhang Yan roared, "Qin Feng, you're asking for trouble. Hold him down. Teach him a lesson. Director Zhang ordered us to control him anyway. A few minor injuries during the process? That's perfectly normal, right?" Zhang Yan sneered coldly. The lackeys immediately swarmed forward, lunging at Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised his hand, shielding Shu Yue behind him. "Yue, stand." Before he could finish, Shu Yue grabbed Qin Feng's waist and swept him into the air. Her legs whirled like spinning wheels, kicking out at the surrounding attackers. Thud 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 thud. 2 kicks, 4 directions. 4 faces were knocked sideways, crashing heavily to the ground. Ouch. They clutched their faces in pain, rolling around. Zhang Yan blinked in shock. Wait, is the school beauty this skilled with her fists and feet? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, looking rather annoyed. Yeah, his wife packs quite a punch. After kicking him, Shu Yue adjusted her clothes, shyly hid behind Qin Feng, and timidly shouted at Zhang Yan and the others. Don't you dare bully my husband. Yes, husband. Not just boyfriend. You cowardly bastard, Qin Feng. Hiding behind a woman, what kind of man are you? Zhang Yan pointed at Qin Feng with a sneer. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression calm. I'm not much of a man, so I rely on my wife for protection. What's that? You don't have a wife? Zhang Yan choked on his words. Damn it, this is too much. Just you wait. The director will be here soon. You're charged with rape and assault, minimum 15 years. Enjoy wasting your prime years in the slammer. Qin Feng, oh. He delivered a straight kick, sending Zhang Yan flying face first into the wall. One more won't make a difference. Zhang Yan flew backward from the kick, slamming his back into the wall with a loud ow. Qin Feng and Shu Yue both turned to stare at Bai Ruru. Bai Ruru trembled in fear. What do you want? Qin Feng strode toward Bai Ruru and asked softly. I'll ask you one last time, did I rape you, or did you rape me? Bai Ruru flinched, unable to speak. Things had already reached this point. She couldn't speak up. Not only would she never be able to face Zhao Yun again, but her reputation at school would be ruined. With that thought, Bai Ruru gritted her teeth and declared firmly, it was you who raped me. Even if you threatened me, I'll still say it. Qin Feng snorted derisively, sighing helplessly as he shook his head. I was willing to spare you, but since you refuse to change your ways, don't blame me. Showing mercy only invites them to strike again. Qin Feng might be easygoing, but he was certainly no pushover. Bai Ruru met Qin Feng's gaze and shuddered in terror once more. Qin Feng looked terrifying. She had never seen him like this before. Zhang Yan and the others collapsed to the ground in agony, filled with both terror and unwillingness. Qin Feng. I won't let you off the hook. I'll make sure you rot in prison for 20 years. Qin Feng delivered another kick toward Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was instantly struck dumb with pain. Just then, Director Zhang finally arrived, late as ever. Seeing the bodies strewn across the floor, he was first startled, then enraged. What's going on? What the hell is happening here? What the hell are you doing? Qin Feng released his hold, kicking Zhang Yan toward Director Zhang. Zhang Yan spun several times before coming to a halt at Director Zhang's feet. Clutching his chest in agony, he struggled to point a finger at Qin Feng. Director, it was him. Qin Feng. Not only did he sexually assault Bai Ruru, but when we tried to stop him, he attacked us. Only then did Director Zhang lift his head to look at Qin Feng. What he saw was shocking. He froze in place, gasping in shock. You are. He immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. My apologies, Vice Principal. There must be some misunderstanding here. Shu Yue? Bai Ruru? Zhang Yan? Qin Feng also had a question mark in his mind. What trick did the system use to make Zhang Hao think he recognized him at a glance and call him Vice Principal? Could the system really hack into every network, not only tampering with records but also altering people's memories? Principal, you must be mistaken. How could Qin Feng possibly be the Vice Principal? He's just a student. Do I need to explain school matters to you? Qin Feng is the Vice Principal. Absolutely true. How dare you slander the Vice Principal? Looks like you don't want to attend the school anymore. Apologize to the Vice Principal immediately. Zhang Hao bellowed at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan's lips trembled. He couldn't fathom how Qin Feng had become Vice Principal. Under normal circumstances, he would have accepted Director Zhang's word without question. But his uncle Zhao Yun had spoken. This time, Qin Feng had to be crushed beyond redemption.
Otherwise, Zhao Yun would expunge him from the Zhao family registry and banish his entire family from Yanjing. Zhao Nian steeled himself and addressed Zhang Hao again. Director, the facts are right before us. Regardless of Qin Feng's background, the sexual assault of Bai Ruru is undeniable. Surely you don't want to tarnish the school's reputation? Zhang Hao paused to consider. It was true. If word got out, Qin Feng, as vice principal, might have the connections and means to protect himself. As a lowly director, he'd likely be the one to take the fall. Zhang Hao plastered on a smile and addressed Qin Feng. Vice principal, about this matter. At the very least, we need to make it look presentable. There are so many students watching. Chapter 62, begging her to let him off. Students who should have been dancing on the dance floor now crowded around the doorway, peering inside with craned necks. Some had even raised their phones, ready to film. With the internet so widespread these days, no matter how powerful Jingda University might be, this kind of public outcry couldn't be suppressed. In fact, it was likely to backfire and stir up public resentment. Fine, then I'll present the evidence. Qin Feng pulled his phone from his pocket and tapped the play button on the recording. Bai Ruru's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qin Feng. You actually recorded it. A cold smile curved Qin Feng's lips. That's right. From the moment I walked in and realized you weren't Yue, I suspected you were trying to frame me. So I recorded everything. Their conversation played back from the phone. Who are you? What do you want? It's me. What's the problem? Is that not allowed? Why is it that when you're dating Chu Yue, you can do anything, but when you're dating me, you can't do anything? Today you have to do it with me. You owe me. Bai Ruru's face flushed crimson. She finally understood what Qin Feng's final accusation meant. He wasn't begging her to let him off the hook. Instead, he was giving her one last chance to save him from utter disgrace. Clearly, she hadn't cherished that chance. Outside the dressing room, a commotion erupted. Oh my god. It was Bai Ruru who sexually assaulted Qin Feng. You can't say that. Bai Ruru was Qin Feng's ex-girlfriend after all. But judging by that conversation, it sounds like Qin Feng never even touched her back then. TSK, she must be jealous of Chu Yue, that's why she pulled this stunt. Women's jealousy is truly terrifying. Looks like we can't casually hang out alone with female classmates anymore. These days, if you get labeled as a rapist even if it's just attempted, you're screwed for life. TSK, truly the sting of a wasp's tail is nothing compared to the venom in a woman's heart. Exactly. That investigation team is so stupid they didn't even bother to verify the facts. Look, there's still a soft white lipstick mark on Qin Feng's collar. If it were rape, how could that possibly be there? The inspection team should rein themselves in. They act like they're all-powerful officials. Often, when there's nothing wrong, they stir up trouble just to extort bribes. Zhao Nian's face flushed crimson. Qin Feng turned off the recording and looked at Zhang Hao. Well, does this prove my innocence? Zhang Hao immediately plastered on a smile. Of course it does. Absolutely. What about those who framed me? Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Nian, Bai Ruru, and the others. Fire them. Fire them all. Zhao Nian, Bai Ruru, and the others gasped in horror, their faces turning deathly pale as they collapsed to the ground. Jingda University was the place they'd fought for over a decade to get into. Even Bai Ruru, who had gained admission through athletic scholarships, had poured her heart and soul into years of grueling sports training. If her parents found out she'd become such a mess at Jingda and got expelled, she'd never live to see another day. Bai Ruru cried out and threw herself at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I'm sorry. Please spare me. Qin Feng, I truly regret it. I'll never do it again. For the sake of what we once had as boyfriend and girlfriend, I beg you. Bai Ruru clung to Qin Feng's legs, wailing desperately. Qin Feng lowered his gaze, staring coldly at Bai Ruru. Right now, you're only expelled. But when you framed me, if the charges had stuck, I would have gone to prison. Back then, did you ever think about letting me off? Qin Feng yanked his leg away forcefully. Bai Ruru fell to the ground. Qin Feng turned to Zhang Hao. Director Zhang, I'll leave this to you. My wife's a bit shaken. I'll take her home first. Yes. Please take your time. Director Zhang bowed respectfully to Qin Feng before departing. When Qin Feng revealed his identity as vice principal, the students outside the room hadn't entered yet, so they were unaware of Qin Feng's position as vice principal. Now, witnessing Director Zhang's profound deference toward Qin Feng, they were all stunned. What was going on? What kind of status did Qin Feng possess that not only made the department beauty and campus beauty vie for his attention, but to have the director groveling like a lackey? Wasn't Qin Feng a student from a poor background? Wasn't he the guy always crying and laughing while juggling part-time jobs? Damn it! When will they ever get their big break like Qin Feng did? Qin Feng pulled Chu Yue out of the school grounds without a hitch and they got into the car. Only then did Chu Yue's heart finally relax. Curiosity piqued, she turned to Qin Feng and asked, Qin Feng, are you really the vice principal? Qin Feng thought for a moment. The idea of a student becoming principal was unprecedented, utterly absurd, way too far-fetched.
Better not tell Yue the truth just yet.
He raised his hand, placing his large palm on Shu Yue's head and gently rubbing it.
Of course it's not real. But, what about the director position?
Shu Yue's red lips parted slightly. I slipped him some cash. Since I did nothing wrong, he naturally agreed to cooperate, Qin Feng said casually.
Shu Yue accepted his explanation without question, nodding. Oh, so that's how it was. Qin Feng, you're so clever.
I was scared to death just now. A faint smile played at the corners of Qin Feng's lips, his expression carrying an ambiguous hint of amusement. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Chu Yue.
Aren't you the one who was just calling me husband? Why are you calling me by my name now? Quick, call me husband again. Shu Yue's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed.
She lowered her head and bit her lip.
Qin Feng sighed. Forget it. If you don't want to. Husband. Shu Yue called out softly. Qin Feng's spirits lifted.
He bent down slightly, drawing closer to her face. So close he could see every pore on her skin. Close enough that a mere breath from him could make her long, thick eyelashes flutter.
Say it again. Let me hear it. Qin Feng murmured seductively.
Shu Yue shyly tapped her fingers, then obediently called out again in a soft, adorable voice.
Husband.
Qin Feng's heart warmed slightly, his breathing quickening. Seeing Qin Feng didn't respond, Shu Yue thought she hadn't called out enough. Taking a deep breath, she kept repeating it.
Husband, 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 hus.
Qin Feng gently bit her lip and kissed her.
All traces of honey were drowned in that kiss.
Her shoulders trembled. Qin Feng gripped her shoulders, pulling her tightly into his embrace as they became entangled. Shu Yue's body went limp from the kiss, her whole being instinctively arching backward. Her soft, fluffy hair cascaded down, fluttering with each movement.
The spacious car interior suddenly felt cramped.
The air thickened with the lingering traces of their intimacy.
Time seemed to stand still.
Shu Yue's lips were slightly swollen from the kiss, her cheeks faintly flushed. Only then did Qin Feng release her. Shu Yue shyly covered her face with her hand, then grabbed the Yu and Wei Wei dolls, clutching them to her chest as she curled up on one side. Her expression flickered between bashful smiles and exasperated grins. Through the rearview mirror, Qin Feng watched her every subtle movement, smiling fondly.
Another day utterly charmed by his wife. Chapter 63, Why are you still calling him director? Oh, right. There was one important matter he couldn't forget. That is,
Qin Feng started the engine and drove leisurely toward home along the road. Finally, he spotted a vending machine by the roadside. Qin Feng pulled over and said to Chu Yue,
"Wait here for me." Chu Yue looked stunned.
Qin Feng opened the door, got out, and hurried toward the vending machine.
One box contained 3 packs.
He scanned 10 boxes at once, cradled them in his arms, and hurried back toward Chu Yue.
He opened the door and slid back into the passenger seat. Chu Yue asked curiously, "What did you go buy?"
Qin Feng grinned mischievously, loosening his grip as the contents spilled out with a clatter.
Shu Yue's face flushed crimson instantly.
"Ah!" she gasped, covering her face with the stuffed animal again and turning away. Her heart pounded wildly. Was tonight finally the night she would be with Qin Feng? Images of Qin Feng's lean, muscular frame flashed through Chu Yue's mind, making her heart pound even faster.
An indescribable sensation spread through her lower abdomen and legs, like an electric current running through her. It felt so unbearable.
Qin Feng started the engine again and drove toward home.
Jingde University, cloakroom.
The scene was cleared by Director Zhang, who had called for everyone to leave.
Zhao Nian and the others were taken away immediately and expelled.
Bai Ruru remained in the dressing room due to the clothing issue, waiting for someone to bring her a change of clothes, so she hadn't been taken away yet. Zhang Hao sat across from her, waiting silently. Tonight, even if he didn't get any rest, he had to resolve this matter. Otherwise, he feared he might be fired tomorrow. Seeing Bai Ruru dawdling and no one coming to bring her clothes after so long, Zhang Hao lost his patience.
"What? Still no one brought you clothes? Fine, just grab any old thing here and throw it on. Cover your butt, that'll do."
Zhang Hao shifted to get a better look at Bai Ruru. Bai Ruru lay sideways on the sofa, covered only by a blanket over her lower abdomen and chest. Her long, shapely legs, slender shoulders, and collarbone were all exposed. Combined with her expression, as if waiting to be plucked, it was enough to make anyone's blood boil. "Director, please let me make just 2 more calls.
I beg you." Tears hung on Bai Ruru's lashes, threatening to fall.
Zhang Hao's heart stirred, and he nodded.
"Fine. Hurry up. Don't waste any more time." Bai Ruru's face lit up. "Thank you, Director."
She quickly pulled out her phone and dialed Zhao Yun first. Zhao Yun's spies were everywhere on campus. News of Bai Ruru's failed smear campaign and how it had led to Zhao Yan and the others getting expelled had already reached Zhao Yun's ears.
Zhao Yun hung up immediately.
Bai Ruru tried calling Zhao Yun several more times, but he hung up every single time. With no other choice, she called Zhao Qian instead. Zhao Qian was resting at home due to his injuries and hadn't heard about the school incident. Seeing Bai Ruru's name, he casually answered. Hello? Bai Ruru finally breathed a sigh of relief when Zhao Qian answered. Zhao Qian, it's me, Bai Ruru. I listened to your dad and tried to frame Qin Feng, but it backfired. The school wants to expel me. Can you help me, Wo, please? Zhao Qian frowned upon hearing this. What the hell does that have to do with me? You're my stepmom now, not my girlfriend. What? My dad's not looking out for you anymore? Ha! Zhao Qian flung the phone aside with a sharp slap, wrapped his arms around the woman beside him, gave her a firm pat on the butt, and gestured for her to go upstairs. Women? There are plenty of them. Did she really think she was something special? Put. Ah. The sound traveled through the phone to Bai Ruru's end. Bai Ruru realized she'd been dumped and instantly burst into tears. Zhang Hao sat across from her, arms crossed, smirking coldly. What's the matter? No one's helping you? Bai Ruru couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. I don't know what to do. If I get expelled from school, my parents will kill me. Wha? Director, please don't expel me. Can you keep my enrollment? I'll do anything you ask, I beg you. Zhang Hao stood up. Are you sure? Anything? Bai Ruru clutched her phone tightly, her lips pressed together. I'm certain. I'll do anything. Zhang Hao gave a cold laugh, turned, and locked the dressing room door behind him before standing directly in front of Bai Ruru. Let's begin. A wave of nausea washed over Bai Ruru, yet her expression remained ingratiating. Yes, director. Zhang Hao tilted his head back. Bai Ruru felt a wave of suffocation. She didn't know how long it had been. Zhang Hao sat on the sofa, fully clothed. Bai Ruru's eyes were vacant as she clutched her clothes to shield herself, turning to ask Zhang Hao. Master, can you help me retain my student status now? Zhang Hao turned to look at Bai Ruru and sneered. He reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out a leather wallet, and drew several crisp 100 yuan bills from it, flicking them into Bai Ruru's lap. What are you dreaming about? You committed such a serious disciplinary offense and still want to stay at Jingda? You must be out of your mind. Consider this money my gift to kickstart your career. Sell yourself while you're still young and can fetch a good price. Sell yourself well. Bai Ruru closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her chest felt as though it were filled with countless steel needles, repeatedly stabbing and piercing her. Pain. Such agony. A moment passed. She opened her eyes and fixed a deathly stare on Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao felt a wave of irritation at her glare and lashed out, slapping Bai Ruru across the face. You! Sleeping around with so many men, yet you think you're some chaste martyr? Here's a few $100. Take it and be grateful. Don't be ungrateful. Bai Ruru sneered, slowly pulling out her phone and pressing play. The entire lewd conversation they just had in the changing room blasted out in an instant. Zhang Hao's eyes widened in shock. Furious, he lunged forward, trying to snatch the phone. You bastard! How dare you record this? Bai Ruru snapped sharply, don't move. This recording has already synced automatically to my cloud storage. Without my secret key, you can't delete it. Director, after violating such serious disciplinary rules, do you still wish to remain at this school? Bai Ruru returned Zhang Hao's words verbatim. Zhang Hao seethed with rage but dared not erupt. He forced himself to ask calmly, what do you intend to do? Chapter 64, Good girl, we're home. I don't want anything. I just want to keep my enrollment status. Bai Ruru clutched her phone tightly, her eyes reddened. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. Fine. I'll keep your enrollment status. But starting today, you're not allowed on campus. Wait until the dust settles before coming back. Thank you, principal. Bai Ruru offered a faint smile. Zhang Hao held out his hand toward Bai Ruru. Now, can you delete the recording from your phone? Absolutely not. What if I delete it and you expel me? Director Zhang, I'm not stupid. I won't delete this until I graduate. Bai Ruru retorted coldly. This tactic was something she'd learned on the spot from Qin Feng. And it worked like a charm. Zhang Hao was so furious he could have strangled Bai Ruru on the spot. But for now, he had to hold back. He took a deep breath. Fine. Rest assured, I'll definitely keep your enrollment status until the very end. Bai Ruru flashed a bright smile. Thank you, Director. Get some rest. I'll be going now. Zhang Hao turned to leave. Bai Ruru called out, wait a moment. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. What is it? Director, since I've been officially expelled, I obviously can't go back to school. I won't be able to stay in the dorms, so I'll have to rent an apartment. But I'm just a student, how could I possibly afford that? You've been a school leader for so long, Director. You must be pretty wealthy, right? Bai Ruru gave Zhang Hao a wink. The implication was clear. Damn it! This is ridiculous. Zhang Hao cursed inwardly but dared not openly confront Bai Ruru. He could only grit his teeth and endure. He took a deep breath. How much do you want? Ruru pulled out her phone, her slender fingers tapping rapidly on the screen before presenting the payment QR code to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao stared at the amount and blurted out, 200,000. You've got gold in your teeth. I haven't plated mine in gold, but your director's position certainly has. This amount is just a few months' salary for you. Surely it won't hurt your pocket. Ruru offered a forced smile. Zhang Hao took a deep breath, holding back his anger. He pulled out his phone and scanned the code to pay. All right. Paid. Thank you, director. Ruru took back her phone. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Once bitten, twice shy. From that day on, Zhang Hao would rather call a prostitute than sleep with just any woman. The door slammed shut with a loud bang as Zhang Hao stormed out. Ruru clutched her phone tightly. Xin phone. Mark my words, I'll use the filthiest body to sleep with you. Tears streamed down Ruru's flushed cheeks, brimming with hatred. Ziyunji. The car pulled into the courtyard. Xin Feng opened the passenger door. Shu Yue's face still flushed slightly as she cradled the rag dolls of Xiaoyu and Xiaowei in her arms. Xin Feng smiled fondly. Good girl, we're home. Shu Yue nodded, timidly offering her hand to Xin Feng. Xin Feng smiled as he took it, gently tugging her up from her seat. Shu Yue immediately threw herself into his arms. I might have twisted my ankle when I did that flying kick in the closet. I can't walk very well. Shu Yue said weakly. Actually, she just wanted to experience being carried in a princess carry by her boyfriend. She'd only ever seen it in romantic dramas before. Xin Feng was muscular and well-built. A princess carry should be no problem for him, right? Shu Yue felt a flutter of anticipation. Did you twist it? Let me take a look. Xin Feng crouched down, gripped Shu Yue's ankle, and pressed his fingertips against it. A jolt of electricity shot through her bones straight to her heart. Ouch! What had been just a twinge of pain now turned into a numbing ache. Shu Yue nearly cried out in pain. Xin Feng pressed down harder. A sharp crack echoed. Ah! Shu Yue gasped. Xin Feng stood up and clapped his hands lightly. There. Now look. Does it still hurt? Shu Yue. She took a shallow breath, her expression darkening slightly. All right. Then let's go home. Xin Feng reached out his hand toward Shu Yue. Shu Yue's mouth twitched, 3 black lines appearing on her forehead. Xin Feng really hadn't dated before. He couldn't even pick up on her hints. But clearly, just moments ago when they got in the car, he'd initiated a kiss, leaving her utterly flustered. Xin Feng caught the subtle expression on Shu Yue's face. A faint smile curved his lips. Actually, when he went to buy the t-shirt earlier, he had deliberately called Xiao Ai ahead of time. He'd made a little preparation. Xin Feng took Shu Yue's hand and led her directly toward the room. The moment they entered, the lights in the villa's living room came on. The floor was covered in champagne roses, shimmering under the lights, creating an incredibly romantic scene. Shu Yue stood frozen in astonishment, staring at Xin Feng in disbelief. What is this? Xin Feng bent down and suddenly scooped her up in his arms. Just a little surprise. Do you like it? No woman dislikes flowers. If one flower isn't enough, then 99. If 99 aren't enough, then 999. Shu Yue wrapped her arms around Xin Feng's neck, her eyes crinkling with delight. I love it. That's good. Xin Feng carried Shu Yue into the elevator. Ding! The elevator chimed once, ascending directly to the 3rd floor. Then, along the long corridor, Xin Feng carried Shu Yue all the way to the business suite. He pushed open the door. The round bed was also covered in roses. Xin Feng gently laid Shu Yue onto the bed. The room's dim, romantic lighting suddenly brightened. Ambient lights also illuminated the bed's surroundings. Shu Yue's exquisite face, bathed in the glow, took on an even more pure yet sensual aura. Are you ready? Xin Feng's face lowered toward hers. Shu Yue's heart pounded wildly. She gently closed her eyes and nodded obediently. Xin Feng raised his hand, his slender fingers running through her hair. Shu Yue's heart pounded so hard it felt like it might leap from her chest. Xin Feng lowered his gaze, watching her lips, rosy as cherries, and gently kissed them. His hands slid down her body. Shu Yue suddenly opened her eyes, pressing both hands against Xin Feng's chest. Wait. Xin Feng's face began to flush slightly. What if Xiaoyu or Xiaowei suddenly come up? Shu Yue asked anxiously. Xin Feng smiled softly. Don't worry. Before coming back, I had Xiao Ai put them to sleep. Plus, we're on the 3rd floor. After coming up, I locked both the door and the elevator. They can't get up here. Shu Yue nodded in relief. That's good. She closed her eyes once more. Xin Feng's kiss descended once more. His large hand slid down her slender waist. Shu Yue murmured softly. Chapter 65, How did I end up with such an amazing husband? Both were overcome with passion. Xin Feng's back tensed, ready to strike. Suddenly, Shu Yue felt a sharp ache in her lower abdomen, followed by a warm flow trickling down. Her eyes snapped open. Recalling the date, she pushed Xin Feng away with her backhand and sat up.
Sure enough. Beneath her, a crimson blossom had bloomed on the bedsheet, its origin unknown. Xin Feng stumbled back in shock. What's wrong? He sat up. Xu Yue blinked her eyes, seeing everything clearly. Her little face flushed crimson instantly. I'm sorry. I got my period. Why did it have to come at this moment? It was such a downer. Xin Feng's gaze fell upon the bedsheets as he let out a soft sigh. It really wasn't the right time, especially since he had already. Xu Yue sensed Xin Feng's mood and offered an apologetic tone. How about just like this? If you don't mind. She gently took hold of Xin Feng's wrist and placed it on her waist. Xin Feng's lower abdomen tensed. Xin Feng quickly withdrew his hand, grabbed the nearby blanket, and covered Xu Yue with it. No, it's not good for your health. Then isn't this bad for your health too? Xu Yue raised her finger, pointing at Xin Feng's. Xin Feng looked down and quickly pressed it down. Cough cough. It's fine, just bear with it. It'll pass soon. Alright then. Xu Yue nodded obediently. Suddenly, a wave of sour pain washed over her lower abdomen, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. I'll go get you some hot water. Xin Feng stood up. No, I'm fine. Xu Yue pulled Xin Feng down to sit. Actually, I could help you. Xu Yue said timidly. Xin Feng didn't catch on. Xu Yue leaned closer to him. Xin Feng stiffened. Is this how it feels? Xu Yue asked softly. Xin Feng frowned, pressing her hand down. It's just. That's good. Xin Feng grunted, propping himself up on the bed with both hands as his body arched backward. 1 hour passed. Exhausted, Xu Yue lay on the bed, rubbing her wrists with a look of grievance. If she'd known it would be this exhausting, she never would have volunteered. Xin Feng dabbed himself dry with a damp wipe. He smiled as he wrapped his arms around Xu Yue, planting a kiss on her cheek. Good girl. You've worked hard. Once you're done, I'll make sure you're happy. Xu Yue shot him a playful glare. How embarrassing did he have to be so blunt? You rest well. I'll go to the bathroom to take care of this first. Xu Yue headed toward the bathroom. Xin Feng watched her retreating figure, a faint smile curving his lips. By the time Xu Yue returned, having washed up, changed clothes, and applied a sanitary pad, the bedsheet had been replaced with a clean one. The corner of the quilt had been lifted halfway. A wave of warmth washed over her as she approached. Xin Feng took her hand, embraced her from behind, and buried his face in her neck. Sleep. After a day of turmoil, Xu Yue was genuinely exhausted, with no room left for other thoughts. She nodded, letting out a muffled grunt. The Zhao residence. Zhao Yun slumped in the leather sofa, his face twisted with fury. Damn it. Failed again. Damn it. This Xin Feng is like a cockroach that just won't die. How could this be? Still can't finish him off. Originally, Zhao Yun hadn't given Xin Feng a second thought. But these repeated incidents. Xin Feng now felt like a thorn lodged in Zhao Yun's throat, neither out nor in. It kept him awake at night, and he couldn't rest until he got rid of him. Especially the Pei family. They'd even issued an ultimatum. This attempt had failed, but he must find another opportunity. Every person has weaknesses. To eliminate Xin Feng, one must first uncover his weakness. What exactly was Xin Feng's weakness? A sleepless night. Sunlight filtered through the gauze curtains, streaming in and bathing their faces. Xu Yue and Xin Feng opened their eyes simultaneously. At some point, their embrace from behind had shifted into a face-to-face position. Good morning. Xu Yue flashed Xin Feng a sweet smile. Xin Feng felt his heart melt at that smile. How could someone wake up in the morning smelling so sweet? And this person happened to be his wife. Xin Feng immediately returned the smile. Good morning. Xin Feng reached up and ruffled Xu Yue's hair. It's the weekend today, no school. Let's take Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei on a picnic. Great. It'll be nice to spend time with them. Xu Yue smiled. I wonder how mom and dad are doing at the hospital. Xu Yue thought with a touch of worry. Just as she finished thinking, Xin Feng spoke again. Later tonight, we'll take Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei to visit Grandpa and Grandma. I'll make some soup for them to drink. Xu Yue felt her heart melt at his words. She reached up to wrap her arms around Xin Feng's waist, burying her face in his chest. Husband, you're so kind. How did I end up with such a wonderful husband? A tender smile spread across Xin Feng's face. After lingering in bed for a while, the couple got up, dressed, and went downstairs. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei had already been dressed by Xiao Ai. Both wore adorable pink and green puffy dresses, their soft hair braided into two pigtails, framing their chubby little faces, rosy and plump. They looked like two tulips in full bloom. Spotting Xin Feng and Xu Yue, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei happily rushed over. Daddy! Mommy! Xin Feng and Xu Yue each picked up one little one. They wrapped their arms around their necks, pressing their little faces against their cheeks and rubbing against them. Daddy smells so good, Xiao Yu loves Daddy. Mommy smells so good too. Little Wei loves Mommy. Xin Feng and Xu Yue's hearts instantly melted. Daddy and Mommy love little you and little Wei too.
Xin Feng and Chu Yue said in unison.
Daddy, Mommy, it's the weekend today. Let's go out and play together.
Right. Today, we're going on a picnic together. Xin Feng reached up and ruffled Xiao Yu's hair. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei happily raised their little hands and waved.
Yay, we're going on a picnic.
Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei love going on picnics. The two little ones wiggled their tiny bottoms as they jumped down from their arms, then ran back to their room. Each carried a small suitcase, wore a little backpack, and sported a yellow hat. They looked utterly adorable. Chu Yue was utterly charmed by them.
We haven't had breakfast yet.
Little Yu and Little Wei jogged in place, clutching their suitcases.
Xiao Yu isn't hungry. Xiao Wei isn't hungry either. Aren't we going on a picnic? We can have breakfast out in the wild. Yeah, let's go have breakfast at the picnic.
Xin Feng chuckled and shook his head, stepping forward to grab one of them by the hand. He put on a stern face and said in a feigned angry tone.
No way.
The two little heads drooped.
Fine, then we'll just have breakfast at home.
But we can have a picnic for lunch. Xin Feng changed the subject, and the two little ones' eyes immediately lit up with joy.
Chapter 66, that look is rude, you know? Alright, time for breakfast.
Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei dashed toward the dining table.
After breakfast, the family held hands and drove off for a picnic.
Xiao Ai stood at the doorway, waving goodbye as they drove off. She turned back home, cleared the table, gave the villa another thorough cleaning, trimmed the weeds in the garden, and finally opened her laptop to check the operations of Qian de Plaza and Zi Yunji Kindergarten. Xin Feng drove the car, free from any worries, simply enjoying the time with his family. In the suburbs of the capital city lies Yinshan Mountain. Beneath the mountains lay a lake, the perfect spot for picnics and outdoor gatherings. After a week of grueling work in the capital, people love to drive here on weekends.
After driving for over 40 minutes, they were almost at their destination.
Xin Feng slowed down to exit the elevated highway. Suddenly, a Maserati cut in front of Xin Feng's car. Xin Feng slammed on the brakes. Chu Yue lurched forward. If not for her seatbelt, she would have slammed into the windshield. Little Yu and Little Wei, strapped into their car seats, felt the seatbelts dig into their tummies from the sudden jolt. Their little faces scrunched up in pain.
Daddy, that hurt so much.
Xin Feng frowned, glanced at the license plate of the car ahead, then apologized.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I didn't expect someone to cut in like that. Mum.
Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei rubbed their tummies.
It's okay, nothing's wrong.
Since Daddy didn't mean it, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei forgive Daddy.
Through his rearview mirror, Maserati owner Pei Yujun snorted lightly.
Some measly S8, seeing my luxury car and not moving out of the way fast enough, even pushing forward.
If you don't get rear-ended, count yourself lucky.
It was a rare outing with his wife and kids.
Xin Feng didn't dwell on the incident. The car smoothly descended the overpass and arrived at its destination.
Xin Feng found a parking spot and pulled over. He opened the trunk and pulled out a tent, chairs, and other picnic gear.
Chu Yue stepped forward to help.
Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei each carried a small backpack stuffed with snacks, fruit, and their water bottles. Working together as a family, they followed Xin Feng to a large tree. Facing the lake with the mountains at their backs, they set up the tent right there.
After setting up the tent, Chu Yue spread out a picnic mat.
Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei unzipped their backpacks, spilling out their treasures onto the mat.
Wow! Picnic time!
The two little ones happily pounced on it and rolled around. Chu Yue unfolded a reclining chair and stretched out comfortably at the edge of the picnic mat, basking in the sun.
So relaxing. Many people were fishing by the lake. Chu Yue watched them and sighed wistfully. Too bad I didn't bring a fishing rod. I'd love to try fishing myself.
Little Yu and Little Wei perked up at the sound.
Yeah, we'd love to try fishing too. As luck would have it,
Xin Feng had actually brought a fishing rod. Back at the rural orphanage, there was a period when funding was cut off and few sponsors came forward. Times were tough, and they went half a month without any meat. He'd snap off a slender bamboo shoot, buy a spool of fishing line for 2 yuan, dig up a couple red earthworms, and catch some crucian carp and pomfret. He'd grill them to satisfy his cravings. This time, he'd come prepared for the outing. There was a lake. Early that morning, he went to the warehouse and grabbed 2 top-quality fishing rods.
Wait a moment, I'll go get them. Xin Feng chuckled.
Chu Yue propped herself up, looking surprised.
You brought them? I did. 2 of them.
We'll fish together, while Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei watch from the side.
Ah, but Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei want to fish too.
Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's little faces instantly drooped. Don't worry, once a fish bites, you can reel it in, Xin Feng said with a smile. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei perked up instantly, clapping their little hands.
Yay! Yay! Let's go fishing. Seeing the children's joyful expressions, Chu Yue couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile.
Xin Feng turned toward the car and opened the trunk.
Maserati owner Pei Yujun parked his car, shouldered his fishing rod, and walked over.
As he passed by Chu Yue, his eyes widened in astonishment.
Pei Yujun had seen his share of stunning beauties in Yanjing, including some of the entertainment industry's top female stars.
Yet this was the first time he'd encountered such a naturally beautiful woman, unadorned and unrefined. He froze in place. Shu Yue sensed the intense, probing gaze. She sat up straight and shot Pei Yujun a glance. With the incident involving Zhao Qian fresh in her mind, she didn't want to stir up trouble. She quickly pulled Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei toward the tent, intending to hide inside. Just as Chu Yue was about to step inside, Pei Yujun rushed forward to block her path. "Hey, beautiful, don't go. I drove here in my Maserati. When you're done playing, I'll give you a ride back." "No thanks. The kid's dad drove us here." Shu Yue refused flatly, her expression unreadable. Pei Yujun froze for a moment, blinking. "What? Married? And they have a child?" Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei chimed in, calling out to Pei Yujun, "Exactly. Exactly. No need for you to drive us. My dad already has the car. Wow, twins, too. And such good-looking twins at that. Just look at these kids' features, this beauty is all natural, no plastic surgery at all." Pei Yujun grew even more excited. So what if she's married? So what if they have kids? He was going to be a traitor. "It's okay. Once your father arrives, he'll agree to send you back." Pei Yujun gave a shrunken smile, drool nearly dripping from the corners of his mouth. He was the second son of the Pei family, the foremost clan in the capital's elite circles. Forget some ordinary woman, even a top-tier celebrity? If he wanted to sleep with her, it was just a matter of saying the word. Under that gaze, Shu Yue's discomfort was nearly unbearable. She pulled Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei around Pei Yujun and continued toward the tent. Pei Yujun shamelessly followed them. Xin Feng, holding the fishing rod, spotted the scene from afar. His wolf-like eyes narrowed as he quickened his pace. With a swift shift of his foot, he positioned himself between Pei Yujun and Chu Yue. Xin Feng handed the fishing rod to Chu Yue. "Take the children to the lakeside and find a spot to wait for me." "All right, be careful." Chu Yue took the fishing rod and said softly. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Xin Feng gave a faint smile. Chu Yue nodded slightly. After experiencing several incidents with Xin Feng, she had long witnessed his capabilities and felt completely at ease. Shu Yue slung the fishing rod over her shoulder, then took one female goose in each hand as she walked toward the lake. Pei Yujun's gaze followed Chu Yue the entire time. A gentle breeze swept by, softly lifting Chu Yue's hair. Pei Yujun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. How could a woman possess such beauty, even in the slightest movement of her hair? Xin Feng turned around, locking eyes with Pei Yujun. His fists clenched. He narrowed his eyes coldly. "That stare of yours is rather impolite, don't you think?" "Polite?" Pei Yujun raised an eyebrow, pulling a card from his pocket and handing it to Xin Feng. 2,000,000 yuan inside. "Lend me your wife for a year. Polite enough?" Chapter 67, Fishing Isn't That Easy. Xin Feng lowered his gaze to the card in Pei Yujun's hand. He raised his hand, clenching his fist and flexing his muscles. "What do you think you're doing? You wouldn't dare." Before Pei Yujun could finish his sentence, Xin Feng's fist slammed into his skull. Pei Yujun's vision instantly went black as he fell backward, unconscious. Xin Feng snorted coldly, yanked the belt from Pei Yujun's waist, bound his hands and feet, dragged him along, flung open the Maserati's door, and tossed him inside. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. That punch should keep him sound asleep until nightfall. By then, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei should be done playing. With that thought, Xin Feng smiled faintly and walked toward his wife and daughter. Shu Yue turned her head toward where they had just come from and asked curiously. "What about that guy? Did you take care of him?" Taken care of. "Don't worry, he won't bother us for a while," Xin Feng replied with a gentle smile. Little Yu and Little Wei clapped their hands happily upon hearing this. "Daddy's so awesome. That uncle looked so mean." Xiao Wei praised. "He certainly didn't look like a good person. Thank goodness Dad was there. It's not like that time before when Dad wasn't around and Mom almost got bullied. Luckily, Mom knows a few martial arts moves herself and managed to chase the bad guy away." Xiao Yu's eyes reddened as she spoke. Shu Yue looked at Xiao Yu curiously. "When did this happen?" "Last year. Don't you remember, Mom?" Xiao Yu exclaimed softly. Shu Yue frowned. She hadn't even met them last year. Xin Feng understood they were referring to the year before their time travel, the year before Chu Yue's suicide. Xin Feng's heart clenched in pain. "Yue, rest assured. I'll protect you well. I won't let you reach that point." Shu Yue still looked uncertain. Xin Feng smiled gently and took a fishing rod from her hand. "Do you know how to fish? I'll teach you." He pulled bait from his bag, hooked it onto the line, scattered some fish food to attract them, then flicked the rod, sending the line out. Shu Yue watched once, then mentally rehearsed the steps until she grasped the basics. She took another rod and mimicked Xin Feng's actions, baiting the hook, creating a feeding spot, and casting the line. "Is this right?" Shu Yue asked Xin Feng. Xin Feng was amazed by Chu Yue's learning ability. "That's right, exactly. Then watch the float. When you see it bobbing up and down rhythmically, gently jerk the rod. If you feel resistance, that means you've hooked a fish.
Then lift the rod steadily in one direction. Xin Feng patiently explained. Xu Yue asked, is that how it works? You won't get a bite that quickly. Fishing is all about. Xin Feng glanced at Xu Yue's float and saw it bobbing up and down. Xu Yue jerked the rod hard, sending a mandarin fish flying onto the grass where it thrashed wildly. Xin Feng twitched his lips. This newbie protection period sure is handy. Wow. Mom's amazing. Fish for dinner. Fish for dinner. Little Yu and Little Wei clapped their hands with glee, jumping up and down. Xin Feng couldn't help but curve his eyes into a smile, laughing helplessly. Yeah, Mom's amazing. He handed the fishing rod to Xu Yue. Hold this for me while I put the mandarin fish in the net bag and submerge it in the lake to keep it alive. Mandarin fish is best steamed fresh, it mustn't die. I'll steam it for you tonight. Okay. Xu Yue took the fishing rod. Xin Feng dashed toward the grassy area, picked up the mandarin fish, pulled out the fish bag from his tackle box, stuffed the fish inside, tied the rope securely around a tree stump, and submerged it in the lake. He took Xu Yue's fishing rod, switched the hook, baited it, and cast it into the lake. He chatted with Xu Yue as if to save face. Too bad it's a mandarin fish. If it had been a snakehead, we could have stewed it for Dad. It's a real energy booster for someone who's sick. Xu Yue nodded. You're right, but fishing isn't about catching whatever you want, Xu Yue chuckled. Yeah, it's fine. If we don't catch any, we can always buy one. Ah. The float's moving again. Xin Feng hadn't finished speaking. Xu Yue gasped softly, yanking the rod with all her strength. A jet-black snakehead fish, at least 3.5 pounds heavy and adorned with smoky gray patterns, was flung onto the shore, thrashing wildly. Xin Feng, quick, look. What kind of fish is this? I don't recognize it. Xu Yue asked excitedly, pointing at the thrashing black fish on the ground. Xin Feng's mouth twitched. It's a black fish. Little Yu and Little Wei clapped their hands in delight, jumping up and down with excitement. Great! We got a black fish. We can make fish soup for Grandpa. Mom's so awesome. Yeah, Mom's really amazing. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei cheered happily. Xu Yue's eyes crinkled with laughter. Of course it's because Dad taught us so well. Daddy, Xiao Yu wants to learn fishing too. Daddy! And Xiao Wei wants to learn fishing too. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei reached out toward Xin Feng. Xin Feng smiled helplessly. Alright, wait a moment, Dad needs to put the black fish into the net bag first. Xin Feng jogged over, grabbed the black fish, and placed it into the net bag. Then he picked up the fishing rod and patiently taught Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei. Fishing isn't that easy to learn, you know. Plus, you two aren't very strong yet. But luckily, this rod has a reel. If a fish bites, you won't have the strength to reel it in right away. Just wait until it takes the bait firmly, then slowly crank this handle to bring it up. Here, Dad will help you cast. Xin Feng flicked the rod forward, then handed it to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu tilted her head and asked Dad earnestly. Daddy, besides black fish, what other fish can we stew for soup that's good for Grandpa's health? There's also soft-shelled turtle, but wild ones are extremely rare now. Plus, they require very specific habitats, only water of the highest quality can sustain them. While this lake's water is decent, it's unlikely to support. Daddy, the fish bladder seems to be moving. Xin Feng hadn't finished speaking. Xiao Yu's swim bladder began twitching wildly. Before Xin Feng could offer guidance, Xiao Yu puffed out her cheeks and frantically cranked the fishing reel. Zzzzzzz. As the fishing line tightened steadily, the object beneath the water gradually surfaced. Xin Feng's jaw dropped in astonishment. He twitched his lips. Could it be a turtle? Before Xin Feng could finish his thought, a large soft-shell turtle flailed its 4 claws, struggling desperately against the fishing line. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Her little hand cranked the reel like it had a tiny motor, whirring faster and faster. Xiao Wei shouted happily. I know this one. It's a soft-shell turtle, also called a wangba. I learned about it in my kindergarten book. Sis, you're just too amazing. Chapter 68, Catching just any fish causes a sensation in the biological world. Xin Feng gave a helpless chuckle. Looks like he won't be catching any fish today. He chuckled along with her. Yeah, sis, you're amazing. Xin Feng stepped forward and removed the soft-shelled turtle from the hook. He weighted in his hand a solid 5 pounds. To prevent the turtle from biting other fish, he placed it in a separate net bag. Daddy, come teach me how to fish. I want to catch a big turtle too, to help Grandpa get stronger. Little Wei called out to Xin Feng eagerly. Xu Yue gently raised her hand and ruffled Xiao Wei's hair. Your grandfather couldn't possibly eat that much turtle. Then let's not fish for turtles. Dad, what other fish are good for nourishing the body? Xiao Wei asked Xin Feng. Sturgeon is good for health, but wild sturgeon are very rare now. Plus, they're protected animals. Not only would you likely never catch one, but even if you did, you couldn't eat it, you'd have to release it. Wild sturgeon are usually found in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, in the southern regions. We're in the north here in Yanjing, and no wild sturgeon have been discovered in our area yet. Xin Feng explained patiently. Xiao Wei nodded and murmured, oh.
Then I won't fish for sturgeon. I'll stick to soft-shelled turtles. Xin Feng twitched his lips. It seemed that catching a few fish easily had given Xiao Wei and Xiaoyu the illusion that fish were just lying around waiting to be caught. If fishing were truly that easy, there wouldn't be the saying, one Air Force pilot feeds 10,000 naval troops. Still, to keep Xiao Wei happy, Xin Feng patiently said, alright, let's fish for soft-shelled turtles then. Here, let's cast our lines first. Xin Feng cast his line, then handed the rod to Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei puffed out her cheeks, her eyes fixed intently on the float. Just as Xin Feng was about to sit down and rest for a moment, Xiaoyu suddenly shouted. Xiao Wei, your float's moving. Sis, I see it. Xiao Wei puffed out her cheeks, tugged the fishing rod to make sure the fish was hooked, then began frantically reeling in the line. A rather peculiar-looking fish was hauled up, thrashing wildly. Xin Feng's back straightened involuntarily, his eyes widened, and his mouth fell slightly open. This fish. Shu Yuwei was also startled. She rubbed her eyes and whispered, Xin Feng, why do I feel like this fish kind of resembles a sturgeon? A chill suddenly rose from the depths of Xin Feng's heart. No way. They said there weren't any of these fish in the north. If it dies, that'll cost me at least 10 years. Xin Feng rushed over and cradled the fish in his hands. The hook was lodged in its gill plate, drawing a bit of blood. From its shape to its appearance, this damn fish was actually a sturgeon. Xiao Wei tilted her head, curiosity in her eyes as she asked Xin Feng. Daddy, what kind of fish is this? Environmental care workers walked along the lake dam. They occasionally peered into the buckets of anglers sitting by the lake, checking for any prohibited catches. They were getting closer and closer to Xin Feng and the others. Xin Feng's mind raced as he decided to come clean. He waved at the environmental care worker and called out, Officer. Two administrators turned toward Xin Feng and his group simultaneously, their expressions stern. What's the matter? Xin Feng shouted, my daughter seems to have accidentally caught a Chinese sturgeon. At the mention of the Chinese sturgeon, the two administrators couldn't help but shake their heads and smile. Alright, it's fine. You can keep fishing. Chinese sturgeon? You've got to be kidding. Where would you find Chinese sturgeon up north? They turned to walk away in the opposite direction, ignoring Xin Feng. Xin Feng quickly and carefully removed the sturgeon from the hook, cradled it in his hands, and hurried over. Xiao Wei looked stunned. Why did Daddy run off? Shu Yuwei twitched her lips and said, because you might have actually caught a protected species. Ha? Aren't protected animals super rare? Dad even said there aren't any in the north. Xiao Wei gasped. Little you rubbed her chin. Maybe Daddy taught you so well that even you managed to catch a protected species. Xiao Wei's eyes lit up instantly. Wow. Dad's so amazing. Xin Feng jogged to catch up with the attendant. I'm telling the truth. This might really be a wild sturgeon. I'm a student at Beijing University. We covered this in my research class. Hearing the mention of Peking University, the attendant immediately stopped in his tracks. They turned to look into Xin Feng's arms. What they saw left them speechless. Holy crap. It really is a sturgeon. Look at the color of its scales, it's definitely wild. Student, this is a major discovery. I must report this to higher-ups immediately. One of them quickly pulled out his phone to make a call. Xin Feng felt a twinge of guilt. This fish got injured while being reeled in. Shouldn't you examine it? The other nodded and flipped open the gills for a look. It's fine. The wound isn't deep. Once we take it back and treat it to reduce the inflammation, it'll be fine. In a lake this vast, there's absolutely no way this is the only sturgeon. It seems our environmental conservation efforts in recent years have achieved tangible results, allowing sturgeon that vanished from northern waters nearly 2 decades ago to return. Both staff members were visibly excited. If this discovery proved true, they might just get promoted. From their tone, Xin Feng understood he was in the clear. Alright, in that case, I'll leave the fish with you. I'll go spend time with my wife and kids now so I don't hold up your work. Xin Feng handed the fish to them with both hands. The staff took it and nodded. Alright, thank you, young man. Xin Feng turned and ran toward Chu Yue, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Wei. The two staff members stood there, momentarily stunned. Wait. A Peking University student with a wife and kids? They looked toward Chu Yue, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Wei in the distance. No way. A Peking University student with kids this old, one murmured. Maybe they're graduate students. Oh, that makes sense then. But, even as a graduate student, having such a beautiful wife and child is still pretty enviable. Yeah. Xin Feng returned to Chu Yue's side. Chu Yue turned to him and asked, how are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. They said the fish just got a minor injury. It'll be fine after treatment. But Xiao Wei's unintentional action might cause a bit of a stir in the biological world. Looks like we won't be fishing today. Let's find a guest house and enjoy the scenery instead. Xin Feng said softly. Alright then. Xiaoyu and Xiao Wei looked a little disappointed. Xin Feng reached up and ruffled both their little heads. If you like fishing, next time Daddy will lease a pond just for you too. You can fish anywhere you want. Wow.
Is this what they mean by if you love her, lease her a fish pond? Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's eyes lit up. Xu Yue chuckled, folding her arms and shaking her head. That's such an old joke. Mom, a good joke isn't old if it works, said Xiao Yu. Xiao Wei nodded. Exactly. Exactly. Xin Feng chuckled at the two little ones wise beyond their years demeanor. All in all, today had been pretty good. Except for that guy from the Pei family. Xin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing toward the Maserati. Chapter 69, Kill That Bastard. Xin Feng, Zhu Yue, and the others sat on the grass for a while longer. They snacked on some treats and fruit, took in the scenery, and basked in the sun. Good times always fly by. Before long, it was noon. Xin Feng and Zhu Yue packed their things, carrying the fish, and found a nearby guesthouse halfway up the mountain. They borrowed the kitchen. Xin Feng steamed the mandarin fish, and they enjoyed lunch right there on the mountain, taking in the scenery. Afterward, they took a nap. After waking up, Xin Feng prepared the blackfish and soft-shell turtle, packed them into 2 lunchboxes, and took the elevator down the mountain. By the time they reached the parking lot, the Maserati had vanished. Xin Feng drove off with Zhu Yue, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Wei, heading toward the hospital to visit Zhu Yue's father. Pei Yujun was trapped inside the car for an entire day. It wasn't until the afternoon that a passerby discovered him and freed him. Furious, he called his bodyguard Lin Yong, retrieved surveillance footage from the scenic area, and identified Xin Feng's appearance. He then issued a reward notice. Find Xin Feng at any cost. Zhao Qian was idly scrolling through his phone when he spotted a reward notice in the Beijing Business Circle group chat. He looked at the photo and froze. This was Xin Feng. Wait, how many days had passed? Had he already crossed the second young master of the Pei family? Everyone knew the second young master of the Pei family was a living devil. Killing someone is like child's play to him. Zhao Qian immediately grabbed his phone and rushed over to Zhao Yun. Dad! Dad! Xin Feng is finished. Zhao Yun frowned in annoyance. You keep saying Xin Feng is finished, but he always ends up fine, doesn't he? Dad! This time Xin Feng is really finished. Look! Zhao Qian thrust his phone in front of Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun glanced at it and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Good son, you're right, this time Xin Feng really is finished. The one who ordered him to eliminate Xin Feng was the head of the third branch of the Pei family. The third branch's hospital had lost business to Qin Feng's hospital. The third branch didn't want to get involved themselves, forcing Zhao Yun to act instead to avoid stirring up trouble. This Pei Yujun, the second son of the second branch of the Pei family, cared not a whit about such things. For those who crossed him, whether fair or foul, he possessed countless ways to torment them. Zhao Yun gave a cold laugh. Create a fake account and send an anonymous message to Pei Yujun. Reveal Qin Feng's true identity to him. Remember, it must be anonymous. The third, second, and first branches of the Pei family had always been at odds. He certainly didn't want anyone to discover he was using the second branch to serve the third. When the Pei family's internal conflicts erupted, they would sacrifice him, the outsider, as a scapegoat. Pei Yujun searched for 2 full hours. Yet he found not a single trace of the person who had attacked him. Just as he was about to give up in frustration, an anonymous message popped up on his phone. He opened it and froze in surprise. Xin Feng, a student at Peking University. Owner of Qianda Plaza, owner of Runha Hospital. Pei Yujun snorted derisively. So you're just some small-time rich kid pretending to be low-key with your fancy S8? With such a measly fortune, you actually dared to lay a hand on me? You really think you're something special? Furious, Pei Yujun slammed the Fruit 18 phone in his hand onto the ground. The Fruit 18 shattered into pieces. Kill him for me. 2 men in black with knife scars on their faces stepped forward, hands clasped. Yes, second young master. Within a day, we guarantee to bring him before you. Then, however you wish him to die, you may do it yourself. The graceful figure of Zhu Yue flashed through Pei Yujun's mind. How he wanted him to die. Of course, he'd find 4 burly, dark-skinned men to toy with him to death right in front of his wife. Then, wouldn't his wife be scared into obeying him? Do whatever he pleased? And those 2 beautiful daughters of his raise them for a few years until they mature. He'd enjoy them first, then train them into concubines to be given away for connections. Perfect. Ha 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 ha. Pei Yujun laughed so hard he threw his head back, thoroughly enjoying his own fantasy. Xin Feng drove toward the hospital with Zhu Yue, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Wei. They were almost there. Suddenly, a car pulled over to the side of the road, its hazard lights flashing. A man got out and frantically waved at passers-by. It was clear something urgent had happened. Xin Feng pulled over and asked quietly, "What's going on?" The man was about 28, dressed plainly, with a handsome face. An elderly woman sat in the car, looking about 67 or 68, gasping for breath. "My car broke down, and my mother had a seizure. I called several taxis, but they're all stuck in traffic," the man explained anxiously. Xin Feng glanced at his watch. It was exactly 6 p.m. prime rush hour. Here on Yanjing's second ring road, traffic jams were par for the course. "I'm heading to Runha Hospital anyway.
If you trust me, put her in the passenger seat and I'll take her there. The man glanced into Qin Feng's car. With his wife and child in the back seat, the passenger seat was indeed the only available spot. Inside the car, his mother's breathing grew heavier. Gritting his teeth, the man said, "All right. I trust you." He opened the door, bent down, and lifted his mother horizontally, placing her in Qin Feng's passenger seat. Meanwhile, Qin Feng made a call to the hospital. "Director, I have a patient here 70 years old, cyanotic, struggling to breathe. Suspected coronary heart disease. Please arrange emergency admission. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. The man was taken aback. Qin Feng had diagnosed his mother's coronary heart disease attack based solely on her complexion. It seemed he'd been fortunate to encounter someone who was at least a department head level physician. He hung up. Qin Feng privately wrote a phone number on a sticky note and handed it to the man. "Here's my number. Contact me once you arrive at the hospital. I'll head over first." The man took the number and nodded. "All right. Thanks." Qin Feng floored the gas pedal and sped away. The man stood rooted to the spot, taking a deep breath. "May all the gods protect us. Please let my mom be okay." In the car, Xu Yue held on to Xiaoyu and Xiaowei, keeping quiet the entire way to avoid causing trouble for Qin Feng. The vehicle took the emergency lane and pulled up directly at the hospital entrance. As soon as it stopped, a stretcher was waiting by the door. Qin Feng parked the car and followed the doctors, who had been waiting for some time, as they wheeled the patient toward the emergency room. As they passed through the hospital entrance, Qin Feng glanced back at Xu Yue. Xu Yue returned his glance, signaling him to go ahead. She had the children covered. The elderly man was wheeled into the emergency room. Various tubes were inserted directly into his body, and numerous machines were hooked up to him. Only then did Qin Feng step back, relieved, to wait outside the emergency ward. Meanwhile, Xu Yue arrived with the two children, carrying a bowl of fish soup. She glanced inside. "How is he?" Qin Feng gave a faint smile. Judging by his current vital signs, he was brought to the hospital in time. "He should be fine now." "That's good news." Xu Yue exhaled in relief. Chapter 70, One in the Open, One in the Shadows. "You don't blame me for meddling, do you?" Qin Feng asked. "Of course not." That man looked like he was about to cry from worry. "Saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. How could I think you were meddling?" Xu Yue murmured. "After all, saving lives comes at such a high cost these days," Qin Feng remarked. Xu Yue chuckled. "It's fine. You've got some savings tucked away. But isn't there a saying that if you don't have savings, you shouldn't help the elderly? Well, if you have savings, then it's fine, right?" Qin Feng chuckled at Xu Yue's teasing. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei giggled along. "Dad looked so cool saving that person. Yeah, just like Superman, he was glowing all over." Qin Feng reached up and ruffled both their little heads. "Come on, let's go see Grandpa and Grandma." "Okay." Qin Feng and Xu Yue, each holding one little hand, walked toward the hospital room where Xu Yue's father was staying. After treatment, Chen Sheng's cancer cells had significantly decreased. Yet his complexion appeared more haggard than in recent days. The moment Xu Yue entered and saw Chen Sheng lying in bed, tears began to fall steadily down her cheeks. She hurriedly carried the fish soup and stepped forward. "Dad, what happened to you? How could you end up like this? Hadn't they said it was nothing in the early stages?" If she'd known it would be this taxing even then, she would have stayed by her father's side in the hospital every single moment. Chen Sheng hurriedly reassured her, "I'm fine. The cancer cells have decreased by more than half. Just 2 more treatments and they'll be completely gone. As for my body, it's definitely weaker than before, but the doctor said that once I'm fully recovered, with gradual rest and recuperation, I'll be able to regain my strength." "Yes, Yue, don't worry. It's okay. Don't be sad." Xu Feng followed softly, trying to comfort her. Xu Yue's lips trembled, unable to speak. Little Yu and Little Wei gathered around her, one on each side. "Grandpa, seeing you like this breaks Xiao Yu's heart." "Me too, Grandpa. I hope you get better soon." "Oh, my dear grandchildren, don't worry. Grandpa will get better." Chen Sheng reached out to pull the 2 little ones into his arms, but the 4 needle in his hand prevented him from lifting it. The 2 little ones immediately leaned down affectionately, resting their heads on the edge of Chen Sheng's hospital bed. His heart felt as sweet as honey. To have such a thoughtful daughter. And 2 such well-behaved, thoughtful little grandchildren. Even if death came for him now, he would die content. The atmosphere grew heavy for a moment. Qin Feng, who had stood silently nearby, stepped forward to offer comfort. "Dad's right. Cancer treatment does make you look weaker, but once the cancer cells are completely cleared, with gradual recuperation, you'll recover. Yue, Runha Hospital's medical skills are still reliable." "Exactly. Look at yourselves, acting like I'm about to die any minute." Chen Sheng's voice rose sharply. Xu Feng glared at him. Pa. Death? Death? What nonsense. Watch your mouth." Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei rolled their eyes and quickly picked up the 2 lunchboxes in their hands. "Grandpa."
Let's not talk about these gloomy things. Try the black fish soup and soft-shelled turtle soup Dad stewed for you. Mom and we caught these fish ourselves, wild, pure, and pollution-free. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei tilted their heads, their bright eyes crinkling as they spoke in their sweet, childish voices. Wow! Mom and Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei caught it? Then Grandpa will definitely eat every last bit, okay? Chen Sheng coaxed softly. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei replied in their sweet little voices, of course it is. The ward instantly filled with cheerful warmth. Chu Yue also composed herself, smiling gently as she unscrewed the lid of the lunchbox and served Chen Sheng a bowl. Dad, try Qin Feng's cooking. Chu Yue scooped a spoonful and held it to Chen Sheng's lips. Chen Sheng opened his mouth and took a sip. The soup was a creamy white, rich and savory on the palate, without a hint of fishiness, and carried a subtle milky fragrance. This cooking skill was absolutely on par with Mom Yue's. Wow, this son-in-law Qin Feng is truly remarkable. Once he recovers from this illness, I must urge him to marry Yue promptly, lest someone else beat us to it. Before long, the bowl of fish soup was emptied in no time. Just as Chen Sheng was about to broach the marriage topic with Qin Feng, Qin Feng's phone rang. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number, instantly guessing who it was. Dad, I'll step out to take this call. Qin Feng said to Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng nodded and said with a smile, go ahead. Qin Feng picked up his phone, walked toward the door, and pressed the answer button. Chen Sheng lowered his voice to remind Chu Yue. Yue, Qin Feng is such a catch. You'd better keep a tight grip on him. Look, he even went outside to take that call. Don't tell me. Chu Yue rolled her eyes in exasperation. Dad, relax. Qin Feng wouldn't do that. We rescued an old lady on our way to the hospital. It must be her son calling him. Qin Feng is actually so kind-hearted. It's truly rare a Peking University student, wealthy, a great cook, good-looking, and most importantly, kind. Yue, how about you find a time to register your marriage with Qin Feng first? Once I'm better, we'll hold the wedding immediately. Chen Sheng whispered. Xu Feng nodded in agreement. I agree. Qin Feng is so outstanding, you need to seize the moment and hold on tight. Xu Yue chuckled. Didn't you two oppose it before? That was before. Back then we didn't know Qin Feng, right? You need to act fast. Exactly. And ideally, before graduation, give us 2 granddaughters. Alright, I get it. Xu Yue quickly cut them off. Honestly, I'm speechless. Now they're even pushing for marriage. Qin Feng stepped into the hallway and pressed the answer button. Hello? How's my mom? Where is she now? Don't worry. Your mom is in the ER receiving emergency treatment. It's not serious. Just go to the ER and wait half an hour. We should have results soon. Alright. Thank you. Things were so urgent earlier I didn't get your name. May I ask your name, young man? No need to mention it. It was just a small favor. After saying that, Qin Feng hung up immediately. Pei Shang Yuan's car pulled into the hospital parking lot. He glanced at the call log and frowned slightly. Never mind. I'll find this person to thank them once mother recovers. Pei Shang Yuan tucked his phone away and stepped out of the car. He made his way to the emergency room. It was just as Qin Feng had said. After waiting half an hour, his mother was out of danger and wheeled out of the emergency room into a regular ward. Nothing serious. Pei Shang Yuan discreetly sent Qin Feng's license plate number to his subordinates, instructing them to find the driver and offer a generous reward. Qin Feng, Chu Yue, and little Yue stayed with Chen Sheng and Chu Feng for 2 hours. By the time night had fallen, Chen Sheng was exhausted and needed to rest. Qin Feng then took his leave with Chu Yue and the others, heading home. Qin Feng remained unaware. He had already been placed on the Pei family's most wanted list. One was in the open, the other in the shadows. Chapter 71, Where is my mother? Is she dead? The Zhao household. Old Master Zhao had also received word that Qin Feng was being hunted by the 3rd branch of the Pei family. He had intended to find a suitable opportunity to meet with Qin Feng and reveal his true origins. But now it seemed it had become necessary to bring it forward. Early the next morning. Sunday. Chu Yue was playing with the kids at home. Qin Feng drove to Qian de Plaza for a quick look around. Recently, Xiao Ai had overhauled Qian de Plaza's operational and management models. He wanted to see how the changes were being implemented and what results they had yielded. As his car exited the Ziyunji Villa complex and was about to merge onto the elevated highway, suddenly, several black vans suddenly surrounded his car. Qin Feng frowned slightly, slamming on the brakes until the car came to a halt by the roadside. Could it be? Was it the Maserati owner from the suburban parking lot coming after him? They sure moved fast. Qin Feng pulled open the glove compartment and retrieved a white gauze bandage, wrapping it around his left palm twice. Across the street, an elderly man with silver hair slicked back emerged from the lead black SUV, holding a black walking stick. Qin Feng's movements froze. His eyelashes fluttered and his heart clenched sharply. This is the patriarch of the Zhao family?
He had researched the Zhao family before, so he was familiar with their appearances. Though Zhao Qian and Zhao Yun were scum, the patriarch of the Zhao family was a man of stature. Qin Feng took a shallow breath, unwrapped the white gauze, tossed it into the drawer, opened the car door, stepped out, and walked toward the old patriarch. The old patriarch held his walking stick, a kind and benevolent smile spreading across his face.
Do you have a moment? Could we find somewhere to talk?
Sure. Qin Feng replied coldly. Old Master Zhao turned and returned to the car. The black fleet of business vehicles headed toward the suburbs. Qin Feng also got into his car and followed behind. Finally, the convoy came to a halt in front of a suburban villa. Old Master Zhao stepped out and stood at the villa's entrance, waiting quietly for Qin Feng. After parking his car, Qin Feng followed suit. Old Master Zhao walked ahead, Qin Feng followed behind.
Neither spoke a word. They walked into the villa like this. For some reason,
the moment he stepped inside, Qin Feng felt an inexplicable sense of peace. It was as if he had once lived here, and during that time, he had briefly known happiness. Old Master Zhao led him into the living room and sat down on the sofa. Then he gestured for Qin Feng to sit. Qin Feng took a seat across from him. Old Master Zhao snapped his fingers. Two maids brought in 2 cups of black tea, placed them before Old Master Zhao and Qin Feng, then withdrew. The two men looked at each other.
After a long pause,
Old Master Zhao finally spoke slowly, smiling, "This is where you were born. Your mother raised you here until you were 2 years old." Qin Feng's heart gave a jolt as he glanced around.
No wonder it felt familiar. This was where he was born.
Unfortunately, he had no memories from that time. Qin Feng, with your intelligence, you must have already figured out who I am.
Yes, grandfather.
Qin Feng grunted in acknowledgement. Old Master Zhao continued, "Your father is my good-for-nothing son."
Machem, I know that too. Qin Feng grunted again.
"I'm sorry. I'm the one who wronged you," Old Master Zhao said guiltily. Qin Feng remained expressionless.
You didn't wrong me.
It was Zhao Yun who wronged me. He abandoned me. Truthfully, he couldn't fathom why anyone would abandon their own flesh and blood. He felt no fatherly affection toward Zhao Yun. He was merely curious. Old Master Zhao noticed Qin Feng's confusion and continued speaking.
You already know that your father personally abandoned you at the orphanage, don't you? MHM. Qin Feng grunted. Ah. It's all my fault.
Back then, you showed extraordinary talent at such a young age, so I doted on you excessively. I even hinted at passing the position of head of the Zhao family directly to you. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that your father harbored resentment toward you, abandoning you and bringing home an adopted son he could control more easily. Old Master Zhao sighed heavily.
MHM. I understand. Qin Feng grunted. Though this explanation seemed absurd and laughable, it wasn't hard to grasp.
Power is something best kept firmly in one's own hands, as long as one remains alive.
What about my mother? Is she dead? Qin Feng asked.
The reason he'd agreed to come here with Old Master Zhao was not only to understand why Zhao Yun had abandoned him, but also to uncover the whereabouts of his biological mother. The system's review of his past had made no mention of this matter. Your mother. Old Master Zhao hesitated before continuing, "Truthfully, I don't know either.
All I know is that she fell into the water by accident and lost her memory.
Your father rescued her, and that's how they met and had you. When you were 3, one day she suddenly regained her memory and then vanished." Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he drew in a barely audible breath. So he had been abandoned first by his mother, then by his father. Qin Feng rose to his feet, his expression blank.
Thank you. I know everything I need to know now. I should be going.
Old Master Zhao hurriedly rose to his feet.
Feng. Qin Feng paused in his step. I won't return to the Zhao family. That's not what I meant. The third branch of the Pei family has issued a warrant for your arrest. If they find you, you're finished. You must flee. The farther you run, the better. The Peis are one of Yanjing's top 3 aristocratic families.
When they sneeze, the entire nation trembles 3 times.
You can't possibly fight them.
Old Master Zhao shouted.
The third branch of the Pei family?
That's the owner of the Maserati. They still haven't found out who he is.
Looks like he's useless too. Alright, I understand. Qin Feng nodded. Thanks. With that, he turned and walked away from the villa without looking back.
Old Master Zhao's eyes welled up with tears. His Feng would never return to the Zhao family, never again. But perhaps it was for the best.
The Zhao family was unworthy. Zhao Yun was unworthy.
The Zhao family was unworthy of such a fine descendant, and Zhao Yun was unworthy of such a fine son. Qin Feng strode out of the villa, pulled out his phone, and called Xiao AI.
Within a second, Xiao AI answered. Esteemed owner, how may I assist you?
Activate the villa's comprehensive anti-intrusion and anti-hacking security system immediately.
Protect my wife and daughter. Yes.
Xiao AI responded mechanically, initiating the villa's intelligent anti-intrusion and anti-hacking security system.
Activation successful. Rest assured, Mr. Homeowner. Xiao AI will fully protect your family's safety. Good. I'll head back immediately.
Xin Feng got into his car, pressed the one-touch start button, and sped towards Ziyunji. Meanwhile, Pei Xiangyuan had also uncovered Qin Feng's identity. He discovered that Third Prince Pei Yujun had dispatched a large contingent of assassins heading toward the villa where Qin Feng resided. Pei Xiangyuan immediately made a call, dispatching triple the number of bodyguards to the villa where Qin Feng resided.
Chapter 72. This villa actually has weapon protection.
Although Xiao AI was present, Qin Feng still felt uneasy, doubling his usual driving speed.
It was the weekend.
Xu Yuwei had the rare luxury of sleeping in. She slept until 9 a.m. before being roused from bed by Xiaoyu and Xiaowei. The kindergarten had assigned a parent-child project. Parents needed to help their children create a miniature garden on paper using modeling clay.
Xu Yuwei rose lazily.
Her seaweed-like waves cascaded down her back as she yawned and stretched.
Isn't Auntie Xiao AI here? Why didn't you ask her to help? She'd definitely make it prettier than I could.
Xiaoyu and Xiaowei each grabbed one of Xu Yuwei's arms. The two exchanged a glance, looking somewhat helpless.
Mom, just get up and take a look. You'll see why.
Xu Yuwei. She followed the two little ones into the living room. On the living room table sat a sheet of A8 paper. Upon it rested a miniature garden crafted from modeling clay, a microsculpture.
Within the garden bloomed tulips, roses, lilies, evening primroses, hydrangeas, and countless other flowers.
Among them played tiny figures of a kitten, a bunny, a puppy, and miniature versions of Xiaoyu and Xiaowei. This wasn't just a kindergarten craft project. It was an artistic masterpiece. Xu Yuwei twitched her lips.
It seemed AI truly couldn't replace humans after all.
Xiaoyu and Xiaowei shrugged.
Now you see why we asked you to help with our crafts, right, Mommy? Mei Chem, I get it.
Xu Yuwei nodded. Wait a moment, I'll freshen up, have breakfast, and then come help you.
Okay.
Xiaoyu and Xiaowei obediently agreed. Xu Yuwei changed into a white dress, her hair softly cascading down her back. She wore no makeup, but having slept in, her skin glowed with a freshness so radiant it seemed almost dewy.
After a light breakfast,
Xu Yuwei made her way to the living room. She suddenly noticed that the villa felt different today. All the curtains were drawn across every window. And they weren't just sheer curtains. They were blackout curtains. This meant nothing could be seen from outside, nor could anyone see out from inside.
Xiao AI, what's with these curtains?
Xu Yuwei called out to Xiao AI. Xiao AI patiently explained, the owner went out to inspect Shen de Plaza today. Since he's not home, he must be concerned about your safety, so he asked me to activate the whole house smart security system.
Xu Yuwei smiled faintly.
So that's why. Qin Feng was truly cautious. But a man like that truly gives one a sense of complete security.
Xu Yuwei's cheeks flushed slightly as her heart fluttered.
She shook her head slightly, dismissing the thought, and sat down on the sofa to play with Xiaoyu and Xiaowei, molding space clay. Pei Yujun's men had already arrived outside the villa compound's gates.
A total of 80 black pickup vans.
They drove through the villa complex gates. The security guards attempted to intervene but, seeing the imposing convoy, quickly retreated indoors to call the police.
But then,
they discovered their phones had no signal. He tried using the landline phone, but it only gave a busy signal. He then tried to report it online via computer, only to find the computer had no internet connection either. The entire Ziyunji villa complex had its signals jammed. The security guard cowered in the guard booth, trembling in fear. You must understand that those who reside in Ziyunji are either wealthy or noble.
No one dared cause trouble in Ziyunji. Unless, of course, the troublemaker is even wealthier and more powerful than the residents of Ziyunji.
That would only be the top-tier bigwigs in the capital's elite circles. A man in black emerged from a black pickup truck, pulled an AK-47 from his pocket, and pointed it at the security guard. A cigarette dangling from his lips, he declared arrogantly, "Don't worry. Just stay put inside and keep quiet. We won't cause you any trouble. Our target is the owner of Building A8. Once we're done, we'll clean up thoroughly. We won't make things difficult for you.
Thank you, thank you. I promise not to make a sound."
The security guard bowed repeatedly in fear, pleading for mercy.
Ha 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 ha.
Feng Xiao, the leader, burst into loud laughter.
What a useless piece of trash. And he's supposed to be a security guard?
Feng Xiao led his men on toward Building A8. Other households in the villa district, witnessing this commotion, hurried back indoors, bolting their doors shut, too afraid to venture out. Feng Xiao raised an eyebrow at the villa before him. They actually had some sense of caution. They'd even drawn the curtains. This made it impossible to locate any targets.
But, so what?
A machine gun sweep across the doors and windows would take out most of them. If that didn't work, he'd simply break down the door and finish them off inside. Feng Xiao raised his hand. Instantly, the convoy encircled the villa. Windows rolled down, each revealing a machine gun barrel aimed at the villa's doors and windows.
Feng Xiao's hand swept downward. The machine guns immediately opened fire. Bang! Bang! Bang!
A look of complete control spread across Feng Xiao's face.
Suddenly,
The bullets fired ricocheted wildly upon striking the doors and windows, by Yubi rebounding in the opposite direction toward Feng Zhao's men. Caught completely off guard, they let out agonized screams. Ah! Some were hit in the arms, some in the shoulder blades, and some in the legs. Feng Zhao even got hit in the hat. He frantically pulled off his hat, revealing a bald, shiny head. He raised his hand to touch it. A streak of bright red stained his palm. Ah! He scrambled into the nearest car and rolled up all the windows. Fortunately, the windows were bulletproof. The ricocheting bullets were once again kept at bay. By a hair's breadth. Had the bullet that struck his hat moved just 1 centimeter lower, he would have been dead. Inside the villa. Xiao Ai raised her hand and pressed the villa's multimedia button. A cheerful, melodious children's song filled the villa. Mommy always tells me, Mommy and Daddy love me most. But I never understood what love really is. If you love me, give me a kiss. If you love me, give me a hug. If you love me. Outside the villa. Boss Feng, this villa is fully bulletproof. What do we do now? The subordinates pulled out their walkie-talkies and asked Feng Zhao, who was hiding inside the car. Feng Zhao snorted coldly, cowards. What are you afraid of? So it's bulletproof? Surround it. Shoot at the keyholes on the doors and windows. Break the locks and we'll get inside. Yes, sir. The subordinates responded in unison. Once all the bullets outside had ricocheted and fallen to the ground, they slowly pulled open the car doors, shouldered their rifles, and cautiously advanced toward the villa. Red dots appeared in Xiao Ai's mind, closing in on the villa. She immediately raised her hand and pressed another button on the wall. Instantly, gun barrels extended from the villa's exterior walls, firing at the encroaching group. Feng Zhao's men gasped in shock. Guns! It's guns! This villa is actually fortified with weapons. Terrified, they immediately turned and ran back to their vehicles. Chapter 73, Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. But it was too late. With the sound of bang, bang, gunfire, bolts of electricity shot toward them. Zzzzzzz. Everyone was instantly immobilized by the electric current, their bodies convulsing violently. Feng Zhao shuddered in terror and clutched his subordinate beside him. Terrifying. Terrifying. Over the years, he'd been on countless missions, but this was the first time he'd ever seen such a terrifying defense mechanism. Clearly, the owner of this villa possessed the capability to replace these electric guns with real firearms. Imagine if those electric guns had been real in that instant, his entire team would have been lying in a pool of blood. Under such overwhelming gunfire, his so-called bulletproof vehicle would inevitably be pierced through. He himself would have been killed. It was utterly terrifying. Feng Zhao was so terrified tears streamed down his face as he clutched his subordinate's hand even tighter. Inside the villa. If you love me, give me a kiss. If you love me, hold me tight. If you love me, kiss me. If you love me, hold me. What is love? Meanwhile, Pei Shangyuan's men arrived late. Upon arriving outside the villa, Feng Shi saw the security guard shivering in the guardhouse and the cars parked in a circle. His expression grew slightly solemn. Feng Zhao was Feng Shi's older brother. Feng Shi knew his elder brother's methods all too well. The person he was tasked with protecting this time. Just then, Pei Shangyuan's call came through. Feng Shi glanced at the screen, picked up the phone, and pressed the answer button. Young master. Feng Shi called out with a hint of apology in his voice. Pei Shangyuan frowned. What's wrong? Have you arrived yet? We may be a step behind. The third branch's men are already all present. But rest assured, if there are any survivors, we will spare no effort to ensure their safety. Feng Shi's voice rose, firm and resolute. Pei Shangyuan's heart sank. What? All right, I understand. Keep me informed of any new developments. Yes. Feng Shi hung up and accelerated deeper into the villa district. Pei Shangyuan's grip on the phone tightened unconsciously. The third family had always acted with ruthless decisiveness. But since they'd never encroached on his interests, he'd never intervened. If his benefactor truly died because of the third branch this time, then the Pei family deserved a thorough purge. Pei Shangyuan narrowed his eyes. As Feng Shi's motorcade approached Qin Feng's villa, stunned by the scene before him, Feng Zhao's men lay sprawled on the ground, their fates unknown. Feng Zhao, hiding inside the car, wept uncontrollably. Spotting Feng Shi approaching, he immediately pleaded for help. Brother! Save me! Quick, save me! Wah! This is terrifying. The villa's security system is terrifying. Save me, brother! I don't want to die. Feng Shi stared in utter shock. What? There was actually an anti-intrusion mechanism in Yanjing? Could it really evade Feng Zhao's ruthless purge? And judging by the situation, Feng Zhao hadn't gained anything from it. Qin Feng's car slowly pulled in from outside. Seeing the scene before him, he too was taken aback. He had expected the Pei family, with their resources, to send a large contingent. But this was excessive, wasn't it? Nearly 150 vehicles in total. Was that really necessary? Still, it seemed Xiao Ai's anti-riot system was quite reliable. Even with over 150 vehicles full of assassins, they hadn't gained the slightest advantage. Xin Feng bent down and activated the anti-riot system on his damning S8. The body and windows instantly rose with a layer of armor like protective shielding, then the car drove boldly toward his own courtyard. As it passed Feng Shi's car, Feng Shi recognized Qin Feng at a glance. He urgently shouted at Qin Feng, "Mr. Qin, I'm with Pei Shang Yuan, the eldest son of the main branch of the Pei family." Qin Feng shot him a cold glance through the window, ignoring him. Feng Shi shouted again urgently. "You took our eldest master's mother to the hospital yesterday. We're here to protect you, sent by the eldest master. Don't misunderstand, we're not aligned with the third branch." "The eldest branch of the Pei family?" Qin Feng slowed the car, raising an eyebrow. The Pei family was divided into 3 branches. The first branch lives in seclusion, the second branch engages in commerce, and the third branch is involved in organized crime. But if my guess is right, the first branch's peacefulness is only superficial. Behind the scenes, all 3 branches are likely involved. Moreover, the members of the third branch aren't actually cousins. They share the same father, who married 3 wives. The eldest branch's mother was his first wife, the second branch's mother was Old Master Pei's secretary, and the third branch's mother was Old Master Pei's caregiver. Who would have thought that by casually saving someone, he ended up saving the eldest branch of the Pei family? Seems he's caught the good luck charm vibe from Xiaoyu and Xiaowei. Very well. Then please inform your eldest master that I'd like to arrange a tea meeting with him when he's available. Qin Feng called out to Feng Shi. Feng Shi immediately beamed with delight. "Certainly. Our young master will be absolutely delighted." "Please handle those men for me," Qin Feng requested softly, "so they don't frighten my wife and children again." Qin Feng said softly. "Yes, sir." Feng Shi responded. Qin Feng started the car again and drove toward the villa. It automatically descended into the basement level, entered the underground garage, and then ascended to the ground floor. From afar, he could hear Xiaoyu and Xiaowei showering Chu Yue with flattery. "Wow! Mommy's so amazing. This little flower you made is so pretty. But, this is a tree. Wow! Mom's so talented. This tree you made is so pretty." Qin Feng chuckled, shaking his head as he hurried over. On the table sat 2 creations. One was worthy of an art master. The other was just a lump. "What are you 2 doing? Why are you so happy?" Qin Feng walked over and ruffled the little one's hair. Chu Yue heard the sound, lifted her head, and instantly lunged toward Qin Feng as if she'd spotted a savior. Qin Feng opened his arms wide. Chu Yue flung herself into his embrace. "Husband, I'm so glad you're back. This kindergarten craft project is too hard. I can't do it. Please help me." Wah. Hearing Chu Yue's whiny tone, Qin Feng's heart nearly melted. He gently patted her back. "All right, let me take a look." Chu Yue nodded obediently and stepped aside. Qin Feng walked over, sat down at the coffee table, took out a new sheet of A8 paper, searched for an online image on his phone, grabbed a lump of modeling clay, and got to work. Outside the villa, all the villa's electric fences had been retracted. Feng Shi got out of the car and inspected the group lying on the ground, lifeless as corpses. They were all electrocuted, unconscious, not dead. Feng Shi yanked open Feng Zhao's car door. Feng Zhao, terrified, immediately locked himself inside. "I'm not getting out. What if they start shooting again once I'm out? I'm not getting out. Qin Feng ordered me to clear you out. Are you leaving? If you don't, and you scare his wife and kids, those guns might not be stun guns anymore," Feng Shi said coldly. Feng Zhao screamed in terror. "I'll go. I'll go. I'm leaving right now." With that, Feng Zhao started the car and sped off, abandoning his henchmen without a second thought. Feng Shi shook his head in exasperation. He'd warned Feng Zhao about the third branch of the Pei family being unreliable, but Feng Zhao insisted on siding with them. Now he'd finally hit a brick wall. Chapter 74, Qin Feng shocks the entire villa district. Feng Shi waved his hand. His men got out of the car and dragged away all of Feng Zhao's men who were lying on the ground. Black pickup trucks rolled out one after another. Moments later, communications and internet service throughout the entire Ziyunji complex were restored. The trembling security guard in the booth stood up, peering cautiously at the departing vehicles before letting out a heavy sigh of relief and collapsing back onto the floor. Qin Feng's neighbors quietly opened their windows, peering toward his residence. They now gazed at Qin Feng's residence as if it were a sacred site. This A8 unit must be home to a god. He had emerged unscathed from such a fierce siege. And without even showing his face? Investigate. We must investigate. Curiosity drove them, compelling them to discover who exactly lived in Building A8. They also marveled. They had made the right choice buying this place. With such extraordinary people in the neighborhood, they were absolutely safe living here. What they didn't know until they looked into it left them stunned. This extraordinary person turned out to be none other than the new principal of Ziyunji Kindergarten. Originally, their children attended Ziyunji Kindergarten, where the relentless competition had them running themselves ragged, leaving them exhausted and miserable. Yet even in their high positions, they dared not speak up. Because if they dared to complain, the former principal would label them as lacking taste, claim their child had poor foundational skills, and force them to withdraw all while keeping the tuition. It wasn't until the new principal took office that they discovered the kindergarten's former director had embezzled the funds. After taking office, the new principal reformulated the teaching plan, preserving China's holistic education while integrating Western elite education. So much so that their once rebellious sons and daughters now converse with them in spoken English when they come home. They even started making small inventions. They could even grasp business concepts like buying, selling, and turnover periods. Their parents were so delighted they nearly presented the new principal with a banner of appreciation. But then, this principal turned out to be their neighbor. Upon further investigation, they also discovered that Qin Feng was not only the principal of Ziyunji Kindergarten but also the new owner of Qian de Plaza in Shaoyang District. Moreover, within just 1 month, he turned Qian de Plaza from a loss-making venture into a profitable one. A true business miracle. Keep in mind that Qian de Squares nationwide had been operating at a loss for the past 2 years. Instantly, all the homeowners in the villa district were eager to catch a glimpse of Qin Feng. In their minds, they'd already imagined him as Chow Yun Fat's gambler persona. After finally finishing the craft project with Chu Yue, Qin Feng, exhausted with aching muscles, stood up, stretched his shins, and walked to the window. Noticing the curtains were still tightly drawn, he turned to Xiao Ai and said, "Everyone's gone now. You can deactivate the security system." "Yes, my dear owner." Xiao Ai smiled gently and reached out to press the switch panel on the wall. Ding! All the curtains in the house automatically slid open. Qin Feng's true form slowly revealed itself before the floor-to-ceiling windows. The entire villa community was stunned. No way! The principal of Ziyunji Kindergarten and owner of Qianda Plaza is this young? I thought it was Chow Yun Fat, but you're telling me it's Zhao Enjuan? And he looks like he's 20. He's way too young. So handsome. Wonder if he has a girlfriend. Could I marry my daughter to him? No way. With that face and that aura, I feel like I'm falling for him myself. The property owners were all going crazy over Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained completely unaware of all this. He lifted his hand to adjust his glasses slightly, then turned to Xiao Ai with a puzzled look. The whole house security system still needs to be manually turned on and off? Xiao Ai replied with a polite smile, "No, I can control it directly with my mind. It's just, this way feels more ceremonial." Qin Feng swayed slightly, reaching out to steady himself against the wall. Fair enough. That makes sense. Only then did the homeowners notice Xiao Ai standing beside Qin Feng. The thing was, this Xiao Ai, whether in figure or appearance, looked absolutely top-tier, flawless. Instantly, the crowd murmured with regret. Who knew you had a partner already? And she looks so amazing too. Ah. But it makes sense, Qin Feng is so outstanding. As the saying goes, great men always get snatched up early. Looks like I can't marry my daughter off to him now. Me neither. Chu Yue overheard Qin Feng and Xiao Ai's conversation, stood up in confusion, and walked toward Qin Feng. What? Did something happen outside just now? A speck of space dust clung to Chu Yue's hair. Qin Feng smiled gently as he brushed off the space dust. Nothing much, just some minor nuisances. They've been dealt with. Oh, so they won't come back? Chu Yue asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Xiao Ai also smiled gently at Chu Yue. Don't worry, mistress. Although the full house protection system has been deactivated, the basic security measures remain active. Should any strangers approach, the full house protection system will automatically reactivate. So, it's perfectly safe. Chu Yue beamed. I see. The villa residents were stunned once more. Damn it. Another one. This new partner is the perfect blend of innocence and beauty. If you had to pick a female celebrity to compare her to, it'd be 18-year-old Lui Fei. She's breathtakingly beautiful. I don't know whether to envy them or envy Qin Feng. And their relationship seems really solid. Of course. With enough money and talent, it's only natural for a harem to get along well, right? Unfortunately, Qin Feng couldn't hear their conversation. Otherwise, he would have sternly explained to them that Xiao Ai was a robot, and the only true love in his heart belonged solely to Chu Yue. Meanwhile, Pei Shangyuan waited for a long time but never received Feng Shi's call. He understood deep down. Qin Feng was likely in grave danger. Just then, Pei Yujun approached from across the street. Pei Shangyuan gripped his phone tightly, yanked open the car door, and abruptly jumped out. He took 3 steps in 2 strides, rushing toward him. Then he raised his fist and slammed it hard into his face. Pei Yujun's face jerked to the side from the blow. A metallic taste filled his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his hand to cover his face, seething with anger. Brother, what are you doing? How dare you hit me? What am I doing? You should ask yourself what you've been doing. Pei Shangyuan growled through gritted teeth. Pei Yujun froze, his mind racing through his recent actions. Could it be that the person he'd planted in his brother's company had been discovered? Or had his scheme to secretly swap the eldest wife's jewels for fakes been uncovered?
Or had his forced advances on the younger brother's maid been discovered? Chapter 75 Yenjing's power structure is about to be reshuffled. After racking his brain for a long time, Pei Yujun still couldn't figure out what it was all about. Seeing his expression, Pei Xiangyuan couldn't help but grab him by the collar and punch him again. Put.
Pei Yujun spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground.
Brother! What?
Before Pei Yujun could finish speaking, Pei Xiangyuan swung his leg up and delivered another brutal kick, slamming it hard into Pei Yujun's stomach.
Arg!
Pei Yujun clutched his stomach in agony, his eyes nearly bulging from the pain.
But the next second, Pei Xiangyuan kicked him square in the face, sending him flying backward.
Pei Xiangyuan had forgotten how many years it had been since he last laid hands on someone himself. This time, he held nothing back, kicking with unrestrained, satisfying force. At first, Pei Yujun could still scream in agony, but soon he was barely clinging to life, hanging on by a thread.
Just then, Pei Xiangyuan's phone rang.
Having just finished a strenuous beating, Pei Xiangyuan raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, catching his breath before picking up the phone and pressing the answer button. "Young master, I couldn't get through earlier.
I wanted to tell you. I already know. The Qin Feng family was wiped out, right?" Pei Xiangyuan took a deep breath and closed his eyes in sorrow.
Lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, Pei Yujun finally understood why his older brother had beaten him.
So it was all about that Qin Feng? Was Qin Feng some kind of formidable figure? That he could make his older brother who never meddled in affairs personally beat him up for him?
Before Pei Yujun could process it, he lost consciousness. Feng Shi clarified, "No, Qin Feng is perfectly fine. It was Feng Zhao's men who were all electrocuted by the defense system at Qin Feng's villa. If Qin Feng hadn't shown mercy, Feng Zhao's men would likely all be dead. Young master, you really should upgrade that old phone of yours.
It keeps losing signal and you can't get calls through. And also..."
Feng Shi droned on and on from the other end.
But Pei Xiangyuan couldn't hear a word.
His eyes were bloodshot and his hand trembled as he clutched the phone.
Wonderful. Qin Feng is okay. His benefactor, Qin Feng, is okay. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Wait, Feng Zhao's men couldn't even handle Qin Feng? This guy is something else.
Pei Xiangyuan's brow furrowed slightly.
It seems Yenjing is about to undergo a major shakeup. Young master. Young master? Are you alright?
Feng Shi shouted when Pei Xiangyuan stopped responding.
Pei Xiangyuan snapped back to reality. "I'm fine." Hanging up.
Pei Xiangyuan ended the call, tucked his phone away, and looked down at Pei Yujun, who lay sprawled on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth.
Pei Yujun flinched under that gaze, stumbling backward.
He hadn't heard Feng Shi's conversation and assumed Qin Feng had likely been silenced by Feng Xiao. Terrified, he cried out to Pei Xiangyuan, "Big brother, I didn't know Qin Feng was your man.
I was wrong. If I'd known he was yours, I never would have gone after him. Big brother, please spare me. I beg you."
Pei Xiangyuan rubbed his wrist.
Direct physical combat was too exhausting.
He hooked his fingers under the belt at his waist, slowly drew it out, then raised his wrist to continue lashing at Pei Yujun.
Ah! Ah! Pei Yujun writhed in agony on the ground.
Inside a villa, a woman who looked remarkably well preserved, appearing only 37 or 38, rushed out. She quickly shielded Pei Yujun, who was nearly beaten to death. In her haste to shield him, her arm took a hard blow.
"Pei Xiangyuan! Have you lost your mind? Do you want to beat your brother to death?" Zhao Anna yelled at Pei Xiangyuan.
She was the third wife of the Pei family, originally a young nurse sent by the second wife to care for Pei's father. To prevent her from seducing the patriarch, the second wife deliberately chose someone uneducated, plain-looking, and average-figured. But Pei father, even in his old age, wasn't picky. Youth was enough. During his illness, he had an affair with Zhao Anna and even got her pregnant with Pei Yujun. Pei Xiangyuan wrapped his belt around his wrist, loop by loop, gazing coldly at Zhao Anna.
"My brother? He's not worthy. I advise you both to keep your heads down from now on. Otherwise, this Pei household won't be your home anymore."
Pei Xiangyuan snorted coldly and turned to leave.
Zhao Anna trembled with rage, but anger couldn't wait.
She hurriedly looked at Pei Yujun in her arms.
"Jun, are you okay? Jun."
Pei Yujun struggled to open his eyes, glancing weakly at Zhao Anna.
I'm dying, Mom. Hurry and call the doctor. I'm dying." With that, Pei Yujun collapsed into Zhao Anna's arms and passed out. The second wife stood above, observing the scene unfold.
A faint smile curved her lips. She lowered the curtain and turned to the man seated on the sofa, her voice soft. "This Qin Feng is quite the character. He provoked you not long ago, and now he's crossed the third wife. Yet the first wife still holds him in high regard. For 10 years, the first wife never made a move, but this time, she's let him take direct action." On the sofa, Pei Xiangyuan raised an eyebrow in displeasure.
"Mom! Why are you bringing this up? He's ruined my hospital's operations.
I want him dead. It has nothing to do with the third branch."
"Of course I know that. What I mean is, since the third branch and this Qin Feng are at odds now, why not leverage the third branch?
Madame Zhu Jinyan of the second branch smiled even more sinisterly, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes crinkling together.
Pei Zhengyuan nodded. You're right. Then I'll leave this matter to you, Mom. Back when Zhao Anna became pregnant, first wife Yuan Qingqiu was devastated, her health deteriorating rapidly. She clenched her teeth and forbade Zhao Anna from setting foot in the house. This deeply displeased the head of the Pei family, Pei Haotian. Zhu Jinyan seized the opportunity to advise Pei Haotian, first, send Zhao Anna away under the pretense of care. Once she gave birth, bring her back. By then, Yuan Qingqiu would have no choice but to accept her. Later, Zhao Anna smoothly entered the household, while Yuan Qingqiu devoted herself to spiritual cultivation at home, withdrawing from worldly affairs. For this, Zhao Anna felt profound gratitude toward Zhu Jinyan, always regarding her as a dear elder sister. Zhu Jinyan flashed a smile at Pei Zhengyuan, using Zhao Anna? That's a piece of cake. Just watch. Moments later, Zhu Jinyan emerged from the villa with her people, rushing to Zhao Anna's side with feigned shock. What happened? How did you get so badly injured? Second sister, you've come just in time. Please help me get Junjun to the hospital. Zhao Anna cried. What hospital? I have my own family doctor. Quickly, carry third young master to my room. Zhu Jinyan waved her hand. The bodyguards swiftly moved forward, lifting the unconscious Pei Yujun off the ground and carrying him toward the second villa in the Pei family compound. In no time, Pei Yujun had tubes inserted into his body. The family doctor removed his mask and said, thankfully, it's just superficial injuries. He'll be fine with some rest. Wah, it's this bad, how could it be just superficial injuries? Take another good look, Zhao Anna whispered. Chapter 76, Three parties simultaneously invite Qin Feng. The family doctor looked at Zhu Jinyan with a moment of hesitation. Zhu Jinyan pulled Zhao Anna close, patted her hand, and soothed her softly, Anna, don't worry. This doctor was specially recruited from Germany at a high salary. If he says it's fine, then it's fine. Besides, you know the young master has some martial arts skills. He knows where to strike without damaging bones or internal organs. Why would he do that? He's gone too far. Zhao Anna cried out. Zhu Jinyan waved her hand dismissively. The family doctor bowed slightly and withdrew. She tightened her grip on Zhao Anna's hand and sighed. It's all because Junjun is too outstanding. He's taken the master's money and expanded the business everywhere. These past years, the master has favored him so much. Who knows? Maybe one day Junjun will even inherit the headship of this household. Of course the eldest master can't stand seeing that. Zhao Anna's face twisted with fury. No matter how outstanding my Junjun is, he never once aspired to be the head of the family. Besides, if we're talking about excellence, it's definitely the second young master, born to his mother, who stands out. He has connections in both officialdom and commerce. The position of head of the family naturally belongs to him. What else does the main branch have besides all those temples and Taoist shrines they've invested in? I reckon the eldest son will end up just like his mother, becoming a Taoist priest. Shu, keep your voice down. Don't let the main branch hear you. It'll only make them lose their composure, and that won't be good for your Junjun. Zhu Jinyan lowered her voice to warn. Zhao Anna only grew angrier, so what if it's bad? I'm not afraid of them. I'm going straight to the master now to demand justice for our Junjun. She wiped her tears clean with a raised hand, then clasped Zhu Jinyan's hand tightly. Sister, please look after Junjun for me. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. I've watched Junjun grow up since he was little. He's like my own child. With me here, everything will be fine. Zhu Jinyan said softly. Zhao Anna trusted her completely, her mind at ease as she turned and strode out. As soon as Zhao Anna left, Zhu Jinyan narrowed her eyes at the figure on the bed. She swiftly adjusted the fore drip to its maximum flow rate. Pei Yujun's hand immediately swelled up like a balloon. Zhao Anna ran all the way to the main villa, crying and shouting. Just as she was about to enter Pei Haotian's room, the bodyguard at the door stopped her. Third madam, the young master is inside. You'll need to wait a moment before entering. Zhao Anna's brow furrowed. So that's how it is, Pei Shangyuan. He went to see the old man first. Afraid I'd go complain, huh? Oomph. So what if you beat me to the old man? I'll still make sure he stands up for Junjun. Moments later, Pei Shangyuan emerged from inside. Zhao Anna intended to confront him, but Pei Shangyuan didn't even spare her a glance as he strode away. Zhao Anna was left speechless, her pride stung. Zhao Anna took a deep breath and strode toward the house. Pei Haotian appeared well preserved, looking to be about 60 years old. Master! Zhao Anna cried out tearfully, throwing herself at his feet. Pei Haotian frowned slightly. What happened? Master, the eldest young master beat Junjun so badly, there's not a single spot left on his body that isn't bruised. He looks like he's about to die. Zhao Anna began sobbing uncontrollably. A hint of surprise flashed across Pei Haotian's face. His eldest son had always been emotionless, neither joyful nor sorrowful.
though he had secretly managed the Pei family's businesses these past years and done quite well. But he still worried that this emotionless disposition might lead him to retreat into monastic life after his mother passed away. Yet today, he had actually laid hands on Junjun? Didn't that prove he wasn't truly emotionless but merely concealed his feelings? For a moment, Pei Haotian felt a surge of unexpected joy. Oh? Is that so? Then do you know why Xiang Yuan attacked Junjun? Pei Haotian asked. Zhao Anna's sobs faltered as she replied softly, I overheard bits of the conversation between the eldest young master and Junjun. It seemed to be because Junjun had crossed someone named Qin Feng. Qin Feng? Very well, I understand. You may leave now. I'll have someone transfer 80 million to your card shortly. Make sure Junjun gets proper care to recover. Pei Haotian said in a deep voice. 800 million. Upon hearing the figure, Zhao Anna's expression nearly slipped. Over the years, Zhao Anna and Pei Yujun had never directly handled the Pei family's business affairs. The so-called ventures Pei Yujun managed were merely small-scale schemes funded by the money from old Master Pei, barely turning a profit. 80 million yuan was a substantial sum to Zhao Anna. Thank you, Master. You're so kind. Zhao Anna wiped away her tears and knelt beside Pei Haotian. Master, let me massage your legs. Pei Haotian placed his leg on Zhao Anna's lap. Zhao Anna massaged his legs with varying pressure, lightly at times, firmly at others. Pei Haotian closed his eyes in blissful relaxation, leaning back into the lambskin armchair. Qin Feng. In a couple of days, it would be the Yinjing Chamber of Commerce event. He should invite him along to see what kind of person he is. The man who could make his eldest son lose control. Pei Xiangyuan returned to his villa. In his mind, he recalled the scene of Zhao Anna seeking out the old man. If his guess was correct, she must have gone to complain to the old man. The old man, who doted on that useless third son, might actually take action against Qin Feng for the sake of the third son. No, he must find an opportunity to introduce Qin Feng to the old man. The old man had always valued talent. Once he recognized Qin Feng's talent, he would surely cherish him. Got it. In a couple of days, the Yinjing Chamber of Commerce gathering will take place. Every prominent merchant in Yinjing will be there. Why not send Qin Feng an invitation and have him attend as well? Zhao Anna returned from meeting with old Master Qin. Xu Jinyan hurried over, grabbing Zhao Anna's hand and asking, what did the old master say? The old master didn't say much. He just mentioned he'd transfer 80 million to me shortly, telling me to focus on properly treating Junjun's health, Zhao Anna replied. Xu Jinyan frowned in annoyance. She couldn't tell if Zhao Anna was genuinely clueless or just playing dumb. Did he mention anything about the eldest young master? Or about Qin Feng? Xu Jinyan pressed. Zhao Anna shook her head. The old man didn't say. He just mentioned he knew. But since he dotes on Junjun so much, he'll definitely make the young master and Qin Feng pay for what they did to Junjun. Zhao Anna was utterly confident. Xu Jinyan was at a loss for words. No, it seemed she still needed to give the third branch a push. The Yinjing Chamber of Commerce event is in a couple of days. Why don't you get an invitation for that Qin Feng? The gathering will be full of influential figures. Qin Feng has no background, no real power. Dealing with him will be a piece of cake, right? With so many powerful figures present, the eldest master wouldn't dare embarrass the Pei family by protecting an outsider. Zhao Anna clenched her fist and slammed it into her palm. Sis, you're absolutely right. But I don't have a chamber invitation either. Xu Jinyan was filled with regret, unbearable regret. She should have hired a nurse with at least a modicum of intelligence back then. At the very least, communicating wouldn't be this difficult. Chapter 77, President of the Capital Circle Chamber of Commerce. Suppressing her disgust, Xu Jinyan pressed Zhao Anna's hand and soothed her. Don't worry, I have the invitation. Just write your name on it and send it anonymously to this Qin Feng. Make sure you get the name and address right. Xu Jinyan said with a smile. Zhao Anna clasped Xu Jinyan's hand in return, beaming with delight. That's absolutely wonderful. Forget it, I'll just mail it for you myself. No need to trouble you. Flattered by Zhao Anna's praise, Xu Jinyan felt a pang of fear she'd completely botched this task. Perfect. That's absolutely the best solution. Zhao Anna beamed like a flower. Xu Jinyan stood up. I'll be going then. Late at night. Qin Feng personally cooked the family's favorite dishes, and they were enjoying the meal. The doorbell rang. Qin Feng glanced warily at Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai stood at the doorway, her eyes clicking mechanically as they turned. The image outside the door projected onto the wall through her eyes. After facial recognition analysis, this person is just an ordinary delivery driver. Safe. Go check it out, Qin Feng said. Xiao Ai opened the door. The delivery person pulled a letter from the delivery box. Here you go, your delivery. Thanks, have a safe trip, kind soul. Xiao Ai took the letter and said with a smile. The delivery person felt a tingle in his heart at her smile. This person is so strange. He quickly closed the delivery box, shook his head, and turned to leave.
Xiao Ai held the letter, turned, and entered the villa. She closed the door, then handed the letter to Qin Feng. Master, it's a letter. Qin Feng took it and tore open the envelope. Inside was a red invitation with gold foil lettering. Opening it, he read, Dear Mr. Qin Feng, due to the outstanding performance of your enterprise, it has met the requirements of our Beijing business circle. We cordially invite you to attend this business networking reception. Location, Versailles Hotel, Golden Hall. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating a random task. Your wife, like you, graduated from Jingda University. However, due to long-term childcare responsibilities, she has been unable to work. Seeing you head out to another networking event as usual, she asked you with both envy and trepidation if she could accompany you. You harshly rejected her, disdaining the lingering smell of cooking grease and breast milk that clung to her from staying home with the children. She was deeply hurt, cried for a long time, and developed serious psychological issues. If you love her, prioritize her mental health, please take her to a cocktail party. Completion reward, President of the Jinquan Chamber of Commerce. Qin Feng frowned deeply. The version of himself described by the system was becoming increasingly absurd. Taking his wife to a cocktail party? He would never refuse that. He now suspected that the person the system described was actually Qin Feng from another timeline. Daddy? What's wrong? Asked Xiaoyu. Yeah, Dad, why are you just standing there after getting that delivery? Xiao Wei asked. Qin Feng took the invitation and smiled. Someone invited Daddy to a cocktail party. A cocktail party? Shu Yuwei looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng gave a faint smile. Yes, the Beijing Business Circle Chamber of Commerce cocktail party. You should come with me. Tomorrow, I'll have Xiao Ai Custom make us a pair of formal gowns. The Beijing Business Circle Association cocktail party? Shu Yuwei's eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean we'll get to see the association president? Legend has it that those invited to this event are already the elite of Beijing's business circles. The person who becomes the association president must be the cream of the crop among the elite. Oh? You know about this chamber? Qin Feng asked softly. Shu Yuwei replied, Did you forget I'm in the finance department? Our advisor mentioned it during a casual chat. He said that when we do business in Beijing and gain admission to the chamber, it signifies we've succeeded in the first step. Becoming a senior member means you've succeeded in the second step. Becoming a gold member means you've succeeded in the third step. If you become president, even the political figures in Beijing's elite circles would have to give you a wide berth. That should be every businessman's ultimate dream. Qin Feng, you're amazing. To get invited to the Chamber of Commerce gala so quickly. Shu Yuwei gazed at Qin Feng with admiration. Qin Feng chuckled, Is that all it takes to be impressive? If I were the president, wouldn't that be mind-blowing? Oh, Qin Feng, stop joking around. Even if you're impressive, that's the chamber president we're talking about. You're still a long way off from that position, Shu Yuwei said. Besides commanding respect in political circles, what other perks come with being the Chamber of Commerce president? Qin Feng inquired. Shu Yuwei replied, Of course. The Chamber of Commerce president holds the power of life and death. A single word from him could strip a company of its business license in Yanjing. I see. Qin Feng nodded. Then we'll have to have Xiao Ai arrange for a higher-end custom-made gown. Xiao Ai, use the funds in the account as you see fit. Customize the highest grade evening gowns for me and Yu Wei. Excuse me, sir, are you certain you want the highest grade? Xiao Ai reiterated. Yes, the highest grade. Qin Feng repeated. Certainly, esteemed client, Xiao Ai replied with a smile. Just as they spoke, the doorbell chimed again. Xiao Ai turned her head, her eyes darting as images projected from them onto the ceiling. A yellow delivery person and a blue delivery person stood at the door. Xiao Ai, facial recognition confirms they are ordinary delivery personnel. Xiao Ai opened the door. The yellow delivery person and the blue delivery person simultaneously pulled out envelopes and handed them to Xiao Ai. Your delivery. Thank you. Have a safe trip. Xiao Ai said politely. The yellow delivery person and the blue delivery person felt a bit creeped out and quickly turned to run away. Xiao Ai closed the door and handed both letters to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took them, curiously asking Xiao Ai, why did you wish them a safe journey? Xiao Ai smiled and explained, through facial recognition, Xiao Ai discovered that their profession requires them to ride electric bikes for over 12 hours a day. This not only increases the risk of accidents but also, due to chronic sleep deprivation and insufficient rest, places extra strain on their hearts, making sudden death more likely. That's why Xiao Ai wished them a safe journey. Qin Feng stared at Xiao Ai in astonishment. He hadn't expected a cold, lifeless AI robot to care more about the survival of the working class than humans did. Still, Xiao Ai had reminded him of something. The food delivery industry was dominated by two major players, with blue delivery on the verge of being pushed out by yellow delivery, leaving only yellow delivery as the sole giant. Why not launch a red delivery service to seize the market? Let them see the red spirit ingrained in the Chinese people, putting people first and achieving common prosperity.
Xiao AI, once you're done with your tasks these days, look into how to build a food delivery platform.
I want to create one.
Chapter 78, Dare to fight us and you'll only meet one fate death.
Xiao AI's eyes lit up.
Master, you're truly a great person with remarkable foresight. The Huagua government has already noticed how food delivery platforms exploit small merchants and delivery riders and is preparing to crack down. If you enter the market now, you'll definitely gain official support and achieve twice the result with half the effort.
Alright, let's do it. Qin Feng nodded slightly.
Alright, let's do it.
Xiao AI repeated.
Sitting at the dining table, Zhu Yue gazed at Qin Feng, feeling as though he was glowing with radiance. From simply picking up takeout, Qin Feng could envision building his own delivery platform. His business journey was destined to soar skyward, reaching the heavens. Unaware of Zhu Yue's gaze, Qin Feng sat directly across from her and tore open the envelope. Inside, he found 2 letters. The contents were largely the same, both inviting him to join the Chamber of Commerce.
Qin Feng frowned. Damn it, when had he become such an indispensable figure in the Beijing business circles? Everyone was sending invitations?
This matter was likely far from straightforward. Qin Feng glanced at Zhu Yue, his brow slightly furrowed.
What's wrong?
Zhu Yue looked at him in surprise. Qin Feng replied, I'm suddenly a bit concerned about your safety. Don't worry, I'll protect myself.
From now on, I'll practice boxing every morning.
I'll train myself to the absolute limit. Zhu Yue's cheeks puffed out, her dark eyes blazing with determination. She was determined to grow into the most formidable bodyguard by Qin Feng's side. She would never let Qin Feng come to any harm. She absolutely wouldn't let Qin Feng protect her again. Qin Feng was charmed by Zhu Yue's adorable expression and reached up to ruffle her hair.
No need to take it so seriously.
Xiao AI, prepare a stun gun for Yue that can be holstered on her leg.
Yes, esteemed owner. In a moment.
Xiao AI presented a pink, pocket-sized stun gun, offering it with both hands.
Esteemed Madam Owner, this compact stun gun is crafted entirely from high-density nano-ceramic alloy. Its streamlined design fits perfectly in the palm, light as a feather yet packing devastating power. A ring of deep blue energy conductors encircles the barrel tip, while precision ergonomic grooves on the grip ensure rock-solid stability with every shot. Upon impact, its high-voltage current instantly pierces armor, melting metal, disabling electronics, and incapacitating living targets. Even a powerful elephant would be knocked unconscious instantly. That powerful? It can stun an elephant?
Zhu Yue took the rifle, examining it curiously. Her gaze lingered as she handled it, accidentally pointing the muzzle toward Qin Feng.
Qin Feng quickly dodged.
He had witnessed firsthand how Feng Zhao's men were incapacitated by those stun guns. He fully believed that Xiao AI's seemingly ordinary, almost cute-looking stun gun could indeed knock out an elephant. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei's eyes lit up.
Wow! Auntie Xiao AI, can we have one too? This looks so powerful. Xiao AI frowned. Carrying something this dangerous around?
Your parents would probably get called to the kindergarten.
But I can look into it.
It's a stun gun disguised as a regular bracelet. In emergencies, you could use it to protect yourselves. Xiao AI stroked her chin thoughtfully.
Qin Feng nodded. Yeah, having the ability to protect yourselves is good. But you can't use this kind of thing against other kids, okay?
Don't worry, Dad, Auntie Xiao AI.
My sister and I know our limits, declared the little adult.
Right, Dad, we know our limits, Xiao Wei chimed in.
Alright, Dad understands. You know your limits.
Qin Feng reached up to ruffle both their heads.
Now let's get back to eating.
The 2 little ones nodded vigorously.
The family sat back down to finish their meal.
3 days passed quickly.
Qin Feng and Zhu Yue changed into formal attire.
Xiao AI drove them to the Versailles Hotel, as indicated on the invitation. As soon as they stepped out of the car, the couple walked arm in arm toward the hotel. The doorman promptly stepped forward and swung open the doors. His eagerness was understandable. As a doorman at a high-end hotel, he possessed keen discernment. The moment Qin Feng and Zhu Yue drew near, he instantly recognized the ultra-luxury blue blood brand Benetton on Qin Feng and the ultra-luxury red blood brand Medisponwai on Zhu Yue. These 2 brands were even more exclusive than Louis Vuitton, Dior, or Chanel. They were priceless. Unless one was a top-tier VVVIP client, it was impossible to obtain their bespoke garments. Clearly, these 2 were the focal point of today's chamber event.
Flattery was essential.
Qin Feng had done his homework on the way over. Doormen usually expected tips when opening doors. Qin Feng pulled out a check and handed it to the doorman. The doorman promptly accepted it with both hands. Zhu Yue linked arms with Qin Feng as they strode into the lobby of the Versailles Hotel. A familiar mechanical voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the random task. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a random reward, the position of president of the Jingquan Chamber of Commerce. The chamber president's insignia, representing your status, has been placed in your pocket. Please keep it safe. The mechanical voice had barely faded.
Qin Feng felt an uncomfortable bulge in his jacket pocket, likely the metal the system had mentioned.
Guided by the hotel's senior attendant,
Qin Feng and Chu Yue arrived at the Golden Hall.
They arrived early, and the Golden Hall was still largely empty. They casually found a corner to sit down. However, the moment they sat down,
they caught the attention of people from all 5 factions.
The third branch of the Pei family, the second branch of the Pei family, the main branch of the Pei family, and the patriarch of the Pei family.
This Qin Feng looks different than I imagined, he has some presence, Pei Zhengyuan remarked from upstairs as he watched Qin Feng below.
Xu Jinyan snorted coldly, so what?
He messed with our business, he deserves to die.
Send the third branch's fool to deal with him. We won't get our hands dirty.
I doubt the third branch has the capability to handle him.
Pei Zhengyuan's eyes turned cold. If they lack the capability, we'll give them a push. That boy Pei Yujun loves gambling, doesn't he? Find some people to set him up. Qin Feng only owns a hospital, a Qianda Plaza, and a small kindergarten. Those assets wouldn't even make it past the 3rd floor at Versailles.
Oof.
Exactly. Some small-time fortune from who knows where, and he's lost all sense of direction. Daring to fight us? Death is his only fate. Xu Jinyan sneered coldly. The main branch has the entire Yuan family behind them, yet they still couldn't take her down. What threat could one Qin Feng possibly pose? She beckoned with a flick of her finger, and the black-clad bodyguard standing nearby stepped forward. Xu Jinyan whispered instructions into his ear. The bodyguard replied, yes. The bodyguard turned and departed. Chapter 79, Qin Feng set up?
Pei Yujun sat in his 5th floor room.
Feng Xiao strode in and bowed to report. Third young master,
Qin Feng has arrived.
He's on the 1st floor. What? He actually dared to come? Pei Yujun pushed open the window and looked downstairs. Sure enough, in the corner booth on the 1st floor,
Qin Feng and Chu Yue sat together.
Both were dressed in formal attire, clearly matching couples' outfits. Qin Feng wore a white tailcoat,
while Chu Yue wore a handmade strapless gown with a white base embroidered with silver sequins.
The lights shone on them, making them appear to glow. They appeared to be chatting, with Chu Yue occasionally smiling at Qin Feng.
Pei Yujun was so furious his hands trembled.
You useless bunch. So many of you went after him and still couldn't take down Qin Feng. Now my brother found out and beat me up. Did you find out what the hell the relationship is between my brother and Qin Feng? That he'd actually lay a hand on me for him?
Feng Xiao bowed, reporting to third young master.
We found nothing.
Investigations indicate the eldest young master has lived in seclusion these years,
with no opportunity for outside contact, let alone with an obscure nobody like Qin Feng. If we must speculate,
I suspect this Qin Feng is one of the eldest master's men.
My elder brother's man? Pei Yujun narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Qin Feng. Just then, Zhu Jinfeng entered, carrying a tray which she placed beside Pei Yujun.
The eldest branch has appeared unassuming all these years,
but who knows what schemes they've been brewing in secret.
Seeing you and your second brother rise in prominence,
it's only natural your eldest brother would grow anxious. Here, Jun, this is the silver ear fungus and bird's nest soup your second mother stewed for you. Drink up quickly. Look at that handsome face, your eldest brother beat it all sunken in. Pei Yujun clenched his fists. I'm not inheriting the family fortune. Why does he resent me so much? Won't he even let me live in peace? Well, who told you to be your father's favorite son? Here, good boy, eat this.
Xu Jinyan lifted the bowl of silver ear fungus and bird's nest, scooping a spoonful to Pei Yujun's lips. Pei Yujun took it and drank it in one gulp.
Thanks, second mom. It tastes great. You're the best. That's because Junjun is so thoughtful, always bringing me lovely things wherever he goes, Zhu Jinyan remarked. Pei Yujun, however,
had little interest in chatting with Zhu Jinyan. His gaze remained fixed on Qin Feng and Chu Yue downstairs.
Following his gaze,
Zhu Jinyan spoke up at the right moment.
Actually, Junjun, dealing with him is simple, isn't it?
With your gambling skills,
why not get someone to lure him upstairs? Once he starts playing,
let him win a few rounds at first, then let his winning streak grow bigger and bigger until he gets greedy and keeps climbing up to the 5th floor.
Then, snap! Zhu Jinyan made a throat-slitting gesture. Pei Yujun's eyes lit up instantly,
and he sat up straight with excitement.
Second mom, you're something else. I was fretting over how to deal with him,
but to set this up against Qin Feng,
I can't do it alone.
We'll need 2 more skilled players to join me.
That's easy enough. As it happens,
your stepmom here doesn't have much to do these days and loves playing cards.
Those bodyguards in my room? I trained them all myself. Zhu Jinyan chuckled. Pei Yujun knew Zhu Jinyan enjoyed card games, so he didn't question her. That's absolutely perfect. Second mom,
you're even closer to me than my own mother.
Pei Yujun stood up, grabbed Zhu Jinyan's hand, and exclaimed excitedly. Feng Xiao, standing nearby, twitched his lips.
It seemed his younger brother was right, the third son of the Pei family really wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. One coincidence could be dismissed. But with so many coincidences piling up, it was obvious the second wife was using him as a pawn. The grand hall. Guests gradually arrived until the gathering was complete. Though called a banquet, it was essentially a social dance for the wealthy. They gathered to eat, drink, dance, and learn about each other's business ventures. Finally, they exchanged resources. This banquet hadn't been a wasted trip after all. Xin Feng scanned the room but didn't spot anyone he particularly wanted to meet. He pulled Chu Yue to sit in a booth and stayed put. Chu Yue asked him curiously, "What's the matter? Don't you want to meet more influential people?" In her experience, didn't men typically enjoy networking? Xin Feng swirled the cola in his glass. The essence of high-level networking is resource exchange. It's not about sucking up to people and expecting them to become your friends. Chu Yue looked at Xin Feng, feeling as though he was glowing. How could her husband be so outstanding? Feeling her gaze, Xin Feng turned to look at Chu Yue and gently tapped her forehead with his finger. "Why are you staring at me like that?" "Just admiring my husband. He's so handsome," Chu Yue replied with a playful smile. Xin Feng smiled back. He had come here solely to complete his mission. Now that he had the Chamber of Commerce president's insignia in hand, he only needed to linger here a little longer before taking Chu Yue away. Just then, a waiter approached Xin Feng, chips in hand, top floor, Pei Haoqian, magnifying glass in hand, watched the scene unfold with a faint smile curving his lips. It seemed someone had set their sights on Xin Feng. He was eager to see what made this man so extraordinary that he could throw his eldest son into such a rage. "Go fetch the young master. Tell him I need to speak with him." "Yes, sir." His subordinate, Uncle Yi, bowed and departed. 8th floor. Pei Shangyuan sat in his armchair when his subordinate entered to report, "Young master, Xin Feng has arrived, but it seems the casino has taken notice of him and sent people over." "What?" Pei Shangyuan pushed open the window and looked down. Sure enough, he saw a casino attendant walking toward Xin Feng. Pei Shangyuan strode out, reaching the doorway just as Uncle Yi also appeared at the doorway. Pei Shangyuan looked at him in surprise. "Uncle Yi?" Uncle Yi bowed respectfully. "Young master, the master requests your presence. Does it have to be now? I have things to attend to." "Could it wait?" Pei Shangyuan asked Uncle Yi. "You know the master's temper." Uncle Yi replied, his expression unchanged. Pei Shangyuan's heart tightened as he glanced back at Xin Feng on the first floor. With Qin Feng's intelligence, even if he joined the card game, he shouldn't suffer any losses unless someone set him up. Even if he was set up, Xin Feng would likely spot it and cut his losses in time. With that thought, Pei Shangyuan turned to Uncle Yi and said, "All right, let's go." Pei Shangyuan followed Uncle Yi into the elevator heading to the top floor. The lobby. A waiter approached Xin Feng holding chips. "Good evening, sir. These are complimentary chips from our hotel, valid for use on the second floor." Xin Feng glanced at the chips, raising an eyebrow slightly. "No, thank you." The attendant persisted. "It's perfectly fine if you don't use them. You can keep them as a memento." Bowing again, the attendant held out the chips with both hands toward Xin Feng. Xin Feng still did not take it. Instantly, people all around turned to look their way. Chapter 80, Acquiring the Skill to Win Every Bet. They actually give away chips for free? Damn. These chips, each one's worth 10,000. This stack must be worth 200,000. Is 200,000 a lot? It's barely enough for one round of cards. Where did these two even come from? Never seen them before. They don't look that old. Did they sneak in behind their parents' backs? Their clothes are pretty nice though. That brand? Never seen it before. Probably some high-end stuff from Taobao. Ha ha ha. How high-end? 2 or 3,000? Ha 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 ha. A middle-aged man approached, feigning friendliness while sneering at Xin Feng. "Kid, seeing how young you are, take these chips. I'll trade you cash for them. 200,000, that's a lot of money. Enough to keep you chasing this girl for a long time." Another man chimed in from the side. Typically, influential figures attending such events wouldn't be on the first floor. Even if they were on the first floor, they'd be surrounded by bodyguards. Xin Feng raised an eyebrow. Beneath his gold-rimmed glasses, a hint of coldness flickered in his deep-set eyes. The two men felt a chill in their hearts under his gaze. What was going on? They were actually intimidated by a kid? Xin Feng narrowed his eyes. How convenient that someone had delivered the chips. And just as conveniently, two fools were here to mock him. Clearly, someone had deliberately set this trap to lure him into gambling. Add to that the 3 anonymous invitations. If my guess is right, it must be that good-for-nothing Pei Yujun. He hasn't given up yet. What's that look for? Exactly. Looking for trouble? Don't you know where you are? How dare you cause a scene here? Young man, I advise you to keep a low profile in public settings. If you offend someone, it's one thing for you to suffer the consequences,
But don't drag this little beauty with you into trouble. The two continued their deliberate provocation. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with even more ferocity. Xu Yue clenched her fists tightly in nervousness. Qin Feng wouldn't actually start a fight with them, would he? These people were either wealthy or influential. Though Qin Feng was powerful now, he was still a rising star. Compared to these old-money Beijing elites, there was definitely a gap. No. If things really escalate, I have to protect Qin Feng at all costs. Xu Yue tugged at her skirt with her right hand, ready to pull out her stun gun if things turned violent. Qin Feng took Xu Yue's hand and stood up. It's unnecessary. It's getting late. We should head back. Xu Yue breathed a sigh of relief. She said. Qin Feng took Xu Yue's hand and headed toward the main entrance. The two middle-aged men immediately turned their mocking glances toward Qin Feng and Xu Yue's retreating figures, their taunts growing louder. Mr. Dai. See? I told you so. He's just some student who stole an adult's invitation. He doesn't even dare go upstairs. Yeah, and here I was betting you he was some rising star in Beijing's social circles. Turns out he's just another useless second-generation kid. Wonder whose family he comes from, so pathetic he can't even go upstairs or accept free chips. Yeah, if I had a son this spineless, I wouldn't let him come home. Others around them pointed and whispered about Qin Feng and Xu Yue. Their eyes brimmed with contempt. TSK. What's he doing at a fancy banquet when he can't even afford it? No backbone yet he's keeping a woman? Probably some kept boy toy showing off his girlfriend to the world. These days, there are plenty of people like that. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating a random quest. Today, your child fell ill, requiring a large sum of money. Your wife tried calling you repeatedly but couldn't reach you. Through mutual friends, she learned you were at a casino. She went there demanding money, but asking for cash at a casino is a major taboo, so you flatly refused. Heartbroken, she slaps you and storms off. Later, she sells off her dowry to scrape together the money, and the child recovers. But she was utterly disillusioned with you and never smiled at you again. A man should make his woman smile. Host, make your wife smile at you. Upon completion, you will receive the reward, the skill to win every gamble. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. A new mission arrived so quickly. The mission reward? Win every bet. Well then, why not play a couple of rounds? Qin Feng clasped Xu Yue's hand tightly and asked her softly, Yue, are you happy with me? Xu Yue beamed and nodded vigorously. These days with you have been the happiest of my entire life. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward acquired, the skill of never losing a bet. Host, please head to the card table to experience your new skill. Friendly reminder, small bets are fun, but big bets can be harmful. What's wrong? Why ask that all of a sudden? It sounded like we were about to part ways forever. Xu Yue asked in confusion. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Nothing, just asking. Anyway, since we're already here, let's go play. He took Xu Yue's hand and turned, accepting 20 chips from the server who had been standing at attention. The attendant straightened up, smiling, and gestured for Qin Feng to proceed. This way to the second floor, please. Hold on. Qin Feng released Xu Yue's hand and walked over to the two men who had mocked him most viciously earlier. The two middle-aged men recoiled in fright. You! Before they could finish, Qin Feng swung his hand back and delivered 2 sharp slaps. They froze in shock. How dare you hit someone here? Do you know where this is? Both men clutched their faces, shouting at Qin Feng in shock. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, turning to the casino attendant. My apologies, but it seems getting physical here could get me kicked out of the hotel. I suppose I won't be able to go upstairs then. The attendant smiled and bowed slightly toward Qin Feng. Sir, you needn't worry. There's no such rule here. Is there, gentlemen? The attendant glanced at the two men, a warning glint in his eyes. The two men choked on their words, forced to swallow their anger. Oh, is that so? Then we must have misremembered. Kid, just you wait until we're out of this hotel. You'll pay for this. The two men clutched their faces, gritting their teeth. Qin Feng shrugged slightly. No problem. The two turned and walked away. The waiter smiled politely at Qin Feng. Sir, hello. May I ask if you're ready to go upstairs now? Xu Yue tugged gently at Qin Feng's sleeve and whispered. Maybe we shouldn't go? I'm not really into the vibe of that kind of place. Qin Feng gently patted Xu Yue's hand. Let's just take a look. It's fine. Don't worry. Once I lose these 20 chips, I'll leave the table. I won't spend a single penny more. Xu Yue nodded. Alright then. The waitress leading the way ahead let out a cold, mocking smile. Once you've won a few hands, you'll lose your head. You won't be able to stop yourself from reaching for your wallet. Chapter 81, Kneel down and cry out for your father. The two followed the attendant into the elevator and ascended to the second floor. The two middle-aged men on the first floor covered their faces, exchanging glances filled with bitter resentment. How outrageous. They should never have taken this deal. They were, after all, somewhat successful businessmen in Beijing. Yet here they were, slapped by a young punk and unable to retaliate. Fuming with rage, they were approached by a stunningly attractive female dealer who smiled and said, "Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, instead of stewing in anger here, why not join me upstairs for a few rounds? Let's win back every chip that Qin Feng has." Mr. Li and Mr. Wang exchanged glances, hesitation flickering in their eyes. The beautiful dealer stepped closer, positioning herself between them and deliberately brushed her arm against both. "What's the matter? You two run a thriving business in Beijing, yet you can't handle a youngster at the gambling table? Scared already?" Her eyes flashed with mockery as she raised a hand to her lips in a coy smile. "Who said we're scared?" "Exactly. That Qin Feng looks like he hasn't even graduated from college. We're afraid to gamble with him, we'd win his pants right off his back." "Exactly." The two men chimed in unison, refusing to back down. The beautiful dealer gracefully raised her slender hands, grabbing one by the collar with each. "What are you waiting for? Aren't you going upstairs?" Mr. Li and Mr. Qian suddenly seemed to lose their senses, allowing Ying to pull them by their collars all the way up to the second floor. Later, when they recalled this scene, they finally realized they hadn't been setting the trap for Qin Feng to take the bait. They were the ones who'd been set up, and they'd taken the bait. Of course, that's another story. Qin Feng and Chu Yue ascended to the second floor. Only then did Chu Yue grasp the meaning of living in luxury and excess. The vast hall held several green felt card tables. Sofas and plush seats surrounded the tables, occupied by men and women, young and old alike, each exuding an air of old money. Chu Yue glanced up at the chandelier. She recognized that chandelier. The three-tiered chandelier in the living room of her family's villa was the exact same model. Xiao Ai had told her the chandelier was strung with natural crystals, each one meticulously selected for its flawless clarity and lack of impurities. A single crystal cost over 3,000 yuan. The three-tiered chandelier used over 3,000 crystals in total, amounting to more than 9 million yuan. And this chandelier in the center of the second floor had a full 9 tiers. That alone would cost tens of millions. Not to mention the wall decorations, flooring, ornaments, and other embellishments. Chu Yue lowered her voice and whispered, "I'm genuinely worried your 200,000 yuan stake won't even cover the minimum bid." "It'll be enough. 100,000 is enough. We'll start at the basic tables. Let's go." Qin Feng pulled Chu Yue to a small table at the very edge of the room and sat down. The moment they sat down, Mr. Qian and Mr. Li from the first floor followed them upstairs. After scanning the room, they spotted Qin Feng and Chu Yue and made their way over. Pei Yujun sat by the window on the fifth floor. He pulled a cigar from his drawer as the woman beside him lit it for him, a smile spreading across his face. These two, Boss Chen and Boss Li, were the blood bags that had given Qin Feng his first taste of profit. Mr. Chen was a portly man with a large head and ears. If you cut open his belly, you could probably squeeze 20 pounds of fat and oil out of his intestines alone. He wiggled his hips and plopped down into the sofa chair opposite Qin Feng, causing the chair legs to wobble. "Kid, I'll let that slap slide, but at the card table, I'll show you what real power looks like." Mr. Li, short and stocky, sat to Mr. Qian's left and chimed in. "That's right. Soon you'll be begging on your knees." The beautiful dealer swayed her hips as she approached. "Is everyone ready?" Ying smiled at them. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow at Ying, his gaze settling on her fingers. Her nails were long and manicured, looking exquisitely refined. Mr. Chen chuckled heartily. "All right, please deal the cards for us." Ying smiled and sat down. Chu Yue frowned and looked at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, something feels off. It's like they've set this up just for us. I think we should call it quits and leave right now." Once the dealer sits down, there's no reason to leave, unless you're willing to cover the dealer's fee. "Beautiful lady, how much is the service charge for a dealer of your caliber?" Boss Qian addressed Ying. Ying replied with a smile. "By the hour, it's 100,000 per hour. Or by commission, 10% per table. Minimum 3 hours. If you don't gamble, you'll need to pay me 300,000. Chu Yue's voice rose sharply. "What? We have to pay 300,000 just for sitting down? Then don't sit down. We don't need a dealer to deal cards." Mr. Li sneered mockingly. "You think this is some neighborhood casino downstairs where you can play without a dealer?" Ying raised her hand to her lips, smiling softly. "Young lady, these are our rules here. If you come here, you abide by our rules." Chu Yue grew slightly annoyed. "He's the one who invited us to sit down. Go ask him for it." Chu Yue turned to look at Boss Qian. Mr. Qian sneered. "Young lady, if your man can't afford it, find yourself a rich one. With looks like yours, why put up with this?" "Exactly. Even though I'm married to Mr. Chien. I can easily spend hundreds of thousands on you each month. Why not join us? It's better than suffering with some kid. Mr. Lee joined in with a sneering laugh. Chu Yue felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Qin Feng, who had remained silent, toyed with the chips in his hand. Let's begin. He handed 10 chips to Chu Yue, kept 10 for himself, and placed them on the table. 50,000 as the base. 50,000 to open. You do the same. Yue. Qin Feng addressed Chu Yue. Chu Yue pursed her lips and nodded. Okay. Chu Yue placed her 10 chips on the table as well. Ying picked up a deck of cards and shuffled them with a flurry of flashy moves, her hands moving swiftly as she spoke. The rules for this table are simple. 3 cards. High or low. Commonly known as flush or bust. I trust everyone here understands the basics, so no need for further explanation. Mr. Qian and Mr. Li each placed 10 chips on the table as well. Got it. Since those two are going all in, Old Li and I can't be fair weather friends either. We'll go all in too. Mr. Qian shrugged. Ying said, alright, I'll deal the cards now. Ying held the deck before her eyes, her slender nails pinching the edges of the cards as she swiftly stacked them into a neat pile. To an outsider, her movements appeared perfectly normal, but in Qin Feng's eyes, everything slowed down 100-fold. Though the cards appeared identical, the distinct ridges and grooves on their backs felt different beneath Ying's fingertips. Using the hooks of her nails, she skillfully guided the desired card into position. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow toward Boss Qian and Boss Li across the table, silently shaking his head. By the time they left this table, they'd likely be crying and begging for mercy. Chapter 82, Is it okay to open the champagne early? Ying began dealing from Mr. Li. Her slender fingers held a card, pressing it down before Mr. Li before flipping it open. King of Hearts. Mr. Li burst into laughter, head thrown back. Ha ha ha, looks like my very first card is signaling a winning start. Chu Yue felt a twinge of nervousness. Qin Feng remained unflappable. Ying then placed another card before Mr. Qian, pressing it down before flipping it open. Ace of Spades. Mr. Qian burst into laughter. Mr. Li, sorry about that, my first card beats yours. Humph, what's the difference between us? Whether I win or you win, it's all the same. The key is that someone has to lose. Mr. Li said, glancing at Qin Feng. Ying continued to place a card in front of Qin Feng, then flipped it over. The 2 of clubs. Ha 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 ha, the smallest card of all. Boss Li burst into laughter. Mr. Qian took a puff from his cigar and joined in the laughter. Young man, you're no good. Starting off with bad luck like this, looks like you're going to lose this first round. Ha ha ha. Chu Yue took a slight breath and looked at Qin Feng. A faint smile curved Qin Feng's lips. Just one card. What's the rush? Ying picked up another card, placed it in front of Chu Yue, and turned it over. 3 of clubs. Ha ha ha, you two really are a pair, one with the 2 of clubs, the other with the 3 of clubs. Good for you for being sensible and just looking at the cards. Otherwise, you'd have lost everything down to your pants. Mr. Qian and Mr. Li sneered contemptuously. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Not necessarily. If I win this round, won't I have money to bet next round? I'm just afraid. You two wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare? Mr. Qian. He actually said we wouldn't dare. Mr. Li sneered, pointing at Qin Feng. Mr. Qian snorted coldly, overestimating yourself. Not only do we have the better hand, we're bound to win, but even if we did lose, we'd still dare to call. Qin Feng turned to Ying. Then kindly bear witness for us. They said if they lose this round, they'll keep betting the next. Oh, and how many rounds will you follow consecutively? This round alone, with both bets and opening, is at least 100,000. Given your assets, you'd probably only be able to open 10 rounds at most, right? Qin Feng said, sizing up Boss Qian and Boss Li with a mocking look. The 2 men instantly flew into a rage. Who do you think you're insulting? 10 rounds would be at least 1 million. Do we look like we only have 1 million in assets? Mr. Qian's voice rose sharply. Exactly. Anyone who can afford the second floor of the Chamber of Commerce Hotel has at least 10 million in assets. Got it? Mr. Li added with a low snort. Qin Feng nodded. I see. So, are you two up for 10 hands? Of course we dare. The 2 answered in unison. Qin Feng turned back to Ying with a smile. Did you hear that? They said they'd play at least 10 hands. Ying smiled and nodded. Got it. I'll register 10 hands for everyone. I'll keep dealing. Ying drew another card, placed it face up in front of Boss Li, and flipped it over. Queen of Hearts. Mr. Li's eyes lit up instantly. Another heart. And a queen. Looks like I've got a strong hand this round. Mr. Qian glanced over, feeling a pang of envy. How could this guy have such incredible luck? A straight flush on the very first hand? Ying drew a card, placed it in front of Boss Qian, and flipped it over. King of Spades. Mr. Qian's eyes widened instantly. Ha ha ha, the King of Spades. Looks like my odds are even better now? Sorry about that, Mr. Li. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Qian laughed even louder. Mr. Li pursed his lips in displeasure. You don't have to be so happy about it, do you? Besides, there's still a third card to be dealt, isn't there? Mr. Qian's laughter faltered, his brow furrowing. When you revealed your second card earlier, weren't you laughing just as heartily? What's this, only you get to enjoy yourself, but not me? I didn't mean it that way. Not that? Then what do you mean? The two were on the verge of an argument. Qin Feng cleared his throat. Croupier, please continue dealing. The dealer nodded gracefully, drew a card, placed it face down before Qin Feng, and flipped it open. 4 of diamonds. Mr. Li and Mr. Qian both threw their heads back and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. The dealer, Ying, drew another card, placed it in front of Chu Yue, and turned it over. 6 of diamonds. Chu Yue frowned slightly at the card before her. This card seemed a bit too deliberate. She glanced at the dealer, whose face remained expressionless. Mr. Li and Mr. Qian laughed even louder. Ha 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 ha, looks like we don't need to watch this round. Yeah, they're definitely going down. Just as Chu Yue was about to speak up and question the cards, Qin Feng raised his hand and placed it on her thigh, his fingertips tapping lightly. Chu Yue froze, staring at Qin Feng in stunned silence. Could it be that Qin Feng knew everything? Was everything actually under his control? Could it be Qin Feng wasn't the one being set up? But Boss Qian and Boss Li? Had Qin Feng deliberately baited them, intending to gamble 10 more rounds? Qin Feng turned to Boss Li and Boss Qian, speaking calmly. The final card hasn't even been dealt yet. Isn't it a bit premature to pop the champagne already? Mr. Li snorted coldly. Ying, then deal me this third card. Let them see what a good hand looks like. Certainly, Mr. Li. Ying flashed a seductive smile, drew the final card, and placed it face down before Mr. Li, about to reveal it. Mr. Li raised his hand. I'll do it myself. He gripped the card, flipped it over with force, slamming it onto the table and bellowing, straight flush. The result left him frozen in place. Ying said, sorry, Mr. Li, just a bit off. It's a 10 of diamonds. Mr. Li nearly lost his balance. This wasn't close. It was way off. Hearts turned to diamonds. J turned to 10. The straight flush vanished, replaced by a king of hearts. This was a complete mockery. Suppressing his frustration, Mr. Li sat back down. So it's a king of hearts. Fine. It still beats you. He gave Qin Feng and Chu Yue a dismissive snort. Chu Yue's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. No doubt about it, these two were definitely the ones set up. Mr. Qian comforted Mr. Li. It's okay, Mr. Li. I'm still here, aren't I? Ying, continue. Mr. Qian instructed the dealer. Ying nodded, drew a card, and placed it in front of Mr. Qian. Mr. Qian's heart leapt nervously, yet he maintained a calm facade, leaning back in his chair with unwavering focus on the card. Ying slowly turned the card over. A black corner was revealed. A faint smile touched Mr. Qian's lips. It was a spade. Spades. He'd won. He'd won. Finally, Ying flipped the card completely and slammed it down on the table. 9 of clubs. Mr. Qian's smile froze on his face. How could it be clubs? I clearly saw it was spades just now. Chapter 83, when the wife wants to play, you better accommodate her. Ying raised an eyebrow in displeasure. What? Are you questioning my cards, Mr. Qian? That there's something wrong with how I dealt them? The Chamber Hotel has been open for so long, and no one has ever dared to question me like this. Mr. Qian immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. If the chairman found out, he'd be expelled from the Beijing Chamber of Commerce, and then he could forget about doing business there. Mr. Qian's heart skipped a beat as he weakly protested. I was just speaking off the cuff. Please don't take it to heart. Beautiful Ying. Ying smiled. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. I won't take it to heart, but I'm afraid those with ulterior motives around here might. If it gets out, it won't be good. Mr. Qian pursed his lips and forced a smile. Beautiful Miss Ying is absolutely right. I wouldn't dare speak out of turn. Then I'll continue dealing. Ying withdrew her gaze, pressed down on the cards in her palm, drew one from the top, and placed it firmly before Qin Feng. She studied Qin Feng's face intently. She noticed that this boy, who looked no older than 18 or 19, possessed a maturity and composure far beyond his years. His 2 cards were already so poor, yet he remained seated here, unflappable. Anyone else would have lost their composure long ago. It seemed that someone favored by those above to orchestrate such schemes was no ordinary person. Ying slowly turned over Qin Feng's final card. 2 of clubs. Mr. Qian and Mr. Li were instantly stunned. What? Another 2 of clubs? He won? They actually let this guy win. How is that possible? Exactly. How could this be possible? Qin Feng's face remained as calm and composed as ever, showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. His voice was deep and steady as he said, I haven't won yet. Yue still has 1 card left. I told you, opening the champagne early is unwise. Ying smiled and nodded. Exactly. It's just like life, you never know how the tide might turn until the very last moment. A faint smile touched her lips as she drew the final card, placed it before Chu Yue, and flipped it over. Ace of Hearts. What a pity. So close. Yet no win. Still, congratulations, Qin Feng. This round is yours. Ying lifted her hand, gripping the chip counter, and swept all the chips on the table toward Qin Feng. Mr. Qian and Mr. Li were so furious their chests ached. Qin Feng addressed them. Mr. Qian, Mr. Li, no need to get so worked up. There are still 9 more rounds. You're both seasoned gamblers, your chances of beating me are pretty high. What do you mean, high probability? Don't get cocky, we'll definitely beat you. Humph. Boss Qian snorted coldly. Exactly. We will beat you. Boss Li echoed with a cold snort. Qin Feng divided 10 chips from his hand and handed them to Chu Yue. Here, take a few more. We're short-handed at this table. Just consider it keeping me company. Chu Yue deliberately feigned fear, gasping, but I don't know how to play. What if I lose? Each chip is worth 50,000, that's equivalent to my entire year's food budget. It's fine. Even if you lose them all, it's no big deal. Qin Feng chuckled at Chu Yue's acting. Chu Yue nodded. Alright then. Thanks, honey. You're so sweet. She grabbed Qin Feng's wrist, nestled into his chest, and acted coy. Seeing this, Boss Qian and Boss Li grew even angrier, grinding their back teeth in frustration. Mr. Qian shouted. Enough chatter. Get on with it. At this pace, we'll be playing until dawn. Mr. Li chimed in. Exactly. Ying, deal the cards already. Ying replied. Gentlemen, you haven't placed your chips yet. The 2 exchanged a glance, looking slightly embarrassed. We forgot. They each pulled a chip from their drawers and tossed them into the center. Ying collected the cards and began shuffling. Mr. Qian and Mr. Li, both now intensely focused, stared at the cards without blinking. Swish, swish, swish. The cards shuffled so swiftly they left after images. Then they were cut back and forth several times. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem like she could possibly be cheating. Mr. Qian and Mr. Li withdrew their gaze, feeling slightly puzzled. Ying sorted the cards and continued. We'll start with Boss Li again this time. Hold on. This time we'll start with her. Mr. Qian pointed at Chu Yue. Ying turned to Qin Feng and Chu Yue. Do either of you have any objections? Qin Feng and Chu Yue shook their heads simultaneously. No objections. Then I'll deal the cards. This time, Ying dealt the cards starting directly with Chu Yue, followed by Qin Feng, Boss Qian, and finally Boss Li. Following this order, she dealt 3 cards to each person at once. Would you like to peek at your cards, or play them face up? Ying asked the 3. Having witnessed the first round's outcome, Boss Qian and Boss Li dared not charge recklessly again and remained cautious. Let's see our cards. Yeah, no showdown. Qin Feng said. I'm not very good at gambling, so I'll pass on seeing my cards. I'll look at mine. Chu Yue murmured softly, picking up the cards directly from the table. She flipped them over, a red 3 of hearts, then another flip, a black 3 of spades, then another, a 3 of clubs. Even Chu Yue, who wasn't much of a card player, knew these cards weren't bad. Mr. Qian and Mr. Li also picked up the cards on the table, holding them in their hands. Instead of looking directly, they kept them face down, examining each one by one. Mr. Qian's hand, 2 of spades, 2 of diamonds, 3 of diamonds. Mr. Qian's eyes lit up with excitement. These were Qin Feng's cards from the previous round, now in his hands. No, he had to suppress his excitement. He couldn't let it show. Mr. Qian pressed his cards down with a blank expression. Mr. Li shot Mr. Qian a glance and couldn't help but frown. Such secrecy, definitely a decent hand, but not a great one. Let's see mine first. Mr. Li picked up his own cards, shuffling them one by one before glancing at them. 2 of clubs, 2 of hearts, 3 of spades. Mr. Li's eyes lit up. Weren't these the same cards Qin Feng had in the last round? This was a sure win, wasn't it? He took a deep breath. pressed down the corners of his mouth, and placed the cards face down on the table. Miss Chu, you speak first, Ying reminded Chu Yue. Chu Yue blinked her eyes in confusion. What do you mean? Speak first? Ying offered a faint smile and explained. It means you start placing your chips. You decide how many to bet, and the player to your right can either match your bet or fold. Oh, I see. Then Chu Yue glanced at the chips before her and slid 2 forward. 2 it is. Only 2 to start? You'll be out of chips already. How will you play later? Boss Lee exclaimed softly. Xin Feng pulled a card from his pocket and placed it on the table. No worries, I still have some money. If my wife wants to play, I'll make sure she's satisfied. Chapter 84, You're the one who got carried away, using me as an excuse. Mr. Lee and Mr. Qian raised their eyebrows in surprise. Mr. Qian sneered. Back on the first floor. Didn't you say you'd quit once you lost all your chips? Why are you pulling out money now? Mr. Lee chimed in with his own mockery. Must be because he won a hand and got a taste of victory. Youngsters these days are a bit impulsive, can understand that. Xin Feng glanced at Chu Yue. Chu Yue immediately caught on, feigning anger as she crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks, and snapped. Yeah, Xin Feng, I knew you were tricking me. What happened to quitting once you lost all your chips? Looks like you're just hooked on gambling and using me as an excuse. Xin Feng put on a conciliatory expression, coaxing Chu Yue. Of course not. I just saw you wanted to play, so I wanted you to have fun. What's wrong with that? Really? For me? Chu Yue asked, batting her doe-like eyes. Xin Feng nodded. Of course. Only then did Chu Yue smile. Alright then. But let's make a deal. After these 10 rounds with Boss Lee and Boss Jian, we stop, okay? Yeah, whatever you say, honey. Xin Feng raised his hand and ruffled Chu Yue's hair. Chu Yue gave him a sweet smile. Mr. Lee and Mr. Qian fumed. Damn it, did they come here to play cards or to shower us with love? Are we playing or not? Boss Qian urged. Exactly. Hurry up and deal. This is ridiculous. By the time we finish these 10 hands with you, it'll be dawn. Boss Lee urged. Ying smiled and turned to Xin Feng. Mr. Xin, it's your turn to speak. Would you like to see your cards? A faint smile touched Xin Feng's lips. I'll pass on looking. I'll just follow with a blind bet. With that, he tossed a chip into the center. Chu Yue asked in confusion. Why? 1 chip is enough? Ying explained. Miss Chu, if you don't peek at your cards, only half your chips are required. Chu Yue nodded. I see. Xin Feng turned to Boss Qian. Your turn to speak. Boss Qian. Mr. Qian gritted his teeth and rubbed the cards in his hand. Chu Yue didn't understand the game. Xin Feng, meanwhile, never looked at his cards. With no clue whether their hands were strong or weak, how could he possibly follow suit? Seeing Mr. Qian's shifting expression, Mr. Lee chuckled. Mr. Qian, if your hand's weak, don't force it, play it safe. Business is tough these days, money's hard to come by. Mr. Qian raised his eyebrows. Who says my cards are bad? I'm in. It's just money. I've got plenty of it. Mr. Qian flicked 2 chips into the center of the table. Mr. Lee didn't hesitate, smugly tossing 2 chips to match. The betting circle came full circle, and it was Chu Yue's turn to speak again. She frowned. Then Chu Yue glanced at Boss Qian. Mr. Qian instantly perked up. His hand wasn't particularly strong, and he hoped to be eliminated quickly. Instead, Chu Yue changed her tone. Then I'll just keep calling. Chu Yue gave Xin Feng a wink. Xin Feng gave a faint smile and handed his bank card to Ying. Please swipe it for 100 chips. Ying took it. Sure thing. Ying pulled out the POS machine and began processing the transaction. Mr. Qian and Mr. Lee were stunned. Wait, a college kid swiping for 100 chips? At 50,000 per chip. That's 5 million. Mr. Qian remarked sourly. Second-generation kids have it made, spending their family's money like water. Yeah, nothing like us who had to fight our way up. Every penny we have, we earned ourselves. Boss Lee chimed in. Chu Yue frowned. What do you mean by that? Is our Xin Feng a second-generation heir? She turned to Xin Feng. Honey, I didn't know you were a second-generation heir. Weren't you an orphan since childhood? Mr. Qian and Mr. Lee, what? An orphan? Xin Feng replied calmly. That's right. I never had parents and grew up in an orphanage. Ha 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 ha. These young folks nowadays, they don't even want their parents anymore. The two shook their heads in disbelief, finding it hard to accept that someone so young could have built his entire fortune from scratch. Ying finished swiping the POS machine and placed 100 chips in front of Chu Yue. Miss Chu, your chips are ready. Then she handed the card back to Xin Feng with both hands. Xin Feng nodded and accepted it. Shu Yue picked up 2 chips and placed them in the center. Here, I'll keep betting. Honey, are you going to call? Shu Yue looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded. Of course. He picked up a chip and placed it in the center. Qin Feng looked at Boss Qian. Boss Qian gritted his teeth. Damn it, it was his turn to speak again. No, betting big on this hand was too risky. Better to fold. Mr. Qian glanced at Qin Feng, then at Shu Yue. His brow furrowed as he picked up 2 chips and tossed them into the center. I'm folding. I'll open hers. Mr. Qian tapped the table toward Shu Yue. Alright, I'll reveal your cards. Please place them here. Mr. Qian pressed his own cards down and slid them toward Yingying. Shu Yue mimicked Mr. Qian's action, pushing her own cards toward Yingying. Yingying picked up both sets of cards with one hand, held them high above her head, and placed them before her. She kept her hands far apart to show she couldn't cheat. Mr. Qian watched her movements without blinking. Several seconds passed. Yingying pressed Mr. Qian's cards onto the table. Mr. Qian has a low hand. Mr. Qian loses. Yes, I win. Shu Yue exclaimed happily. Mr. Qian jumped to his feet in shock. What? I lost? My hand lost? What kind of hand does she have that could beat mine? Mr. Qian demanded, turning to confront Yingying. Yingying wore a mechanical smile as she replied politely. Mr. Qian, the others haven't revealed their cards yet. If you want to know what cards Miss Chu has, you'll have to wait until they all show their cards. Mr. Li, it's your turn to speak. Yingying turned her gaze toward Mr. Li. Mr. Li's heart sank, his brow furrowing deeply. What? Mr. Qian's hand was beaten by a little girl? Clearly, this girl knew nothing about cards, she was just bluffing. My hand isn't huge, but it's not small either. I can't keep bluffing. Mr. Li picked up 2 chips and tossed them onto the table. I'm calling on Miss Chu's hand. Mr. Li pressed his cards down and pushed them toward the dealer. Yingying. Shu Yue furrowed her brow, her cherry red lips curling slightly. Ha? Why are you calling mine again? Are you picking on me because I don't know how to play? Yingying picked up both players' cards again, gently pushing them aside. A faint, enigmatic smile curved her lips as she turned to look at Mr. Li. Mr. Li's eyes lit up, ready to celebrate. Yingying placed his cards face down on the table. Mr. Li's hand is low. Mr. Li loses. Chapter 85, 5 threes in one hand. Unnoticed. Mr. Li stood up in shock. What? I lost? Shu Yue shouted excitedly. I won? Great. I won again. Qin Feng glanced at Shu Yue and smiled faintly. You haven't won yet. We haven't finished competing. Shu Yue laughed heartily. What's there to compare between us? I win. You win, it's all winning, isn't it? We're still at the table. Keep it low-key. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Mr. Li screamed in despair. How could I possibly lose? I absolutely cannot lose. Is there something wrong with these cards? Mr. Li pointed at the cards on the table and confronted Yingying. Yingying frowned, her expression turning stern. Let me repeat, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. This is the Versailles Hotel of the Beijing Business Association, not some roadside stall. If you make such accusations, you need to back them up with evidence. No sooner had the words left her mouth, the bodyguards in black suits around them stepped forward in unison with a sharp shush. Each towered over 2 meters tall, muscles straining against their suits, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Mr. Li froze in fright, cold sweat beading on his brow. He forced a stiff smile. I was just speaking off the cuff. Just off the cuff. Mr. Li, if someone overheard your offhand remark, what then? Wouldn't they think our Versailles Hotel is running amok? Yingying raised an eyebrow. Mr. Li smiled ingratiatingly. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. I'll never speak carelessly again. I'll shut my mouth. Shut my mouth. He reached up to slap his own mouth as he spoke, then sat down. Yingying composed her expression and turned to Qin Feng and Shu Yue with a gentle smile. Shall we open it? Let's open it. I'll open yours. Shu Yue winked playfully at Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt sweetness wash over him. Shu Yue usually had a gentle and composed demeanor. If not for today's deliberate act, it would be rare to see her so lively and playful. Alright, let's go. Qin Feng smiled affectionately. Shu Yue picked up 2 chips and tossed them into the center. Qin Feng followed suit, placing one of his chips in the center. Yingying picked up the chip counter, extended it toward Shu Yue's cards, and flipped them open. 3 threes. Mr. Li and Mr. Qian stared at Shu Yue's cards, utterly shocked. This was unbelievable, it was simply too outrageous. A newcomer actually getting such a great hand? Shu Yue tilted her head, looking at them with innocent confusion. What's wrong? Boss Li, Boss Qian, is my hand not good? Mr. Li, good. Very good. So good it made his liver ache. Mr. Qian, this hand is very good indeed. So good it made his heart ache. Chu Yue laughed heartily. Maybe this is the beginner's luck phase? Honey, I might just beat you. Win if you must.
Qin Feng said indifferently. Ying held the chip counter over Qin Feng's cards and flipped them open. 3 sixes.
Mr. Li and Mr. Qian stared wide-eyed at Qin Feng's hand. This hand was outrageous. Could a human even draw such a hand? Both felt a twinge of unease. Thankfully, Qin Feng hadn't looked at his cards. If he had, and then put on a show to bluff them into betting big, wouldn't they be facing a crushing defeat in the next round? Qin Feng looked at his hand and said apologetically to Chu Yue. Well, looks like I've won. Ah, fine. I thought I was going to win. Chu Yue muttered disappointedly. Qin Feng reached out and gently pinched Chu Yue's cheek. It's okay. I'll let you win tonight when we get home. Chu Yue's face flushed instantly.
Qin Feng turned his curious gaze toward Boss Li and Boss Qian.
By the way, what cards did you two have? You looked so confident earlier, must have been a straight flush, right? I'd love to see them.
Qin Feng reached out to peek at their cards. Both men quickly pressed their hands down on their cards.
We've already lost. There's nothing to see here. Let's just move on to the next round. Yeah, let's move on to the next round. Ying gave a faint smile. Alright, let's continue. She raised her hand and gathered all the cards back.
Qin Feng clicked his tongue in disbelief.
In the previous round, 5 threes had appeared.
If they had flipped the cards earlier, they would have noticed the discrepancy.
What a pity. In the end, they didn't even have the courage to turn over the cards. But with their timid nature, even if they'd realized Ying had set them up, they wouldn't have dared to resist. Ying shuffled the cards swiftly. Mr. Qian suddenly spoke up in a low voice. Hold on. Qin Feng, it's not quite fair, is it? The two of you against the two of us? Mr. Li chimed in. Exactly. If we lose, it's one of us against two of you. If you win, it's two of you against one of us. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. But if both of us lose, wouldn't that still be two of us losing to one of you? Anyway, it's not acceptable. If that girl keeps this up, we're out of the game. Mr. Qian growled softly. Mr. Li crossed his arms in agreement. Exactly. If she keeps this up, we're out. The gambling game hinged on momentum. They felt Chu Yue was bringing Qin Feng good luck. If Chu Yue stopped gambling, Qin Feng's winning streak would vanish, and he'd surely lose. Qin Feng looked at Chu Yue. Chu Yue grumbled. Fine. I'll sit beside you and keep you company instead.
Qin Feng nodded and reached up to ruffle Chu Yue's hair.
Then whatever I lose today is on me,
and whatever I win is yours.
Deal? Yes. My husband is the best to me. Chu Yue clapped her hands happily. Mr. Li and Mr. Qian couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Had they come to gamble, or to witness a lovey-dovey display? Damn it, if they'd known, they never would have taken this job.
Not only did each of them get slapped by Qin Feng,
but they also lost money. Meanwhile, Ying finished shuffling the cards and asked the trio, shall we begin? Who will deal first this round? Mr. Qian and Mr. Li exchanged a glance. Last round.
If they hadn't rotated starting with Chu Yue and Qin Feng's cards would have been theirs.
Damn it. This round, they'd better stick to the original dealing order. I'll start again, Boss Li said. Let him start. Boss Qian countered. Ying looked at Qin Feng. What do you think? Mr. Qin Feng shrugged. I don't mind either way. Ying, alright.
Then we'll start with Mr.
Li. Ying drew out the cards and began dealing them one by one. Starting with Mr. Li. Mr. Li, go ahead. Ying said. Mr. Li, let me look at my cards.
He picked up his cards and gently slid them open. 2 of hearts.
2 of diamonds. Clubs. Mr.
Li's heart was pounding in his throat. His hand moved a fraction slower as he pushed the cards forward.
He paused, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, silently prayed,
then pushed the cards open and opened his eyes.
The final card, the 2 of clubs. Overwhelmed with joy, Boss Li couldn't contain himself. He pushed half the chips in front of him toward the table. This hand is ridiculously good.
I won't play 10 rounds with you guys.
Let's settle this in one go. Mr. Qian shot Mr. Li a glance. Is that really necessary? No matter how good your hand is, could it possibly be better than Qin Feng's last one? Chapter 86, this hand is way too good. Not necessarily, Boss Li chuckled softly. Mr. Qian's heart skipped a beat.
He'd planned to play a hidden card like Qin Feng this round,
but after Mr. Li's provocation,
he abandoned the idea and immediately lifted his own cards.
Thumb pressed against the corner.
He slowly slid them open. 5 of diamonds.
5 of clubs. Spades. He thought he glimpsed the edge of a 5.
his heart trembling with excitement. He quickly slid the cards back, closed his eyes, and silently prayed, 5 of spades, 5 of spades, 5 of spades. Then he slid them open again. 7 of spades. Damn it, Mr. Chien cursed, flinging his cards down. I fold. Folding already? What's this? Boss Chien going conservative now? Mr. Lee raised an eyebrow. Mr. Chien shot Mr. Lee a withering look. You've got good cards, so keep playing. Why all the chatter? Just a word of warning, don't bet too big and get yourself into trouble. Mr. Lee chuckled, thanks for the warning, Mr. Chien. But I've been in the business for years, I know what I'm doing. Good to hear. Mr. Chien snorted coldly. Chien Feng, it's your turn. Mr. Lee was already feeling cocky. In his view, Chien Feng might have gotten a good hand once, but he couldn't possibly get good cards every time. A faint smile touched Chien Feng's lips. I won't look at my cards. I'll call. As he spoke, he pushed half of the chips in front of him forward. You don't even look at your cards? You only need to match half of my bet. Why are you matching my entire amount? Boss Lee was startled by Chien Feng's bold move. Chien Feng replied calmly, I think it's okay to be a little confident, right? After all, I went from being an orphan to having this fortune in just half a year. My luck is off the charts. So, what do you say? Are you still in, Boss Lee? Leaning back in his chair with arms spread wide, Chien Feng spoke with an air of effortless calm. He didn't look like an 18 or 19-year-old freshman at all, he seemed more composed than seasoned veterans who'd navigated the business world for decades. Overwhelmed by Chien Feng's aura, Mr. Lee felt cold sweat beating on his forehead as he swallowed hard. Chien Feng had just bet half his chips, 2,200,000, and it was a hidden hand. Even if he called Chien Feng's hand immediately, he'd have to put down 5 million chips. His only other option was to fold. But he held 3 twos in his hand, to fold now would be a tremendous waste. Cold sweat formed on Boss Lee's forehead, transforming from fine, dense beads into large, pea-sized drops that rolled down in a steady stream. Mr. Lee, it's only 5 million. Why not go all in? Chien Feng urged with a faint, eerie smile. Mr. Lee, what? Call? If I bet 5 million, I'd lose outright. Call? Call one round, and another 5 million down the drain. 10 million. His entire enterprise. Thousands of employees working their asses off for 3 years, just to scrape that back. Should he fold? Or call? Fold? Or call? Mr. Lee swallowed hard. Beads of sweat poured down his forehead like a downpour, soaking through his shirt and seeping into the lining of his suit jacket, visible through the fabric. Spectators gradually gathered around, drawn by the commotion. First time I've seen such high stakes on the second floor. Yeah, with that kind of money, you could go all the way to the 4th floor. This young man has a good temperament. He's got the makings of a big shot. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He's just a reckless kid acting tough. Exactly. He's throwing his family's money around like it's nothing. Once he loses it all, he'll probably jump off a building. On the 5th floor, Pei Yujun watched the scene unfold and took a deep drag on his cigar. This Chien Feng seems he doesn't even need me to set him up. He's already playing big. Fine. Let him win. Let him win big. Then bring him up to the 5th floor. Lend him money to gamble with. Let him lose until he can never recover. Pei Yujun propped his feet on the desk, pulled a walkie-talkie from the drawer, pressed the button, and spoke into it. Ying, start the game. Get the other spectators to place their bets. Ying flicked her hair aside, her fingers tapping her large circular pearl earring with a seemingly casual gesture. 2 hollow thuds echoed back through Pei Yujun's walkie-talkie. Ying addressed the spectators gathering around. Everyone, since you're all so excited, why not place your bets and see who wins and who loses? The spectators exchanged glances. Mr. Chien chuckled. I've already folded. Since I'm bored sitting here anyway, I'll throw in 5 chips. I'm betting on Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, you'd better give it your all. He flicked 5 chips toward the center of the table. Mr. Lee gritted his teeth and shot Mr. Chien a silent glare. This wasn't backing him at all. It was clearly trapping him. Now he couldn't even fold. Ying snapped her fingers. A pretty female assistant approached from nearby, holding a clipboard to record the bets. Others around them saw this and followed suit, placing their chips down. Fine, let's have some fun. I'll bet too. I'm betting on this young man, 5 chips. Alright, I'll also bet 5 chips on Mr. Lee. I'll put 2 chips on Mr. Chien. I'll also bet. Before long, the chips piled up like mountains on the table. The onlookers all placed their bets and urged Mr. Lee to act. Mr. Lee, say something. Yeah, you gotta say something whether you're calling, folding, or showing your cards. What nonsense. We've followed Boss Lee and bet this much. At the very least, he should show his cards.
If he folds, that'd be like making us follow him straight into a loss. Mr. Lee, show your cards or call, speak up. Exactly. What's the point of staying silent this whole time?
The urging voices grew louder and louder.
Pushed to the limit, Boss Lee wiped the cold sweat from his brow and shouted, I'm going all in. With that,
he shoved all his remaining chips onto the table. Ying flashed a faint smile as she used her chip counter to lift Boss Lee's cards.
3 twos. What a strong hand. 3 twos. Ha ha ha, good thing I called Mr. Lee's bet.
I don't believe Qin Feng's hand could be 3 of a kind.
Exactly.
A straight flush is already a big hand. The odds of getting 3 of a kind are too slim.
Ugh, I followed Qin Feng and bet 5 chips. Now I'm losing. I bet 10 chips following Qin Feng too. Oh well, it's just for fun anyway. No big deal. Qin Feng's cards aren't even turned over yet. What's the rush? Who needs to turn them over? Boss Lee has 3 twos. Qin Feng is definitely busted.
The surrounding chatter grew louder. A buzzing noise filled Boss Lee's ears,
clearing his mind of all thoughts.
He stared fixedly at the cards in front of Qin Feng.
Ying held the chip counter,
reaching toward Qin Feng's cards and slowly turning them over.
3 kings. Ying announced the cards. The room erupted in an uproar. What? 3 kings? It's been ages since such a big hand appeared on the second floor of Versailles. Chapter 87, is Qin Feng even human? 3 kings? Thank goodness it's just 3-card poker without the double-up rules. Otherwise, Boss Lee would have lost his pants. Damn it! I bet 3 twos against Boss Lee, thinking that was big enough.
Never expected Qin Feng to pull out 3 kings.
What the hell? Yeah, who the hell is this Qin Feng? I stumbled upon his name recently and looked him up. He's incredibly mysterious, acquired Chaoyan District's Qianda Plaza and Ziyunji Kindergarten overnight.
No records show how he amassed those assets. All we know is he went from an orphan to an N9-level young tycoon overnight.
That mysterious? Looks like he's got someone backing him. Definitely someone. Then this card. Shoo!
The buzzing crowd fell suddenly silent. A buzzing sound filled Boss Lee's ears. Squeak, he slumped back into the sofa chair.
I lost. With such a great hand. I still lost?
He stared at Qin Feng in disbelief.
Mr. Qian sighed with relief. Thank goodness he'd folded earlier, otherwise, he'd be losing at least 5 million now too. The assistant dealer distributed the chips on the table proportionally. Qin Feng won nearly 20 million in a single round.
Those who had followed Qin Feng's lead won millions at most,
and at least 100,000 at least. Some rejoiced while others lamented, the losers wailing in defeat. It was incredibly dramatic.
It was Chu Yue's first time witnessing such a scene.
The money, converted into chips, lay piled on the table as if it were not real currency. Qin Feng turned to Boss Lee. Boss Lee, shall we continue? If we do,
I fear you won't be able to pay your employees' wages.
Mr. Qian threw his head back and roared with laughter. A mere 5 million? That's nothing. Our Mr.
Lee has several smaller goals in his assets.
Right. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee, driven to desperation by his losses, shouted, I quit. I quit. I've lost all my chips.
How am I supposed to play?
Mr. Qian frowned. Just quit like that? Your mindset is a bit too small. Besides,
we agreed to play 10 hands.
We're only on the second one. You're quitting already? I lost 5 million in one hand. Even if I'm loaded, that money didn't just blow in on the wind. I said I'm done. And I'm done. Mr. Lee stood up to leave. Ying glanced up at the bodyguards surrounding them. They all closed in, each standing over 6 feet tall with bulging muscles.
They crossed their arms, forming a solid wall in front of Mr.
Lee. Mr. Lee frowned in surprise, turning to Ying. What's this about? Ying smiled sweetly. I've already registered for 10 rounds. That means 10 rounds.
Leaving after just 2 rounds isn't quite by the rules.
Is it? Mr. Lee? Since when did Versailles Hotel have such a rule?
If 10 games were booked, I'll simply cover the table fees and dealer fees for all 10.
Mr. Lee retorted. He then pulled out a card. This card holds 500,000. That should suffice. He pressed the card onto the table and pushed it toward Ying. Ying's smile deepened. Mr. Lee,
you're probably unaware that Versailles Hotel's rules have changed.
Before, paying the table fee was enough to leave. Now,
it requires the consent of all other players.
Mr. Lee gritted his teeth. All players consent? That's impossible.
The essence of card games lies in the spirit of the moment.
With Qin Feng's hand going so well right now,
there's no way they'd let him leave.
Ying turned to Qin Feng and asked, Mr. Qin, do you agree to let Mr. Lee fold? Chapter 88, Playing Cards Isn't Charity. Mr. Qin chimed in with a laugh. No need to wonder, absolutely not. Mr. Qin's luck is so hot right now. If he wins 10 hands in a row, just think how much he'd rake in. Exactly. No way. That goes without saying. Playing cards isn't charity work. Exactly. And I just came up from the first floor, didn't they provoke Qin Feng first? If we don't get revenge now, it'd be like shoving our own faces into the dirt for others to trample. The onlookers chimed in one after another. Mr. Li seethed inwardly, muttering a curse under his breath. He put on a pitiful expression and turned to Qin Feng, pleading tearfully. Mr. Qin, please spare me. You know how tough business is these days. If I lose every last penny at this table, how am I supposed to pay my employees next month? I'm begging you. Watching Boss Li's plight, Chu Yue felt a pang of sympathy. She quietly tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve and whispered, Qin Feng, maybe we should just let it go. Qin Feng patted Chu Yue's hand and raised an eyebrow at Mr. Li. No problem. If you can't pay wages, you can just transfer the company to me. I'll take care of it. I think your employees would probably prefer a boss who can actually give them raises. Chu Yue stared at Qin Feng in astonishment. How clever of him. Why hadn't she thought of that? Mr. Li gritted his teeth. So you're saying you disagree? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Showing mercy to someone who had once targeted him. That would be telling everyone present that he, Qin Feng, was an easy target. Someone to be manipulated at will. Ying clapped softly. Mr. Li was surrounded by bodyguards. His face turned ashen. He whipped his head toward Ying, gritting his teeth. When did the Versailles Hotel change its rules? How come I wasn't informed? Ying's smile remained radiant, yet a flicker of coldness passed through her eyes. Mr. Li, the rules were set by the board last month. You've been so busy lately, perhaps you missed it. She clapped her hands lightly, and two bodyguards stepped forward. However, if you truly don't wish to play along, there is another way. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Qin Feng before settling meaningfully on Mr. Chen. As long as someone is willing to take your place. Mr. Chen narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers on the table. Oh, how exactly would that work? Simple enough. Ying drew a gold embossed contract from her clutch. Mr. Li's remaining 8 games can be taken over by someone else, but that person must assume the chips Mr. Li has already wagered, meaning the 5 million debt. The room fell silent. 5 million yuan, no small sum. Mr. Chen scoffed. Why should someone else shoulder the debt for what Mr. Li lost himself? Ying smiled. Therefore, he could also choose to continue playing. Cold sweat beaded on Mr. Li's forehead. He fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, then suddenly sneered. Fine, I'll play, but I demand a new dealer. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, seemingly anticipating this. Granted. Ying clapped her hands. The original dealer stepped aside, replaced by a woman wearing a half-silver mask. Her fingers were long and slender, and her shuffling movements were so graceful they resembled a magic trick. This is Silver Fox, a top-tier dealer certified by the International Poker Association. Ying introduced. You all have no objections to her dealing, right? Mr. Chen stared at Silver Fox's hands, deep in thought. Chu Yue sensed the atmosphere growing increasingly eerie. She quietly tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve and whispered, This Ying, something's off. Qin Feng squeezed her hand imperceptibly, signaling her to stay silent. The fourth round began. Silver Fox dealt the cards at lightning speed, almost too fast to see the faces. After receiving his hand, Boss Li visibly relaxed, while Boss Qian frowned deeply and ultimately chose to fold. When it came to Qin Feng, he didn't even glance at his cards. He pushed 5 million chips forward, all in. The room erupted in gasps. Mr. Li's expression darkened. You still won't look at your cards? Qin Feng smiled. I'm not betting on the cards. I'm betting on the man. Mr. Li gritted his teeth and ultimately called. The cards were revealed. Qin Feng, 3 aces. Mr. Li, 3 queens. Impossible. Boss Li leapt to his feet, pointing at Silver Fox. You're cheating for him. Silver Fox remained expressionless. Mr. Li, you shouldn't make such accusations. Ying suddenly chuckled softly. Mr. Li, your luck really hasn't been good today. Chapter 89, Betting His Life Away. How could Qin Feng's cards be so consistently good, and always just beat mine? Boss Li pointed at Qin Feng and shouted. Qin Feng shrugged. What can I say? Good luck. Heaven favors those with good luck. Quite right. Besides, haven't you been to the 5th floor? Mr. Li, there are plenty of hands where the house wins 10 straight rounds. Are you suggesting our hotel cheats? Ying retorted coldly. Mr. Li's eyes were bloodshot. He just lost 10 million in 2 consecutive hands, his entire cash flow. If he gambled again, he'd likely have to mortgage his factory. I'm done gambling. I've got no money left, only my life. This time, unless you kill me, I'll never gamble again. Mr. Li leapt to his feet, bellowing as he lunged toward the exit. Silver Fox grabbed the deck of cards from the table and swung it backward.
The card spun through the air and plunged into the back of Mr.
Lee's neck. Lee let out a guttural ugh and collapsed face first onto the floor.
Just before the card pierced Lee's throat, Shin Feng raised his hand to cover Chu Yue's eyes.
Even so,
the sound of the card entering Lee's throat made her shoulders jerk in fright.
At the adjacent tables, however, there was no reaction.
They merely glanced over before returning to their game.
It was as if they hadn't witnessed the death of a human being, but merely that of a pig or a dog. Mr. Xian jumped to his feet, slamming his hands on the table and bellowing, "How dare you kill someone? Don't you fear prison?" Silver Fox, however, moved like a machine. He drew another card, its sharp corner aimed at Boss Qian's throat, and said coldly, "You bet or not? If not, you can end up like him." As he spoke, Silver Fox shifted the angle of the card in his hand slightly. Mr. Qian scrambled back into his seat in terror. I'll bet. Good, then I'll continue shuffling." Silver Fox opened a fresh deck, the cards swishing through his fingers. At the same time, two black-clad bodyguards approached and dragged Mr. Lee's body away, leaving a long trail of blood on the floor. A cleaning lady, around 50 years old, approached with a mop and calmly wiped the blood clean from the floor. Only then did Qin Feng lower the hand that had been shielding Chu Yue's view. Chu Yue silently swallowed, her gaze drifting toward the distance. But she saw nothing, only the faint lingering scent of blood remained. She looked at Qin Feng with concern. Qin Feng's hand, resting beneath the table, gently patted Chu Yue's thigh. Only then did Chu Yue feel slightly reassured. Now, only Qin Feng and Boss Qian remained facing off. After dealing the cards, Silver Fox raised his hand toward them in a gesture of invitation and announced, "Now, continue. Qin Feng, you speak first." "Why does he get to speak first?" Boss Qian grumbled. Silver Fox replied coldly, "Because Qin Feng won the last hand." Cold sweat beaded on Mr. Qian's forehead. This Silver Fox was far more formidable than Ying. That fool Mr. Lee had insisted on switching players, only to seal his own fate. He pleaded with Qin Feng, "Mr. Qin, I beg you. I was wrong earlier. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. Please forgive me this once. I have elderly parents and young children to support. If I lose everything, I won't be able to go on." If you know you have parents to support and children to raise, you should conduct yourself with more consideration. Arrogance and grandstanding will catch up with you sooner or later. Qin Feng's voice was cold. Mr. Qian gritted his teeth. "Are you truly so heartless? What favor exists between us?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Mr. Qian sneered coldly. "Fine, you want to play this way? Then I'll play along. I have no assets under my name. I only brought this much money today, lose it all. And that's that. Go ahead. Make your move." "Good, that shows guts." A faint smile touched Qin Feng's lips. With that, he pushed half the chips in front of him across the table. Mr. Qian shouted, "You still won't look at your cards?" "Correct." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Mr. Qian gritted his teeth. "Fine, since you won't look at your cards, I won't either." He pulled out a card and handed it to Silver Fox. "I'm betting the same amount as Qin Feng. Deal now." Silver Fox glanced at Ying seated beside him. Ying took the bank card, pulled out the POS machine, and swiped it. Beside her, a black-clad bodyguard lifted a large case and dumped 10 million chips onto the table. The already small table was instantly piled high with chips. Other gamblers around who had been betting saw this and realized something was off with the cards, no longer daring to follow suit. After all, no one could be sure if the riggers might pull off an extreme reversal. Mr. Qian was also betting. He was betting that the riggers would pull off an extreme reversal. Up on the 5th floor, Pei Yujun watched the scene unfold, his legs propped up on the desk. He took a drag from his cigar and let out a cold chuckle. "Qin Feng, enjoy your triumph now. The more you bloat now, the harder you'll cry when you're fattened up and slaughtered." Silver Fox wasted no words. He grabbed Qin Feng's cards in one hand and Boss Qian's cards in the other, flipping them open simultaneously and slamming them onto the table. Thud. Mr. Qian, 556. Qin Feng, 665. Qin Feng wins, Silver Fox declared coldly. Mr. Qian sucked in a breath and slumped back into his chair. No last-minute reversal. He lost. He truly lost. Half an hour. 20 million lost. Qin Feng spread his hands and shrugged, looking helpless. "Sorry, Mr. Qian. I won again." Mr. Qian's eyelids twitched, his pupils dilating. The fortune he'd spent half his life building was gone. He shouldn't have been greedy. If he hadn't taken that money to lure Qin Feng into the second-floor gambling den, he wouldn't have been set up like this. As this thought struck him, Mr. Qian suddenly realized, could it be, was the person who wanted to take down Qin Feng trying to lure him into bigger and bigger bets, until he lost everything? Suddenly, Boss Qian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He threw his head back and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Those around him shook their heads. Another one gone mad from losing big. But Boss Qian abruptly stopped laughing, fixing his gaze intently on Qin Feng. Qin Feng, don't get too cocky. The wheel of fortune keeps turning, no one can win forever. Xu Yue watched Qin Feng with concern. Anyone who'd studied probability knew that winning once was luck, but winning every single time was definitely suspicious. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. That's a problem for later. For now, you've lost. 4 games left, start thinking about how to borrow money. I don't have any money. How am I supposed to borrow? I don't have any assets either. Even if I tried to mortgage something, I wouldn't have the cash. Mr. Qian snorted, resorting to outright stubbornness. Silver Fox pulled out a stack of papers and slammed them on the table. No problem. I can lend it to you. 1 kidney, 5 million. 1 lung, 8 million. 1 heart, 10 million. Every part on your body can be exchanged for cash and it's valuable. Up north, your parts wouldn't fetch this price. I won't gamble. I won't sell my parts. I won't risk my life. This is illegal. I'm calling the police. Mr. Qian, terrified, fumbled for his phone, but before he could dial the police, Silver Fox flicked his wrist, sending a spinning playing card flying. It sliced clean through Mr. Qian's web between thumb and forefinger. Mr. Qian yelped in pain, dropping his phone to the floor. Chapter 90, closing the net on the 3rd floor of the Versailles Hotel. Continue. Silver Fox stared coldly at Mr. Qian. Unnoticed, another card had appeared in his hand. His gaze seemed to say that if Mr. Qian dared utter another word of refusal, the card would slice through his throat in the next instant, tears streaming down his face. Mr. Qian nodded hoarsely. All right, continue. At worst, he'd lose everything and be saddled with tens of millions in debt. Better than death. Xu Yue stared at Mr. Qian, feeling inexplicably choked up inside. She knew full well that Mr. Qian had provoked this situation himself, and this outcome was his own doing. Yet Xu Yue couldn't shake the unease in her chest. Meanwhile, Silver Fox continued dealing cards. Mr. Qian, 881. Qin Feng, 887. Mr. Qian lost, pledging 1 kidney and 1 heart. Mr. Qian, 119. Qin Feng, 223. Mr. Qian loses, pledging half a lung. And so, after 4 rounds, Boss Qian had gambled away every last one of his internal organs. Mr. Qian sat slumped in his armchair, defeated as if in a daze. Gone. All gone. A lifetime of struggle. And now I've lost everything. Wah! Wah! Mr. Qian covered his face and wailed uncontrollably. Silver Fox said indifferently, Mr. Qian, this debt carries no interest for 1 month. After that, interest will begin accruing. So you'd better prepare quickly and figure out how to raise the money. Otherwise, we'll have to send someone to collect your organs. All right, I understand. Mr. Qian staggered to his feet and shuffled toward the exit, his entire being drained of spirit. On the table lay nearly 100 million in chips, all belonging to Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and turned to Silver Fox. Would you kindly exchange all these chips for cash? I intend to take them with me. Silver Fox offered a faint smile. The cashier's desk is on the 3rd floor. A security guard will escort you shortly. She stood, pulled out a business card, and handed it to Qin Feng. Should you require a dealer again? Feel free to contact me. All right. Qin Feng took the card and gave a slight nod. Silver Fox turned and walked away, her exquisitely graceful figure shimmering under the lights. Ying followed behind, her plump figure accentuated by Silver Fox's icy demeanor. Xu Yue linked her arm through Qin Feng's and whispered, Qin Feng, I think we should skip exchanging chips. Even if we lose 5 million chips, it feels better than going upstairs. Qin Feng glanced at Xu Yue, his expression inscrutable. Any other woman, seeing such a huge win, would be itching to go up to the 3rd floor, fantasizing about another big score. But Xu Yue saw the situation clearly. She was willing to give up all that money, even take a 5 million loss, just to leave. With her intelligence and resourcefulness, if given the capital, she could likely build her own business empire. What's wrong? Xu Yue looked at Qin Feng in surprise. Qin Feng gave a faint smile. Nothing. You're thinking ahead. But, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave without cashing out our chips. Sure enough, several black-clad bodyguards approached, each carrying a black bag. They proceeded to pack up all the chips on the table without a word, then stood before Qin Feng and Xu Yue, bowing respectfully with a polite gesture of invitation. Xu Yue finally understood the implication in Qin Feng's words. That Silver Fox dared to kill someone in public. If they simply walked away now, they too might. Qin Feng rose, took Xu Yue's hand, and addressed the black-clad bodyguards. Then let's go. Kindly lead the way. Yes, Mr. Qin. The black-clad bodyguards respectfully cleared the way ahead. Escorted by them, with a stunning beauty like Chu Yue by his side, Qin Feng looked like a powerful tycoon striding through the streets from afar. Only then did the people at the card table lift their heads, casting an extra glance at Qin Feng. Qin Feng followed behind them up to the third floor. Over here, old Master Pei engaged in a half-hearted conversation with Pei Xianyuan. The man Pei Xianyuan had assigned to watch Qin Feng paced anxiously outside. Calculating the time, old Master Pei estimated Qin Feng should be about to take the bait. He no longer held Pei Xianyuan in conversation. He spoke slowly. All right, I'm tired. You may go now. Pei Xianyuan stood and bowed. Yes, sir. Pei Xianyuan strode out. The moment he stepped outside, the man he'd assigned to watch Qin Feng hurried over, lowered his voice, and recounted everything that had transpired on the second floor. Pei Xianyuan frowned, then raised his eyebrows. What? This is bad. Qin Feng has been set up. Pei Xianyuan muttered under his breath before racing toward the third floor. Qin Feng and Chu Yue, protected by the black-clad bodyguards, arrived on the third floor. The third floor differed markedly from the opulent extravagance of the first and second floors. It was tastefully decorated, lacking any hint of nouveau riche ostentation. Yet upon closer inspection, one would notice, every piece of furniture and porcelain ornament was a meticulously crafted work of art. For instance, the gambling tables were crafted as the 8 immortals' gambling tables. Each tabletop was intricately carved with one immortal, and when placed together, they depicted the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Each figure was intricately carved with remarkable lifelike detail, clearly hand-engraved. Even the teacups were hand-painted Jingdezhen porcelain, and the floor tiles were the same type of shadow tiles used in the Forbidden City. Where do I exchange my chips? Chu Yue asked the black-clad bodyguard. The black-clad bodyguard replied, it's at the exit on the third floor. Over there. Chu Yue scanned the direction he indicated, only to find the third-floor hall stretching endlessly before her. The so-called third-floor exit was nowhere to be seen. The head of the black-clad bodyguard spoke again. Ladies, since we've brought you here, the rest is up to you. With that, he gave a signal with his hand, and the black-clad bodyguards began stacking the chip boxes they held in their hands, layer upon layer, in perfect unison. They stacked them 2 meters high. Once finished, the black-clad bodyguards departed without exception. With such a massive pile of chips, it was clearly unrealistic for Qin Feng and Chu Yue alone to carry them all the way to the third-floor exit. Moreover, he could guess with his toes that even if they managed to lug the chips there with great effort, the guards stationed at the third-floor exit would find every possible excuse to detain them. Rather than exhausting themselves haggling with them, it was better to just get this over with. Yue, let's gamble away all these chips and leave. Chu Yue nodded. All right. Qin Feng called out to the black-clad bodyguard nearby. We won't be cashing out. Could you arrange for 2 people to help us carry these? We plan to choose another table to gamble at. Her mood was heavy. She looked up with concern, catching a glimpse of Qin Feng's profile. Qin Feng, will we be able to leave here safely today? Qin Feng took her hand, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. Of course we can. Only then did Chu Yue offer a faint smile, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Qin Feng didn't bother looking around. He casually chose an empty table and sat down. Within 3 seconds, 3 figures appeared and sat down beside him. It was obvious they had been waiting for him, their presence clearly prearranged.